Welcome back to a special episode of DevDrawer. I just wanted to say thank you to my subscribers for helping me get to 100 videos. This video will be a special one and covers my top 12 videos decided by your views. It's taken me a while to get to the 100, but it has been so fun creating these tutorials. So sit back and enjoy over 13 hours of your favorite tutorials. Let's get started. Number 12, PHP CRUD Application Full Series. Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be doing something I've been wanting to do for a while. In some of my first videos, I created a series on how to build a CRUD application using nothing but PHP. So what I did this time was I created a video where it combined all of those videos into one video. So you don't have to go through different videos to see it. You can see this from start to finish. It's a long video, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Before you start watching it, if you haven't subscribed and you like videos like this, I have plenty of them for you to look at. So just take a look, leave a comment, like it if you like it, and let's go ahead and get started with it. We are going to be talking about how to connect to a MySQL database using PHP. By the end of this tutorial, we should have a simple CRUD system working. So CRUD means create, read, update, and delete. So like I said, we'll have a simple CRUD system working, not very fancy looking. We'll get into that in a future tutorial. But for now, we're just going to kind of show you the functionality of it. So first thing you want to notice is that we are using WAMP. WAMP is a pretty cool way that you can create your own virtual server on a Windows machine. Typically we wouldn't use this in-house because we have our own Linux server with us, but for now I figured this would be the easiest way for a lot of people to get started. So I went ahead and took the liberties of creating a db.local web server on WAMP, and I've also opened up PHP MyAdmin. So this is where our database is going to live. This is where our files are going to live. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file called index.php just to kind of show you that the web server is reacting to our code. So blank file, blank page. Over here we're using Visual Studio Code because it gives you a lot of really cool functionalities, like for example Emmet is built into it, so we could type in HTML:5 and it'll give us a HTML5 boilerplate. So let's go ahead and play around with this a little bit. We're going to call this website DevDrawer DB. And then I'm also going to add a H1 tag. So welcome to DevDrawer. And we're going to save this, refresh, and now we have DevDrawer DB and welcome to DevDrawer. So one of the things that we want to do is create the files for the CRUD system. So CRUD, you have your read right now, which is index.php, and we're going to create another file called create.php, which would be the C of CRUD, a new file which is insert.php, which would be the, well, create and insert the same thing. I actually meant to have this one be update. So it would be the U of the CRUD system, and then finally a delete.php, which will be the delete file of the PHP system. So let's go ahead and get rid of these because we don't need them right now. This isn't the way you would normally set it up in a production environment. This is a very simplistic model of it just to kind of show you the functionality. But for right now, we're going to create it like this. But in production, you would use routes and views and controllers and all this other kind of stuff that we can get into in another tutorial. In my simple file systems, I like to create an includes folder where this would house the database connection, so db.php, as well as our function file, so functions.php. On our index page, we're just going to do a simple call to our functions file, so that way that we can start using functions that are included. So let's do include, and then I'm going to link to the includes folder /functions.php, and this will link out to this folder. In this folder, or I'm sorry, in this file, we're going to do a require once, and we're going to include our db.php. Since these are they're in the same folder. We don't have to redeclare the includes folder. It's already there, so we're just linking to a file within the folder that it's already in. So we can just do db.php. So what we need to do right now is create a database. So we're going to log in using the root, and password is password because it is a it's a WAMP installation, so we haven't changed any of the default configuration. So root blank password, we're logging into a MySQL database. We're going to create a new database, and let's call it DevDrawer, and we're going to create that database. So in this db.php, we want to connect to this database, and in order to connect to this database, we're going to use MySQLi, and I'm just going to call our connection MySQLi for simplistic purposes. You can call it con, you can call it db, you can call it whatever you want to, as long as it's something easily recognizable to you as a database connection. So we're going to do new MySQLi, and then we're going to put in the variables that we just set up. So localhost, the root user, it has a blank password. We're going to be connecting to the DevDrawer database, and for WAMP usage we're going to be declaring the port as 3308. So once we have that done, we want to make sure that we can connect to the database. So if we do if MySQLi connection error or connect error, we're going to exit out the code and print a message saying error connecting to database. So right now we can test this out, and there should be no errors on the site. However, if we come over here and let's say we got our password wrong, 123, now it'll show that error saying access denied, and it'll actually display the error message, error connecting to the database. You can turn off these warnings so that you don't see them, but for development purposes, it's pretty good to keep them in there to make sure that you got your variables declared and all this other kind of good stuff. So right now, let's go ahead and revert this back so that we're able to connect to our database. And I want to create a simple table. We're going to call it employees, and we're going to have an ID, first name, last name, and a phone number record. So that's going to be 4 columns, and we got our ID. We also want to make this the primary key and to have it auto increment. So want to set it as auto increment and set it as the primary key. This way that when we add a new record to the database, that ID will automatically increment up so that you can keep track of your IDs and do your edits and deletes and updates based on those IDs. Then we're also going to create a F name, L name, and a phone. And we're going to set these as varchar 255 all the way down. The phone number can be whatever you want it to be, but we're going to allow dashes inside of our phone numbers, so we'll just go ahead and set it up as a varchar in order for it to take strings as well as integers. The ID type is going to be an integer because it is an auto incrementing ID. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. Now we know the database that we want to hit, the table that we want to pull from, and we want to display it on this index.php. So inside of our functions file, we're going to create a function. Actually, first I want to show y'all a function that I use. So this is something that allows me to format arrays so that they're not just one very long string. It actually formats them so they're readable data. So I always call this function format code, and then we pass the array that we're going to format. You surround that with a echo of a pre-tag, and then you print out the array like you normally would, and then you close that pre-tag echo. Basically, this will wrap our array in a code, HTML code format, so that it actually displays it line by line rather than just one wall of text. You don't necessarily have to use this function. I just use it because it makes things a lot easier for me to digest whenever I'm trying to pull an array. Alright, so let's get started into our select statement. So we're going to call this select statement. And we're going to set a function with no variables. We're going to call it select all with no variables on it. So also one thing we need to do is global the MySQL I, which is the connection name that we called it here. This way we just don't have to declare it every single time we pull one of these functions on the front end. We don't have to pass it. We can just set it as a global variable that's called. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a statement equals MySQL I, and then we're going to use a prepared statement. So prepare, and then we're going to select star from employees. In production, never ever use star, because that selects everything from the entire database or the entire table that you're selecting from. So what you would normally do is, instead of doing star, you would select F name, L name, etc. But for this purpose, we're just going to select everything. The more you select, the slower your queries are going to be. So make sure that you optimize your queries to actually pull only what you want it to pull at that given time. Alright, so the next part, we're going to execute our statement. So statement execute, and then we're going to be displaying a result equals statement get result. And this is just going to get us a result. However, we want to check to see if that result actually has any rows being pulled. So if the result num rows is equal to 0, we're going to echo out no rows. If it's not, then it'll continue processing our function. So if there is rows, we're going to do a while loop, and while row equals result fetch a sock, and this will just grab us an associative array of the data that's contained in this table. Alright, so we're going to create, or we're going to append to a data array, and typically you would have like row F name here that would be tied into a F name variable on your array, but I'm just going to create the array and display the entire row that's being pulled. Again, typically you wouldn't want to do this in production, but for this purpose, I think just to kind of show you what it does, I think this is the way that we need to do this. And then we need to close out our statement. So this statement close corresponds with your statement execute. That way that every time you're done using an SQL connection, you close it out so that there's no bleed over into other functions. One other thing that I need to do here is to declare this data as an array and just make it blank, so that way it's not bleeding over from any other functions or any other displays on the web page itself. And then finally, after we close, we are going to return data. So now we have our select all function and we have our format code of function. So inside of this, we are going to do a PHP format code, and then we're going to wrap our variable in it because we know that it's being returned as an array. If we go to look at our page now, we should see no rows, which is exactly what we want it to, because the database does not have any information in it. So let's go and add some information. Here, insert. So let's insert John Doe with a phone number of 123-456-7890. And then let's do another one for Jane Doe, and she's going to be 123-456-7899. Alright, so, and we're not going to add an ID here because, again, that is an auto incrementing ID. So we're going to go ahead and insert these two rows. Now if we go back to our page and refresh, we have two of our people being pulled out of the database based on our selection. So what we want to do is display all of them as a list, which right now it's just being displayed as an array. We'll go over how to put them into like a table or a list format so they can be formatted and made to look pretty, as well as have pretty links that can link you to your update and delete and insert and all this kind of stuff. But for now, it's just going to be just displaying an array. So this is our select all statement. It's pulling everything, but we also want to have a function to be able to pull a single person, and we're going to create that by doing select single statement, and then we're going to say this is the function select single, and we're going to return an ID. If that ID does not exist, we're going to force it to be null, so that way our executed statement will not actually run. Again, we're going to, actually I can probably just copy all of this just because it's pretty much the same thing. The only thing that we're doing is changing up the select star from employees, where ID equals question mark. And that question mark is going to allow us to bind a parameter to this statement, and that's just to kind of help prevent SQL injection and kind of help prevent people from being able to modify your database by using bad code. So we're going to bind a parameter to this. So bind parameter, and then we're going to say that it's going to be an integer, and it's going to actually be the ID that we're pulling from the function itself. We don't need to have a data array in this because we're not going to be displaying an array. We're actually going to be returning the single row, which again is probably not the best way to do it in production, but for this case we are going to just return the single array or single row as an array. Alright, so we can get rid of our while statement because we're only gathering one. So let's go ahead and take away while result equals so sorry I lost my train of thought. So row equals result fetch a sock outside of the while loop, so it's only grabbing that single one from the database. And then we are going to declare our let's see, we have row, so it's already being set there, so instead of returning data we are going to return row. Alright, so now if we go back to our index.php, we can take this function and wrap it into our format code, and let's get rid of this for now. And because we know the IDs of what's being produced in our database, we can hit browse and say that this is ID1, ID2. So if we pass the variable 1, that will pass. Spelling is really bad today. That will pass John Doe. If we pass the ID of 2, that will pass Jane Doe. So that's essentially how we can select all records, select a single record, and we can even set it up where in here, instead of doing format code, we can set a variable to equal select single 1. And let's change this to a 1 so we can reference. So with this, we actually are creating a variable user that is an array. So we could do something like echo welcome space user, since that's our variable, and we know we have an fname variable inside of that array. And then let's do lname as well. User lname. And then we close this off. So if we refresh the page again, now it says welcome John Doe. If we change this, it should say welcome Jane Doe. If we change it to a 3, no rows are going to be existing. So no rows. And you would account for that. You would have if a set user, then display this. If not, display nothing. You know, you can handle that a various amount of ways. But for right now, we're just going to leave it as no rows so that we know that it's not hitting something if it's not hitting something. Alright, so let's go back to our functions. We need to start creating some insert records, update records, delete records, all this kind of cool stuff. So let's go over here and create an insert statement, and then we'll create the code that manages that insert statement. So we're going to go ahead and just say insert statement and close our comment, and then we're just going to create a function called insert and just leave it at that right now. So the next thing we need to do is on our create.php, we are going to so we already got it open, so let's just copy what we've done in the index.php. We don't need this because we're not displaying it, and we'll just change this to insert so that we can recognize what page we're on. So let's go ahead and create the form. So form action equals nothing because we're going to make it redirect to itself, but you can have it redirect to a route, a function, a specific page, however you want it to handle that. But for right now, we're just going to make it basically post to itself. So we're going to set the method as post, close out our form, and then we're going to create a label for first name was the first one, and you don't have to use for. However, if you want to be ADA compliant for people with screen readers, for kind of helps them point to where these labels are referencing. So we're going to do for first name, and then we're actually going to create the input type equals text, and then its name is going to be fname, its ID is also going to be fname. For right now, we're not really using the ID portion of it. We're using the name because that's what PHP uses, but if we ever wanted to do something with jQuery or Ajax, the ID, that's where that would come into play at. We're going to set the value to nothing because there is nothing here, since this is the create page. And I'm just going to copy this for the last name and the phone number. So let's change our variables name here. So we got lname, change this to last name, change this to phone, same here, phone. Alright, and then last thing we're going to do is add a button named btn insert. You can call it whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to have it for this so that we know what we need to call the top of our page. Alright, so now we want to do, let's go ahead and see what it looks like, and then I'll show you what we want to do with it. So let's go to create.php. So we have our form and our insert record. Right now it doesn't do anything, so we just want to kind of go in there and at the top of this include a function, or include our insert function. But first thing we need to do is check to see if the insert button has been clicked. And the way to do that is to check for is set post, since it is a post form, btn insert. And if it checks to see that that post has been done, it'll check to see if the btn insert has been pushed. If it has, then we're going to run our insert function. And let me go ahead and do my end if. Now, what we don't know is that this hold on, let's see if it is set unexpected if. Oh, it's because I forgot my semicolon. Alright, so what we don't know is what we're going to insert yet because we haven't done anything with that function. So I'm going to come back into here, and we're going to be passing those variables that we just created. So fname, we're going to make it equal null if it doesn't have anything produced. Then same thing here, lname equals null, and then lastly phone equals null. And this will basically just let us grab those variables from the post. So let's go ahead and do our global MySQLi connection again, and then we're going to create our statement. It's going to be statement MySQLi, and we're going to use a prepared statement again. So prepare, and this time we're going to do, instead of doing select from, we're going to do insert into employees, and we're going to set the variables that we're inserting. So fname, lname, phone, and the values of that insert is going to be question mark, comma, question mark, comma, question mark, because we're using a prepared statement. Now this prepared statement is also going to have the parameters bind it to it. So we're going to do bind param, and it's basically the same thing that you see up here where we're binding the integer, but we're not binding an integer this time. We're actually binding 3 strings. So it's going to be SSS, and then we're going to declare those strings from the what we're pushing over to the function itself. So fname, lname, phone, and that is all that we need for these 3. And then we're going to execute our statement. And then finally, we're going to close our statement. So for a function like this, you would typically, as soon as you get done inserting it, you would redirect it, or whatever it is. But for right now, we're going to skip that. We'll do that whenever we get something like an update.php page done, and then I'll show you how to pass some variables over to it. For right now, we're just going to be inserting this statement. So if we go back to our page over here, we're going to say that now we want to have test person with 0. Alright, and then we go to hit insert record. It's going to redirect back to the same page, so you don't know that anything happened. But if we go over to our database and we hit browse, wait, oh, we're not passing the variables yet, so it doesn't know what it needs to run, so it's not running anything right now. So let's go back to our create, and we've already our create. So we've already added the function here, so we just need to pass these post variables to it. So post fname, and then we're going to post lname, and then phone number. So let's do that real quick. Alright, so now that these variables are being passed along to our insert statement, we should be able to run this again. So let's do test person with a dummy phone number and insert record. Now if we come over here to browse, you see that test person has been added with the dummy phone number. So right now we have this, it just redirects back to itself. What I wanted to do is whenever you insert a record, I want it to go to the update.php page, which the update.php page is pretty much going to look just like this. It's just going to use a different function. So let's go over to the update. We're going to paste this in, and then we're going to change this up. So we're not going to be using btn insert to do our update, and we're not going to be using the insert function to do our update. We're actually going to be doing the update function to do our update. However, for this information down here, we're going to have to grab a variable based on an ID. So let's say we'll do that in just a second. Let me kind of clean it up a little bit so we know that this is the correct page. Alright, so now we're on the update page. We have our isSet done. Everything is still named the way that it should be. So what we need to do here is declare a variable just like we did on the home page. So we can do user isSet get ID. Now the difference between get and post is post comes with the form, get comes with the URL, which I'll show you in just a minute, but it's basically a question mark ID equals 1. Whereas post, everything's hidden. So you always want to make your forms do post updates, and then you want to do gets for stuff like this. But right now we're just getting a it's an ID that's straight out of the database, which is something you wouldn't normally want to do. What you'd want to do is encrypt that ID whenever you're sending them over to that page, and then decrypt it on this page. But for now, for simplistic purposes, we are just going to continue on with the basically the plain text ID. Alright, so if set get ID, we're going to, so if it is set, we're going to select single, which is the function that we created and displayed on the index.php page. But this time, instead of passing an ID, we're going to get a dynamic ID, or we're going to return false. Now, if we return false, we want it to do something. If we return false, we want it to show a message down here that says to not update or not show the update form. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to do if or PHP if user is not equal to false, display the form. Otherwise, let's do our PHP else. Let's go ahead and add our end if. So if it doesn't display the form, we just want to do h1 user is not set, try again. And we can actually test this out. So if the user is not being set, which means that it's not able to grab anything, it's returning a false, or the ID itself is just not pulling anything over, we're going to have user is not set, try again. So if we come over here to update.php, says user is not set. However, if we do update.php ID of 1, it shows our form. But now what we needed to do is to show that data that's contained inside of that form. And the way that you do that is inside of the values, since you're returning a value and you know that there's a value present in order to be at this position, we're going to do PHP echo user fname. And that's just basically going to return that value in that array that we've assigned. And again, we're grabbing everything from the database. Not the best way to do it, but then you get the idea. Alright, so now if we go back over here, refresh, we got John Doe. If we change this to 2, we got Jane Doe. If we change it to 3, we got test person, the one that we just inserted into it. Alright, so now we have this page. So let's go back to our insert.php. It's not insert, it's create. Create.php. Okay, so in our create.php, the function is that you want to insert it, and then you want to, it does nothing currently, but we want it to go in there and redirect them to the update page. So we're going to add a header redirect, and we're going to set the location to use the MySQL insert ID. So we know we're going to update.php, and the ID is the variable that we need to pass. So ID equals, and then we're going to do MySQL I insert ID. So now when we add a new person to our employees database, it's going to redirect them to update.php ID, grab the ID that it inserted. So let's go ahead and test that out. So let's come in here and say someone else 555555555. Insert that record, and now we're on the update page for someone else because it passed over that ID of 4. Okay, so now what do we want the update functionality to do? So we have our update function here. We know we're going to get fname, lname, and phone. So we can essentially take this, copy it, change this to update, and then change this to update. So there's going to be some key differences, not a lot of differences, but some key ones. So first thing we're going to do is, instead of doing insert into, we're going to do update employees. And then instead of doing it this way, we're going to do set fname equals question mark, lname equals question mark, and then finally phone equals question mark. And then we can get rid of this for now, but we're also going to have to pass on the ID. So where ID equals question mark. If you don't pass on the ID, then whenever you go to run this, it's going to update all employees. So it's very important to make sure you have that ID, and we're going to set it up here so it passes that ID to our function, and it is required, so it cannot ever be null. All right, so we're going to bind our parameters again. So we're going to do string, 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 integer, and then we're going to our fname, lname, phone, and then ID. Then we're going to execute it, and then we're going to run. Let's go ahead and get rid of this so we don't end up making it go back to itself. And we're going to do if statement affected rows is false or equal to none, then we want to echo out no rows updated. And the reason that we're going to do this is because we want to got an error, unexpected ID. Yep. Okay. So $. Okay. So what we're going to do. Okay. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to update the employees, we're going to bind those parameters, we're going to execute that statement, and then we're going to check to see if there's any affected rows. If there is no affected rows, we're going to update no rows updated, because if you're over on the update side and you don't type anything and you hit submit, it doesn't actually do anything. So we're just going to show them that nothing's being updated. So and we can test that now. So if we go to update record, oh, I got to pass the ID. So let's go back here. And then in our update, we're going to create a hidden field that's called ID. So let's come over here and do input type equals hidden, name equals ID, value equals this. Now we're going to do PHP echo user ID, because we want to get what's being pulled from the database, and then we're going to close that out. Alright, so now let's come over here and we refresh the screen. So let's change this to, right now let's test out what we were trying to test previously, where we hit update, it should say no records updated. Losing my mind today. Post ID needs to be passed because we are gathering that. Let's try that again. So let's confirm to reconfirm the submission. Okay. Let me see. We got our execute statement, line 53. We're binding the parameters. So we're passing the ID, binding the parameters, and then we're executing it. Okay, and let me go back one, and let's check to make sure that it's okay. It's grabbing the ID, and on our update page, we are doing the post ID. Call to a member function on bool. Line 53. So let's see, what are we doing wrong? Fname, lname, phone ID. Fname, lname, phone, where ID equals question mark. Well, if y'all can find that before I do, definitely comment in the comments below, because I am not seeing what is wrong with that statement. called a member function bind parameter. Update employees set f name. Oh, missing a comma. Did y'all catch it before I did? All right, well, let's see if that finally works. So let's try that again. Ta-da. Okay. Commas, semicolons. Okay. Anywho, so let's go back to getting into what we were getting into. So no rows have been updated because it didn't actually change anything. But if we come over here and do someone else to, or someone to else, it'll update. So we can go back to ID 4 and it's there. We can change any of these records and it'll keep that update for us. Else to someone else. All right, so now we have the read, the update, and the insert. So create, read, update. The next function that we need to do is delete. So let me go ahead and copy this, because once you kind of get your base pattern for your code done, it's pretty much the same thing, more often than none. All right, so let's create a function called delete.php, or delete when we're going to pass an ID variable, and the ID again is required in order to proceed. Okay, so we're going to use another prepared statement, and we're going to, instead of doing this, we're going to delete from employees where ID equals question mark. And there is no set. So delete from employees where ID equals question mark, and we're going to pass this one parameter of ID so we can get rid of that, and then we're going to execute it, and then we are going to close this, and then once we get done doing this, we're just going to redirect it back to the home page. So we're going to do header location /. So now once this is deleted, it will just redirect them back to the home page. So on our delete page, since this is the last one that we have left, we don't need to display any information here because it's basically just a pass-through page. So we're going to include our includes/functions functions.php, and then we're going to I'm just going to declare the variable. It's not even being used for anything, but just to prevent any kind of future issues, or if we actually want to be able to pass it anywhere. So we're going to do get ID, and if the ID is not set, or if it is set, we are going to run the delete function, or we're just going to exit and not do anything. We could also have it where it redirects back to the home page regardless of whether it's set or not. Just for this purpose, we're just going to not do anything. And then we're going to run that get ID against that function. So let's go ahead, and we got someone else here, and we got someone else here in the database. So we're going to change this to delete.php and delete ID of 4. Browse. It removed it. However, it did not redirect to our location. So we're binding it. Header location. Oh, semicolon. Man, I am bad at typing today. Okay, so now this one's not going to be any good. So let's go back to the home page so we can see what variables we can pull. So let's go ahead and delete the test person. So delete.php ID of 3, since the ID is declared here. Hit that, redirects us back to the home page, and now you can see that it's done. So we have our read, our create. So let's go ahead and create someone else. So test person. Now we also have our update. So we're going to do tester person. And we go back to the home page and we have tester person with an ID of 5. And finally we have our delete.php ID equals 5. So there we go. So first thing we're going to do is I want to browse out to our database real quick just to have it open in the background. And again, we're using root and password as the password. And let's go ahead and log, oh, no password. So root and no password. And then our database is going to be DevDrawer, same as it was last time, with the one table that we have for employees, which you can see right here. So first thing we want to do is go out and grab Bootstrap. So I'm going to come over to here to my code, and we're going to add something in the header up here in order to grab Bootstrap. So if you're not familiar with Bootstrap, Bootstrap is a CSS framework. It was originally created by Twitter internally, and they liked it so much that they released it to the internet for free. So it's a very common CSS framework. There's a lot of them out there, and I'm using this one in particular because a lot of people have used it before. And if you're not familiar with it, it's very easy to get started with, and it incorporates JavaScript, it incorporates CSS, HTML. So there's a lot of really cool things that it can do. So it's not just a CSS framework, it's kind of like an all-in-one framework for front end. And a lot of people use it. The only thing you have to be mindful of is whenever you're creating something with the Bootstrap framework, you will end up looking like every other website out there if you don't modify it and customize it. In this tutorial, we're not going to modify it and customize it. We're going to just use it as is, so you can kind of get the feel of what you're supposed to do in order to get it to work. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to getbootstrap.com. So that's getbootstrap.com. And here, this is where you can download it. So you click on get started, and it gives you the CSS, it gives you the JavaScript that you need, or it gives you a starter template. Since we already have a website that's been started over here, we're not going to use a starter template. We're just going to start adding this CSS and JavaScript into our files. So let's go ahead and copy the CSS and put it in our header. And then we're also going to copy the JavaScript, and we're going to put it into the before the body closing tags. So whenever you get done adding your CSS and JavaScript, you should see something that looks like this. So right now, if we go to save this and refresh our page over here, you can see that it changed a little bit. There's default fonts that are used with it, there's default classes, and right now we are not using any styling on it whatsoever. So what I like to do is wrap everything, wrap all of the content inside of a div class container dash fluid. You can use div class container instead of container fluid if you want to have it where it's set to a specific width. Container fluid just kind of makes it extend all the way out to the edges of the screen and then still give you a little padding. Like right now it's butting up right up against it, but if we refresh the page, now there's padding on each side. If we change this over and do container, it'll actually make it where it's a max size and you'll have a lot of spacing on it. However, whenever you're using bigger monitors, you always want to kind of code for those as well. So we use div class container dash fluid in order to code for those better, and we can control the container a lot more. So if it's something where, you know, we got full size images going from left to right, we want to make sure that those are displayed without being inside of a blocked element. Alright, so now we have our Bootstrap set up inside of our website. So I want to take some of this code and I want to remove it, but I want to keep my select all, and I'm going to change this into a function call at the top instead of variable. So all employees equals select all. And if you remember from the last episode, this select all just basically displays what you're seeing in the browser right now, where it just displays an array of everything, and we have it formatted, format code so we can actually see that array. So it's pulling back an array, and then we're displaying it with format code where it adds a pre-tag at the end and at the beginning before it prints that array. So we want to go ahead and get rid of that because we're going to make this into a much prettier interface using data tables. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and delete this and save it. So one of the cool things about Bootstrap is that it comes with its own icon set. However, we like to use Font Awesome, and you can find Font Awesome by going to their website, fontawesome.com, and then they have a how to use section on it. So if you go to their homepage, screen is very small, so let me zoom out a little bit so it gives me more of a wide screen. I have it very small in order to show both of my screens at the same time. But they have this start at the top. You click on start, and then you can come over here to see all the ways that you can use it. The way that they refer you to use it is to click on hosting font yourself, hosting Font Awesome yourself. So what they do is they give you a folder that you can download that contains the CSS, the JavaScript, the LESS, the SCSS, the sprites, SVGs, web fonts. They give you all of it, and then you just create a link, a CSS reference link, and have it point to your folder, and then you can include icons like this. This would get you a user icon. This would get you the GitHub icon that has a square around it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I've already downloaded the Font Awesome for the web, so I'm going to, inside of my folder over here, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it Fonts, and then I'm going to browse out, which you won't be able to see on your screen, but you should be able to see it whenever I populate it over. So if you bear with me just a second, copy this and copy it into my fonts folder. So it's currently copying it right now, and you can see that it populated with all of the files that you downloaded, and that way it's just something that we can reference later in our header in order to grab those files. So whenever we are adding a reference to an internal font, you want to, let me put something underneath here, and we're going to add another link, rel equals style sheet, and we're going to make it href equals /fonts, which is the folder that we just created, /css /all.css, and that's basically just going into here, and we got css all.css. You can do the min version of it. You can link to specific brands. There may be some instances where you want to display, a Facebook, Twitter icon, so you might need to include one of this, but the all should cover most of it. You just have to call it differently, which you can see on the browser itself down here. So this one's FAS to do a user, because this is calling the solid.css, so FAS for solid, FAR for regular, FAB for brands, or you can just do FA and it'll give you the generic fonts that are available. If you try to do something and it adds like a square to your browser, you might be able to go in there and change it to FAB if you're trying to add a GitHub square icon. So see FAB, FAS, FAR, FAL. So solid, regular, light, brands. So let's go ahead and get out of our Font Awesome window, and we're going to add something here that incorporates the one of those icons. So for here, let's go ahead and click on our H1 tag, and we want it to be like a circle or a checkbox or something like that. So I'm going to do, inside of my H1 tag, I'm going to do em class equals fa dash check dash circle. And the reason why I'm doing fa circle is because I want to have the checkbox with a circle underneath it, or I'm sorry, inside of a circle. So let's go ahead and save that, and if we go back to our website over here, we now have a checkbox inside of a circle. If we do just the check, it's going to show just the checkbox with no circle around it, which doesn't look as pretty to me as the circle being around it. Okay, so one thing that we're going to have to deal with eventually is we don't want to have to modify every single page, every single time we want to add a new style sheet or JavaScript. Like for example, we don't have our own style sheet in here, so we don't want to use this way. The better way to do it that I found is to create a new folder, and we're going to call this theme. You can call it whatever you want to as long as you know how to reference it. And then in this theme folder, we're going to create a new file called header-scripts.php. So this header-scripts.php is going to be called in place of this. So that means we only have to add it one time, and then we can modify it later, and it updates it on every page that it has this include function that we're fixing to add on it. So we're going to go right here, and we're going to do PHP include, close that out, and then we're going to do theme slash header dash scripts.php. Now if we go back to our page over here and refresh it, you can see that it still works. That's because it's essentially printing out what we have here inside of our header the same way we had it. So we also want to do the same thing with our footer scripts. And again, you don't have to do it this way. This is just an easier way for you to keep track of it. If you're using WordPress or you're using a framework for PHP, you wouldn't necessarily do it this way either. You would do it inside of your functions.php file if you're using WordPress, or you would do it in one of the core files if you're using something like Laravel. But for this purpose, we're going to include our own footer and header scripts. And if you're wondering why I put the JavaScript at the bottom and the CSS at the top, is because JavaScript, you don't want to hold up the processing of your website by waiting on your JavaScript to load. So CSS is pretty important whenever you go to load the page. I try to keep my primary CSS at the top of the site. That way, even if there's a little bit of a load time, maybe like a half a millisecond or something like that, it won't be too detrimental. If you're trying to load the entire Bootstrap JavaScript library on load of your page, it could make it where your users are sitting there for a few seconds waiting for those elements to appear. Usually you can get away with it by having your jQuery and Bootstrap and anything else in the footer, because you want to load your content first. That way that they can see it, and then there may be a millisecond where it switches over to actually display your CSS and your JavaScript properly. But for this purpose, we don't really have to worry about it because it's a very small website, nothing that it's really doing. Just kind of FYI as to why I did it that way. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is we want to include our footer scripts in the same place that we actually had the scripts, and we're going to change this to footer. And now I'll show you why we did it this way. So with this one folder, this one file, we can go to like our update page and include it here, and then go down to the bottom right before the body tag and include our footer down here. Now whenever we go to modify this, or we go to modify this, it'll be updated on the update.php page as well as the index.php page. Okay, so we'll go through and do the rest of the pages just like that in a little bit, but there's another script that I want to show you that I think most people, some people may not be aware of it, but if you are a developer, you've probably seen it if you've ever had to display data, and they're datatables.net. And whenever you go there, we want to create a table that looks like this. You can use Bootstrap's table, but I like this because you can filter, you can show all of the entries, you can filter it down and up, you can search for it. So if we search for New York, it automatically filters out the things that are not New York. So just kind of an example of what you can do, and I've seen people that use Bootstrap to do it. There's a lot of ways to do it. None of them are especially the wrong way or the right way, but this is one of the coolest ways that I found to do it that's very simple. So we're going to go ahead and load in our CSS. So we're going to go to our header scripts, and we're going to create another link rel equals style sheet with an href of the link that we just copied from their website. And then we're also going to include our JS the same way that we did here. So I'm going to copy over one of these scripts, move it over and we're going to call this. Best practices would be to download these two files for production use, because you don't want to be relying on someone else's structure with their file system. You want to make sure that you have the copy of these files that you're using, just to make sure that if their site ever goes down, it doesn't bring down the scripting or the CSS for your website. Plus, it also removes some of the load time that their website has. Right now, it's going through a CDN, which is kind of negligible for what we're doing, but if you don't want to use their resources when you could be using yours. Alright, so next I want to create a new file in the parent, and I'm going to call this init for initialize.js, and inside of my initialize.js I'm going to copy over this script. So it's a jQuery script where it's looking to see if the document is ready. Once it's ready, it's going to take whatever table we create, and it's going to add the data table interface, which should make it show like this. So we need to save this, and we're going to add a reference to that script in our footer-scripts. So we're going to do /js/initialize.js. And the reason I'm doing a slash right here is because if you right now they're all on the primary domain, so it's going to be /delete, /create, /update. But you could have something like update / the number of the employee that you're updating. And if you don't have the slash in here, it's going to be looking for a /update/js. So this right here just basically tells it to default back to the primary domain where our current JS is stored. Actually, it's not even inside of a folder. So I would normally create that inside of a folder, but I'm not going to right now. It's already initialized. So I'm just going to leave it as it is here. And if we go back to our page over here, and we go to inspect the elements, you can see inside of our header, or our head, we have the links to all of the files that we just added. And then if you look inside of our body, you can see that we also have all of the links that we added for our scripts. Alright, so let's go ahead and close out of this for now. And we're going to take all of the data that we were displaying in an array in the first episode, and we're going to actually display it inside of a table. So let's go back to let's go ahead and close out of this, and this, because we don't need any of these right now. Okay, so inside of this container fluid, we're going to add a table. So let's do table class equals table, which is a Bootstrap class that'll format the table properly. And then we're also going to call this data table. That way, and we have it on our JavaScript to list it as a ID. So we're not going to worry about that right now, because if we wanted to display multiple tables on one page, we couldn't use an ID because then it would break the JavaScript. So we're going to do it as a class so we can display multiple tables if we wanted to. We won't for this tutorial, but maybe in the future we will. So let's go ahead and close out our table. And then we're going to add a t-head. If you're not familiar with t-heads, that is basically the header rows of your table. And this DataTables.net script requires a t-head in order for it to be able to display the paging as well as the sort functionality. So we're going to be referencing our database here. So we get ID, fname, lname, and phone. So let's go ahead and create, so tr and then th instead of td. Td is inside of the body, th is inside of the head. So th ID, let's close that out, and let's go ahead and copy this down. So we're going to do ID, first name, last name, phone, and then we're also going to have a blank one here that we're going to have our actions on. So let's go ahead and rename these. Alright, so now let's close out our row and we close out our head. And now we start our t-body, which is where the data will go. So inside of our t-body, we're going to do a for each loop that loops through all of our array items and displays them in a table. So I'm going to go ahead and close out our t-body. so that way that we can start working on the PHP part of it. Alright, so let's do our first PHP tag. We're going to open it up and we're going to do a for each, and we're going to use this variable that we declared up here for our array, and we're going to do for each the array as an employee. So that way we're taking each row in this array and we're creating a variable that we can reference to be able to display what's inside of that row. Alright, so we got our for each tag. Let's go ahead and close out, go end for each, and then we're going to come in here and we're going to echo out a row. So we're going to have to echo out, let me go ahead and try to format this so y'all can see it better. So tr, which is the row, and then td, which is the inside of the row. Then we're going to close out our row. So let's go ahead and do our ID first. So we declared it as the single row as employee, and then we're going to grab that ID from the array. Alright, so let's go ahead and copy this, and we're going to make first name, last name, phone, and then for here we're just going to have it blank for right now. So we're going to do ID first. No, we called it F name, I believe. And then we're going to do L name. And then we're also going to do phone. So for right now, we should be able to close that out. We should be able to have a table that displays whatever's coming through in that array. So let's switch back to our home page. We're going to do a quick refresh, and now we have it all displayed in a table, which looks very nice. It doesn't appear that it's using the JavaScript. Oh, that's because we need to take our class that we called it, open up our initialize.js, and change it from ID or hashtag mytable to .datatable. Now if we refresh, so footer scripts, initialize.js, let's see if there's any errors that are pulling over. So we open up the console, there's nothing pulling over right now, so maybe a hard refresh. There we go. Hard refresh did the trick. So let's say we wanted to filter this by John, it'll show just John. We want to filter by Jane, it'll show just Jane, or we filter nothing and it'll show everything. And you can see the paging or the down and up sort arrows. So you can come over here and sort these however you want. Alright, so now we have our table. So this is primarily what DataTables is going to do for you. It's pretty simple. There's additional ways you can call it, so you don't have to do it this way. You can actually create a JavaScript that will use an AJAX function to run through a PHP array that we're getting up here. And there's a whole bunch of ways that you can set this to be displayed, but for this tutorial we're just going to go over the basics of getting it to display using a for each loop. In the next tutorial we may go over integrating AJAX into it so you can pull from it, you can edit, you can update all without kind of leaving the page. So let's go ahead, and I want to add the information here that would allow us to delete or edit each one of these records based on this ID. Because if you remember in the last episode we had an update where the ID of 1 would display the record that we can update. Same thing with delete. So what we want to do is give an easy way without having to remember the ID and type in the .php, and we can do that from here. So on our code over here we're going to let's go ahead and do table class equals text right, which is a function or a class of Bootstrap, and it's going to align that text to the right. So let me bring this over a little bit so you can see it a little better, and then we're going to create a link that replicates what we just did manually with the update.php page. So let's go ahead and do this, and we're going to name this one update. And inside of this I'm going to copy over this real quick, and because we're going to be using that ID, so we're going to do /update ID equals employee ID. So we can also take this and bring it down, and now we can change this from update to delete, and we can also change this to delete. So now if we go back to our page, refresh, we now have an update and a delete button. So if I click on update, we're going to be able to update Jane Doe. If we click on update for John, it now says John Doe. So we've essentially created a table of records that we can reference very easily. If there's 1,000 records in here, it's only going to show the first 10 unless we tell it to show all of them, or you can set it to show 50 or 100 or 1,000, whatever you want to do. So this is kind of how we incorporated the data tables to make it a lot easier to be able to visually represent our data. Okay, so there's a few things I want to do. I didn't click on delete because I don't want to delete these right now. So what I can't do from here is add a new record. So what I want to do is to be able to create a header using Bootstrap that will allow me to add a new record to this table using the insert.php or create.php that we created in the last episode. So I also want to create another theme folder, our theme file, that's going to be called header.php. And this is going to be inserted, let's just say about right here, because we're going to have the navigation that controls the insert, log in, log out whenever we get to that functionality. Right now, we're just going to, I don't even think I want to include it in here. Right now, we're just going to include a reference to it. Let me take it back a little bit. So I'm going to not put it inside the container fluid because sometimes your header stretches further than your content does. So in the case of this, we're actually going to add a container fluid inside of the header.php that we created. But for right now, let's go ahead and include our theme /header.php. And now we already created our file over here, so if we refresh the page, nothing's going to happen because we haven't added anything to it. So if we go to header.php, and we can go in here and add information to it. So there was a function that we used on this page initially in the first episode that was like the select all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this, but it's not going to be the select all, it's going to be the select single, just to kind of simulate a user that's logged into the system. We don't have a login screen currently. We can add one of those later, but for right now we're just going to simulate that this information is being gathered whenever they log in. And I just realized I spelled employees wrong, so I'll fix that in just a second as well. Let's go back over here and do all employees the way that it should be. Alright, so now we're gathering the user with the user ID of 1, which will return John Doe. So we want to create a welcome message. So welcome equals welcome / welcome comma user fname, and then we're going to add a space in between these two, and we're going to do user lname, and that's going to give us the welcome message that we want to display on this page. So let's go ahead and go into the header, and we're going to add our div class equals container -fluid. That way it stretches across with the content. If we limit the content size, we can also limit the header size. If we, in the future, if we choose to have the header go all the way across and the content be contained, we can just remove this class. But for now, we're going to use it. So also with Bootstrap, it comes with a really cool column structure system. So if you think about a website, think about it in 12 different columns. So let's say on this page, if we wanted to have a div that spanned across all 12 columns, we would do in a Bootstrap class of column-12. If we wanted to have something where it was a div that extended all the way across to the middle, we would do column-6, because 6 is half of 12. Same thing if we wanted to do a third, a third, and a third, we would do column-4, 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 and that'll present us with 3 columns to put in our content. And you can use the numbers in any way that you want to, so we can have 4 on this side and then 8 on this side, as long as they equal to 12, because 4 plus 8 equals 12. So for our header, we're going to split it up to pretend that we have a logo. So let's say we have our div class equals row. So the row is what contains those columns, and you have to have a row with the columns or else the columns won't work. The row basically just tells it that we're going, anything contained inside of this div is considered a column. So we got our first class created, which is row. The next class we're going to do is class equals column. I'm not going to add a number to this one because I don't technically know what it is right now. And this is where we would have like a logo. So we're just going to put logo here. And then we're going to close out our column. And then we're going to close out our row. So now we want to be able to display our navigation. And our navigation can be pulled from a database. It can be pulled from anywhere. We're going to manually code it for this purpose. So we're going to create another div. And we're going to do column dash medium, which is a medium device, which is basically a horizontal tablet and up. If anything below a horizontal tablet will display at a column 12. If you wanted to change that, so let me go ahead and do this. So column MD-8, but if you wanted to make it where a mobile does 6, you would do column dash SM-6. Or you can just do column dash 6 and it'll display everything prior to a vertical tablet would display at 6 rather than 8. So for right now, we're just going to default it to 12 and use the 8, which would make this column go to 4, because 4 plus 8 equals 12. So we don't have to declare this one because we didn't know what it was, but we know we want this one to span the majority of the screen, and we're going to make it where this column on tablets and above display at 8 columns, and this one displays at 4 columns. Anything below that, they'll both default to 12, so you'd have your logo above whatever we're fixing to put inside of here. Alright, so let's go ahead and close this off. And we're going to add a nav tag. And then inside of the nav tag, we're going to do a UL, which stands for unordered list. If we wanted to do an ordered list, we would do an OL, which would display numbers. This one would display dots, which we will handle through our own CSS. So let's go ahead and add a href equals slash just to be able to bring them back to the home page, which we're going to call dashboard. Alright, so we got our first list item, and let's go ahead and close out our list and close out our nav. So if we go back to our site and we refresh it, we'll see that we have logo here with dashboard where it's not lining up where we want it to go. We want it to actually be lined up over here. So inside of this, we're going to use that text-right class again in order for it to move that text to the right. There's still some wonkiness going on with these dots, which is part of the list item. So we'll handle that in just a second, but what I want to do right now is create additional links. So we have a dashboard link. We want it to have a create new link, and then we're also going to display this welcome message that we have at the top. So for the welcome message, we don't need to have a link, so we're just going to do PHP echo welcome because that is what we called it at the top. On this one, we're going to do /insert because we have our insert.php. Nope, it's not insert, it's create. I keep saying insert. So create because it's part of the CRUD system. CRUD for create. Alright, so we're going to title this one create new. Now if we refresh our page here, still isn't pretty, but we're working on that. So if we go to click on create new, it brings us to the insert page. Same thing with the dashboard, it just brings us back to the home, and then this brings us to the update.php, but we can't currently get back unless we hit the back button. So what I want to do here is take this code that we just edited and add it to the other pages the same way we did the script. So if we go back to our index, we're going to copy this, and for right now we're just going to add it to the update.php page. And we can do it outside of our update our user false because it's going to be displayed whether they are there's an action or not. So let's go ahead and go back to our update, and you can see that now that we've included this, it's included on that update.php folder or file. Alright, so now let's go in here and make this a little bit prettier. So I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it CSS. So inside my CSS folder, I'm going to create a new file called style.css. I just do something that makes it prettier for me. You don't have to do this, but in my body tag, I like to make my color 333 just because it kind of gives it's an off black, so it's not fully black, it's not like popping out at you black, but it's still dark. So that's a personal preference of mine. You definitely don't have to do it, and I'm going to go ahead and set my font size to 18 pixels. That way we can use REMs later. We're just setting the default body font right now. So 18 pixels I would say is probably the new standard. I remember when I first started it was 14 pixels because everybody's screens were huge. Actually they were very small, but they were blown up. You know, you could see everything on the site with it being on a very small monitor. Now you have very large monitors and you don't want to limit it to 14 pixels because then it may throw off something where they can't read it. So let's go ahead and set our default to 18 pixels, and then we're going to come in here and we're going to modify that nav that we created. So we didn't call it anything, we didn't add a class, so we're just going to do nav ul, and we don't want to have any padding or margin around our ul, so we're just going to do padding 0, margin 0, and then we're also going to do nav ul li in order to change the way that list is displayed. So we're going to do list style type equals none, and this will remove the dots that are next to it. But now we also want to display them where they're next to each other instead of underneath each other. So we're going to do display inline dash block, and then finally we're going to add some spacing. Whenever we line them up, we don't want them to button right up against each other, so we're going to add a margin on the left side only, that way that it aligns flush on the right side for the far right navigation item, but it gives a spacing between each list item going towards the left. So we're going to add 2 rem here, which will basically take this 18 pixels and double it. Alright, so now let's go back over here and do well, I got to call the style sheet. So let's go back to our header scripts, and we're going to copy this last one, and we're going to change it to go to /css/style.css. And always have your style sheet called after everything else, because if our style sheet is called before the style sheet for Bootstrap, then Bootstrap's going to overwrite our styles. If you call yours last, then this will make it where your style sheet can overwrite some of the defaults of Bootstrap or DataTables and stuff like this. So for right now, we're just going to call it after it, and we're going to use the /css for the same reason I told you earlier to use the /js. But this time it's actually in a folder. Alright, so now we do a refresh. You can see that now these are aligned properly. It's lining up to the right like it should be. It's got the create new and a dashboard. So let's go back to our update, and everything over here is updated because of how we included our header script. Alright, so that is actually, you know what, I want to do something else to the styles, because the header tag is butting right up against everything, and I don't want that. So I'm going to take this and change it up a little bit. So I'm going to come in here and do h1, we're going to do margin dash bottom, and we're going to give it that same spacing that we did for our list items on the left. And then I also want to add header, which is what we wrapped our header in, wrapped it around the nav and the logo. So we're going to do header, and we're going to do margin dash bottom, and we're going to make this one, I don't know, let's do 1 rem. Okay, so if we refresh it now, we have a spacing here. Still not liking the spacing between the header and the logo, so let's see what this one looks like with the 2 rem. Did I wrap it in a header? I did. Oh, I didn't close out the header. That would be why. I didn't close out the div either. That's my bad. So we close out the div, close out the header. Wow. Okay, now it gave us too much space. So let's come back and do what we were initially going to do with the 1 rem, and yeah, that looks good. So if we go to update, well, yeah, that's because we don't have our, we're not wrapping this up, but you can still see that the spacing between the header and between the update to the content is it's lining up with how we're doing it in the other places as well. So let's open up, we already got our data tables, we don't need that. We got our Bootstrap for now, we don't need this either. So let's go to Font Awesome, and then we're going to browse the icons. So let's look at the icons here. So we have a few different icons. So for the home page, we did a checkbox. For the update, maybe we want to do something like a plus. For the delete, maybe we want to, well, the delete doesn't have a page, but maybe for an icon for the items that are contained inside of our table, we can do an X instead of a delete word. So there's a bunch of cool things that we can do with it. So we'll come back to this in just a second. But what we need to do is to make these pages actually look a lot better by using Bootstrap elements. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here to my update.php. We're including our header scripts, we're including our header, so that's all good. Let's say we want to have our update, we want to have it to be something like a pin. So let's do em class equals, and let's go ahead and change that. And let's go over to Font Awesome and say we want a pen or a pencil. So we got a pen, so that's good. Let's come over here and we're going to do fa-pen. So let's go back to our update.php and refresh, and you see that there is a pen that is there now. Not the prettiest thing. I don't think there is a pen dash circle, so I guess we can check that out over here. So it doesn't look like there's a circle version of the pen, so maybe we can find a better icon later, like this one, pen dash square. Looks like it would be pretty good, so let's do pen dash square. And then refresh, and now we have a square icon. May not blend in that well with our other, but we'll play around with it and see. Alright, so first thing I need to do is wrap this information in this container fluid, just like I did the other one. Div class container dash fluid, and then let's come over here and move you over, and then close out our div. So that'll give us that spacing that we need so that it lines up with everything else. So Bootstrap also has this really cool instructions for what it has, so you can check on the layout, the content, and we're actually going to use the components right now because we're going to be using forms. So their forms, there's a lot of versatility with their forms. They do all kinds of really cool stuff. So you can make it large, you can make it small, default size, you can make it left to right. You can, there's a lot of really cool stuff if you include the JavaScript. But we're going to stick to the default, which is just the form group. Not form group, we're going to actually just be using form control. So let's come over here to our code, and we're going to add the class form control to each one of these form elements. So we've got our name, our ID. Name is ID, and then we're going to do class equals form dash control. And I'll show you what this one looks like before I add the rest of them. So it just makes it prettier. Oh, I did that on the hidden one, so that's why that didn't show up. So let's take this and move it down to our F name. Now we refresh. It shows it a lot prettier. Alright, so what I want to do is not have them stretch all the way across the screen like you see right now, but I want to have first name and last name grouped together, and then underneath that I want to have the phone number stretch all the way across. So what I'm going to do in the code over here is I'm going to wrap it in a row and a column like we did previously. So let's go to this one, and we're going to do div class equals row, then div class equals column dash md dash 6. So that's essentially going to put it in 6 out of 12 columns, and we're going to go ahead and keep the break tag in there. Just we don't want them when it goes to mobile, they're going to be stacked on top of each other. So we don't want them to be right on top of each other. We want to have a space in between it, so we're going to leave the break tag right there. So let's go ahead and close out our div here, and then do another div class equals column dash md dash 6. And I declared both of them right now just as an illustrative purpose. You don't have to. You can do it the same way I did with the navigation at the top, but it's not necessary to do it the way that I did it. I just think it's a lot clearer whenever you go to look at it. Okay, so now we refresh, and we have it inner columns now, and we need to do the class name for the field itself. Let me see if I can resize this a little bit. Okay, that'll work for now. So we're going to add this to all three of our elements for now, so we don't have to go back and forth on it. So refresh, and now you can kind of see it's getting that look that we want it to have. Okay, so let's open this back up, and I'm going to scroll over again. So we also want to have our telephone number displayed in a row, and we're going to leave this one the same, the column MD6, that way that the first name and the last name, they're the same size as the telephone number input. And let's refresh that, so now we have this look. So we have our button down here. The Bootstrap Forms has a lot of really cool looking buttons as well, so you can click on buttons and you have all of these options. So success, primary, secondary, danger, warning. So we're going to go ahead and set this one as a primary, which is a class of BTN, which just stands for button. So all of your buttons will start with this, and then you're going to do DTN dash primary. And if we go back to our screen over here and refresh, you see that it updated to make it look like the Bootstrap primary. Same thing if you come over here and you do success. Now the button's going to turn green. Okay. Alright, so we're going to leave it as BTN-primary. So we have our blue button. And let's go back to our dashboard. With this, we want to make it where people know that this is a bad action if they click on it. It's something that they can't come back from because we haven't created anything that saves this record in a temporary database. So we want to make sure that they know that this is something that there is a danger related to it. So let's go back over to our index.php, and on this delete, we're going to, now that we know we have a button dash danger, we also have a class equals text dash danger. And that's going to make this text turn red for us. That way they know this is something bad that's going to happen. But let's take it a step further. So let's say if someone is not seeing that as something that it's warning, it's not enough warning if it's just red. So what if we come over here and we're going to do some basic JavaScript right now. So we're going to do onClick. And you can create this in a jQuery initialize.js like we did for the other stuff, but for right now I'm just going to hard code this into this, where we're going to make it where it pops up with a notification asking them, are you sure, before they delete it with an OK or cancel. They click OK, it deletes. If they click cancel, it does nothing. So let's do onClick, and we're going to return confirm, which is a JavaScript function to basically show a pop-up message with the OK and cancel buttons. And we're going to, let's go ahead and close this out, and we're going to ask them, are you sure? So what you would typically do in your JavaScript is type in single quote, are you sure, in single quote. However, since we have this wrapped in a PHP tag using the single quote, we need to exit out of this single quote. So we put a slash in front of it. That way that it doesn't run it as PHP code, it essentially just converts it to the string that we're wanting. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this and refresh this. And hopefully, because I don't want to lose Jane Doe, if we click on this, it should now show a pop-up message letting us know to confirm or cancel. So we hit delete, and it says, are you sure? Okay or cancel. So if I hit OK right now, it's going to delete Jane Doe. If I hit cancel, nothing happens. So let me put a question mark at the end of this because we are technically asking them a question. And you can put in whatever you want to here. So you can say, are you sure you want to delete this record? And if we go to refresh it again over here, now it says, are you sure you want to delete this record? Okay or cancel. So let's go ahead and cancel that because we don't want to delete anything yet until we create a new item. Alright, so we have our updated, but if we come over here and we go to that create new, it still looks the same as it did before because we're not including anything in it. So we're going to go ahead and open up our index or our create.php, and let's see, none of this needs to change except for this part. So I'm going to go back to my index.php, or let's go to the update, and we're going to include this inside of our body, so that way that it shows that header file. And then we're going to go back over here and we're going to include the header scripts and the footer scripts. And down here, same thing, except for this is going to now be footer. Alright, so now if we go back and refresh this page, everything is there. It's got the new updated look to it. We just got to make it look better. So we're going to again wrap this in a div class equals container dash fluid, and go ahead and wrap our entire form in it. And then I'm gonna come over here just to quickly grab there we go. I'm gonna go over here and quickly grab this. So this is the same thing that we're using on the create, it just doesn't populate the values. So I'm going to take this and paste it in so that it actually sets it up just like our update, and then I'm going to go in here and remove those fields for the values. We just want to have blank values here because we're not returning anything on the insert page. So now if we go over here to refresh it, it looks just like it does on the update. So we're also going to set our button down here to be btn primary equal btn dash primary, so that way that it looks similar to the update page, so they look the same. So let's go over here and create a new one. We're going to create a test person with the phone number 123-456-7890, and we're going to insert that record. And it added John Doe. So let's log back in here, see what it did. Test person. So is it not redirecting to the right? Update. Where's my functions? Include functions. Insert statement. That's weird. Don't know why it updated to John Doe. I wonder if we're displaying inside of this, we're echoing out fname. Oh, okay, I understand what's going on now. So in our header.php up here, we created this user, and inside of our update.php, we're actually basically recreating this user again here. So what I'm going to do inside of our header.php, I'm going to say this is how about login user. That way that it differentiates itself from the other call that we're making on the edit screen. So now if we refresh this, it shows the correct information. So let's go back to our dashboard, and we can see test person with the phone number we just entered, and we're going to go ahead and click delete and OK, which now you can see it deletes it in real time because our PHP for the delete actually redirects us back to this home page. So we got our update record here with the icon, and so we need to do something similar with our create. So for our create, let's do something like a plus symbol. So let's do em class equals fa, and then I believe fa dash plus dash circle will give us that circle with a plus inside of it. But before I refresh this, I'm going to show you how I got that. So over here you can do plus, and now we have a plus. We also have a plus circle. So I know that this exists because I've used it plenty of times in the past. So now we have our insert statement with a plus symbol on it. So let's see, what else do we want to do to make it a little more pretty? So how about we change these to their icons that are represented inside of the using Font Awesome icons. So let's come over here, and instead of saying update, we're just going to do em class equals fa-pin-square, because that is what we used on the previous page. So if we refresh it now, there's an update icon here. And actually, I don't like the way that it looks. It's a little too small. So with Font Awesome, which you can also see in their documentation of how to create this documentation here, with the Font Awesome, you can increase the size of it. So let's do I think it's fa-2x. That'll make it a little bit bigger. There we go. So that's a lot easier for them to understand that this is an edit. So we're going to do the same thing on this one. So em class equals, and I don't know what it is. I believe it's the times word, but let's go ahead and search for it over here. Delete. So we can do a trash can, do a minus symbol. I don't see the one that I'm trying to go for. So if we do times, there's an X. So I kind of like the X, but I also like the trash can. So let's do trash. And that's the icon name. So fa-trash fa-2x. And this will give us a 2x size trash can that is red. Okay, so that's pretty easy for them to understand. It's a personal preference. You don't have to do it this way. You can do the text if that makes it easier. In this instance, I would probably put a legend up here that represents what these actually mean. For purposes of ADA compliance, you might want to put something in here that says, let's see, like title equals edit this record. And then down here, your title equals delete this record. That way that people with screen readers can also understand what they're doing. So if you hover over it, it says edit this record, delete this record. Okay, so right now we have the edit screen using Bootstrap. We have the create screen using Bootstrap, and our dashboard using Bootstrap. Let's see. So first thing, I want to kind of clean up a little bit of what we had last time. We have these folder systems that we've created. I also want to take the stuff that we have in our header scripts and our footer scripts, and I want to consolidate it. The way that I typically do this is I create a new folder called CSS. Actually, I already have a folder called CSS, so let's go ahead and create one called JS. Alright, so then inside of our JS file folder and our CSS folder, we're going to create a minified version of all of these scripts, and we're going to keep the original ones, so we can create another folder inside of here called scripts, and then we're also going to do the same thing inside of our CSS folder. That way we can kind of keep a log of the scripts that we've used that we're going to be compiling onto the website. So let's go down. Alright, so now I want to create, actually I want to take my initialize.js and I'm going to move it into this folder. So let's reveal it in File Explorer, and then I'm just going to drop it in my JS folder so that now we can see it here. In doing so, I have to come over here to my footer.css, and we're going to change this to /js/initialize.js. And that's simply in order to allow us to kind of keep everything in one place. So let's go ahead and add in our CSS the way that it needs to go. So I'm going to open up our header scripts, and we're going to take this one and move it over to the, we're going to create a new file here called mini.min.css, and inside of that file we're going to create a there we go, and inside of this file we're going to duplicate these and make them localized rather than pulling them from the network. So let me minimize this, and there we go. Alright, so we're going to take this and we're just going to save a copy of it. There we go. And then we're going to copy it into our min file, and we're going to get rid of all of this other information, just keeping the version of the CSS. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is let's go ahead and get rid of this, and we're going to keep fonts the way that they are, and we're going to take this DataTables min as well, and we're going to save as DataTables, and then over here let's scroll all the way down to the end and add that in. Now let's go back up here, and this is DataTables.net version 1.10.20. Alright, now let's save that, and we can get rid of this as well, and we create a reference point to that sheet, that style sheet that we just created. So it is mini.min.css, and if we go back to our site and refresh, everything looks the same because nothing's changed. So let's go ahead and close this, and for now we can go ahead and close out of this and close out of this so we can start working on the JavaScript. Alright, so first thing we want to do is we got all of these scripts. We got jQuery, Popper, Bootstrap, as well as the DataTables scripts. The way that I do this is I take these files and I open them in the browser and then I copy these over into their own, I save as, and then I'll add them to the project that we're working on inside of the folder scripts, and we're going to save that there. Now there's going to be an issue whenever you're using Bootstrap. They use the slim version of jQuery. However, the slim version of jQuery removes some of the functionality like AJAX calls, so we don't necessarily want to use this script. I'm still going to make a copy of it, but inside of our combined minified script, we're not going to be using this 3.4.1.slim. We're actually going to be using the 3.4.1.min.js. So this is the one that has all of the AJAX functionality in it. So let's go ahead and take this, and we're going to copy it, and we're going to create a new file called mini, or you can name this whatever you want to. I just call it mini because it helps me keep track of the ones that I'm combining. Another thing to note is that you want to try to keep these in the order that you have them in, because that's the way that Bootstrap wants them, you know, so forth and so on. So just try to combine everything in the way that you have it here. So the first one that we just copied is the jQuery, and we're going to go ahead and paste that in, and I'm going to go back home. I don't really need all of the comments that they have on here, so I'm just going to keep what it is and the version name. That way that I know what I need to reference later. Okay, so I'm going to minify this for a little bit so you can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm going to add a new line underneath it, and the next one that we're going to copy is this Popper script. And again, we're going to right click, save as, save it in our scripts, and then I'm just going to copy it all over and put it inside of our minify file. So scroll all the way down to the bottom, and now we paste that one in. So this one is Popper 116. So let's put that in. So Popper 1-16-0. And the reason why I'm leaving the versions in here is in order to make it where in the future, if I ever need to update the version that I'm on, I can go in there and figure out which version I had and then move it over. So we got these two done. Let's go ahead and get rid of that script. Gonna copy this again, and we're going to move it over here. We're going to right click, save as. Got our Bootstrap file loaded now. So let's go back to our mini. And it's a lot of scripts. In production, you wouldn't necessarily want to do it this way. For this tutorial, we're going to keep it this way. What you'd want to do is create a minified version of your scripts that includes the stuff that you need and removes the stuff that you don't. So for right now, just keep that in mind while we're doing this. This library that we're building is fixing to get huge, especially as we start adding more stuff to it. So just keep that in mind whenever you are, whenever you're working to go move to production, that you actually have a more minified version of it. Alright, so let's keep going. Take this, and this will be the last paste that we do in here for now. Let me scroll back up to where, oh, that's a big file. Scroll back up to where it's all being declared at. So this one is DataTables.net 1-10-20. Okay. Alright, so now we should essentially be able to remove all of this, and we're going to create a reference point to our mini.min.js. Now if we go back to our browser over here, and let's just do a hard refresh, you see nothing's changed, because that's kind of what we were wanting. So it still has all of the functionality of Bootstrap, it still has all of the functionality of data tables, and if we go to inspect the element here, let me pull this into the window so y'all can see it. If we look at the right above the body, we have only the two files that we just added on there. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, one thing I want to change real quick that's just been kind of annoying me is this these icons here. As soon as I got done doing the video last week, I was like, I really do not like that. So I'm just going to come back in here and make these go back to the edit, and let's make it update so it fits in with the CRUD system. And then this one right here, we're just going to take it and make it delete, just because I think the icon interface for something like that is ugly, where that looks much better. Let's go ahead and add a pin to the end of it, just put a little pipe character so that we got some spacing so we can differentiate the two. Okay, so now the part of this tutorial where we go into the Ajax is we're going to take this, what's being called here, and we're going to make it its own Ajax call rather than utilizing the direct database call. This will just kind of allow you to be able to customize it a little bit more. You don't have to worry about populating a for each loop or anything like that. You can just go in there straight to the Ajax and declare what data you want to have present. Also, if you notice over here, one thing that we did not address last week is that you have the update and delete fields. They're sortable, which is kind of pointless because it's never going to change the sort order. So we're going to make it where this section, this column, is no longer sortable. So let me go into my so let's create an Ajax call in our JavaScript. So let's get rid of these for now since we don't need these. Let's go into our initialize.js, and we currently have the data tables being called, so it's just populating that data. So I'm going to come over here, and for this for each loop, I'm going to delete the whole t-body because the Ajax call will make it work for me. So if we deleted that and refresh the page, it says there's no data available because technically there's nothing inside of it that's going to be populating that data. So on the initialize.js file inside of our JS folder now, we are going to create an Ajax call that hits a route, a simple, very simple, keep in mind, very simple route that's going to be using a get variable in order to populate this data. So first thing we want to do is add some brackets, and we're going to, and this is stuff that you can find on datatables.net. It's part of their documentation, but I don't want to have to go through that entire process to show it to you. But in their documentation, you can look up AJAX request, and you can change the data. You can see what other kind of custom calls that you can do inside of it. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is write AJAX, and then we're going to create this file in a moment. So we're going to call it route.php, and for this call we're going to do type equals get. Okay, so now that we have this, we're going to declare what our columns are. So columns, and then it's going to be an array. So we need to set the columns that we have. We had data, first name, last name, phone, and then we have the update fields. All right, so first thing we're going to do is set the data. So the data that we're going to be getting is going to be coming from this get statement here, the include file that we're basically be running through our function that we've previously created the same way that we did prior to this, but we're actually going to be returning it as an array that's going to be coming across as a data object. So we're going to name the first column ID, and then I'm going to go ahead and just copy this, and we're going to do first name, last name, phone, and then we're going to have an additional column here. So let's go ahead and do F name, L name, phone, and I'm going to leave ID here for now, and we're just going to bring this down, and we're going to use one of their functions, part of datatables.net, to create a cell. So that function is fn created cell, and then it's going to use a jQuery function, and it's going to pass a TD object and an ID. So that TD object and that ID is going to tell datatables.net to add another column to our table using the update information that we're going to provide, which is going to be standard HTML. So we're going to say TD, which means, you know, a new column for us, HTML, which is going to actually populate the HTML, and then the information that we had on our index.php page. If you want to reference it, you can go back and undo this. But basically, we're going to take this and we're going to recreate it in a way that data tables can understand it. But I'm going to go ahead and remove it back. And then we're going to add it in here. Now, with JavaScript, let me close this. With JavaScript or jQuery, you need to have everything on one line. So if you see that there's errors right there like that, by putting it all on one line, it'll make that error go away. So instead of doing the employee ID, because we're no longer getting that as part of a for each loop, we are going to just change this to ID because we're passing our ID. And we also can't use our periods here. We have to use plus symbols, and that'll give us our update ID equals this, and then everything else can stay the same. So let's go ahead and bring this onto the line with it. And we're going to do the same thing here by using the plus ID as we did with the previous one. Okay, so now that should be it. Let me see. Oh, it's because it's not on the second line, not on the same line. Alright, so there we go. Now we should be able to close that out. Alright, so now we have our update and delete columns where we want them to be at. So let's go back over here, and that's all we need to do for the column structure. So we're going to close out this array, but there's also that thing that we wanted to do where we remove the sort ability on the last column. And the way that you do that is you create a column definitions, and then inside of this column definitions array, you can create a let me just format this real quick. you can create whatever column definitions that you want. For this one, I'm just going to put it in there so it says it's going to target the fourth column, which is going to be, so we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this fourth column is what's going to be populated, and it goes by the 0 index. So then we'll just keep that in mind. If you wanted to hit this one, it would be 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, so we're going to target the fourth column, and we're going to set the orderable as false. And then we can close out of this for now. So let's go ahead and save this, and we need to create this includes route.php, and it's really simple. We're essentially going to include our functions, and then we're going to get the type, and then we're going to set the array that's coming from that select all statement that was on the home page here, and we're going to set it as a JSON array that gets populated here. All right, so first thing we need to do is create a new file, and we're going to call it route.php. And inside of this route, we're going to include our functions.php, and we don't have to do includes/functions.php because we're in the same folder. So we're going to say if is set get type, and this is coming from this. We're setting a get variable as type, and if we're looking to see currently is if it's set, and we also want to see if the get variable type equals get. If it does, we want to come in here and we're going to use the select all array, which if you remember inside of our select statement here, select all, it doesn't require an ID or anything like that, and it's going to send over this data to us as an array. So we're going to populate a JSON array using this select statement. So we're going to echo out, because it is an AJAX call using PHP, so we're just going to echo back the JSON statement that we get. And since it's returning as a PHP array, we want to encode it as JSON. So we're going to do JSON encode, and then we're going to create an array because DataTable looks for a key of data. So we're going to create a data array where this data is equal to select all, and then we're going to end if. Wait, something's wrong. What is wrong? Unexpected. Now what? Unexpected. Expecting. Jason shows. Let's eliminate the short code for now. Okay, I'll just leave it like this for now. I'll have to figure that out later, but for right now, this will work. So I think I did something wrong with the shortcode version of the if. Okay, so now let's go back to our index.php and let's open it up in the browser again and see what it does. It does nothing. So let's inspect console. Alright, so we're not getting any console errors. So why would it not? Let's see, we're encoding it, echoing it out. It's not even echoing that. So I don't think that it's calling this file up. Maybe if I need to do a hard refresh. Alright, so that's hard refresh worked. We're going to console unexpected token and initialize that JSON. Column defs is what I should be calling, and I forgot to put the colon on that. Okay, now let's do another hard refresh. There we go. Alright, so it's kind of working the way that we want it to. There's some discrepancies here, so I'm going to have to look at the CSS or the HTML that it's producing and make sure that it's right. So it's got a TD inside of a TD. That would be why. So instead of having the TD class of TextWrite, we are going to set it as, let's do a span class maybe. And refresh that. Okay, so the span isn't going to be wide enough, so let's go ahead and set it as a div. I'm not supposed to call a div inside of a TD, but I'm going to for now. But let's go ahead and set it up that way. Alright, so now it's actually using Ajax to gather the information. If we click on this, it should bring us to update John Doe. Let's go back to our dashboard, update Jane Doe. Alright, so our Ajax call is working, which is exactly what we wanted. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is I want to have some kind of validation whenever you're entering in this data. Like for example, if you create new, you have a phone number here, but it doesn't add any masking to it. So I want to give them the ability to add masking to it. And the way that we do that is through a, there's a plugin that I've used before. It's pretty cool, it's pretty versatile. It's got some limitations, but it gets the job done for masking, date, hour, stuff like that. So, you can type in whatever you want and then you set the mask. So for the telephone, for example, US telephone is what we're going to be using. We can set it in so it works like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to download this and then we're going to add it into our project. I have previously downloaded the files that I need for this, so I'm going to just transfer them over to the project. So give me just a second to do that. And then I'm going to copy over this masking plugin, and I'm also going to copy over the jQuery min that I did not apparently save. Okay. Alright, so I have the file copied over now. If we look in the JS file scripts, you can see that it has mask.min.js. So what I want to do is I'm going to open this and I'm going to add it into the mini file that we've created. So I'm doing all of this in the background so you don't have to see everything, but it's essentially the same process that we did prior to this. We're just going to add a new section, and it's going to be for the masking, and that is another pretty big file. Nope. Where'd it go? I'm looking for the break in my long scrolling window. There it is. Alright, jQuery mask plugin. Just kind of make it look like the other ones, just so I have some similarities between my scripting. Alright, there we go. Alright, so once you have the jQuery masking plugin set up inside of your mini script, you can come over here to your document.ready, and we're going to say that anything that has a phone class is going to use the mask that's going to look like number dash number dash number, and that'll make it where our phone will be masked. So if we go back to our update.php and let's add a class to our phone that says phone. Okay, now if we go back to our browser, go ahead and close out of this for now, refresh, go to, let's say, update this one, and you see how it's already kind of formatted the numbers that are there. If we start typing, it uses that mask in order to format those numbers. So we can have it say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and it updates it according to our mask. You can also change it, so if you didn't want to do the dashes here, you could do like they had in the example on the website, where it is parentheses and then the phone number. and it'll mask it just like that. But I like to have the dashes in there, just personal preference, but you can do it however you want to do it based on the region that you're in. And it's very intuitive. You can set this up however you want to have it on there. And then if you look at the documentation for the remainders of the dates and the money and stuff like that, there's a lot of really cool things that you can do with it and mask those numbers. Alright, so now we also need to be able to validate the entries that are being put in. So let's say we want to update this one. Currently, if we do not add a name here, it will update without a name, which is not what we want it to do. So let's we need to add in a validation script, and that's going to be using jQuery. So there's a few different ways that you can figure out how to validate one of your what validation scripts that you need to use, but for this purpose we're just going to be using the basic validation. So let me go to here, and we want to validate the entire form. You can validate certain fields that you want, but for our purposes we're going to do .form, and we're going to go back and name our form. So validate, and then we're going to create that array of what that validate is. Before I do that, I need to open up my index, no, not my index, my create.php, and I'm going to take the phone and also add the class phone to it. And while I'm here, for the form tag that we have up here, we're going to do class equals form, which adheres to the form that we're having, that we're trying to use in the initialize.js. So form action, and now on the update we're going to do the same thing. So this way it'll actually validate with what we want it to. So let's go ahead and say that we have, and this is all information you can find on jQuery's website about validation. So I won't go into details about everything, but I'll just kind of go over what we're going to be using. So we're going to set up a rules declaration, and we're going to say our fname field, which is what we are setting it based on the jQuery ID. Like I told you, the difference between name and ID is used by jQuery or JavaScript, and the name is used by PHP. Well, we've already set fname as the name for, or the ID for, our first name text box. So we're going to use it here and say that it is required, and we're going to set that as true. Okay, so now with that information input, we should be able to come over here, and if we hit update record, oh, it doesn't do anything. So there's a call that I'm missing. So I just realized that we actually didn't add in the validation JavaScript. So I want to add it directly underneath my jQuery functionality. No, that's Popper. Come on, where are you at? There you are. Alright, so I'm going to add it right underneath this, and you can find this this code on JavaScript's website, or just Googling jQuery validation plugin. So I also have to make a backup of the code onto our server for use later inside of our scripts folder. But for the time being, in order to make this video not be 2 hours long, I already have the code in here, so we should be able to refresh that and go to update this record, and now you see it says this field is required. So we want to do this for each one of these fields because we want to have all of these fields be mandatory for us to have them on our on the site the way that they have to be filled out. So we're going to come over here, and we're going to do the same thing that we did for this for phone as well as lname. So lname is required and phone is required. With the phone number, since we're doing a mask like this, we want to have it have a minimum of these characters. So this is 3, 6, 10, 11, 12. So we can add in another flag called min length and set it to 12 because we have 12 variables that we are expecting. So now if we come over here and let's go back to this, do a hard refresh. So now the phone is required. Let's eliminate these. All of these fields are required. So let's change this one back to John Doe. And then we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we're going to not do all of them. And you see now it says please enter at least 12 characters. If we do, it removes that message. And let's go ahead and put that one back to where it was. So we want it to have its own custom messages. You can leave the messages like it is, or you can change what those messages are. So we're going to get outside of our rules for now, and we're going to create another section called messages. And inside of this, we're going to say fname, a first name is required. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing for last name. So lname, a last name is required. And let's just leave it at that for now so you can see what the differences in these messages are. So let's take this one out, take this one out. And we go to hit update record. It changes it. Instead of it saying that this field is required, it says a first name is required, a last name is required. And you can make that say whatever you want it to say, but that's just what I'm going to leave in there for now. And now let's do the phone. So the phone has two different verifications that needs to be done. First one is going to check to see if it's required. So we need to set up the phone message to have two different parts. So the first part we're going to do is required, and we're going to say a phone number is required, the same way we did with the other ones. But on this one, we're going to say min length, and then this is going to equal jQuery.validator.format. And basically what that's going to do is it's going to use jQuery's validation format in order to display, it has X amount of characters remaining. At least 0. And this right here is just going to take that min length number that we put in here. So we put in 24, this will reflect 24. Characters required. Alright, so now we have our min length data check, and then we have our phone number being required. So let's save that, and let's refresh this. And if we take this out and we go to update, it says a phone number is required. We put in a few numbers, at least 12 characters is required. So let's go ahead and do that and save it. So now what we wanted to be able to do is we wanted to submit the form handler, just to run a form.submit. So they have a call that you can do called submit handler, and then we're going to do function form, and then we're going to do form.submit. And that's just basically going to say that whenever it reaches this point, it's going to come in here and submit the form as it should. So if everything's good, everything's validated, it will submit the form. So let's change this just to see it update and submit. Alright, so everything is good here. If we go back to our dashboard, everything is good here. But what we wanted to do is Bootstrap has classes that that outline a form, text box, and a label that lets you know that something is wrong. So what we want to do is change the error class that's being presented to this to actually use the error class that Bootstrap requires. So in here we're going to add another default function of validation, and it's called error class. And the first one is invalid. Invalid is what highlights the text box that is invalid by adding a class is invalid to it per Bootstrap. So we wanted to highlight the text box as well as the label to make it red. So our second section, or our second call over here, is going to be text-danger, which we went over in the last episode, where that text danger highlights the text part of the class red. So this should make the text box as well as the label red. So let's save that, and we're going to, just in case, do a hard refresh, and we're going to come over here, remove the word John, and we hit update. And it did not update. Okay, so I just realized that we actually added our error class and our submit handler inside of the messages, which is definitely why it's not working. So that should allow it to work now. So if we go over here, let's do a hard refresh and remove this and update. There we go. Now it's highlighting the field where it should, and it's displaying the text the way that it should. So if we remove all of these, all of them work. So yeah, that was my mistake. I didn't realize that I had the error class and the submit handler listed inside of the messages functionality of validate. So of course that wouldn't work. Alright, so let's move on to, we have the validation that we want, we have the masking that we want, we have the data table being pulled through Ajax. So let's go ahead and close this. And while we're at it, we already know that the update record works. So let's go to create, and if we go to insert, it shows the same thing. So good, we know that everything works so far the way that we want it to. So we don't need our script up anymore for the initialize. Let's get rid of our route, because that's going to be the only time we use that. Let's keep those open for now, but I want to open up the functions, and realistically we don't really need any of the echoes that are here, so we don't want to display them as an echo. What I want to do is, I want it to, instead of coming up here, if you hit update and update record, it says no rows updated. What I want it to actually do is display a like a little toast or a message or something like that, that's going to go at the top to let us know what's been updated and what hasn't been updated. So instead of echoing out these as rows, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to pass a session variable. So we're going to do session start, and inside, now that we have a session started whenever the page is being loaded, we want to create like this one, for example. If this if it doesn't equal any rows, we're going to have it say that there's currently no records in the database, and we're going to do that by creating a session variable, and we're going to name it message, and then we're going to check for that message. So the way that I like to do this is to store it in a session, because you're not necessarily always redirecting to the same page that you were on, so you can't just echo it out. Storing it in a session and then killing that session afterwards kind of helps with the transitional phase, where you can go from page to page and still be able to display a successful message if you need to. So we're going to pass it as an array, and in this array we're going to do type, and this is just going to pass the class. So this one is an error, so we're going to do type danger, because that's what Bootstrap would expect for their message box. And then we're going to pass the message to whatever you want it to say. I'm going to put there are currently no records in the database. So whenever this is loaded for the first time, it'll show that there's no records in the database. But we have it in the if statement now, and we're going to, if it doesn't work, if there's no rows, it's going to display the message. Otherwise, it's going to pass the while loop that we currently have. Now, we can see this one by deleting all of the records that we have on here, but I don't want to do those yet because then that'll mess up our welcome John Doe, because we're passing an ID of 1. If we delete this, then John Doe will be gone, and then I'll have to go in there and update this code again, which I'm not going to do right now, but let's just assume that it works, and we'll be able to verify that whenever we go to do the update part. So on our update, let's go ahead and get rid of this select single, because we don't want it to be displaying that just in case this top part up here breaks. So we don't need to display anything for that right now. So let's go down to our update function. So we have this, let me minimize this. We have this affected rows equals 0, echo no rows updated. So what we want it to do is if it doesn't affect anything, then display the message in the session, you did not make any changes. So let's go ahead and do that now, and then we'll also display a success message whenever it passes through. So we're going to call our session again, and I'm going to go up here and I'm just going to copy this because it's pretty much the same thing, just going to change out the message. So we are taking our session message, and there are currently no records in the database, and we're going to change this to you did not make any changes. That way, instead of displaying that this up here where they hit no rows updated, it'll display a nicer looking message. But what we want to do at the end of this, we're going to put in an else statement, and that else statement is going to display another message, but this time it's going to be type success, because success is what Bootstrap expects, and we're going to make the message say successfully updated the selected employee. Okay, so let's close out our if statement. Now, so we have this message that's going to be stored as a session, which is great, but how do we display it? So what I want to do is inside of our header.php, since the header.php is used on all of our pages, we're going to add a new section up here, and it's going to check for that variable. So PHP if is set, and it's basically just going to be checking to see if our session the message is set. If it's not, then it's just not going to do anything. So if it is set, it's just going to show the message. And then we're going to add in some HTML from Bootstrap. So if we go to Bootstrap, Bootstrap 4, let's see, go here, go to our documentation, and if we look at the content or the components, we have a section over here called alerts. We're just going to display it as an alert, but you can also look down. They have it where you can display it as a toast, so it pops up in the top, but we're just going to make it simple so it displays it as an alert at the top of the page. And essentially what you need to do is just copy this text and paste it in where you want it to go at. So I'm going to write it out just so I can make sure that I do it correctly, but you can copy and paste it. So div class alert, and then alert, alert. This is where it's going to echo out that session type. So danger would make it red, whereas success would make it green. So we're passing that variable. So we're going to do PHP echo session message, and it is an array of message. So we're going to pass the type variable, which is declared here. So type danger success. So we're going to be passing that type variable, and as per Bootstrap's information here, we are going to be adding in the role and all this other kind of stuff. So let's go ahead and add that in while we're here. So role equals alert, and then inside of this alert we're going to echo out the message. Alright, so now we have our message. Let's close out the div. And then what we want to do after the message is displayed is unset the message. Because if you do not unset this session, it would display on every single page. So once the message is displayed, we're just going to remove the message. So the next page load will not display that message. And then we're going to close out our if statement. Okay, so now if we come back over here and we hit update record, see how it now says you did not make any changes? Let's make some changes. So now we have our message that reflects what's happening. But if we go over here to create new, the message is gone. So that's the way we want it to work. We want it to display on the page that we're on, or the page that we're to redirect it to. So we successfully updated the employee. So now let's do the same thing for our insert statement. So our insert statement is here, and I'm going to take this session, which is the successful update, and we are going to put it right after the close statement. And we're going to update the message from successfully updated the employee to successfully added a new employee. So let's come over here to our insert and test it out. So let's do test person, test. Wow, my typing is terrible today. Seems like I say that a lot. So let's add in the phone number and insert the record. It did not show on our update.php because it redirected it. So let's look at our code. Wish I could have this thing on a bigger screen for y'all, because I can't. It makes it harder for me to keep up with what I'm doing whenever I am having to scroll back and forth. Okay, so I had to pause it for a second because I was having an issue figuring out what was happening. In that pause, I figured out what was happening, and I also went into my settings for Visual Code and made it wrap the words, so you'll be able to see that I can read it better now. You can read it better now without me having to scroll. Don't know why I didn't have that set by default, but I have it set there now. The issue is that whenever we, per our if statement up here, it unsets this message. So what's happening is whenever we add a new employee, it's redirecting you to this update.php, and then it's running through the script, and it's trying to hit that session that's being stored, and then it's redirecting you after it's clearing out that session. So what we want to do here is, since it's going away from this page, we need to add exit here, so it exits out of the code after it does the redirect, so it doesn't try to continue processing what's happening. So I'm going to go back to insert a record here. Let's do test person. And now when we insert the record, there we go. It brings us to the update page, as well as saying that it successfully added a new employee. So whenever we're redirecting it, we don't want it to continue processing any code after that redirect, so we just exit out of that statement entirely. So just something to keep in mind. It took me about 5 minutes to find it, but just for future references, if you want to store a session and then clear out that session on page load, you need to make sure that you're not essentially doing that function and then redirecting it and then trying to do it again, because then it won't display your message. Okay, so we have our successfully added a new employee message. We have the message for updating an employee. So let's go ahead and do one for delete, because currently if we go back to our dashboard and we hit delete, it's going to basically just redirect us back to this page with no notification of what happened except for this number being removed. So we're going to take this session and we're going to do the same thing that we did with the insert statement, where we're going to add exit because it is using a redirect. So we have, instead of successfully updated the selected employee, we're going to say we successfully deleted the selected employee. Now if we go back over here, we hit delete. Are we sure we want to delete it? And we have successfully deleted, with a D, the selected employee, and go back to any page, the message goes away. So it's displaying the message exactly like we want it to. So currently I've been recording for about 35-40 minutes, so I'm going to try to wrap this up. But before I wrap it up, I want to kind of walk y'all through the Bootstrap functionality a little bit more to kind of make it pretty. Because right now, this to me, it's simple, but it's not pretty. We're going to add in some custom styling to our entire project. But the first thing I want to do is inside of our header file, I want to add a card, which is Bootstrap's way of saying we want it to be inside of a different a div that's kind of like it looks like a card, like a modal window, but without the modal part. So we're going to add in div class card, and then we're going to add in div class card body. So we don't want this to be contained inside of itself. We want it to wrap the entire project. So we have our header, and we're going to also add it to our footer. Nope, our footer. Yeah, so we're going to add it to our footer scripts because these are called right before the body happens. So we're going to put in our closing div for the card body and our closing div for the card itself. Now if we refresh the screen, you kind of see that it adds like a little box around it. It's not exactly visible right now, but this is where some of that custom styling that I'm talking about is going to come into. So inside of our style.css, we're going to add some classes in here. So we have this, but let's add another section called customizations. One thing that I really don't like, that's a personal preference of mine, is the hover, where you have the line that comes underneath your hover links. So I like to remove that and then to change the color of them. But for right now, we're going to we're going to remove it and then add it where maybe it just turns black on hover. So we need to make it make a default color. So I like this blue color a little bit, but I don't particularly like the way that it looks completely. So I can open up my visual Chrome editor developer mode so that I can kind of grab and see what I want to do here. So I want to make it a little bit lighter, like a blue color. My go-to color is like a light blue, but not too light. So let's say we want to go here, and this is the blue that I would like to use. So it's a little bit light. You can kind of see the difference between the update and the delete. So let's go ahead and get that color picked. Okay, good. So I'm going to take that color and I'm going to paste it into here so that I can customize my link colors. And again, this is all personal preference, so you don't have to do it, but I'm just trying to show you a little bit of ways that you can customize the Bootstrap layout. So I'm also going to add a effect for the hover, focus, and active. So we're going to do text decoration none, just because I don't like the line underneath it. And then I'm also going to make it where you need to have a differentiator that tells when they're hovering over a link. So since we're removing that line, I'm going to change the color to our base color, which is that 333. Also, in order to make this card stand out a little bit, I'm going to add a background color, which is going to be an off-white. So I'm going to do F8 so that it has kind of like a whitish color, but not really. And then I'm going to add a padding around it, which is 2 rem, which is going to be the 18 pixels times 2. So now you should be able to see the card in the way that we want it to be displayed. Hard refresh, and now you see it it looks a little bit better. It's enclosed inside of an area, and that's kind of the way we want it to work. So let's go in and also customize how some of the buttons look. So this, I don't really necessarily like the rounded corners on the buttons. I'm kind of an old school guy and I like the flat design. So I'm going to come in here, and the class that we're using for all of our buttons is btn. and we're going to do border radius 0, which will remove the border radius, the circle part of the button. And then I'm also going to just take off the border completely, so we don't have to worry about changing the color of the border as well as the background every time we want to modify these button colors. Then I'm also going to make the font weight be bold so that they stand out a little bit. So we're using BTN primary as our button of choice. So we're going to come in here and set a BTN primary, and the background color of it, I want to make it the same as my link colors. So background color, and then I'm going to come up here and copy this and make this background of the buttons be the same color as my links. So now if we come over here and refresh this, it's no longer rounded. It has that same color as our links button, so you can kind of tell that it's a little bit different. Also, for our form controls, you can see that they also have the rounded corners. They don't really match too well with our square buttons, so we're going to come in here and we'll use the form control, and we're going to do the same thing that we did with the button with the border radius, making it 0. Alright, so now that'll give us square boxes, square button for all of the pages. Now if we go back over here, we want to kind of style this a little bit better than it's currently being styled, because none of our text boxes use this inset border. So we're going to come in here and let's right click on it, and if we click on this, you can see that they have a there's a default styling for it. So we're just going to modify this style a little bit better. So we're going to be using the DataTables _ wrapper, DataTables _ filter input. So this is all we're going to need from this for right now. And we're just going to add it to our style sheet. And then we also want, there's a select box over here that uses a different style than what our text boxes are. So we're also going to do, make all of the select boxes the same way. We're not using select boxes anywhere else, so if you wanted to make it where this is a distinct select box, you can, and you would just make it where it, click on plus and it gives us a select. So we want to distinguish it a little bit better. So we got DataTables wrapper, and it's not the footer. So we're going to take this and move it over here. For this project, it doesn't necessarily matter because we're not using it anywhere else. So the select would just, it would format it the way that we want it to be formatted. Alright, so what I want to do is change the border of this input box right here to match what we have on our regular boxes. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm essentially just going to take what we have in this form control, and we are going to copy and paste it into this window. So now if we go back to our dashboard, the search box looks much better. However, we don't want it to be stretched all the way across like it is there. So we are going to get rid of this width completely and refresh it. It did not do what I wanted to, and it still has the border radius on it, so I'm going to get rid of that as well. So border radius 0. Let's keep the border on it as it is, because that's the same that we're using for the the text boxes. Let's go ahead and get rid of this height because we don't need that, because that's going to be defined inside of this the padding that we have, and we're also going to get rid of the display block, which will make it the way it no longer forces it to wrap down. So I think that's all the customizations we would need to get it to do what we want it to do. So now this looks like our text boxes. So we're customizing it a little bit in order to make it work with Bootstrap a little bit better. Also, another change I want to do is whenever you go to update the form, I want to have our labels be just a little bit different. So we're going to set a label, and we're going to set the color. Just do like a light black, but not completely black. So let's do 595959. Alright, so it's kind of a grayish color, off black. And then we're also going to make the font style italic. Alright, so now if we go to refresh this, you'll see that it's a little bit different here. Okay, so the table itself is kind of not pretty. So we want to add some of the default classes to that Bootstrap has to this data table. So we're going to add table-striped, and that will give us where it shows a different color for every row. And I need to spell table right. Table striped. There we go. So now it shows a different color. But I also want to kind of give it a little bit more distinction. So we're going to go back into our styles.css, and at the very bottom we're going to add in a few more things that's going to customize this table for us. So first thing I want to do is type in table.data table with a capital T, and we're going to add a border around it, and I'm just going to do D6 so it'll match the body background color. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is, there's going to be an issue when we go to add a border around our data table. The even rows have a white background on them, and because of this, it is going to cause it to not show the border on the left and the right. So what we're going to do is add a table-striped t-body tr, and then we're going to do the nth of type even. That way every even row, it's just not going to have that background color, because we're currently using a white background color for our body or for our card, so it shouldn't matter. So we're just going to do background color transparent with an important tag to make sure that it's seen. And then we're going to do, the next one is we're going to add some padding to the table. So we got data table t-body, and we're going to do it to the headers as well as the individual rows, columns on the t-body. And then we're going to add a padding of 1 rem, and let's save that and see what that does to it. So Control F5, do a hard refresh, and stripe, it's not spelled correctly. Striped. Yeah, striped is what we called it. Alright, there we go. There we go. So now it's presenting the border on the left and the right for each one of them. Where you seen the issue where it wasn't showing it for the whole thing. It was whitening it out right here. But that's cool. We got that fixed. So there's another thing I want to do with this navigation up here. It's a little too close for comfort. So I'm going to come over here and nav ulli padding 1 rem 0. Now let's save that, and that should give us a little bit of padding around there. So alright, so now that looks good. One last thing I wanted to do, well actually, you know what, I just thought about something. We did not, I told you in the beginning of the video we were going to remove this sortable functionality. So let's open up our initialize.js real quick, and we have this in here, but I know what's wrong here. So the call that we need to make is targets, because this is actually an array that's being sent over. So if we refresh our screen now, you can see that it's no longer sortable. So we've taken care of that, and you can add that to any of them. So you can do multiple. So you can do 3 and 4, and that'll remove it off of the last 2, so they're no longer sortable. But for right now, we're just going to do the fourth ID, and that's how you get it to not display. So also what I want to do up here is add a logo. And during my pause that I had earlier in this video, I noticed that y'all may be running into an issue where these images are not present in what you're trying to do. So the way to get around that is, if you look inside of the images folder that I created during the break, you can grab these images from the files that you downloaded from datatables.net and just add them into an images folder, because this mini.css, whenever we were adding that, it references those images. So if you downloaded the entire folder, just copy those images over into an images folder and you should be fine. And also, I went ahead and added a logo.png because I'm going to replace this logo here with a logo.png. So let's go open up our header, and we got our logo here. So we're going to change this to image source equals / because remember, it has to be the primary domain / rather than making it where it goes to, no slash, and then it's going to end up breaking when you go into subpages. So let's do images / logo.png, and that will present us with the logo that we're looking for. However, it's way too big. So there is a class inside of Bootstrap that we are going to use here. So we're going to do class image-fluid. Image-fluid is going to make that image resize based on the column that it's in, so it doesn't get outside of those columns. So let's refresh. And actually, you know what? We need to make this, because currently we have 8, which means that this column is 4. So let's change this to like 11, because we want to have a small logo over here for now. There we go. So now we got a small logo. We have the dashboard, create new, update, and delete. And just to kind of show you the next where it's going to change colors for the next row, let's create another one called test user with a phone number, and insert that record. Got our success message, go back to our dashboard, and now we have our alternating colors. First thing we want to do is, since we don't have this page already, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it login.php. And in this page right here we're going to just open it up real quick, and it's currently blank, nothing there, which is exactly what we want to have on it. I'm going to come over here to our index.php, and I don't feel like rewriting all of this code, so I'm just going to copy it over. Inside of this, we don't really need our table anymore, and we also don't need any kind of icons or anything like that. We're just going to change our h1 tag to say login so we can recognize which page that we're on, and here we go. So whenever someone's not logged in, you obviously don't want them to see this header file, and one of the benefits of us creating our theme header is that we can simply come over here and just remove it. However, if you remember from our previous video where we created it, we created the card that goes around it inside of that header file. So if we open up that header file, we can see card body and card. So we're going to go ahead and copy that over and use it as it is right now. So let's come over here and clean this up a little bit so we can kind of see what we're doing. We don't need to have the closing divs for this because they're currently contained inside of our footer scripts, so it's fine. We can just leave it as it is right now, and you can see as we refresh it, the login is there by itself without the navigation. So on this page, we want to create a form that gathers a username and a password. So let's go ahead and create our form action. Like always, we'll just make it go back to itself with the method of post, and we're going to do this one class login because the other form that we have is class form, and there's validation attached to that, so we're going to add the jQuery validation for this form, and we're going to call it specifically from its own script. Alright, so first thing we want to do is create a label, and this is going to be for username, and then we're going to put the username as the label. Let me go ahead and close this so we can see a little bit better. And then we're going to do an input type equals text. The name is going to be username because that's what PHP expects. The ID is going to be username because that's what jQuery expects, and then we're going to use the Bootstrap class equals form control, and that'll give it that Bootstrap form look. So we're going to go ahead and just copy this over, And we're going to change these values here to password. So we got the for username for password, update it here, and change it here. So we don't want people to see what other people are typing in, so we don't want to have this field as a text field, so we're going to quickly change it to a password field. And then finally we're going to add a button to submit the form, and we're going to call it btn login. And we're going to give it a class of btn-primary, and we're just going to call it login. So let's see what we got so far. Alright, so that looks good. What we want to do also is create a register page, and we're just going to create a simple register link, because you want to be able to have users register whenever they get to the website if they don't currently have an account. So there will be a flag in the database whenever we go to create that table for the users that says whether or not they're active. So you can have someone register for your website, but you don't necessarily have to turn it on to allow them access to the website. So another thing that we were doing inside of the header is this message session. We want to go ahead and copy this over and just put it right above the card. Because it's going to be used in case a bad password is used, or something like that. We need to be able to display when they get logged out, and so forth and so on. So we're just going to kind of put it there, so whenever they redirect back to this page with an error message, it will show. And since we're not using the header like every other file is, we're just going to have to put it in there manually. Alright, so let's go to the database real quick. So I'm going to log in using WAMP, so root, no password, and then I'm going to open up our DevDrawer, and we have just the employees table. So we're going to create another table called users. We want to have an ID field, first name, last name, username, password, active, and level. So that's 7 fields that we need to add. So let's go ahead and create our 7 fields. And the first one is going to be our ID field, and we are going to have it auto increment, and it's going to be set as primary. And then the next one is going to be our username, and it's going to be a varchar at 255. Our F name, again varchar 255. L name, varchar 255. Password, all of these are going to be varchars except for the active and the level flags. So we want to have it where it's defaulting as defined to a 0 for both of these, so that whenever they get added to the database, they're automatically set at a 0 level and they are inactive. So let's go ahead and save this right now. And currently we don't have anything in there, which that is good. So let's create some functions inside of our functions.php. Includes functions.php. We want to create some functions that allows us to do a login statement. So let's get down to the very bottom of this, and we're going to write function. So function do login, and you can call this whatever you want to call it. And we need to pass the variables username, and let's go ahead and set it as a potential null, and password as a potential null as well. Let's go ahead and I think we can come over here to our select statement that we created earlier to select all employees, and we can probably duplicate that for the most part. So let's take that and paste it in here. Let me close that so I can see. Then I want to do select star from users, where username equals question mark and active equals 1. Okay, so you might be thinking, how come I'm not sending over the password? Well, what we're going to do initially is I'm going to send over a flat text password, which is very insecure. Never ever do that in real time. But just to kind of show you the ease of use of doing it, I'm going to go ahead and create a just a flat text password so I can show you how it's logging in. So let's go ahead and bind our parameters. So we're going to do our statement bind param, and then we're going to be binding the username. So we're going to pass that username to this statement, and then we're going to execute our statement. We're going to get our results. We can leave this in here. Let's change the message on it. So let's say something like your account has not been enabled. Please contact an administrator. Okay, so let's go ahead and alright, so if they are if the account isn't active, even if they have the username correct, if it's not active, it's going to display this message. If it is active, we want to come in here, and we're not going to create a data row like that. We're actually going to create a session value that gets stored inside of the browser session. So as long as they have the browser open, they have session access to this website. So let's go ahead and create a session variable. And just so we don't get it confused with any other sessions later, we're going to make sure that we flag this one as a user. And then let's pass the ID for now. Okay. So let me go ahead, and since we're going to be using the sessions, we need to come up to the top of our page and put in a session underscore start, open and close parentheses. That'll just include the function for the session to start whenever the functions.php is loaded, which is on pretty much every single page. Okay, so now we have our session here. We want to pass as many variables as we can. And again, like I told y'all before, this star is not the way to do this in production. You want to do specific, fname, lname, username, level, whatever it is. But for right now, we are going to just pass everything to it. So we're going to gather the ID, fname, lname, username, and the level. So let's go ahead and update this information. So lname, then lname here, username, and level. So we don't need to pass the active flag because we're already figuring out whether they're active or not based on this statement. They won't even be able to get here unless they have that statement. Okay, so let's go ahead, and if the session is valid and it creates the session, we're going to redirect them using the header location. We're going to redirect them to the current index.php. Alright, so let me just look through it real quick. Now, we should be able to technically log in with just a username right now for any accounts that would be active. So let's try it. There's not any accounts in there, so let's just do ASDF and log in. Session has already been started. Oh, I already have a session started. That's because I'm passing the session for the messages. That's fine. So we already have our session, but just to reiterate why I did that is because we were using the session variable to store values that we wanted to pass to the customer that's viewing the website. So let's try that again. Let's go to our login page. If the session message is here, so let's make sure we're setting that session message. If there is no result, select users for username and active. And our database is called users. Okay, that's good. Okay. Well, it may be because it's not able to actually prepare the statement and bind the parameters because there's nothing there. So let's go ahead and add in a temporary user account here. Let's do insert. We're going to do tester. F name is going to be test person. I'm just going to do a flat text password, which we will change, and then we're going to flag it as active. All right, so now let's see. We did tester and password. So let's just try tester and see if that works. Does not. All right, so, oh, well, I guess that makes sense. We're not actually calling the function up here. All right, so let's remove all employees. And we're going to, we have that button that we set below, so we're going to do if is set, then we're going to do the post, the btn login that we created earlier, and then we're going to pass the username, and it's going to equal the post username, and the password is going to equal the post password. And let's go ahead and end if, and then we're going to pass those to the function. So username and then password. Okay, now if we try it again, it logs us in. All right, so let's go back to the login page just so we can test out a bad login. So the account has not been enabled. Please contact your administrator. So we're passing this password, and whenever you go to use a password or set a password, you want to make sure that it's encrypted. So for right now, I'm just going to show you the way to not do it, and that would be to do something like this, where you need to have the you're passing the password as a text, as a string, rather than as a flagged value that's verified and encrypted. So let's just see what this looks like with the password being sent over as plain text. Equals question and active. So this is the way that we're going to do it to pass it as a text, no encryption on it, and it is a terrible way to do it. Don't ever do that in real life. So we're going to do tester and then password as the password, and it allows us to get in. So if we try to come in here and do, let's see, tester and 1, 2, 3, 4, it tells us that it's not enabled because it is hitting that text password right here, which is just another way that it's verifying, just like it is a username. There's no encryption at all. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this completely as to not forget it there. I just wanted to show you the way to not do it. But you may be wondering, how do you actually pass that password into this statement? You don't. What we're going to do is we're actually going to pass a hashed version of the password. And the way we're going to do that is, first I'm going to create the hashed version as if it was something that we already had in the database. So let me see, I want to add it. Trying to remember. All right, there we go. I'm just looking at my notes here. All right, so we're passing that password. We're going to be passing the password. So what I want to do right now is going to write out a statement that will hash the password for us. So we're passing it already, so we're going to do password equals password hash. And this is a function that is used commonly in newer versions of PHP. If you have an old version of PHP, this may not specifically work for you, but if you have an older version of PHP, you definitely need to upgrade because stuff like this exists. You don't want to have to, you know, SHA-1, SHA-2, SHA-256, SHA-512, or MD5. They're good if you hash it, rehash it, salt it, you know, do all that kind of stuff to it. It's still very insecure though. This password hash functionality has been proven effective to be better than what was currently out there prior to, I think, 5.6 for PHP. So if you're using an older version, upgrade so you can use something like this. If you're using a newer version and you're still using SHA-1 or SHA-256 or 512 or whatever it is, keep in mind that there is other options out here that you don't store passwords and then encrypt them. You create hashes that match those passwords. So this is what this function would do. So let's go ahead and continue, and we're going to pass our password to it, and then we're just going to set the flag as password default. There's other options that you can add to this if you wanted to customize it a little bit, but I'm just going to use password default for this tutorial. So I'm not actually going to pass it anywhere. What I want to do right now is just echo it out so you can see what that hash looks like. And then we're going to add that hash here instead of the password so we can actually create the account the way we want to. So let's do tester and then password. And let me go back because I need to prevent it from redirecting whenever it's successful. So let's take that off for now. Do tester password. So this is the hash that it's given us for this password, and there's a lot of variables that go into creating this hash, so that's something that you need to keep in mind. You're not passing a password to your database. You're storing a hash that references elements of the dashboard that's got all kinds of encryption in it. So it's unique. You could have two people that are using the same password, but because they have different usernames, it's coming off as a different password. So it's a lot of different things that go into play in order to make this password be what it is. Okay, so now that we have our password encrypted, let me go ahead and get rid of this echo statement, and then I'm going to turn the redirect back on. And if we try to do it again, well, it's because we're not checking for it. So let's go ahead and check for it. So we have the password that's being hashed. Let's go ahead, and I want to take this, and I just want to take it out because we're not going to be using this, but I'm just going to come down here and comment it out because we are going to be using it later when we go to create a new user. But for right now, we're just going to be logging in the user, so we're going to do a password verify instead of a password hash because we don't need to do the hash. We need to verify the hash that's in the database against what we are sending over to it. So while we're in this section right here, we want to, since we're pulling the password and all of the user information from the database, we're going to do a if statement here. So if password underscore verify, and then we're going to pass our password, and then we're going to pass a hash, very hard to say, pass a hash of the password that's coming from the database. So if it is, then it's going to redirect it, create the session, all this kind of stuff. If it doesn't match, then it's going to display another session message, which we're going to put right here. Close out our if statement, and we're going to change this to say your username or password is incorrect. Please try again. And the reason why I put username or password in there is because you don't want to tell potential hackers that they got the username right but the password is incorrect. So put something on there that says username or password just to kind of make it a little bit more difficult for them to guess exactly where they're at in trying to hack your system. Okay, so we're gathering our hash as it's just returning whatever's in the database. So we're going to do row password is our hash. So now if we run this page again, we should be able to see that there's it'll let us in like that, or if we type in a bad password, so I'm going to do 1234 again, it says that it's incorrect because now it's actually looking at comparing that hash to what you're entering in here to see how accurate it is. Okay, so that's basically the login of it. What we want to also do is to make it where like right now, if I'm not logged in, I can still go to the slash and display this page. What I want to do is create a function that is going to prevent any of these pages from being displayed unless I log in accurately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my header.php here, and then I don't really need this anymore. I'll keep it for now. We're going to modify this later to actually display your name. So let me come up here and we're going to add another PHP tag. PHP if is set, no, if it's not set, and we're going to be looking for that session user. If it's not set, we're going to redirect them to the header again. I'm sorry, it's going to be header location redirect to the login screen because they're not logged in. We want them to log in. And then we're going to exit out any additional code that gets processed. Then we're going to close our endif and close our PHP statement. So right now, because I've already logged in, if I go to refresh this, it's going to be fine. What I need to do is end that session. So in our header, we're going to add a logout next to this username right here. So on this side right here where we have our welcome message, we're going to add in just a link that goes to a logout page. So log out, and then we're just going to have it say log out, and then close that parentheses. And let me add a space in between the last name and that. So right now the logout page doesn't exist, so let's come over here and create a new file called logout.php. In this logout.php file, we are going to just do something very simple. PHP, we're going to include our functions file because we're going to create a function that does a logout for us. So include functions.php, and then we're going to call this function that we're going to run do log out. All right, so inside of our functions.php, we need to create a new function. Let me put a comment on this so we know where we're at. So this is going to be the login statement, and then let's go down here and we're going to do log out statement. So we're going to call it function, or we're going to set the function, we're going to call it do log out, and then we're going to unset the session that we created for the user on a successful login. So that's just the entire thing. We're not going to worry about the individual items in it. We're just going to close out the entire thing when they go to log out. So everything's removed from the user session. So we're going to pass a success message and let them know that they have been successfully logged out. So they don't wonder why they just bounced to the first screen to log in if they accidentally might have clicked something. And then we're going to redirect them using the header location, and we're going to once again redirect them to login. And then we're going to exit out the code so that it doesn't process anything else. So now if we refresh this, we have our logout. We click on it, and it's going to bring us to our login screen where it says that we have been successfully logged out. Okay, now to test the theory that I had earlier about not being able to log in or see the pages when you're not logged in is that it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. So in the header file, we check to see if the session is set, then we redirect it. Location needs to have a colon. Okay, now refresh. All right, so now any other page, so if we try to do the update ID 1, it's going to redirect us to this login screen. All right, so that's exactly what we want it to do. So let's go ahead and log back in. Tester passwords, everything's good. Click on update, everything's good. We can still see everything. So now I changed the success message. I don't know if y'all saw that, but I misspelled success. So that's why it did not show it in that green background. All right, so now one other thing that I want to do is make it where whenever you log in, that it adds you to the header up here. So instead of doing select single where it's currently grabbing whoever is the single employee, we want it to be select single user. So let's try tester password. So John Doe is who it's currently getting from here because that's how we coded it last time. So we are going to create a new function and we're going to call this, let's see, select single statement. And this is going to select a single user, so we're going to call it select single user. And then we're going to pass an ID, and we're just going to set it as null just in case it doesn't get passed for whatever reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the select single that we've already done for the employees, and we are going to add this here and just change it from employees to users. So this is pretty much the exact same thing. And now inside of here, instead of doing select single, we're going to do select single user, and then we're going to pass that session variable that we did for the ID. And this will give us that ID. Okay, so everything looks good there. So if we refresh this, now it says welcome test person, which is who we are because we are first name test person, first name test, last name person. Okay, so now we want to create the ability to register a new account without being an administrator of the website. So let's come over here and log out. So that's the basic authentication, log in, log out. That's pretty much what you need to do. If you don't want to allow people to register accounts, you can do it pretty quickly like this, and you can just add new accounts to the database. But what we're going to add right now is that register.php page, which is going to allow them to create their own registration or register for their own accounts. So register.php, and inside of this we are going to copy over, let's just say we're going to copy over our login screen. And inside of this, we're going to obviously not do a button login, we're going to do a button register. So we'll change that when we get down to the form. And whenever we're adding them to the database, we're going to add username, first name, last name, password. We don't want to have to worry about active and level. We're actually going to do that as part of the administration panel. So we're going to pass username, first name, last name, and password. So username, password. We need to also create a field for fname. And let's do this. Fname, and then one more for lname. Okay, so let's come over here, click on this, and we see this. So let's scroll down a little bit. We can keep the message here. Let's come over here and do register, and then we're going to change this to register. So we're going to have the username, the password, and then we're going to create two more fields. And just to clean it up the way that it looks a little bit, I'm going to throw these into the Bootstrap rows. And I'm going to do a column MD-6. Let me close this. It's wrapping too much now. Alright, so now I have my labels, I have my divs, and let me duplicate, let me go ahead and just change this to fname, first name, fname, fname. And then I'm going to copy this entire section, and we're going to change this to lname, 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 and then last name. So now if we refresh our form, there's first name, last name, username, password. We no longer need to have this register link anymore, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. We can change this to register, and then set the BTN login as BTN register. Register. Okay. Alright, so we got it doing everything that we want it to do on the registration page. So now we just have to process what it actually does up here. So we need to create the function, and let's call it create user, and we're going to pass username, password, fname, and lname to that function. So let's go back to our functions, and we're going to now create a function called create user. So create user statement. And like I said previously, we're going to actually be able to create a user in the administration panel as well, and then you're going to be able to give them active and level specifics. So we're actually going to create this function to be a dual purpose function, and you'll see what I mean whenever I get there. But let's go ahead and create user, and we're going to pass the username equals null, the password equals null, fname equals null, lname equals null, then we're going to pass active equals null, because on this part of it, it's not actually going to call that, whereas on the part in the administration, it will call it, and it will be using a drop-down list box to do it. So we wouldn't necessarily have to put null on here, but because we're making it a dual-purpose function, we're going to go ahead and add it on there so that everything gets passed to where it needs to. Alright, so I'm going to come up here and I'm going to copy the insert statement that we previously did. And because a lot of the functionality of a CRUD system, it's all the same. You just have to have it go into different places. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to insert into users, and we're going to insert everything. Even if it's null, it's just going to come back as a null, which is a 0 in the database for us. Alright, so we're going to do fname, and I'm going to keep them in order so that based on what they are in the database, so we can reference it later. Then let's do username, password, active level. How come my level is weirding out on me? Okay, so we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to do 6 question marks. 4, 5, 6. It's got me a little worried, but I guess we'll see if it breaks or not when we go to do it. And we're also going to be doing, we're passing 1, 2, 3, 4 strings and 2 integers, which are going to be updated like so. So username, password, fname, lname, active, and level. And then we're going to execute it after we bind it the parameters to our statement. We're going to execute the statement, and then we're going to close it. So what we need to do right here is, since we're going to be adding it in the future so that our administrators can create a new user in the administration panel, we want to display a different message for them compared to someone who is going to be just creating an account that's not currently logged into the system. So we're going to do if is set, and then that session user, and if it is set, then we're going to display a success message that says that you've successfully added a new user. And then we're going to redirect them to, we're going to create a page called users. and then we're going to do else. Let me just copy over this because it's the same thing, and then we're going to do end if, and then it's going to be another success message, and we're going to say you have successfully created a new user. Once approved, you can log in here, and then we're going to redirect them to the login page. So whenever they create a new user, that's where this password hash functionality is going to come into play. So whenever we create a new user, we have to hash the password and then store it in the database. So let's go ahead and right after our right before our statement, we're going to just hash that password using the password underscore hash that we've seen earlier, how it works. Now for this, let's go ahead, and if the active is null, we're just going to set it as a 0. If it's not null, we're going to just pass it. So if active equals null, we're just going to do active equals 0. And we're going to do the same thing with the level. So if it equals null, level equals 0, then end if. Okay, so this will add a new user to the database with a hashed password. It will check to see if they're active, if they have a level, and if it's being done through the administration panel. So let's go ahead and test it out, and hopefully this whole thing right here not changing color like the rest of it. Let's see what it does. So let's say we want to register John Doe. Wait, before I do that, I keep forgetting to do this. Create user. Okay. Alright, so just making sure I actually called the function this time, because it seems like I always forget to do that. And then we're going to do jdoe, and password is going to be password once again. And hold on, let me refresh this because that's changed. So John Doe, jdoe, password, register. You successfully created a new user. Once approved, you can log in here. So let's browse and see if it actually created it, which it did. So I guess maybe it's just the visual code itself is weirding out on me, but it worked. Alright, so let's go back to our functions. One thing that we want to check for is if you come over here to register, you could essentially register jdoe multiple times, which is very insecure. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a select statement that checks to see if a username is being used. If it is, then it's going to display a message that they can't use that username. If it's not, then it'll just pass through it. Okay, so I'm going to find the select statement that we use, and let's just take this one. Alright, so we're going to bind it, we're going to execute it, we're going to get the rows just like so. And then let's come back down here, and directly after our MySQL connection global statement, this is where we're going to add it into. So now let's come over here and select from users where username equals this. Currently we don't care if they're active because it's just going to be checking to see if that username exists. We don't want it to change if they're active or if they're not active. We just want it to come in here and say, okay, the username does exist, so we're going to move forward with it. Okay, so if the result has rows, we're going to push over a message statement. Else, we're going to run the code that we just created for this. And I need to over here, then end if. Okay, so let's pass a message to them if it's already been created so that they will be aware that it's been created. And it's no longer a success message, it is a danger message. and we're going to change this to the username you chose is taken. Please try again. Alright, so let's look through this code real quick. So basically it looks to see if the username exists. If it does, it's going to, so if the results equal greater than 0, it's going to display this message. Otherwise, we want it to come in here and we're going to run it through a while statement. So while the, actually, do we need to? I don't think that we need to. So let's not do the while statement. Why am I doing all? Okay. All right. So I'm just thinking out loud here. So we got our if else end if end if else end if. All right, I'm just looking through the code to see why this is unexpected. Why is this? Oh, I don't know why I'm even. Yeah, I knew that. Alright, so let's just go ahead and exit after this because we want them to be able to see that message. We don't need to do it up here because they're never going to leave this page, but on here we want them to be able to see that message that they've successfully created a new user or they successfully added the user. So if we come back over here and we register Johnson Doe and with the same username of John Doe, even if we change the password, it should not go through. Don't you just love whenever that happens, whenever you're live recording? So it's not flagging it for some reason. Hold on a second. Let me look through the code real quick. So we're going to create the user. We're going to prepare the statement. We're going to bind the parameters. We're going to execute it. We're going to get the result. If the results, oh, okay. So right now I'm saying if the results don't equal, if they do equal to one that's being there, to display the message. Or if they don't equal to one that's there, display the message. If they do, then let it go through. So right now I'm going to say if it doesn't equal to 0, which will mean that it passed one that it found, that's whenever it would display this message. So let's try this again. So let's go back to our register page. We're going to do Johnson Doe with the username of JDoe and a password. Register. The username you chose is taken. Please try again. So that's the way that it should have worked. Okay, so now that we have, we've created our login and our register page, I want to throw in some JavaScript on there the same way that we did the initial form.validate because I don't know if you noticed because I kind of rushed through it, but you have the register class and you have over here you have the login class. So in our JavaScript we're essentially going to copy what we did for the let me get to it. We're going to copy what we did for the form and we're going to make it where now it's going to check for a login and a register form. So first let's do login and we're going to change this. We don't need this for the login page. We just need to make sure that they're logging in. So the username and the password is required. And then let's go ahead and get rid of this because this is no longer needed because there's no phone number. And then we're going to do username, a username is required, and then password, a password is required. The rest of it we don't really have to change, so I'm going to go ahead and hopefully we should be able to go to our login screen. Let's just in case do a hard refresh and let's try to log in. Alright, so a username is required, and let me put this together because that's how I have the label. So a username is required and a password is required. So if we do tester, no password, everything looks good. Alright, so now we're going to do the same thing to our register form. So let's take this now and the register. part. So the register here is going to actually be used for the administration panel as well as the non-logged in user section. So let's do register. We're going to validate the username, the password, but we're also going to validate the F name and the L name. Alright, so F name, L name, whenever they're creating a new password, we want to give them a minimum requirement. So kind of like we did with the other one with the min length. And I'm going to set this one to 12 just because it'll make it a little bit more secure for their password, so you don't get like a a dad or a high password. You get something that's actually kind of that they have to think about. There's other ways that you can do password validation through this jQuery form validation. I'm not going to get into that part right now because it's you have to import another script to be able to do it, or you have to create your own functionality to be able to do it in here. So I'm just going to set the minimum length right now, and if you wanted to do more than that, you're more than welcome to. For this tutorial, it's not that important. Okay, so we're going to do F name, L name, and let's see, first name, last name is required, username is required, a password is required, and we're also going to do the min length that we did on the other one. So this is what we actually have to put in there for the message for the password. We're going to change this to password. A password is required because you don't want someone registering for an account if they don't have a password. So let's come back over here, do a hard refresh, and now we register. So now we type in this. At least 12 characters are required. So that's exactly what we wanted to do. Let me go ahead and on the register.php page, I'm going to come over here and put a link that goes back to the login page in case they accidentally click that. So we're going to go to login and let's just say cancel. Okay, so let's go back to our login page and we're going to log in now. Alright, so now that we have that, we want to create the administration part to be able to update those users. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of this header file because we don't really need it right now, and the login file. We can keep our initialize.js open because we are going to use it later to do a variation of this data table. But for right now, let me create a new file called users.php. So in our users.php, I'm going to copy over what we did on the index.php because we are going to be using a data table on this page. Alright, and then we're going to have to create a, we're going to use the function the same way that we did with our data table on the home page. We're going to use it for this users page. So let me save this so we can go to users. Wow, okay, users. All right, so we want to change this up a little bit. Let's say instead of doing the FA check circle, let's say users, and we're going to name it users. So what I want to do that's a little bit different here is that we're going to have a place for you to see the current users as well as add a new user. So I don't want to create a new page for the add new user. I want to show you how to do it with the Bootstrap tabbed interface. So if you do Bootstrap tabs, they have their nabs, and you scroll down to the very, very bottom of this. They show you how to do it. We're going to do it like this. So they already have the functionality in here. Another benefit about using Bootstrap. So let's go ahead and copy this over, and we're just going to put it right below it. So let me minimize this again so I can see what I'm doing. And we don't want to. You don't have to have it in the nav. They have it in the nav, but we don't want to have it in the nav. We have a nav for our header, so we're just going to take it out right there. All right, so we got our div nav tabs. Let me go ahead and get rid of some of this stuff. So this area selected and controls, they're for ADA compliance and things like that. They help with some scripting. So for this purpose, I'm just going to remove them all together. So we don't need to have that in there at all. And we need to change this to go from nav home. We're going to make it say something like users. Let's go ahead and get rid of this role as well because we really don't need it either. And then we're going to change this to, I guess, users. I guess we can probably go through the whole thing doing it this way. So let's see, users. And down, so this is the top part of it. So I'll show you that what it looks like real quick. So that is the top part I'm editing right here. You see the 3 dots? They're actually being controlled through this section here. So we only need 2 of them. So let's go ahead and get rid of that one. Let's go ahead and get rid of this second link, and then we're going to do add new. For this one, we can also get rid of all of this information, and let's do nav. No, not nav. We're going to take away the nav, and we're going to put add. And then let's do the add tab, users add. All right, so that looks good. We got rid of this. We don't need to have these again. I'm just trying to simplify the code a little bit. It is recommended y'all have those in there, but for right now, you don't need to have them in there. So let's say we name that one users, and then we name this one add. All right, so let me get rid of the 3 dots, and we're going to place this inside of this. Let's make it a little cleaner so I can see what I'm doing, and then we'll leave this one blank for now, but we're going to update that one shortly as well. Alright, so now if we come back over here, we got our users, add new. Not the prettiest thing right now, so let's go into our style sheet inside of our CSS folder. Let's scroll all the way down to the bottom, and I already know the name of this, but if you don't, it's just a way that you can find is just going through your Google Chrome developer tools. It's called tab pane, and what I'm going to do in this is I'm going to add a border that's 1 pixel solid. I do this a lot, so 1 pixel solid, and then I know that the highlighted items at the top for the nav is using DEE2E6 as the color for the border, and then we're going to remove the border from the top because there's already a border on top of it, and it kind of gives it that tabbed interface look, and then we're going to give it a padding of 2 rem so that it actually looks a little bit cleaner. So let's do a refresh there. So now it actually looks like more of a tabbed interface. So on the Bootstrap website, they don't really have it wrapped in anything, so that's why it looked like that. So that's if you ever do it this way, then that's something you're going to have to do often. Alright, so we don't need this anymore, so let's go ahead and close out of our style sheet. Let's start working with this table now. So inside of this table, we don't need the t-body just like we removed it last time. We're going to call this, instead of data table, we're going to call this users. So that way that we can control the route that it's going to be calling a lot better than it was. So we also want to display the ID if they're active or inactive, which is going to be coming over as a 0 or a 1 right now. We also want to display their username, first name, and last name. And there is no phone, so we can get rid of this. Okay, so now refresh it, and nothing is there. Okay, so this is the data table that we want to copy. But one of the things I want to do first is this route.php. we're going to create another route inside of it that is going to do get users. And then we're also going to change this to select all users, which I believe we've created a function for. If not, then I can create one. So let's select single user. So we need to create the select all users functionality for that. Sorry. Okay. All right. Lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm trying to look over my notes to make sure. There we go. All right. So select single user. We're going to come over here and we're going to do select all users. Then we're going to create the function called select all users. We're not going to pass anything to it, and we can scroll up here to our select all for the employees, and we can reuse that functionality here. Instead of select all from employees, we're going to select all from users. We can leave that danger message the same. We're going to be parsing it the exact same way because we're going to be calling it the same way. So we got select all users here. So now we need to, inside of our JavaScript, we need to create another data table that looks very similar to this one, but it's going to be calling a different route. So it's going to be calling get users. And we also called it the data table itself. We called it users instead of data table. We're going to be passing over the ID, the F name, the L name, and then we're also going to be passing over whether or not they're active, and then their username. And we also still want to have the ability to update and delete users from here. So instead of doing update, we're going to do update user and delete. Where's it at? Here it is. Delete user. Okay, so we need to create those files in a second, but I just want to make sure that the data is pulling across. We also, it's going to be the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th column that we don't want to order. Alright, so that should give us, okay, it is kind of sort of working. It is not parsing over the data. Close this and got our route. So it's get users, data encode is select all users, and inside of here it's get users, show ID active, phone was still included. So if you have any of your variables messed up, it's not going to show it to you. It's still showing something there. Let me check on the users page. So ID active, username, first name, last name. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I might have put a 6 in there. I did. 5. That's because I counted the phone. Alright, that makes a lot of sense. There we go. That's better. Alright, so now I think that's enough for us to display what we want. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to create the form for this add new, which is essentially the exact same form that we have for the register. We're just going to add a few new items onto it. So let's go right here and we're going to change that. So now refresh, add new, first name, last name, username, password, and then we're also going to give the administrator the ability to do a selectable list for the level and if they're active. So let's do level, change that, then we're going to do active, okay, so now we should have 2 more form fields. So level, last name. All right, so what we want to do here is we don't want to give them the ability to type. We want to give them a select box. So we can change this to a select box. Get rid of the type. It's still going to be named level. It's still going to have the form class control or form control. We're going to close it out there. And then we're going to put in option value equals 0. And we're going to make this one be selected. And we're going to name this one's a level, so it's going to be 0, and it's going to be a read only. Alright, so let's copy this over. And we're going to change this to a 1 and make anybody who is a 1 an admin. That's not something that you necessarily have to do, but I think it'll, hold on, my code was acting a little wonky. Okay, so it's not something that you have to do. You can create more levels, but for this purpose, I think that'll be sufficient. Alright, so this one is going to be active and active. Alright, so we can get rid of the input here. Why is my code? My fingers are slipping, I guess. Okay, so active class equals form control, and then we're going to do 0 equals inactive, 1 equals active. Alright, so going back over there, we got 1. Oh, gotta remove this. We don't want that admin to be selected every time. Alright, there we go. So now we should have our read-only and admin, inactive, and active. And I've been recording for over an hour. I gotta figure out a way to make these videos shorter. Okay, so I might have to end the video soon and start up a new one, but I think I'm going to at least finish out this part of it. Alright, so let's just do one final check through the form. Okay, so we got to add the form tag at the bottom. And then we need to come up here and we need to edit the button call in order to have the active field and the level field. So let's change that to active and level. Add active and level here, and then we also need to change this to btn create user, because that's what we called it down here in the form, I believe. So btn create user. Okay, let's just refresh this, and we're going to create Jane Doe. She's going to be inactive for now. Jane Doe, and then password 1234, since we are requiring 12 characters now. So if we hit create new user, it says now successfully added a new user, and you can see Jane Doe down here. So we're going to essentially take what we have and we're going to make it where we want to add a header navigation up here for the users, because currently if you are logged into the website, you can't see any of the users. You can only see the employees that's coming from a different table. So what we need to do here is open up our header.php here, and we're going to add another link here, and we're going to label it as users, and this is going to go to the users page. So now if we refresh, we have dashboard, create new. Instead of create new, let's say new employee. So that way it doesn't get confusing between create new and create new user. So now we can go to this page and see the information that we want to have for that. Alright, so we don't have an update user or a delete user page yet. So let's go ahead and create that, since we can access this page pretty quickly now. So we need to create a new page. We called it update user and delete user. So let's create a new page here, and we're going to call this update user.php, and a new file called delete user.php. Again, this isn't the way you would normally do it. You wouldn't have all of your files set up like this. It would be more like routed out, kind of like how we're doing with the current route over there right here. You would have different routes for different pages, but for this purpose, just to kind of show you all of the files that are required, this is how we're going to do this. Alright, so we got our update user and we have our create user. So I'm going to come over here to our users page and I'm going to copy all of this and paste it in here, because essentially whenever we get to that update user.php page, we want to display the same form that's on the add user. So we're going to take the form that we have inside of this and we're going to remove it and just put it inside of the container so that it's all by itself outside of those the divs that we were using to display those tabbed interfaces. So let's refresh that. Alright, so that's what we want to see. We also don't want to give the ability to a user or an administrator to update a password. We want it to be where if you wanted to have a user choose a new password, you would send them an email where it allows them to generate a new hash. You don't want to do that from inside of your system. It's just a personal preference, but I'm also not going to go over how to send that email. You just have to kind of use what you have right here, and you can create a route or a page that looks up in the database for the hash as well as an ID. You can combine them inside the email, but you can do that by using an update statement. So I'll let y'all kind of work out that how you want to. But the way that you would normally do it is put something like update or send password. Actually, let's do a reset password link. So it's just going to display this little link right here that you click on it. It'll generate an email to your users if you had emails inside of your system, which we do not. So this is something we're just going to skip over for now because it's pretty in-depth how we're going to do it. Alright, so instead of doing create user, we're going to do update user, which is going to change this to btn update user as well. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and change this to btn update user. So we can go ahead and get rid of the password field because we're no longer using that, and we're going to point them to a new function we're going to call update user. Let's go ahead and get rid of the password there as well. Now we have the ID that we need, so we need to create a function that grabs a single user. So let's open up our functions, functions.php. I'm going to close that so I can see everything, and then we're going to, let's first create the update user statement, and I'm going to do that by copying our previous update statement, because like I said, the functionality doesn't really change, so we're just going to paste it right here, and we're no longer using this, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. So let's change this to update user statement. And now we're going to change this to update user, and we're going to pass a username, which we are going to make it where it's not an editable field. It's just going to be a visual only field. And then we're also going to be passing the active flag, level, and ID. So the reason why we're not setting these to null because they're going to be using those drop downs, so it's going to be pre-selected. There's not anything that you can, you're not going to be able to pass anything else through it. So let's go ahead and change this to users instead of employees. We're going to set the username equals question, fname, lname. We're going to change this to active, and then we're going to change or add a level equals question, and then where the ID equals this. So we're going to be passing over 3 strings and 3 integers, which is going to be the ID, the level, active, And then over here, we're going to be passing over the user name. Okay, so then it's going to, let's see, we don't need to change this because if they don't make any changes, we'll let them know successfully updated the selected user instead of employee. And that should be it for the update user function. So now what we need to do is actually get the user. And we already have this select single user statement. So at the top of our, let me close out some of these files because they're all over the place right now. Okay, so users, we need that one. Let's close that, close this, close this. All right, so we got our update here. So we need to, inside of our updates user page, we need to get that user information and display it. So we're going to do user equals, if it is set, we're going to grab the ID in the get statement. And if it is set, we're just going to do select single user, get the ID, or we're going to return false. Okay, so now if we go back to this page, nothing's changed because we haven't added anything to it, but now we can go down here and set the value for this to be PHP echo user fname. And if we refresh, now we have, this is our test user because we're actually going to edit ourselves, which we don't want to do. So let's go and update Jane Doe. All right, and then I'm going to copy this to here, and I'm also going to display it here, but I'm going to set the box as read only. So let's change this to username because we don't want to accidentally change someone's username. Their username is there, no one else can have it, so once they have it, they have it. This is just for reference to make sure you're updating the person that you selected. Now here it's going to be a little bit more difficult because if you remember in a previous video we were declaring these things, pretty much hard coding them in, but what we want to do in this instance is we're going to create an array at the top. It's going to be a very simple array, so don't worry about it too much, but essentially I'm just going to pass those variables. So I'm going to call it active array, and it's going to be an array, and we're going to pass the key of 0, and that's going to equal inactive. And we don't necessarily have to pass the key, it could just be inactive and active, but I'm just to demonstrate a point, we're going to be passing them over. And we also need to do the same thing for the level array. So level array equals array, and then 0 equals 0 dash view only, and then 1 equals 1 dash admin. Okay, so now we have two arrays that we're going to use inside of our select statements. So let's scroll down here. So inside of this, where we have our options, we're going to do a for each loop for these. So PHP for each active array as key, and we're just going to call the variable active. So if key equals the user active variable, we want it to display, make the option selected. So we're going to do selected equals, and we're just going to do this because this is the space. The selected will make that next item selected. Then we're going to do else, and then we're just going to make the variable for selected equal nothing if it doesn't equal it. And then we're going to do an end if, and then end for each, and we're going to close that out. So now we can actually come back in here, since we have our if statements, we can do echo option value equals key, and then selected key, then select it. And you notice I didn't put a space here because at the top is where I put that space at. And then we're going to say active for the option label. Okay, so now we can get rid of these two. So before I do the other one, I'm going to go ahead and refresh it here. And you can see that it's currently inactive. So let's find tester. It's currently active. So let's go back over here to Jane Doe inactive. Alright, so we're going to do this exact same thing to our level. So let's go ahead and get rid of these two. And we're going to do level array as level, and then the key has to equal the user, and then pretty much the exact same thing that we've done prior to this, and we can verify that here by going to this one, level array as key is level, if key was selected this, echo key selected level. Over here, I think in the database we have the level. Oh, we don't have any of the levels set. Okay, so let's change this to a 1. Now if we refresh, admin. Alright, so that's what we wanted to see. So now we have an administrative user, and then we have Jane Doe, which is our regular user. So let's go over here and let's edit Jane Doe and say we want to do Jane Doe. Then we're going to update that user. Too few arguments for the function update user. Create user, update user. We're passing username, fname, lname, active, level. Username, fname, lname, active, level, ID. Okay, so that makes sense. So we actually need to do a input type equals hidden value equals echo get ID, and then we're going to name this ID. Alright, so let's go back here, refresh this, and I'm just going to verify that it's grabbing the correct ID, so ID of 7, ID of 7. So let's change this back to Jane Doe, hit update user, too few arguments. I need to pass it now. Alright, so ID equals ID post. So now let's just refresh this. There we go. Successfully updated the selected user, which we can see now she's Jane Doe. Let's change her back to Jane Doe and update this. And let's go ahead and make her active. So now we can go over here and see that we have 2 active users. Okay, so the next step is going to be this delete.php or delete user.php. And inside of this delete user, it's going to be essentially the same kind of call that we have in our delete.php. We're just going to change the function that it's calling. So this is going to be delete user instead of delete. Alright, so now let's go back to our functions, and we need to create that delete user, which is going to be essentially the same thing as the delete statement that we have at the top. Alright, so we got our update, so we're going to put delete user statement. Delete from users, where ID equals the ID that's being passed to the delete user. Delete user, delete users. Delete user function. Okay, and then you select, successfully deleted the selected user. Okay. Alright, and then we want it to redirect to users instead of redirecting to the home page. Okay, so now let's go ahead and delete Jane Doe. Confirm, successfully deleted the selected user. Alright, so now we have the CRUD part of our user system implemented. So What we want to do is we have these levels that are set up for a reason. So, level 1 and level 0. So level 0 is just going to be a read-only employee. So we want to make it where when a level 0 logs into the website, they are not necessarily seeing new employees or users or any of this stuff. So we want them to see the dashboard and not even these update or delete fields, just a read-only version of the dashboard. Alright, so in order to do that, I'm going to create a function called auth for authenticate. So we're going to validate user can access pages. And essentially what I'm going to do with this function is I'm going to check to see if the session level is greater than or equal to 1. So if session user, because that's what we decided it was going to be in the previous video, is less than 1, we are going to display a message, and I'm just going to copy this over so I don't have to retype that whole thing. It's going to be a danger message, and we're going to say you are not authorized to view that page. Okay, and then we're going to do header location, and we're just going to redirect them to the dashboard. So that way if they click on anything that's not part of what they can actually do, it's just going to redirect them to the dashboard or the index.php page. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this function and we're going to add it to our header.php. Not our header.php. Where we should add this at. So if we want them to not be able to access certain pages, we need to add it to the certain pages. Because if we add it to header.php, it's going to make it where they can't log into any page. So let's say users. This is going to be the first one we want to add it to. So inside the top of our users.php, we're just going to, after the functions include, we're going to do the auth function. Essentially what that's going to do is, as soon as they hit this page, and if they're not authorized to hit this page, then they'll just be redirected straight out. So you are not authorized to see this page, authorized to view that page. My level is 1. I think I need to log out and log back in because I changed my level after I'd logged in and stored that session. So let's do tester and then password again and try it again. So the reason why it kicked me back last time is because I changed the variable for the level, but that was after I logged in, and the login is where they store the sessions. So the session was still reading as a 0 for my authentication level. But you saw what it did. It kicked me back to the home page and told me that I didn't have access to view that page. So for every page that I don't want them to hit, I'm going to include this auth code. You could create a new kind of like what we did with the header. You could do like an auth.php for anything additional that you would like to do for authorization. But for simplistic purposes, I'm just going to come in here and add it to each one of the pages that I don't want this user to be able to hit. Let me go ahead and close all of these to the right so I don't have to keep scrolling up. Alright, so there. And the register we need to keep, log out, log in, we need to keep free of it. The index, keep free of it. This one could use it. This one could also use it. The create could also use it. So now if we logged in with JDoe, so let's log in with JDoe, and I believe his was password. It's not been enabled. So let's browse, hit JDoe, and we're going to make it active of 1. Okay, so let's go back to JDoe. Password. Alright, so now if I try to click on this, it's going to kick me back to the dashboard every time. Okay, but that can get confusing. So what we're going to do now is we're going to check for that session variable and then change the navigation menu and then change the script that's calling this. All right, so let's open up our header.php. And I'm going to close all of these to the right again. Okay, so in the header.php we have these two links. So I'm going to wrap these in an if statement. So if session user level is greater than or equal to 1, just in case you ever wanted to, do something in the future with it, display this. If not, then it just doesn't display it. And if. Okay, so now we should be able to refresh this and see that those links are now gone. So this part down here is a little more complicated. And I say that because it's not actually being pulled by PHP, so we can't just throw in a PHP script. But what we can do is change the class. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this code that we just did here, and we're going to go to our index.php, and over here I'm going to change, or I'm gonna modify this a little bit. So let's go ahead and put this all together, and it's going to be we're going to create a variable called table class equals data table, which is already there, else. And that else statement's going to basically say that whenever they are not an administrative user, we're going to call a different variation of that script. And actually, this is an echo statement, so let me do it the other shortcode way. So let's get rid of this for now. Actually, let me copy this over because I'm going to be using this in my echo statement. Alright, and let me close this. So now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say PHP echo and then session, and it's going to check if it equals, is it greater than or equal to 1? If it is, it's going to display data table. If it's not, it's going to display data table simple. And then we just close out our PHP and get rid of the original data table call. Okay, so now if I come back over here and refresh, nothing's there because that script that controls this is actually not being hit right now because that data table simple doesn't exist. So we're going to go into our JavaScript and we're going to copy this and paste it down. So we're going to call it, nope, that's not the one we wanted to copy. Let's see, data table right here. So data table, and we're going to say data table simple. I believe how it was called, data table simple. All right, and then we're going to get the same get statement. We're just going to remove this, and then we're also going to remove this because it's no longer needed. Since there is not a column that doesn't need to be ordered. So if we refresh, hard refresh. Okay, so the reason why it's displaying it like this is because on the index.php it still has these that section there. So we're just going to come over here and essentially do the same thing that we did here, just for the th instead. So if it is good, we're going to display the th. And then if you can't, we're going to not display anything. Okay, so now that should fix the formatting. There we go. Alright, so now if we log out with John Doe and we log back in with our tester administrator account, we can see that we still have all of the options available to us. So let's log out again and go back in with JDoe password. Alright, so now if we try to hit any of these other pages, so let's go try to users, it says that we can't access it. So that's exactly what we want it to do. So let's log out, and I'm going to look through my notes. I believe that that is going to probably conclude this video because that shows you the authentication. Alright, well, I think that was the full tutorial. I believe it was originally 6 parts, broken down into however long this video is. I believe it's over 4 hours. So hopefully you stuck in to the very end and you were able to build out a fully functional CRUD application using PHP, DataTables, jQuery, AJAX calls, pretty much everything, Bootstrap, Font Awesome. So it was kind of like an all-in-one tutorial to build a user-authenticated CRUD application using PHP. I hope you enjoyed it. It was, I think it was the very first set of videos I ever did, and I just wanted to kind of revisit those because I know I've had a lot of views on it and a lot of people that were looking at it and, you know, some comments on it and stuff like that. So I just wanted to maybe make it where it was a little bit easier to digest if you wanted to look at the whole thing. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, hit a thumbs up for me. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed to it. And for right now, I guess I'll talk to you later. Number 11. Building an app with Cordova using SammyJS. Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be kind of finishing up the app that we've been working on that's used Swagger for the API documentation, and basically it's a web app. And with the previous things that we've done, we've essentially built out an entire website. We've used Swagger to create the API documentation. We built out a custom API using PHP, and then for the actual app itself, we use SammyJS. And you can look through some of the previous tutorials that we've done in order to see how we've got to this point. But essentially, we're going to be taking what we did then, and we're going to be using Cordova in order to build it out as an actual app. I don't know if you have an emulator on your desktop, but I have found that the best emulator to use would be Genymotion. So Genymotion, and you can go to genymotion.com and look at their solutions and then download the desktop. Basically what this does is it runs on top of VirtualBox, which I've went into tutorials in the past on how to install virtual desktop and how to actually make it work. So this will run on top of that. It'll create a virtual Android device, and it's a very fluid, it's basically like having an Android device on your desktop. So whether you're using Mac, Windows, Linux, whatever you're using, you can use Genymotion to create this virtual Android device. Whenever you get to the point where you need to test it out on an iPhone or an iPad or something like that, there is ways to do that, but most of those require you to have the actual device as well as a Mac. However, for this tutorial, we're just going to be going over the Android part of it. So in order to kind of get started with that, make sure you go to Genymotion, download the desktop version. It is free. Go ahead and create an account, because the next part we're going to go into is actually setting up Genymotion, installing the Android emulators that we want to use, and then you'll just be able to sign in and be able to use those devices. So for right now, just go to genymotion.com, download that before we get into the next part of it. Once you've downloaded Genymotion, you will come up to a screen that looks like this. Essentially, you're going to use the email address and the password that you created on the Genymotion website. So I'm going to go ahead and fill out mine. If you haven't done yours, you can just create an account. We're going to use it for personal use. If you want to buy a license, I highly recommend getting one, because it is something that it allows you to create multiple devices, and this is a very cool tool if you want to get into mobile development. So we're just going to go ahead and continue through, accept the license terms after you read them, and then we are going to go ahead and get out of this for now. Once you get to this screen, we're going to start setting up these devices. So whenever we are creating this this device, we need to keep in mind that we are using an external API. With the newest version of Android, the external API, having it hit that external link could create some issues. It won't create issues on the device itself. It's just because we're using it in a test environment. It'll create issues, at least that I've found in the past, is that's what it does. So we're going to use the, I want to say 8.0 version of Android. So let's just click on this one for now, and let's just run, any one of these devices should work. We're just going to run the Google Pixel. And we can just keep whatever we have, you know, default everything. So we're just going to put, let's see, DevDrawer test, and then everything else can just stay the same. You don't need to really modify anything here. So let's go ahead and hit install, and then it's going to run through the installation process. And while we're waiting on it to do that, it's going to essentially create a virtual device on your VirtualBox installation. So you most likely are going to need VirtualBox to be installed on your computer that you're using. If you don't have it already, go ahead and download it so that you can use it, because it does create a VirtualBox instance. So just keep that in mind. If you get to this point and it doesn't work, there's a pretty good chance that you don't have VirtualBox installed on your computer. Okay, once it gets done installing the device, this is the next screen that you'll see. Basically, it's just just list out the devices that we currently have installed. So we can double click on the one that we just created, and then it's going to spin up a virtual device for us, which you can't see that screen right now, but it's just basically it's a little pop-up that says starting virtual device, and then once it starts, it'll actually start showing the Android device that I'm going to click over to in just a second. Alright, so now what y'all should be seeing is something very close to what's currently on my screen. This is the emulator that's inside of your, this is your Genymotion emulated Android device, and it acts just like an Android device. So you can click buttons, you know, you can pull the screen up. It's basically like a touch screen. You can go over to settings, you know, do whatever you want to do. You can close out certain tabs. So all of this it's just like if you are on an Android device. So basically it creates this Android device look for you. What we're going to end up doing here is we're going to use Cordova to take what we have inside of our code, and we're going to build it out as an app, and then it's going to create a debug APK for us, and then we're going to take that APK and we're going to drag it over into this window. But for right now, we need to switch over to our Visual Studio, and then we need to actually install Cordova, set it up, and then push it out. Okay, so before we install Cordova, let me talk about it a little bit. So what is Cordova? If you've ever heard of, you know, PhoneGap or anything like that, basically Cordova is it's kind of the same thing as PhoneGap. It's the actual Apache licensed software. Basically PhoneGap is for Adobe and Cordova is for Apache. They're essentially the exact same thing, and there's a bunch of different ways that you can actually go in there and create this app. You could use Android Studio to build it. Whenever you get to the point where you're going to be adding it as an iOS app, you need to go into Xcode on a Mac device in order to create that iOS version of it. But Cordova in this instance is going to allow us to create something that takes the HTML code that we've already built in order to build out this Sammy.js app, and it's going to convert it into usable Android code that can be packaged into an APK, which can be installed onto the device itself. So I'm going to switch back over to my browser real quick, and I've already opened up Cordova. So let me minimize this so you can see it. Where's it at? Here. So this is the Cordova website. It's cordova.apache.org, and I just clicked on the Getting Started, and this gives you all of the information that you need in order to get it installed on your device and then start running it. So let's switch back over to our Visual Studio Code and switch back there. Okay, so what I would recommend you do is to create a new folder, and then inside of that folder install Cordova. because it's going to we're going to copy the HTML that's inside of our live folder that's here. We're going to copy this, and then we're going to paste it into the app folder that we create, and then we're going to run Cordova on that. I don't want to get the two mixed up right now because Cordova does install some files, and it takes the basically the www folder, and then that's what it converts into an app. But since this is like its own on our web server, it's its own project, we're going to create another Cordova project that kind of ties into it, and then at the end of it we're going to take all of this code except for the API, and we're going to copy it over into that folder. So just bear with me just a moment while I create another folder for us to start using. Okay, so I've created a folder on my desktop because this is where this app lies, is on a folder in the desktop. So I created a folder called app, and we're going to add it to our project now. So if you go to File, Add Folder to Workspace, we're just going to select our blank app folder that you created, and we're going to add that in. So now we have our live, which is actually the application, and then our app, which is going to be where the Cordova installation resides and where everything else goes. So whenever you go to install Cordova, you can use the command line that you can see inside of the cordova.apache.org website. From there, you need to make sure that you have Node.js and npm. So from here, I'm going to open up a terminal for the app, and then here, this is where you would check to see if you have npm or node. So I'm going to run node -v, and that's going to tell me that I have node installed. Same thing for npm, and we're going to do -v on that so we can see that we have these two versions installed. If you don't have node or npm installed, go ahead, and if you look at the documentation for installing Cordova, there's a link there. You essentially just need to install it on your machine and make sure that you have the capabilities to be able to run it. Now the next part is we're going to run a command called npm install -g Cordova, and we're going to run through that, and it's going to install Cordova for us. Now we're going to be doing this entire process inside of Visual Studio, so you may have issues if you don't have the correct permissions to run Cordova inside of Visual Studio. So while I was setting up this project, I usually do this from the command line, or I do it from PowerShell. However, I'm going to show you how to do it in Visual Studio. So while I was initially trying to set it up so I can show it to you guys, I ran into an issue where my Visual Studio editor did not have the ability to make modifications on the on my desktop. So if you run into an issue where you go to do the next one where it's like, let's say if you wanted to type in Cordova -v, and if you hit enter on that and it gives you some issues, if it gives you some problems and it tells you that you can't run a certain script from the Cordova folder that was installed, so basically it's going to be this, and it's going to say that it can't run this this file, you're going to need to type in the following command, or you need to switch over to PowerShell or command line in the administrative mode in order to run that. So if you want to do it through Visual Studio, this is what you would type in. So we're going to do set execution policy, and then we're going to do scope current user -x execution. Let's see, I'm trying to read and spell at the same time. Policy unrestricted. So if you run this, it's not going to say anything. It's just going to go to the next part. And then if you go to type in Cordova -v again, it should give you the ability to see what your current Cordova version is. So I'm going to go ahead and hit run on this, and see nothing happens. But now if I type in Cordova -v, it's going to actually give me the Cordova version. So if you go to type in Cordova -v and it doesn't give you this, it gives you an error that's basically talking about the execution policy with a link to Microsoft. You need to type this in, or you need to go to PowerShell or command and run it as the administrator in order for you to be able to run the code that Cordova needs you to run. Now that we've verified Cordova is installed and you've gotten to this point successfully, we're actually going to build the Cordova app inside of our app. So right now you can see there's nothing inside of it, and we're going to run the following command. So we're going to do Cordova, Cordova create, and let's just call this one whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call it DevDrawer. And then we're going to also have so we're going to call it DevDrawer inside of the folder that we're currently in. So whenever it goes to create the app, it's going to create an app folder called DevDrawer. But we also want to name it something. And whenever you go to build an app, you need to have a .com name on it. So we're going to do com, or not .com, but com dot, and then let's just do DevDrawer, DevDrawer test. And you can call this whatever you want to call it. This is just what we're going to call it for this. And then we're going to create a, I guess a short name for it. So let's just do DevDrawer test. Now when we run this, you can see over here it updated. It created a folder called DevDrawer, and it has this www folder. So if we run this code and create the APK for it, we can install it inside of our the Android emulator that we've created with Genymotion. So if you want to, we can go ahead and run that, or you can take all of the HTML that we've put inside of here and copy and paste it over here so it actually runs your app. But for what we're going to do right now is we're going to run the initial setup of what the app looks like. So we're going to do Cordova build Android. Actually, I think we might have to run and install before we get there, but let me just check. Create platform app. Okay, so before we do Cordova build, let's go back one, and we're going to do Cordova platform add Android. And you can add iOS here as well, so it would be Cordova platform add iOS. So we're going to add the Android platform. Oh wait, sorry, before we get there, we got to cd into the folder that it created. So cd DevDrawer, and then we're going to run that command again. And you can see here it's adding more stuff to it. So we have our platforms folder now, which it's going to start building out this platform for Android. If you did iOS, it would build out a folder here for iOS. Now that we have our folder structure for Android, we can successfully run Cordova build Android. And the first time you run this, it may be a little slow just because it has to install Gradle and a few other things in the background. If you have any issues with it failing or something like that, maybe Gradle didn't get installed, you can usually try to just run it again and it'll work. But if it does work, you have this link here where it's telling me that this is where the APK is currently can be found. So I'm going to copy all the way to the debug, and then I'm going to open that up in my file system, and then I'm going to take the debug.apk that has been installed, and I'm going to drag it over into this emulator that we have right now. So I'm going to open up that folder, and then I'm just going to drag this APK into it, and it's going to say that it's installing. And this is the default Cordova application. It's just telling you that this device is ready and you can proceed with everything that you need to proceed with. So that's essentially what we're looking for this thing to work. So let's go ahead and close out of it. And you can see it has DevDrawer test, has the name. It actually installed it into the applications. So if we come over here, we have the DevDrawer test application that we just installed to the device. So that's exactly what we want it to be. So now we're going to take the project that we've been working on and we're going to copy it over into our file system, which is the www folder. Before you delete everything inside of here and you copy it over, there is this file here called index.js. This needs to remain there. So whenever you're looking at what you're going to be adding from your live folder, you can add everything that you have over here. Just do not remove the index.js because we're going to have to reference it in just a moment. So before we start migrating everything over, I just remembered something. Whenever we built our API, we built it specifically to use on a web server. So if we go to use the way that the API is currently handling the authorization, it's not going to work. And I'll show you what I mean. So let me switch over to my browser real quick. So I'm going to switch over to the browser, and this is the live API.local server that we've been running. So if we hit refresh on this, all the pages work. However, if I go back to my Visual Studio, so let me minimize this, and if I go back over here and I click on Go Live, so if you have the virtual extension installed on your if you have the virtual server extension installed on your Visual Studio Code, you'll see this. That's covered in one of my previous videos. But if we go live here, the way that we're gathering our tokenization, let me switch back over to Chrome. The way that we're gathering our tokenization doesn't allow it to work because we're using the PHP, let me see, what was it called? PHP version controllers, pages. We are using the Apache request headers code to grab that PHP the header authorization that we're sending over for our bearer token. Whenever you're using a application like this, or we're actually using the Android application, it's not going to be sending over that Apache request header. So we need to go in there and modify our code a little bit to not use the Apache request header, but to actually use something within the post. So let me switch back over to Visual Studio Code here, and let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is the Apache request headers function that we're using that's grabbing this authorization bearer token for us. Right now, if you remember on the browser, it's currently blank because the Apache information is not being sent over because it's not coming from an Apache server. Whenever we built it initially, we were using a WAMP Apache-based server to bring it over. But if we run the code in here, the code works, however, it's not sending it over as an Apache request header. So we need to go in there and we're going to change this around a little bit to make it where it actually goes, we basically send over a post object that contains that authorization in it. So let me show you real quick how we can do that. So let's get rid of the app. Well, not get rid of it, but let's minimize that for a second. And we're going to go over to our live.js folder, and we're going to open up our initialize, and we're going to open up our app.js. So what we're currently doing is we're sending it over as a header, and then this is the variable that's being stored on the local storage of the browser. So we want to continue to grab that local storage token, but we don't want to send it over as a header. We're actually going to send it over the same way you would do if you were sending over a variable to be updated or deleted or something like that. So we're just going to send over a data object here, and let me show you how to do that real quick. So we're in the right one. Let's go to our app.js, and we're just going to comment out this line for now. And then below our JSON, we're going to do data, and then we're going to send over a variable called authorization. So authorization, and then we're just going to send over this local storage item that we're already grabbing. And that should do that. Okay, so now what it's doing is it's sending it over as a post object for our PHP script in the API side of it to handle. So let me make sure. Okay, now let's go to our read.php, and if we look through the code here, it's currently gathering the read information. It's basically just running that function for the read. So if we switch over to our pages and we see read here, that's where we have that headers Apache request headers. So what we want to do on our read.php is that we want it to send over a post variable. So right now in our initialized our app.js, we're sending over this authorization post variable. So I'm going to copy authorization, and then I'm going to go to our read, and we're going to send it over as a post. And then inside of our pages.php, inside of this read, we're just going to create a variable called auth. And if the whenever it goes to send it over, it's going to send over that post variable, so we can get rid of this headers, and then we can just check to see if auth is set. So if auth is set, then we're going to essentially just replace the authorization with auth. And this will allow us to grab that, that token that we can actually see. So let me switch back over to my browser, and so you can see it's working now. So as you can see here, it's grabbing those pages where it wasn't previously grabbing it, because now it's no longer relying on that Apache functionality, because it's not coming from an Apache server, which is the same thing where we go to build it up in our Android or iOS app. It's not coming from an Apache server like it was with the web server. It's actually coming from an app. So now we need to also go in there and put the content here, because right now it's still it's displaying the navigation, but it's not displaying the content like it is over here. So we need to go in there and update the other function that controls this, and essentially just do the same thing that we just did. So let me open back up Visual Studio, and now we're going to open up our single.php, and we're already sending over a slug, so we're also going to send over post authorization. Where'd it go? There, okay. We're going to send over post authorization as well. Inside of our app.js, we're just going to grab what we have here, and we're going to paste the same thing in our get page. So we're sending over to slug. Don't need to paste all of it then. So let's just grab authorization all the way to the token, and then we're going to paste that as authorization. So now it's going to be sending over that slug and the authorization variable. So let's go back to our single. We're sending it over now, and we go back to our pages, and let's find the single page. So create single. So let's just also again pass that auth variable. We can comment out this part and then just replace this header's authorization with auth. And then the same thing here. There. Oh, what did I do wrong? Oh, there we go. Alright, so now, let me see. It's returning the information inside of our single. And let me make sure. Initialize.js. Okay, so now let me switch back over to our browser. Okay, now we're back in our browser. It's still not showing, so let me switch back to the code real quick, and let's find out where. Okay, so we added the data here, but we forgot to remove the headers, so we just comment that part out, and now it's working. So let me switch back over to Chrome, and we can see now that it's got the home page, information about us, contact us, services. So this is the way that we're going to be pushing the authorization variable to our API. Instead of using the Apache headers, we're just going to push it over there through a post response using the AJAX call. So let's see now. Let's go ahead and switch over to our Swagger, and over here this is no longer going to work because all of this is relying on the authorization up here. So let's go into our code, and we're going to modify that now to make it where it actually works with the changes that we just did. So let's switch back over to our code, and let's go to our pages.php, and inside of our, let's do the single for now, we're going to add another variable here. We're going to call it authorization. So authorization, and then we're just going to add another property. So let's do this, and then comma with the property, and just call it authorization as well. So now there we should have a second variable inside of our single.php that is required. So let me switch back over to the browser here. So if we look at single now, we have slug and authorization. So if we go to try it out with just the slug, it's going to return an error. Well, we made it required, so let's just type in something. And it's going to return an error saying that the token did not match. So let's go to the auth. We're going to try it out so we can grab that token. And I'm just going to copy the token from here. And we're just going to paste it into here and hit execute. And now you can see that it's working. So the API now is going to require this authorization string whenever you go to view anything on it. So we also need to come in here and update the read page in order to have this authorization set for it as well. So let me switch back over to the browser, and we are going to send over a request body inside of this. Essentially, we could just copy this over, and we're going to paste it right here. And let me see. Take away word wrap for a second so I can make sure it's all in the correct lineup. So we have a little space right here. Alright. We don't need slug on this one because it's going to be getting it for all pages. Let's go back down to toggle the word wrap so you can see it. And we can just get rid of this OA property here. So if we save that and we go back to our browser, now we can refresh and see that now there's a tokenization string required. So if we try it without one or with just a dummy one, it's going to return that nothing's going to happen. So now if we come back over here to authorize it, grab this token and send it with it. Type error failed to execute fetch on window. Oh, that's because in the code this is currently a get. So if we look over here, it's a get. We need to send it over as a post. So let's switch back over to the code, and we're going to change this from get to post and save that, and we're going to switch back over to Chrome, refresh. We got to grab our authorization code again. So let's grab it here, and then we're going to do the read, try it out, and we're going to send over that code now, and we can see that it's got all the information that we need. I think that is the only parts of the app that require authorization for the front end. So I think that we can finish up. I think that'll be the last thing we need to do with our Swagger side of it. So let's switch over now to our live server. Just make sure everything's working again. And now we're going to actually run the code to build this. So let me switch back to Visual Studio so you can see that. And let's go ahead and take this and let's just run a clear so it clears out the screen for us. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the CSS.js pages and index.html, and I'm going to replace everything in our www folder with what I copy over from our live folder, except for the index.js that's here. So bear with me just a second while I pull that up. And so we need all of this, and then on the app side we can just get rid of this, and this. Alright, so now if you look in the www folder, there's nothing there except for the JS folder, so I'm going to paste all of the information that we have, and I'm just going to verify that it is the correct one. So it's got the minus the headers. Okay, so now this should work so that we can push it over to our device here, or our device over here. Before we continue, I actually ran a little test. I paused the video and ran a test to see how it worked, and I ran into an issue that we can't fix with the way that this is currently set up. And the issue is something I didn't even think of, but it's due to everything being set up on WAMP. So that was a oversight on my part, but I didn't really expect it to not be able to use the IP address for the local, but WAMP installs on 127.0.0.1. The Android emulator also uses 127.0.0.1 as the IP address. So with having this, I tried to go in there and modify the host files for the Android device, and after 45 minutes or so trying to troubleshoot this one issue, I realized that it may just not be possible with the way at least my local router is set up. My local router is very secured, and it makes it difficult to be able to transverse from one network to another network. So I think I might have came up with an easier solution that you guys can test out if you run into the same issue. If you don't run into the same issue, you can essentially just build it out as it is right now. And I'll show you how to do that at the end of what I'm fixing to go over. But if you do have an issue where, if for some reason or another it's not letting you connect to your API, and it's basically when the app goes to run, it's blank. There's no pages, nothing. It doesn't matter what you do, it won't let you connect to it. So if you run into that issue, you can go ahead and just start following along. Otherwise, just skip to the end of the video where I actually show you out how to use Cordova to build the APK, and then you can try it out from there. But for right now, I just want to kind of go over the fix that I did. So the fix that I did was because the API was being hosted on a WAMP server, I went ahead and took it and published it out to the devdrawer.com, which is my website. It's underneath the files. And essentially, I created the database and published out only the API files, just basically modifying the information so it matched up with the URL structure as well as the database that I created for it. So you can do that on your own if you want to, which is the end result of this project would be that it gets pushed out to its own API server that then your app would hit. So I don't think it's that much of an issue because eventually you would have to get there anyway. But for right now, just to kind of finish this video, I went ahead and published it out, and I'm going to show you what you can type into yours in order to make it hit my API until you push it out on yours, or you just have it work directly in WAMP. So I'm going to go ahead and get started in making some of the changes on the information here. So let me just close out all of the files that we're not currently using. So I'm going to close out pretty much everything so I can make sure that I'm viewing everything as it should be. Okay, so let's go into the index.html. In order to make this work with your Cordova app, the index.js file that was saved, it has to be added over here. So if you, right above where you have your current scripts being called, you need to initialize the Cordova in the index.js files. So we're going to do script type equals text JavaScript, and this needs to be a slash, and then source equals Cordova for 1, so Cordova.js. Then I'm just going to copy this and paste it, and then we're going to change this to js/index.js. So this Cordova file should not exist on your web application. It's actually something that Cordova uses to build into the, it's pretty much part of the framework, so it'll get called whenever Cordova goes to do its wraparound for it. So you just need to have it in there in order for it to initialize. Now let me close this so we have more space. Now getting into the changes that I did in order to make this work, and you can use these changes on your app because it will be a publicly available API with some of the functionality taken out. Obviously, I don't want people being able to go in there and delete and update and create new pages, so I removed that functionality so you can only view all of the pages for the navigation, or you can go in there and see the individual page content. So that's one of the differences between my API and the API that we've been going over, is just I didn't want to have that kind of access to my database. So I went ahead and removed that functionality, so it's basically just read-only right now. Whenever you are pushing this out to your server, or if you're connecting to my server, you need to change this so that it's no longer pointing to this local URL that we created in WAMP. And whenever you go to push out your API, this is where you would change it to. But for the time being, we're going to do http:// the DevDrawer.com. So that way it'll recognize that the API is being housed on this server rather than being housed on the local server that we were using. And that's all we need to do for the index.html. So now we're going to go in here and edit our app.js and our initialize.js. So on the app.js, we have this authorization. What we're going to do is we're going to change this URL to point to the API that I've created on the DevDrawer. So let's go ahead and change this to the devdrawer.com/files/API because that's the folder that I put it in. You can put yours wherever you want, but this is just where I put it to keep it concise with all the other files that I've had. And we also need to change this URL to point to the same place as well. And then in our initialize.js, we need to change it here. Okay, so one other thing that we need to take into consideration is that whenever the app first loads, it's going to run authenticate and then list pages. So once it hits authenticate, it's going to set a local storage item called data.token. For it to work on Cordova or any mobile application, we have to add the word window.localstorage.setItem. And we have to do that for anywhere we're using the local storage. So down here, we need to put window as well. And I believe that that is all of them on this page. Let me just go through that real quick to make sure. So that's good. All right, so on the initialize.js, we need to do the same thing. So we do window, because local storage by itself will not work whenever you're using Cordova or pushing it out to an Android device because it's stored differently on the device. So we're going to put window.localstorage. Now what we need to also consider is that this information, it won't be set until they load the app for the first time. So typically we would have the page information, the links and all this kind of stuff hard-coded into it, and then if you wanted them to log into something, that's whenever they would get this token set. However, for this tutorial, I put it on like the front end, so basically it's loaded on the front end in order for it to show the information. So one thing that we need to consider is that since this is not being set up initially, that it's going to load a blank page while it's setting this token, and then it's gathering this. And it won't display the URL or the page content until either the page refreshes or they go to a different page, or you close out of the app and go back into it, because this authentication token doesn't exist whenever the app first opens. And whenever you're on Android, whenever you can't refresh the page because it's not technically a page. Whenever you're in the browser, you can, so that's the reason why it's never been an issue prior to this. But I know whenever you go to load it on your Android device, you would have to close out of the app completely, then reopen it in order to get this token to be set. So what we're going to do instead, or what we're going to do on top of this, is we're going to make it where as soon as it gets a success the first time, we're going to do window.location.reload, and then we're going to set it to true so it does it quickly. But we also don't want to keep this the way it is right now, because if we keep it the way it is right now, it'll basically do an endless loop of reloading. So what we need to do up here is before the authentication gets called, we need to check to see if this window.localstorage token exists. So we're going to do window.localstorage get item token, and then we're going to check and see if it's equal to a null or not null. So if it's not equal to a null, or if it is equal to a null, we run the authentication. If not, then it just continues through to list out the pages. So we're just going to put this function inside of it, so it'll only hit it one time. It'll reload the page for the user automatically, so that they don't have to reload it themselves. Let's see, so we got our headers taken out. Alright, well I think that's all that we need to do in order to get this to work the way that it's supposed to. So now that we've gotten this far, if you've skipped over the previous section, which I'll notate somewhere in the description of where you needed to skip out to, but if you skipped over the previous section, this is where you need to go in order to start building your Cordova app. So now we're going to open up our terminal window again, make sure we're in the app folder, and then we're going to make sure that we're in that DevDrawer folder as well. So cd DevDrawer, and then inside of this we're going to run Cordova build Android. And that's going to go through that little process again. It should be a little bit quicker this time since we've already got everything, the prerequisites installed. And then again, I'm going to copy over this debug location, and I'm going to paste it in my Windows. And then on the application side, I'm going to drag this API, this APK into the application. So let me move this over. And now I'm going to take this and I'm going to drag it over. And if you have it previously installed, it'll just overwrite what's already there. But as you can see now, it's producing the content that is coming from our API, or from the DevDrawer API if you've caught up with where we're at right now. If we hit menu, it brings us to another page. So this is the mobile version of the website that we created. Very simplistic, but this kind of gives you an idea of how you can take what we've built using Sammy.js and use Cordova to put it into a APK file that you can then install on an Android device. Now, what's cool about this APK file that you were able to use in order to get this app to be visible is that you could essentially just transfer it to your phone. And whenever you get it on your phone, it'll still be in debug mode, so you can't push it out to the marketplace that way, but it'll still be in debug mode so you can actually play around with this app on your phone for real, rather than using an emulator like this. Now that we have the app installed on the phone, I want to show you how to customize it a little bit. So if we I'm going to go ahead and take this and I'm just going to drag it to the home screen so we can see it. So I'm going to show you how to customize the text that goes here as well as the icon for it. So inside of our DevDrawer folder, we have this config.xml, and this is where you can configure some of that information. So we can change this to let's say live API app. And then over here we can change the description and say this is a sample API app. And we can change all of this information that we want. I'm just going to try to quickly go through it. Real quick. Apparently I can't talk and develop at the same time. And then we're going to put in the team name, so the DevDrawer. And then it's going to load the index.html. If you had another page you wanted to load, like login.html or something like that, you can go in there and make it where it logs in. So if we go and we run that Cordova build Android again, we can take that APK that it's going to generate and then bring it back inside of our application. So that's ran. So let me copy it. And then we're going to push it here, and we're going to install it again, or reinstall it, and now the name should be updated to Live API App. So now let's get into how to customize this icon. I won't do all of the icons just because there's multiple formats that you need to worry about between Android, between iOS. And you can also put in a loading screen, like the little gray that was here for a second. You can actually change that to make it where it shows a like a splash screen whenever it's getting ready to load the app. But let's go ahead and go into the part where we need to add an icon. Inside of your config.xml, this is where you're going to add the information. I went ahead and created some different sized logos, and I added them to a folder. Let me see, that you can see over here. So I put it in a res folder, and then icon Android. You can also do splash screen, stuff like that. You can add it here, or you can add it wherever you want to, but as long as you reference it in here where it's actually at, then that'll be where it appears. So I'm going to go ahead, and you can go to Cordova's website to get this, but basically you just need to declare the different sizes and then where those sizes are located at. So I have inside of my icon Android folder, so icon Android, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images inside of the code. So, and that's essentially all you need to do for your Android. iOS is the same thing, except you have to go in there, and there's different ways that you can phrase it. There's different icon sizing requirements, but you can look at Cordova's documentation to figure out which ones would work for you the best. So I'm going to go ahead and rebuild it one last time, and then that should change the icon for us on the app. Alright, so now I got this URL, or this link. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to paste it, and then I'm going to drag over that APK again, and it should update that icon. So just grab this and drag it over. And now let's close this out, and you can see now you have a custom icon with custom text, and if you pull up down here you can also see that it is Live API app, and then with our custom icon. And that's about it. There's a lot of other things that you can do to it. Like I said, you can add a splash screen to it. You can customize the way this looks inside of your HTML before you push it out to your app. You can also add in GPS. There's a lot of really cool stuff that you can do using Cordova. I would suggest kind of going through their documentation. Sometimes it's a little bit long-winded, and it depends on which version you have, but most of the stuff that you can do with the phones using a web app like this, it's listed out in Cordova's documentation. I think I've been recording for a while, so this is probably going to be another long video, but I think this is also going to be the last in our API series, at least for the web app version of it. I have gotten a request to do maybe a Laravel API, so I'm going to have to look into maybe doing that. I have some ideas of what I want to do in the near future. And just in case you missed it, I know I've gotten a lot of new subscribers due to a video that I put on Free Code Camp. If you haven't seen that video that I put out on Free Code Camp, it's about 5 hours long, and it tells you how to build a website from setting up the server all the way to pushing it to a production live server and setting up security, SEO. It's a really very in-depth tutorial, and I got a lot of really good response off of it, and I also, like I said, I got a lot of really new subscribers. So anybody that's watching this for the first time, I do appreciate you coming over and supporting my channel after seeing what I've done over there. And I loved responding to the comments. I like talking to people. You know, hopefully it helps out everything that I've done. If you have anything that you want me to do, leave a comment below and let me know what you think I should do next. I have a few ideas, but I'm always open for more. But I think that's going to do it for this one. I appreciate you watching, and I'll talk to you later. Number 10, login authentication using JS Fetch on your API. Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be taking what we've done over the past few videos, and we're going to be combining them into basically one project. So we've created like this logon script that uses authentication in vanilla.js to do all of this stuff, and then we also created a simple API which returns user information that we can then use on that script. So right now they're two separate projects that they haven't been put together. So as you can see inside of my VS Code, I have the sample API project, and then I have the JS login project, which is both project folders. So we're going to be working with both of them at the same time. So I figured go ahead and get them all loaded up so we can use them. So today, let's just try to finish out this project, and let's get started. So first things first, let's go ahead and make this go live. And select JS login, so it'll go live. And I'm going to copy and paste this into our incognito mode view, because that's what I'm currently using to look at it. So I don't think it's going to be doing any kind of auto refresh or anything like that right now, but that's fine. Don't really need that. So if you remember, inside of our JS login, we have this login.js, and inside of this file, we have a specific section in here for do login API here. Right now, it's not really validating the information typed in. So we can essentially type in whatever we want. It logs us in and redirects us to a dashboard. So what we wanted to do is actually log in authenticated against this API that we've created that's returning this default information. And the reason why it's returning this information is because in the tutorial, the way that we have it set up is that we're passing admin and password, which is the admin and password username for our username and password combination for this specific account. So this is going to be something that now we're going to modify in order for this login.js to interact with this page and send over dynamic data. In order to do that, we have to modify our login.js, and then we have to modify the authenticate PHP in order for it to be able to talk to each other. So let me go ahead and start it off by, let's just go ahead and comment out what we have here so it doesn't accidentally submit the form while we're doing our code changes. So what we need to do is create some variables that are going to be coming from our username and our password fields. So I'm going to create a, let's just say variable data equals, let's do username, and then it's going to be document, let me decrease that, see document dot query selector, and then we're just going to pass username. So we're going to pass username, and then we're going to pass the value of our username. Then we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it and pass password value as well. So now we have password and password here. Okay, so that's our data that we're going to be passing to the script to pass to the API. We're going to be using JS fetch for this. So we're going to do fetch, and then we're going to pass in its sample API. So sample API dot local, and then we're going to be hitting this specific URL that you see right here. So sample API dot local / users / auth. So that's what we're going to be adding here. So users / auth, and then from here we're going to have to pass in the information that it's requesting. So we have our fetch here. Let's go ahead and we're going to send it over with a method post. So method, let's see, method, and this is going to be post. And then in the body, we are going to send over a JSON.stringify, and then it's going to just pass that data that we created at the top. So our variable is going to be passed here, and it's going to be passed as JSON. And then we're going to also send over some headers, which is going to send it over as a JSON content type. So content type, and then we are going to pass application / JSON, and then our char set is going to be UTF-8. So char set equals UTF-8. Okay. I think that is it that we need for that. Okay, so now that we're in here, we want to do a once it does the fetch, we want to do a then, and then we're going to grab get the response from it. So we're going to do then response, and then with that response we're going to basically pull the JSON for it. So we're going to do response.json, and then the next step we're going to do another .then, and then this is going to be where the data that is being sent back to us is where we can do stuff with the data. So inside of this data, so this response is basically just sending over and receiving the response that we have, what we want. And then if it's successful, it grabs the data. It's going to then come to this section, and it's going to run through the information that we have. So let's just do a console.log, and then just console log out the data. Finally, let's do a catch. So we're going to do catch, and if it's not successful, we want it to pass the reason why it's not successful. So we're going to do console.error, and then we're just going to pass in that error of data.message, which should be coming from our, if we look in, I want to say it's our auth, we have this message here. So if it's, for some reason, if it fails, it's going to be passing in this information to us. So if that section does exist, then it's going to just pass in the data.message for us to be able to see if, what's wrong with it. Okay. So that should be all that we need to get started with this. So now if I come back over here and we refresh, and let's try to use admin password, and then we click on login. This was expected, so it's something I am expecting. We have to do some modifications to our PHP to get around the CORS blocking. But for right now, this is what we're wanting it to show us. So we got an error of failed to fetch. What's basically saying that it's trying to fetch something that it can't because there's a CORS blocking it. Even though it was a 200, it was able to hit it. It just wasn't able to actually do anything with it. So it's giving us a failed message. So now if we switch back over to our authorize.php, we need to add some variables here. So the first thing we want to do is add some headers. So these headers are going to control that CORS access for us. So we're going to do access-control-allow origin. And you could block this off. Right now I'm just going to have it pretty much wide open just because this is a sample. It's not really being used anywhere else. But you can make it do specific things, and I've went over this before in other API tutorials, so I'm not going to go into too much detail about what you should and should not do here, but basically this is kind of like wide open, so you just make sure that you are allowing access from the servers that you want to have access to it. Then we're also allowing the methods get and post. Right now I think the only thing that we're using is the post, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the fetch that we're going to be sending over was a post, but just having get on there is also something worth having. So we're also going to have allow headers, and we're going to allow all headers, again wide open, and then we want this page to have a specific type of response. So we're going to do header, and then this is going to be content, so content type application JSON, and then we're basically making this application type, the content type, the same as this one, so application JSON and then UTF-8. So I'm gonna go ahead and just retype it out. So we're gonna do charset equals UTF-8 again, just to have that on there, and minimize this so you can see it. Okay, so now we should be able to access this API. Of course, it's not going to work because it's we're not passing anything to it, so it's still returning that default information that we were originally getting, because the admin and password is hard coded. So right now it doesn't matter what we type in here, we can type in whatever and it's going to return admin and the admin account. So let's go ahead and I'm going to refresh this to clear that out and refresh this, and you can also see that this now, I don't know if you were able to see it, but if you rewind the video and look, you can see that it kind of changed the format a little bit, because now this is being returned as a JSON format rather than a text format. So now we are sending over this username and password as part of our body. So in order to grab that data, we want to be able to pass it here. So let's create a variable in our PHP called data, and then it's going to be JSON decode, because we're sending it over as JSON decode or JSON encoded strings or arrays, and then we're going to do file get contents, and then this is just going to be a PHP input, and basically this is going to take the content that's being sent over here as part of the body, and it's just going to be like, okay, so it's being sent over as JSON and it's being received here as this PHP input. It's just something that exists as the action is being made. So we're able to grab that and then decode it, and then that should give us our data here. So let me, just to test that, I'm going to comment out everything that we have here and refresh, and I'm going to do, let's do a print R and just print the data out. So this should return a, probably not going to show anything here, but on this side, if we do admin and password, go to log in. Oh, that's because I got to do JSON encode. So we're going to do echo JSON encode. And let's try that again. There we go. So now it's saying, admin and password is being sent over. So if we change this to password 2, we hit login, now we have password 2. So that's kind of what we're looking for here. It's printing out what we want it to be printing out. So now we just got to grab those variables and push them into this default information that we currently have. Okay, so we have our username is set up here. Let's go ahead and make this a blank. So the variable is always set to a blank. And then we're going to come in here, we're going to say if is set and then data. And if that is set, then we're going to set this username. So username, and it's going to be equal to data username. And then we're also going to pass password is going to be equal to data password. So that should give us the information that we need to be able to pass to the username and password. So now if we come back over here and let's do password, it should display what we want. So let's try the other one. I think the other account was like test and password again, I think. There we go. So it's pulling the other account because it's using that information. So now if we type in a bad password, so let's do password 2, it's going to say user account not found, because again that is coming over here where then it's returning a 400 error. So everything is working as expected. So let's clear this out, and we are going to now go back into our login.js and we're going to finish writing what we need to here. So right now we're just console logging the data. We're going to remove this, and we're going to let's see, we want to create, okay, so we have it where it's potentially sending over an error. So if it sends over an error, we want to be able to handle that. So let's do if data.error. So this is, if it hits it, then it's going to try to look to see if that account exists. If it doesn't exist, we want it to be able to show an error message. We want it to be able to show that there's a message on the form here saying that it's not a valid form or a not valid entry for username and password. So let's first do a console.error, and we're going to do error, and then we want to pass the data.message. So we also have that being logged in our console log if we want it. You don't have to do that part. I'm just going to do it so we can showcase what it is. So let's do on the index.html, I'm going to create a new, what I want to do. I want to do something here that displays, like I'm going to put it right above the username. So inside the form, I'm going to create a div class equals error message all. Alright, so error message all. So inside of our JavaScript, let's go back over here, we also want it to show a response to the user. So this is going to be showed in the console, but we also want it to show a response to the user themselves. So we're going to do document.query selector, and then that new the new div that we just created, which is error. So error dash message dash all, and then we're going to do style.display equals block. Okay, so that is one way to get it to show up. So now we also need to, I'm just going to copy this, and instead of doing style.display, we're going to change this to enter text, and we're just going to make it say your password or username is incorrect. Please try again. And that should give us an error message if it goes wrong. So let's try the error message now. So let's just type in something and hit it. Okay, so we're getting our error. User account cannot be found. That's good. Cannot read properties of null reading style. So query selector. Oh, that's because they're classes. So let's fix that real quick. Now let's go back over here. Just type in whatever. There we go. So your password and username is incorrect. Please try again. All right, cool. So now we're getting that. But if we do type in correctly, so admin password, and nothing happens because we don't have it currently doing anything. But we do know that that part is working. So we have where this this error message displays. So let's go into our Sass, and we're going to add a style for this error message. So let me see, where would be a good place to put it at? I know we have an error message. All right, so let's do error message dash all, and we're going to do font size. Let's make it the same as the other one, so 0.85 rem. And let's see, we're going to do color, which is going to be error color. And let's do text align. Let's make it centered. And let's do margin. Let's just put like 1 rem on the top and the bottom and nothing on the left and the right. And then we're going to make it display none by default. Okay, so let me go ahead and run that Sass. So now, if we refresh, just type in something, maybe do a hard refresh. Error message all. Let me see if there's any problems with it. Watching, it's because I typed it before. Okay, there we go. Now we should be able to see that once we refresh. No. Sample API CSS style min. So we got it here, style min. Let me make sure it's hitting that. So CSS style min, style CSS. All right, let me do a hard refresh here. Should be hitting it. Why is it not hitting it? Let's inspect it. It doesn't have a style associated with it. Why? So it's class error message all. Let me just copy that just to make sure I typed it in correctly. I did. So I figured out what the issue was. So if I type in this and hit login, you see that it changes now. The issue was that whenever I was saving this Sass, because I have two folders open, so both of these folders that are open, it was basically saving it to the top root and adding CSS here. So I just took the CSS folder that I was generating here and I just drug it in here. So if I resave this, you can see that it creates this CSS folder. That's not where it's supposed to go. It's supposed to go here. But that's probably because I got two folders open and I'm not dictating which folder it actually goes into. I'm just dictating that it goes into the first folder and adds it a CSS folder. So basically what you do is just take this, you can drag it down to your JS login. It's going to ask you if you want to move it and replace it, and that's all you need to do. But we don't need to watch this anymore. I believe that's the only style that we're going to add for now anyway, and I'll modify that if I need to. So let's get out of there and let's test it out again. So we got ASDF, just type in something, and then we can also verify our other stuff still working too. So password must be 8 characters. Now if it is, you can see that it's not working. If we hit admin password, and then it's not going to do anything because we don't currently have it doing anything. So let's go over to our login.js again and close this so we can see a little bit better. And now if the data error, if that doesn't exist, let's run an else statement. So else, and then we want to then come down and do what we were doing down here. So let's copy this, and now we want to run it. And I think I'm also going to want to run and save the data that's being sent over. So let's come over here and do a local storage dot set item, and then let's just call this one user, and then it's just going to be json.stringify, and I'm just going to stringify the returned data. So there, that should do it. Now if we submit that form, it's going to set a local storage item for authentication and user, and it's going to store the information and then submit the form for us. So if we come back over here and we do admin password and we hit login, we're logged in, and if we click on our application, we can see the user is storing all the information that we have here and the authentication here. So let's go and log out. So right now, that's an issue. We need to get it where when you hit logout, it removes that user variable. So inside of our, I think it's authenticate.js, so inside of this, we have this logout function. So we just need to take this, and we're just going to add another remove item called user, because that's what we just created. And if we come back over here, we have to log in again. So we're going to do admin and password. We're going to log in. Now if we hit log out, it removes both of them. So that's what we want. So now let's just test it by doing test user and password again. And we have the username test person. So all of that is different. So that means that it's hitting the API, it's producing what we want it to produce, and it's displaying what we want it to display. So now let's take it even a step further and make it where whenever you logged in, so we're going to do admin and password. So if you log in correctly, let's change it up a little bit here so it says something like, instead of welcome to the dashboard, let's make it say something else. Let me open up my dashboard HTML here. And instead of saying welcome to the dashboard, let's just have it say dashboard. And then right before the log out, let's have it say something like welcome, and let's do a span ID of full name, and then we're going to have it where it says your full name, and then it's going to present you with a log out link. So right now it's saying welcome with nothing there. So what we need to make it do, since we're storing that information inside of our I'm going to say authenticate, yeah, let's do our authenticate CSS. So inside of here, if everything is being authenticated, then let's go and add some text to it. So right now we have it where it's displaying the block, the body as blocks. So let's come over here and we're going to do var span username equals document dot query selector, and then we called it full name, and then what we want to do is span underscore username dot inner HTML equals user dot fname plus with a space and then user dot lname. Now we need to define this user, so up here we need to create another constant variable. So we're going to do const user equals json.parse, and then we're going to grab that local storage that we created. So local storage get item, and it's going to be user, and then inside of this validate auth, we're going to pass that variable to it. So validate auth, and then we need to also call it here. So now the user should be available to us. Now it says welcome test admin. So if we log out, we do test password and hit login, we now have welcome test person. So that is pretty much it. Basically, we've tied in our API to the login screen of our Vanilla.js application. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff you can do with this. Maybe I'll get into that a little bit later. Maybe in another video I'll show you how to do some tokenization to make the security of it a little bit more secured. Right now there is no tokenization that's being passed. It's basically just username, password, or username, login information being sent over, and it's being returned. So you can use this same type of code structure to build out like internal pages or stuff like that. You know, you can make things that goes onto this dashboard, and you can make it where, you know, information coming from here is only available to people that are authenticated. So there's a whole bunch of other really cool stuff that you can do with this. This is basically creating like your own potential content management system using JavaScript. So pretty cool premise to be able to work with, but this should be able to kind of get you started on doing that. So maybe in the next video I will actually create the authentication tokens, kind of like I've done with the previous application development using an API. So I'll actually build it into Vanilla.js rather than jQuery. So maybe we can test that out next time. But for now, I think that's going to do it for this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope that you learned something from it. If you liked it, give me a thumbs up. If you have any comments or questions or anything like that, let me know, and I'll try to address them as best I can. So until next video, I will talk to you later. Number 9, build an e-commerce website using an API, part 1. Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be starting a new project, and that project is going to be creating a custom front end for a e-commerce website using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So in the past I've showed you how to build a content management system, how to build a API, as well as how to kind of hook up to that API. So what I'm going to be doing today is using JavaScript to connect to an API, and then taking that API and populating an e-commerce shopping cart. So let me show you a little bit what it's going to look like, and then we can get started. So this is going to be a pretty cool project. I mean, we're using Bootstrap, and we're using some fake store API to grab some products, but this is essentially what it's going to look like. I mean, it's a pretty simplistic store, but we're going to have where we have individual pages, a cart, wish list, where you can come over here, you can add these to your cart, add it to your wish list, and then based on this API we'll kind of get that all set up so that we can do user authentication, get all the cart information, all this kind of stuff that's being stored off-site, whether we create it or we pull it from Amazon or Walmart or whatever. So this is kind of what the end result's going to look like. Okay, so hopefully you're looking forward to building that. While we are getting started, there is this fakestoreapi.com that I found. Basically it's a API that you can use to kind of do some testing. So in some of my other videos, which you can either see in the description or one of the little flyout cards, you can build your own API. But I don't want to build an API with this. I want to focus more on the front end, since our last project dealing with APIs was the API itself. So you can reference that project and get into that all you want to. But this one, we're just going to be using a sample API that grabs products, categories, just something that we can use in this test. So this is where we're going to be pulling it from. So fakestoreapi.com, and then we're going to be using that instead of our JavaScript. So let's go ahead and create the structure that we need in order to get started. So I've already created a folder, put my index.html so I can fire it up when we get ready to go live. But I also want to go ahead and create some of the folders that we're going to need. So let's create the JS folder and the CSS folder. Right now we're not really going to be doing any CSS. We'll get into that in a later tutorial for the series, but for right now we're just going to be kind of building the JavaScript part of it. So I'm going to go ahead and open up our index.html, and we're going to set a basic HTML5 structure, and this is going to be, let's say, DevDrawer sample e-commerce. Okay, so now we have this. I'm going to go ahead and start it up live, And as you can see here, we're currently live editing. So let me get out of this. And we are currently in there. So let's start creating links to our JavaScript and actually start building out our JavaScript. So right before we get to the body tag, I'm going to add in, let's do script source equals JS initialize.js here. Alright, so that's going to be where our script resides. And I'm just going to also use jQuery. So jQuery is probably the only framework I'm going to be using for any of this. So let's just grab a jQuery CDN. And I'm just going to grab it from, not from there, let's just grab it from any one of the ones that pop up. Alright, so let's just copy this script tag. We're going to paste it right here. Local project, so we don't need any of this stuff. So we're just going to have a reference to it. And then I also want to do the same thing with Bootstrap, just because we're going to be using Bootstrap for the front end of it. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy over some of the stuff that I need for Bootstrap itself. So let's click on Get Started. And here, so I'm going to copy this and paste it there, and that's going to give me the Bootstrap bundle. And then I'm also going to go ahead and copy the CSS, because we're eventually going to be needing that as well. Alright, so now we kind of have our index there. Okay, so now we kind of have our index.html where we want it to be at. We have jQuery, we have Bootstrap, and then our initialize.js. So let's go ahead and create our initialize.js here. So inside of this file, we are going to be adding, I guess kind of creating like an MVC for our JavaScript interface. So first thing I want to do is create like JavaScript's load function, or I'm sorry, jQuery's load function. So we're going to do function, and then we're going to, inside of this, we're going to create a function that's going to pull in other JavaScripts for us, because I wanted to kind of create, like I said, an MVC where it's not really an MVC. I'm sorry, it's an object-oriented JavaScript, I guess. It's probably the easiest way I can describe it. So let's create a function called loadScript. And then inside of this function, we'll run some code that'll actually load JavaScript for us, so we can create some classes and kind of get it organized a little bit. Alright, so let's come down here and let's create this function, loadScript. And what we want to pass to it is the URL of the file that we're loading. And then we also want to pass the callback so we know how it gets pushed out. Alright, so, and then this is something you can use or not use. It's completely up to you, however you want to do it. You can, call all of the JavaScripts that you have inside of each footer that you have, but I'm just going to kind of go the quick way and load the scripts using JavaScript itself. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a variable for the head, and this is going to be just the document.head. And then let's create another variable for the script. And then this is going to equal the document.create element. And then this is going to create a script element for us. And I'll explain it a little bit more once basically this is building it, but I'll explain it a little bit more whenever we actually get it populated. So we're going to do script.type. That's going to be text JavaScript, which you don't necessarily need, but I'm going to include it in there anyway. And then we're going to do script source is going to equal the URL that we've already populated, and then script on ready state change is going to equal the callback. So whenever the script is actually pulled and it's ready and it's loaded fully, then it's going to hit this callback. And the callback is just going to be another, I guess, a function or variable that we're going to use that will basically add these scripts to the front end so we can use them inside of these function and class calls. Okay, so script.onload, nope, that's not what I want. Here, script.onload equals callback again, and then we're going to do head, and we're going to append child, and then script. And again, once again, my typing is always terrible. Okay, so basically we are creating a variable for the head and the script. We're setting all the variables for the script, and then we're appending the script to the head. So whenever we load this script here, we're going to pass a URL, and let me see if y'all can even see this. So if I go to inspect here and we look at the head here, as you can see, it's trying to pull over something now, but it's source undefined because obviously we're not passing anything to it. But essentially it's adding, every time we call that load script, it's going to add another reference for us. So that way, instead of having to potentially worry about editing each one of these HTML files, since we're not using something to manage it like an actual routing system for our JavaScript like Sammy.js or I don't know, one of the newer ones. Since we're not using that, we're it will be harder for us to manage the header and the footer scripts for every single page. So this just kind of lightens the load a little bit for us. Again, it's a function you don't have to use. It's something that I feel that will make it a little bit easier. But let's get into this a little bit more. So we have, as part of this API, we have these calls that we can make for the products, the carts, users, and login tokens. So underneath the products, we can grab individual products, or we can grab individual categories or products that are based within those categories. So I'm going to open this up a little bit because this is the URLs that we're going to be using. So we're going to create a JavaScript that's also going to reference each one of those. So inside of this folder, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it categories.js, and then we're also going to create a new file, and we're going to call this one products.js. So inside of this, I'm going to be referencing the URL of the categories in the products.js in order to be able to use them. So we're going to do JS and then categories.js, and then we're going to, as our callback, we're going to create a function, and let's just call it categories setup. And then I'm going to copy this, and we're going to now paste products, or create our products.js, and then we're going to change this categories to products as well. So now if we view the source code here, I think it's somewhere in here, the head maybe. Well, I'm not getting an error, am I? I am. Okay, so that's why it's breaking, because we don't have these callbacks set up yet. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense. I was wondering why it wasn't appearing, because it should appear in the head. Alright, so let's go ahead and create our functions. So we're going to do category setup, and let's just create a variable called category setup, and it's going to equal to a function, and then inside of this function, for now, let's just do console log categories, let's say category here, and then let's create another one called products setup, and then we're going to do products here, and get rid of that. Okay, alright, so now we can see that it's adding categories and products. If we open up our console log, we can see that it is also populating our console log here. So what we want to do is make it where it's actually pulling information and passing it along in order for us to be able to use it inside of our JavaScript and publish things on our page with it. So let me close out of this, and let's start working on the categories. So I'm going to do some object-oriented programming here, and basically it's going to create this structure for us that we're going to be using where we can kind of manage our functions for this JavaScript a little bit better. So before I get too far into it, if you like this kind of video and if you think this is a cool thing that you can do, I know we haven't really got into it too far because we're setting it up, but if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, definitely subscribe. If you like the video or you have comments about it, leave me a comment, hit the thumbs up for me, whatever you need to do, and let me know what you think. But again, this video is going to be kind of I guess a medium-sized one, because we're going to be setting up pulling from this JavaScript or this API, and then we're just going to be displaying information right now, but in the next few videos we'll actually be building out the full front interface where we have what we saw in the preview, where we have the images, everything being pulled over, categories, navigation menu, shopping cart, all that kind of cool stuff. So if you like this, stay tuned for the next few videos, because it's just going to get better and better. This one's kind of like setting it up for us in order for us to start using that front end. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with creating our categories class. So we have a class categories, and then let's create our constructor, structor, there we go. And then inside of the constructor, you can pass whatever you want to in it, but I think the only thing that we need for now is this API URL, and we're just going to pass along this fake store API URL, because this is going to be used by every one of our categories and products. So I just copied that, and now we can use it just by calling this variable here. Okay, so let's say we want to create a function called get all categories. So I'm going to be using Ajax. If you want to use the fetch on, like they have in their documentation, you can. I've always used Ajax, so it may not be the best thing to do, but it's something that I'm used to, and it's something I can actually showcase how to do. So I'm going to be using that, but you can actually use the fetch if it helps you. Okay, so let's go ahead and build out our Ajax. So we got .ajax, then let's create that function, and this is going to be a get, because the API is a get as well. I think on the other page you can see all of these are get routes, so that's what we're going to be using for right now. Most of the stuff we do here is going to be pulling the information, so it's all going to be get. So get is going to be the type, the URL is going to be using this API URL plus the products categories, which would be this is products, get all categories, so products category. So I'm going to copy this products categories, and that will give us pretty much the full URL that they're giving us in the fetch. Okay, so now let's on success, we're going to create another function where it's going to pass the data that it retrieves, and then inside of this, for right now, I'm going to do a console.log data. Okay, so inside of our browser, I'm going to open up this again so we can see it. So there's nothing currently going on here because it's still currently just doing category setup, and then it's displaying the console log. So now that we have this function, I want to take this function and add it to the initialize.js, and instead of doing console.log, we're actually going to create the class reference to categories. So let's do let categories, and this is going to equal new categories, and then we don't have to pass anything because our constructor doesn't require anything. It's gathering the information that it needs. I mean, what we could do up here is, like, inside of this function, we could create a public variable that is this API, but you know, just for right now, I got it all inside of the class itself, and we would be able to pass that, but for right now, we're just not going to worry about that part. Okay, And I don't know which is better, but I've stopped using these semicolons at the end of my JavaScript just because it makes it a little bit cleaner looking for me. I keep forgetting because it's still a new thing for me to be able to do that. So if you see me going back erasing those semicolons, it's not necessary. It's something that I'm just doing. Okay, so we've created this variable called categories, and we want to run this categories and then get all categories function, which should now, if we see this, we can see that our categories are currently being pulled over electronics, jewelry, men's clothing, women's clothing. So if we go look at this show output, electronics, jewelry, men clothing, women clothing. So now we're officially hitting this API using Ajax, and it's grabbing all of these categories for us. So what can we do with this information? Well, we can make it where it displays, it appends some data. So let's switch over to our index.html, and then inside of our body, I'm going to create a, let's see, what do I want to create it? I'm going to create a class that we can append the names to. So let's say like a navigation item. We can do a navigation item at the top, and then that way we can link out to each one of these categories. So let's try to do it that way. So inside of the index.html, I'm going to probably do a nav or a header. So let's do header, and then inside of this header we're going to do ul class equals nav, and then we want to have a drop down. So let's do div class equals, that is not semantic at all. So let's do div class drop down menu categories, because we are using Bootstrap, so we want to keep the kind of their class structure names. So categories, and then inside of this, yeah, I don't think we need anything there, but we do need to wrap this inside of an li tag. So let's do li class equals nav item, and there. Okay, so now we have this class here that we can hit. So let's go into our JavaScript again inside the categories, and now let's use this data that is being sent over to us. So we're going to do data, so data dot each function index category. So we're grabbing the index and we're grabbing the category name or category information as well. And then inside of this, we're going to append something to that class categories. So dot append, and then we're going to pass a, let's just do like an a tag, a href equals drop down item, because again this is JavaScript or Bootstrap, so that's what we're looking for here. So Bootstrap and then href, and since we're not using like routing for our JavaScript, we're just using flat JavaScript files. What we're going to do is create a category category.html, and then we want to pass the category slug to it, which is the category name in this instance. And there, I think that should do it. Let's also pass the name here. Okay, so we're going to do category and then category here. Okay, so let me see what this error message is. I guess I need to spell a little bit better. Append. Okay, so now elements, body, header, ul, li. Okay, it's appending. I don't see where it's appending it at in the code though. Alright, so we'll get down to that in a minute. It's adding something somewhere else. So category equals href. That's not what I wanted. I want it to be class here. A class, and then it's passing electronics. Okay, so it's, I don't know why in the world this thing is not displaying. So let me see. I want to do div class equals container. I don't know why. Here, maybe if I zoom out, zoom in. No? Okay. So I wonder if I can do this then. Test. Okay, so why is that showing? And why is it not showing my header? UL class nav. Okay, I'm just going through it to see why this isn't showing. I might have to declare the style sheet for it. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take away drop down menu. See if that, there we go. Alright, so that helps out a little bit. I can at least see what I'm doing now. So we'll go in there and actually make it a drop down, but for right now it's not what I'm wanting to worry about. We'll get to the design, the styling of it a little bit later. Okay, so what I don't like that it's doing is it's currently lowercase. The words for the category is not encoded for a URL properly. So what we want to do is do some work on side of this and make it where that it encodes the URI, changes this to title case. So let's create the functions that we can reuse throughout the site to do that. So what I'm going to do here is first create a function called toTitleCase, and we're just going to pass in a string. And then what we want to do is return string dot replace, and this one is going to be a regular expression that is going to essentially make it where it uses proper case. So it's going to give the first letter of new words in uppercase. So let's go ahead, and I don't know where I found this at, but I've used it forever. So it's just something that I know because I've done it so many times, but if you want, I'll just read it out so you can kind of do it on your own. So we're going to do / open parentheses, question mark, colon, and then what is this? I don't know what that is. It is a small uppercase or small triangle pointing up, and then we're going to do the pipe, and then /s close parentheses /w /g. I think that is it. So slash parentheses question colon arrow pipe, and that's not an A, that's supposed to be an S, and then WG, that's not a parentheses there. Okay, so that is the regular expression. Then we're going to do function match and return match to uppercase. Okay. And then we need to close that out. Okay, so now let's take this function and see if it works. So we're going to go back over to our categories. We're going to wrap the name of the URL inside of this function, and that gives us uppercase for each word. So that looks a lot better. We don't have to worry about it. So I'll give you another second to kind of screenshot this regular expression that I use and how I did it. because it's not something I can easily explain to you. I just remember I found it years ago, and that's what I currently use whenever I want to do JavaScript title case. So it's kind of like string to upper, stuff like that whenever you're in PHP. So let's see, what else do we need? We need to create, actually over here we can use a regular jQuery function called encode URI, not URL, URI component, and then we pass that, and that should give us a friendly URL behind these. So let's see what they look like. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. So it's doing %20 clothing and %20 clothing there. So it's replacing the, well, it's still got a colon in it, or a single apostrophe in it. So I'm going to have to fix that. We'll fix that in a little bit. I want to move on to keep going in order to start getting some products and showing you what they look like on this page. Alright, so let's create this new page that we're going to call category, because we have it up here as category.html. So I want to create a new file, and it's going to be called category.html. For now, I'm just going to copy over this category or the index.html that I had. I'm going to get rid of this header for now, and then inside of this we're going to display products for each one of these categories. So let's create a div class equals row, and let's call this one also products. So we're going to populate the columns inside of this category.html. So let's go ahead and open up that page. So let's go to the electronics one first, and it's currently blank, which is to be expected. So with it being blank, we are going to now go over to our categories.js, and we're going to create a new function that's going to be get single category, and we're going to pass in the slug that we are passing as part of our URL. Okay, so again, this is pretty much going to be the same thing. It's just we're going to narrow it down a little bit. So instead of product categories, we can, let's hide that, get all products in a specific category. We want to pass the permalink to, or the slug to it, as well as category. So product category and then the slug. So let's go ahead and test that out with just the jewelry category, and then we'll see how that looks in just a second. So we can eliminate this. Actually, we can eliminate this whole thing through console.log data. I'm guessing my Visual Studios is adding that semicolon in for me, so I guess I'll just keep doing that. Alright, let's go back over here, inspect console, and of course we don't have anything calling this function, so let's go back to our initialize.js, and inside of this products category setup, we are going to create to see if the products exist for a category. So let's do kind of the same thing that we've done here, but it's going to be get single category. So single category, and then we're going to pass in a variable, and right now we're just going to do jewelry. Alright, let's see which one we're actually on. Now let's do electronics. So we're going to pass in electronic here, pass in electronics, and then inside of here I'm also going to change this to electronics. Okay, so in our console we can see that now it's passing over our electronics products that are coming from the API. And as you can see, the API is also sending us over category description, the product ID, the image, as well as the price and the title that needs to go inside of the category or the product. So what we're going to do is take this category.html where we have these products, and we are going to pass along each one of those products and just add it to the this data function here. So we're sending it over. Products is the class, and we're going to append to that, and we're going to append a div class equals column, and I want to do four products per row, so column MD4, and then we're going to pass along the okay, so let me change this real quick. So we're not in the categories anymore, we're in product. So we're going to call this one, it's going to be an each index product. So we're going to pass over the product dot name. No, it was product title. There we go. So now you can see that it's passing over inside of a column. It's passing over the title. So let's see what else we can grab from this. So we had price, title, and image. Okay, so image would be a good one to get. So inside of here, let's do, actually, I want to do 3 in order to give me 4. Let's go ahead and give it a href equals product.html, and we're going to be passing the product ID. So product ID equals, and this is going to be product.id, and let's go ahead and pass that along there as well. So now let's add the image here. So we're going to do image source, and then class equals image fluid, image source class equals image fluid. So the image source, they're giving us the full URL. So we're going to do this. So product image. And now you can see from the page, it is loading the images for each product. We have 4 columns. And if we click onto it, obviously it doesn't go anywhere because we don't have this product.html completed, but you can see that it's kind of gathering this information using JavaScript. Okay, so now let's, I got the basics of the API done. So what I want to do is make this a little bit cleaner here. So what I don't want to do is include a header and a footer or navigation every single time that I want to make a change. I have to go in there and update it. So I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this new folder templates, and then inside of this templates folder we're going to create a footer.html, and then we're going to create a let's see, navigation.html. So let's create, nav goes here, and then the footer goes here. Okay, so now we have our footer and navigation, so let's include those where we want to get them. So above the function, we're going to add these HTML files to our, basically the pages that are being created by adding a div to them. I want to go ahead and do this now because once you start building up your pages, you have to go in there and undo it, redo it, and all this kind of stuff. So I'm trying to avoid that. So we're going to do get /templates / navigation.html, and then we're going to use a function. We're going to pass the data that we're gathering there, and we're going to add it to a div. So replace with, and then data. Okay, so let's just call the div that we're going to create ID nav placeholder. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and we're going to do the same thing for the footer. So templates, footer.html, and footer placeholder. So now we can grab this nav placeholder, and we're currently on the category.html. So let me show you what this is going to look like. So we're going to do div ID equals nav placeholder, and you can see it's adding nav goes here above it. So let's do the same thing down here for footer placeholder. There we go. So we get the footer and the header, and let's do the exact same thing to our home page. And I'm going to take this header and we're going to add to our nav. So this page content goes here for the home page, and then inside of our navigation we're going to replace nav goes here with this header, so we're pulling back the URLs that we're looking for. Okay, so it's kind of getting there. So let's go back to our home page, and we have our header, page content, footer content. Okay, so let's see, we got footer placeholder. Let me center up this stuff a little bit, and I'm actually going to change this to container fluid. I'm just going to copy this, and inside of this footer, so it's not hanging off to the side over here, footer goes here, so it's lining up with the rest of our content. Okay, and then inside of our navigation, our header can be there. We're going to add a fluid container and put our navigation inside of it. Okay, so that's kind of given us where we want. So if we click on men's clothing now, obviously it's not working because men 27s 20 clothing is not what it's looking for. So we need to be able to encrypt and or encode and decode that information. So let's go and close out of these two, open up our categories again, and we're going to modify this information that we are pulling from it. You know, right now it's, you know, electronics, the slug is being passed, but we're not actually grabbing what we want and pushing it along. So let's change this to be slug. But again, if we try to get it to work by clicking on electronics, okay, well, it works there. Let's try men's clothing. So men's clothing obviously doesn't work because this doesn't exist. So we need to encode and decode that URL that's being passed. So let's create a function. Slug. Okay, I'm just reading through what we have right here to make sure that I'm grabbing what I need. Alright, so let's go to the initialize.js, and let's see, category, get single category. Okay, well, one thing that we need to do obviously is not pass electronics here. That's why we're still getting the electronics. So what we want to do is create a function that's going to grab that URL parameter for us. So we're going to come down here and we're going to do function, and let's call it URL param, and we're going to pass the name of whatever's being passed. So let's do var results equals new regular expression. And again, this is something that I've done before. It's something pretty cool if you ever wanted to grab a something off of a URL using JavaScript. This is kind of like a short way to do it. So I'm just going to read out the regular expression as I'm doing it. So we're going to do open square bracket, question mark, ampersand, close square bracket, and then it's going to be plus name plus, and then equals, because it's we wanted to grab whatever's after the equal sign. So we're going to be grabbing the name and then the actual value that's being passed. Okay, so we got That's right, name, then equal sign, and we're going to pass this little triangle pointing up again, ampersand, pound, and close bracket. I forgot to do my open bracket here, and star, close parentheses. Okay, so that, and then dot execute window, or extract. This is extracting the Windows location dot href for us. All right, feels like I'm missing something here. Okay, so if results equals null, we want to return a null. That way we're not passing something that doesn't exist. Otherwise, we want to return results in the first position 0. Okay, so let's I think we need to take this to be able to test it out. Let's go to URL parameter, and we are going to wrap inside it. Let's just do like a console.log URL parameter, and we're looking for the category. Parameter. Alright, so let's see how this looks in the console window. See if it's grabbing what we want. Windows is not defined. It probably needs to be a window. Window.location. There we go. Alright, so it's returning a null, which is not what it should be returning. So let me make sure that I did my regular expression correct. So we have question mark, ampersand, name, and then open brackets, up arrow, up triangle, ampersand, hash, close bracket, multiplication, close parentheses, and that looks up. I know what I did. Don't need that or that. There we go. I think I was throwing that off there. Let's see if that returns what we wanted to. There we go. So now we're grabbing men's clothing. So now let's format that a little bit better. And the way that we do that is we want to decode, because we're encoding it whenever we send it. So we want to decode URI component, and we want to decode that URL parameter. And as you can see there, it is saying men's clothing, exactly what we wanted to. Alright, so now let's just pass this, and we can get rid of the console log. Let's pass this instead of passing electronics, and that should give us the men's clothing. Alright, so now if we click on jewelry, that'll give us the jewelry, men's clothing again, women's clothing, electronics. Alright, so cool. That's what we're wanting it to do. Alright, so let me get rid of this console log. Alright, so I think that now, I think that's it for the categories. Let's go over to the products. So the products, whenever you click on one of these products, let's see where it currently brings you. So product HTML, and then product ID equals 9. So we need to create that product HTML. So I'm going to take our category HTML, and we're just going to copy that. We're going to name it product.html, and now we have our information as it was. So we want to do, this is going to be a single product, so we don't want to do this anymore. And I'm going to change this to category or container fluid, just so it's not bunched up. And let me see what I got here. Container fluid, and container fluid. Alright. So now, in the product HTML, and inside of our container fluid, I'm going to use some Emmet code here to create what I want. So we're going to do div class row, and then we want to have where it has div column times 2, and this first column is going to be open with, we want to do this one 9 because this is where the content for the product is going to be displayed, and this is where the image for the product is going to be displayed. So let's do div class product div image, and then finally div product underscore image. Alright, so that's going to be used to gather our product itself, and then we're going to be passing along some information here. So let's do h2 class product price, and then we want to do div product description, DSCRIP description, and then that's all we need for now. So price description, sure, we'll add in a title here as well. So let's do h1, or let's do h1 product title, and there we go. Alright, so product title, product price, product description. Now inside of our product.js, we're going to kind of do the same thing that we did here, where we're actually going to create this class. So let's do class products, and then again we need a constructor, not needing to pass anything to it, but we do need this API again. Alright, so now we got this constructor, and we're going to do a function called get single product, and we're going to be passing an ID that we're going to use. Okay, so inside of this categories here, we're going to kind of let's pass this along, because I think they're basically going to contain the same information. So I'm just going to copy get single category into get single product here, and the URL that we're going to be using to get this product, get a single product, is going to be products and then the ID. So let's just go ahead and pass over products 1 like that, and let's switch back here. Product ID. Now we're not calling it yet, so let's go back to our initialize.js, and we have our product set up here. Actually, I just thought of something. So we want to, if this does not exist, we don't want to run this get single category, because we're not going to be always on a category page. So we're going to, if the URL parameter category does not exist, we do not want to run it. Otherwise, let's run it. Okay, so that was just something I saw. Okay, so now we're going to basically do the same thing that we've done here, and we're going to do let products, which is going to be new products, and then products get single products, or get single product, and then we're going to pass let's just say 1 in this instance. So we're going to do get single product. Do we want to call it product ID or product? Let's just call it ID, and then we're going to pass this ID here. Oh, ID. Okay. So let's get rid of this because we don't need that. Let's do console log data, and what is it telling us? Products. Okay. Obviously cannot have that twice. Alright, so now we're grabbing this product from our API. So based on right now it's based on the 1 ID, so we can make it, we can kind of do the same thing that we've done here, where the URL parameter is going to be equal to that ID. So we're sending it over as a product ID, So this one's going to give us product ID 9. So if I change this manually to 10, you can see that it changes down here. So SanDisk SSD versus Western Digital 2 terabyte external hard drive. Alright, so that is working too. So now we're gathering the information that we need. We just need to pass it to our JavaScript. So inside of our products.js, instead of console log, we are going to actually write out some of the information. So let's see what we got here. We have title, price, description, and image. Let's do the image first. So let's do product image .html, and then we're going to send it image source, and this is going to be the image that it's giving us. And let's go ahead and add class equals image fluid. Okay, so here is going to be data.image. Let's see, does that work? It does not. Why does it not work? So we got our body column. It should be here. Product image. Oh, that's because I got to do class product image. There we go. Alright, so now we're getting the image. If we switch this over to a 10, good, it's changing. Alright, so that is what we're needing it to do. So now let's grab the rest of the information. Alright, so we also have the title. So I'm just going to copy this to here for now because we're basically going to be reusing it. And then let's do another one here. And then finally one here. Okay, so we're going to have the title, price, and description is going to be data.title, data.price, and data.description. And let's see how that looks. So it's giving us our description. The price needs to be formatted. This it looks like it's coming over as a string. We can probably wrap that inside of a paragraph tag to make it a little bit better looking, and we can control it a little bit easier. So let's go ahead and add that. So the data description, we're going to add a paragraph tag before it and after it. Going back to PHP. There. And then the price, we're going to do to fixed to the second place, which should give us an actual decimal point. This should now be inside of a paragraph tag, which it is. Let's go ahead and add a $sign to the beginning of that. Alright, so we get that. And I think that's it. So that's how our product page will look. I mean, obviously it's not going to end up looking like that at the end, but we're able to grab that information. So let's click on women's clothing, click on this product, and that loads correctly. So we're actually grabbing information from an API and we're pulling it. Alright, so let's go back to our home page. Our home page is currently blank. It has nothing in it. I'm going to add some information to this navigation up here so we can actually go link back and forth between all of these pages. So let's create a li, and inside of this li we're going to have a class equals nav link, and href equals just a slash, and we're going to make it the home link. And let's see how that looks for us. Okay, so home, and then let's create inside of this L class navigation. We're going to, since this is technically a drop down, we're going to make it actually be a drop down. So let's do a href. Yeah, let's do a href equals hash, so it doesn't actually go anywhere. We're going to do class equals nav link, want to say drop down toggle, and let's just say store. It's kind of sort of getting there, but it's not pointing to the right place, so we need to customize this a little bit more. So we have our nav item here, nav link, let's do ID equals nav bar drop down, and this is going to be role of button data toggle equals drop down, and then let's do Maria has pop-up equals true, and then Maria expanded equals false. Okay, so now we have this div class categories. Let's do drop down menu, because we are calling that, or we're not calling it yet, but we will call it. And then Aria labeled by nav bar drop down. Okay, let's see how this functions. Still doesn't work the way we want it to, so let's see, what are we missing here? Feels like I'm missing something else. Alright, well, let's build out the entire header. Alright, so let's do header class, and this is something you can find on, actually, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's go to Bootstrap. And let's do header examples. That's probably something I want to pull up. So let's find one that we can work with here. Nav bars, static fixed. Let's see what this one looks like. Okay. Let's grab this one that has a drop down on it. So I'm going to inspect this, and I'm just going to copy their entire div that they have here. So copy element, and I'm just going to paste that here. Let's see how that looks. And that looks much better. And the drop down, well, drop down doesn't work because there's nothing linking to it. Alright, so we can clean it up a little bit. And let's clean it up by saying that we're going to do, this is logo here. And then I'm also going to put this inside of a container fluid. Okay, something's wrong. The drop down still isn't working. All right, let's go back to what I had there. Home store. I don't know why the drop down's not working here. I think there's something I need to write for, but I can't remember what it is. Let's see, nav link. That's definitely something that needs to be fixed here, but I don't think that would affect this. No, it wouldn't. Okay. Maybe I need to do something with the style sheet. I'm just looking through my other code to see what I did to take care of that. Alright, looking through here, so we got our header class. Let me go ahead and look based on the code that I have. I'm sure there's something I can have in here. So let's do P. We're going to do padding 3, BG dark, just because it looks better, and then text white. and that'll make it look a little bit better for us. So container fluid, and let's add this inside of, let's add some more information here. So href and slash, and again, you don't have to do it this way. This is just what I'm doing because this is how I did it whenever I was doing my test of this project. Items center, but you can have whatever kind of navigation you want. But this is what I feel it looks. It'll look like the demo that I showed you at the beginning of this. So text decoration, none. And we're going to do logo here. Okay. Then we're going to have UI class. We're going to do nav, column 12, column large, auto, me, large, auto, MB2, justify content center, MB0, and then over here, like class equals nav item. Why is my logo up here? Okay. I think I need to wrap this in another div. So div class equals d flex wrap align items center, justify content center. I'm probably going to fast forward through all of this. Okay, so I got it to work. It was with how I had the JavaScript, so it's bundled there, but it's not working. So I think it's because I'm using 5.0.1, In my demo, I was using 4.4.1, which is the one that's currently released out here, and it's also, with the nav bar, that's the one that they're using there. So if I'm going to click on documentation here, and I'm going to go down to their starter template and basically just copy and paste all the information that's here. And I think that would be it. I don't recommend using the Slim library. Use the regular CDN that we pulled earlier from jQuery, just because the Slim library it's minimized version of it and it's not great. So don't use that. And let me make sure that I got this. So it's still using Bootstrap 5.1 for CSS. So I'm going to copy over this, and then I'm going to adjust it for the 3 pages that we have. Okay, so I'm going to copy this category, replace that there, and we're also going to do the product there. And then I'm going to copy my 3 scripts here, and we're going to place those in here as well. Alright, so that should give us this. We click on it, navigation should still work. We click on this, navigation still works. Okay, so now we kind of have a general flow going. Alright, so I'm going to close everything that we don't need right now, and we're pretty close to wrapping up this tutorial because it's getting what I want. So one of the things that I want to do on the home page, which is the reason why I added navigation, was to add a new function that will pull like new products. So if we go back over here, we can limit our results, and then we can also sort these results. So what I want to do is show like some new products. So I'm going to open up our index.html, and where it says page content goes here, I'm just going to add in a just like a h2. So h2 newest products, and then we're going to do div class row products and new. So inside of the category HTML, we created this row products. So we can use the same logic from the JavaScript for our categories, which is this get single category. We can use the same logic there inside of our products JavaScript in order to pull this information. Okay, so we have, let me just copy this over. We're just going to copy this get single category because that's grabbing all of it from one category, and I'm just going to paste it above this, and instead of being get single category, we're going to call this get new products. And we don't need to pass a slug to it, but we will be passing a limit to it. And then the URL here is just going to be products and limit equals whatever the limit is that we are passing. Okay, so right now it's not calling anything, so let me save this, and it says there's an error in it. There's an error there. I copied over, did not copy enough. Don't know why, but I did not copy enough. So I'm going to go back and finish copying that. Alright, so now we got new products. Then we're going to go back to our initialize.js. Inside of our product setup, we are going to pass over, we're going to check first. So basically the same thing that we're doing here, but we're going to check to see if this div exists. So we're going to do if, and then we called it products, and then we added the class new to it. So if this class is, if it exists, so dot length, if it exists, we're going to run this function here. So instead of get single product, this is going to be get new products, and let's say we want to pass 8 to it. Okay, and also I'm going to copy this over, because if the product ID parameter exists, we need to run that. So product ID, otherwise don't run it. Okay, so now we can see here we are getting the newest products, but it's not exactly what I want. It's kind of based off of the categories. So actually no, it is what I want. So it's pulling over what I want. And let's also add a sort to it. So we're going to do plus equals and sort equals descending. So that'll give us the newest products in descending order. If we turn it to ascending, you can see that it refreshes it and it shows basically the oldest products. So we're going to sort this by descending, because that is parameters that you can add to it. So if we come over here, you can see that we can limit the results. We can add a sort to them, so stuff like that. So all right, well, I think that's pretty much it for grabbing information from the external API using JavaScript. Hopefully some of the stuff that I showed you, like setting up the template placeholders and then kind of loading this script, is something you've never seen before, because it is pretty useful. I'm not gonna lie, it's something that saved me a few times. So if you're not using if you're using like Vanilla.js or jQuery and you're not using like an MVC JavaScript framework like Angular or anything like that, then using these kind of ways to grab these templates and this kind of way to load the scripts, it is a time saver. So this project you could probably do it using something like Angular or one of the MVC frameworks for JavaScript. But I wanted to kind of go a more simpler way with something that more people would be aware of. jQuery is still pretty popular, and since most of my stuff is WordPress based or PHP based, I use jQuery on pretty much every project that I build. So if you're using JavaScript or jQuery, then this is something that you should know. And I tried to not force it to be kind of in one silo. I mean, this is just flat HTML, CSS that we haven't even got into yet, and JavaScript. So you don't have to use Bootstrap. You can use whatever kind of CSS framework you want, build your own. You don't have to use jQuery. You can recreate a lot of this stuff using the other frameworks. So the point of this tutorial is to kind of show you how to access some of these external APIs that we've built in the past. So if you follow some of my other tutorial videos, you can build a CRUD application using PHP that also ties into an API, and then this API can talk directly to the front end of your website. So right now there is no authentication that's going on, but there is some API calls that we can use to set a user login and stuff like this that we're eventually going to get to in this tutorial series. So right now it's kind of wide open, and you can see how to utilize an API, whether it's your own or you're pulling from Walmart or Amazon or wherever you're pulling your products through this API. You can do it the same way. You would just pass different parameters and information into your Ajax in order to pull what you want, but the basic fundamental aspect of this project doesn't change. You're pulling it, and this is how you're getting it and displaying it on your site. So hopefully you learned something. If you did, give me a thumbs up. I would love to hear some feedback from you if this is something that you're interested in doing, because I will have the next few weeks of videos will be turning this into what you saw in the demo or the presentation at the beginning, where it's kind of like just building up into a fully functional e-commerce solution that you can build using just HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. So again, if you liked it, give me a thumbs up. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe, because there's a few more videos in this series and you don't want to miss them. Hit the bell notification to be notified whenever I am getting ready to push out a new video. And I think that for now, that's going to do it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you later. Number 8.
Create REST API documentation with Swagger.
Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be continuing our Swagger API documentation integration into the custom API that we were building. For what you can see on your screens, kind of where we left off last time, where I showed you how to install Swagger, how to set up the Swagger UI, how to use Zercoat's Swagger PHP in order to be able to create a file like this that actually pulls it into that JSON format instead of having to write all the JSON for you. So this week we're going to be going over how to get different responses. So we currently showed you how to get the get response. We're actually going to be going into the post and the delete as well as put, I believe. But before we get into it, subscribe to the channel because I have videos like this all the time and our subscriber numbers are going up. Thank you for that. And if you like what you see, like the video, comment on it, let me know what you want me to do next time. I've gotten a few requests and I'm interested to do those requests. So if you have anything that you're just curious about, you want to see something else, let me know. So let's go ahead and get into creating the documentation for our API development. Where we left off at last time, we created the read part. So if you execute our read, instead of having to go to Postman to do that, you can actually go to your own documentation and you can put up this information here that kind of shows you what your success, not found, what your response headers are. If you wanted to throw it into a command line, you can actually just copy this over and paste it into a PHP curl using PowerShell or command line or terminal or whatever you want to use, and it actually shows you the same results that you're getting here. So we're going to take it a step further this time, and let me refresh this so it starts it all the way over for us. And now we're going to actually start passing variables. For example, this single page requires a slug to be passed with it in order to grab that information to display on the home page that you will see here. So let's say if we wanted to do the about us, it passes this slug about to the API, and then that API returns what we want it to return with. So let's go ahead and get started on coding this to make it a little bit, and I'll explain as we're doing it. So first thing, we're going to not pass a get. We're actually going to be passing a post, and on the documentation side of it, you'll see the difference between get and post because it's a different color. And then we're going to pass that URL that goes to our single. We're going to tag it as a page so that it's grouped together with this API response up here. But over here, instead of just going straight to the responses, we are going to pass some other variables to go with it. So the first variable is going to be @OA, and we're sending this over as a request body. But you can also do, I think it's get, not this part. But here, there's actually like in the string, the URL of it, you can pass variables that way. But for us, for what we actually want it to do, let me show you what the result is in Postman. So let's switch over to Postman real quick, and we're going to change this from single or read to single, and then inside of the body, we're going to pass this form data slug. And the value is going to be about, and then we're going to send it, and then you can see that it produces the content. So we need to be able to pass this and give the people that are reading the documentation the ability to enter in this slug. So let's switch back over to our browser and then our code, and inside of this request body, because that's how it's being pushed through, we are going to add a media type, and you have to be kind of careful with your text here. It all has to be commented out so it doesn't run during the code time, but this is what that Swagger PHP does. It actually converts this into the JSON file. We just have to put in the information that we want it to have. So we're going to do another declaration type of OA media type, and I forgot my star here. Okay, so OA media type, and we're going to pass in that we're looking for a media type of form data. So let's do our star, going to do media type equals multi-part slash form dash data. And that's essentially the same thing that you would have in your form declaration whenever you're going to pass the information to it. It's a multi-part form data, and it's just going to be passing a string for us. So let's go down one more, and we're going to actually create that schema that Open API is going to be looking for. So let's do @OA/schema, and then we're going to, because you have to pass a variable, we have to do it as required variables. So the first part of this is going to be required equals slug, because that's the only variable that we're passing right now, but it does need to be required. And let me go ahead and format this out so that it works when we go to run it, and it looks a little cleaner. And then we're going to do, we're going to send a property to it as well. So we're going to do OA/property, and then we're going to pass the property equals slug, and then we're going to say that it is a string. And I believe, let's just go ahead and put this on the same line. It's wrapping really weird again. Talk about that. Okay, so I'm going to scroll over a little bit, and actually let's get rid of the sidebar because we don't need that right now. So just to kind of show you what it looks like total. So we're passing a post variable to the single. It's going to be passing a form data request body that has a required item of slug, and then that slug is a string. You can also do an integer, and I'll show you some of that a little bit later when we get into those parts of it. And then since this is a request body, we are going to put a comma here, and let's go ahead and tab these over as well so that it kind of lines up with our everything that we're trying to do. We don't need to have a comma here. Okay. All right. So now if we go back to our browser over here and refresh, now we see that there is a post here, and it's also requiring a slug be entered, and it's passing it as a multi-part form data with our success and not found. So if we click on try it out this time, it gives us the ability to type in something. So if we type in about, then we hit execute, it is now bringing back the same information that was displayed inside of our Postman window. So about us, this is the about us page, but now it's coming from our own API. So let's close out of those, and now let's worry about the hold on, I got my window down, there we go, so y'all can see. The next part we're going to have to do is the create, and as you can see from our code here, we have slug, order ID, title, and content all need to be sent to it. So we're going to have a somewhat a variation of this code. So let's copy this code and paste down into our create, and we're going to change this to create, and it's still going to be tagged under pages, so it's grouped together. But let me show you what happens if you don't tag it under pages. Let's say we want to tag it under, I don't know, functions. Function. If we refresh the page, now we have two sections. So that's essentially what that tag does. You can group your structure together. So we're going to put it back under pages. And then this time, if you look at the code, where'd it go? Here. If you look at the code, we are sending over v1 and the create. We're sending over a JSON to code, meaning that we're sending over a JSON string to it. It's not a form that's being sent over like the read is. It's more of like a it's just a JSON string that's being sent over that has all this information in it. So let's go back to our, close that, pages, and we're going to change this up a little bit because it's no longer going to be a media type multi-part form data. It's actually going to be a media type JSON. And then the schema is going to be kind of sort of the same, but instead of just requiring one thing, we're going to require the slug the title, the content, and the order ID. And just so you can see this a little bit better, I'm going to put it on a new line. There we go, right here. And we're going to be able to copy this for the most part. So let's do a comma here. Actually, let me copy this entire thing. We're going to be passing over 4 variables. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And one more for the order ID. Alright, so the slug, the title, and the content can be passed over as a string, so we don't need to worry about those. But on this one, the order ID, we're going to be passing over an integer. Okay? So now that we have, I mean, that's essentially the only changes that you really need to make. It's very similar to what's up here. It's just it's not the form data. It's actually a JSON that's being passed. Let's look at our response over here. And that's one thing you have to look out for. If you see that, it means the comma is not in the right place or something like that. So let me verify this code. Oh, okay, that's because I'm trying to group everything together because it was all on one line. It's all grouped together like this. We just need to add a new ending parentheses there. Okay, so I just had it where up here you can see that the property and the requirement and everything, it's all on one line underneath this parentheses. What I was doing with the double quotes was essentially closing out this schema every time. So now if we refresh, we have our pages create, and you can see here that it's actually showing you what you need to create. So if you hit try it out, you would just modify this. But we also want to kind of give them, if you enter in just a string here, we're expecting HTML based on the website itself. So we're going to show them what they need to input there by putting in an example of what they need to do. So behind the string, we're going to do example equals HTML only. And then this will give them an example of what they're looking for. And then the other ones are pretty much self-explanatory, so we don't need to do anything with those. Let's refresh, and now it says that you can put in HTML. So let's create one and see what it does. But first, I'm going to switch over to Postman, and we're going to do pages read, send, so we can see all the pages. We currently have 4 in there. We're going to use this to create a 5th. So let's try it out, and let's put in test, and then test page, and then here we're just going to type in this is a test page, and we have 4 other pages, so let's do order ID of 5. So now if we execute this, we can see that it was successfully created. Well, y'all can't see that because Postman is still up. So I just typed in this information and then hit execute, and it shows page successfully created. Now if I switch over to Postman, you can see if we refresh this, so let's send it again, back over here, and now we have 5 pages with the test page being created here. So that's how we would edit or insert a new page. But what I want to do is show you how to edit a page as well. So we know this one has an order ID of 6, test page, so I want to go in there and fix it where it doesn't have test as lowercase. So Postman's in the way again. Let's go back over here, go to our code, and we're going to edit this test where it has an uppercase for the page name. And how you do that is essentially the same thing that you did in create, because our functions are very simplistic, very simple functions. Everything is very much the same. We're not using any specifics outside of like grabbing an ID or something like that. So it's very easy just to copy and paste what we have. We're going to do the same thing that we did here, but we're going to change this to the update parameters. And if you remember, we don't give them the ability to update the slug, so we're going to change this to ID because we do need to pass that ID in order to do a post to the update of the inside of the database. Sorry, my throat is very dry right now, so I'm kind of hammering through it a little bit, but very dry. Okay, so let's do integer, and then we're also going to send over an example for this one and just say like we're going to make all of them have examples. So let's say example equals 5. Now let's see, what was the ID that was created on this one? 6. Let's just say we're going to have a 6 in there. Better yet, let's do a 2 because we know we're always going to have that about us page for now. So we're going to do an example of 2. And then we're going to change this from slug to ID, so it's requiring that ID be entered. The title can be the same. We're going to add in an example equals about us. And then the integer for the order ID, I think the about us was 2, so we're going to do just a sample of 2 is there as well. So example equals 2. I think that is it, but we're not using post here. This is actually a put because it exists, whereas a post does not. So we're going to do the put response instead of the post response. And now if we switch back over to here, now we have our put for pages update with our examples in here. So, but I don't want to change the about us. I want to change our test page. So order ID or ID of 6. So we're going to try this out. We're going to change this to a 6, and we're going to fix this test page, and this is a test page. Now normally all of this will be handled through your forms on your website, so this is just something that's for you to test with, not for anybody else, just for your developers, for you to be able to understand the code that they're looking at and be able to see it happen in real time. So right now we're going to come over here and execute this, and we see that the page was updated successfully. And if we go back to our Postman window and we rerun this, we can see that the test page now has the proper case as it should. And we don't have to keep switching to Postman because we created that first function way up here at the top to read, and if we try it out, it displays the exact same thing. So we don't have to keep switching back and forth if you don't want to. I'm just trying to show you all different ways to look at the same endpoints. Alright, so we've got the read, we got the single, we got the create, we got the update, so now we have to handle the delete, which the delete is very easy as well. Let's go up here and we're just going to copy this one again, and now we're going to paste it right above the delete function. I'm going to change this to delete, keep the pages the same. It's still going to be getting passed over as a media type, and we don't need to require anything on this except for the ID, so we can get rid of all of these. And I think that is it. Let's not give them an example. And now let's switch back, do a refresh, and now we have a delete, but it's not the correct type. This is actually going to be a delete type because we want it to be a delete in our documentation, so it gives us that red delete. And our ID for the new page is 6. So let's come over here, we're going to try it out, and we're going to pass the ID of 6, execute it, and it says this page was deleted successfully. So if we come over here and we read it again, we should only have 4 results. So now we have 4. So essentially we took that API that we created previously and we gave it a sort of a rudimentary GUI. This is for the documentation. What's really cool about using Swagger is that right now we're doing it through the HTTP method, but you can also do it as HTTPS. You can have another section up here that grabs tokens. It passes those tokens for your authorization and all this kind of stuff. We don't really have any of that going on with our current API, so we don't need any of those, but you do have the ability to create tokenization, which I can show you real quick. So if we go back to Swagger, let's just go to the main search, and if we go into the editor, let's try the live demo, and as you can see here, you have this authorize button using HTTPS schema, as well as some other information that you can include inside of it. So if we click on authorize, it'll give you the ability to do your client ID, what the scope is, all this kind of stuff, and then you can actually have where your API has an API key that's authorized that you can push every time you go to do something on it. So it's pretty cool how you can do that, but we don't have that functionality built into our system, so I can't show you this without building it out, which is not going to be part of this tutorial. Right now I just wanted to kind of show you how you can create your own documentation using Swagger. It's pretty easy. You just have to kind of really do your research on these open API tags. They have documentation out there for them. I think if you go to their website and see resources, open API specification, and we're currently using OAS 3.0. You can look through how they are currently doing it. So if you go to the documentation, you can see the basic structure of it, what you can add into it. This is just a sample, and it's already kind of built out in the YAML format. But if you wanted to, you could see how yours looks in JSON and code it into your code. They have tons of documentation for Swagger 2.0, 3.0. Just depends on how far you want to go with it. There may be some things that you can find in my code that are not done correctly, but I'm also using just the very small portion of what Swagger could actually do, just to kind of show you to get started. But I think that's going to do it for this video. If you like the video, hit the thumbs up on it, and leave a comment. Let me know what you thought of the video. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. Getting more subscribers every week, and I love it. I love that y'all actually like the content that I'm pushing out. So I guess that's going to be it for now. So I will talk to you later.
Number 7, convert HTML to React.
Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today I'm going to be taking a simple website and converting it to a React website. So this is a request from one of my subscribers. So if you have any requests for tutorials, I can try to do them as much as possible. So just before I get started, I want to preface that my knowledge with React is limited. I've done it a few times, but this is probably the first time I've ever actually tried to create a website in full using previously established HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in a React app. So essentially what we're going to do is start a React project over here and copy and paste some of the HTML code, the CSS that we're using, and all of this can be found inside of the GitHub profile or GitHub repo for this project. So let's go ahead and get started. First thing I want to do is kind of show you, this is just a normal website. So it has like a hero section, some generic information, a footer, and a header. And then each one of these pages link out to just some individual pages using some images that I've downloaded, some dummy text, just some basic styling using Sass and stuff like that. So no jQuery, no Bootstrap or anything like that is involved in this project. However, you can add that kind of thing to your project if you want, but on this one I just wanted to kind of keep it as simple as possible to make it all work. So one of the first things that we need to do is get out of our HTML folder. We're going to be using this as a reference, and again, you can download the source code from GitHub, But for right now, we're going to be using this as a reference for our React project. So we need to go ahead and create a folder for React and then get into that folder. So I've backed out of the HTML folder. And again, this is just for reference, so eventually you won't even need this as part of your React project. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to initiate a React, like a create React app inside of another folder inside of this React folder that I have. So I have this HTML folder here, and then I'm going to create a React folder inside of it in order to do all of our React. Again, just a reference here, this isn't how you would actually set it up in the end. You would have your React all by itself, but I'm going to be using this to kind of show you, the HTML that we're copying and how we're getting it over and stuff like that. So let me go ahead and start with the React stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and create this React HTML folder here. I'm going to open up my terminal, and it's in the main React folder. Make sure you're not inside of your HTML folder. Again, just for reference, you don't have to actually create the HTML folder, so you can just create a project itself. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use NPM. If you're not familiar with NPM, it's one of the things that helps you install React apps on your environment. You can go to reactjs.org to find out more information about how to get started. But let's go ahead and type in the command. So npx create React app, and then I'm just going to call it React HTML. So this process is going to take a little while, so I'll just kind of stop the video here and then pick it up again whenever it gets done. But basically it's going to build us a folder here called React HTML, which it's already doing, and then it's going to start adding all the packages that we need, and then we can get in started and actually start using NPM to run it.
A few moments later.
Alright, so React has completed, and I am going to now cd into the React HTML. So I'm inside of my React folder now, and I'm going to do npm start, and that should start our local instance of React in our browser. There we go. So it's opening up, and I'm going to leave that open for now. So this is where it's starting at. You can see this is like the generic website that you get whenever you first load up your React app. And this is where we're going to go to start editing it, and I'm going to leave this open because we are going to be editing it and it's going to be updating. So if you ever need to reference back to where it is, then you can just click on one of these links by doing control click or command click, and it'll open up in your browser for you. So first thing we want to do is kind of remove the default app.js information, and we're going to then go in there and start coding for like a home page or about page and stuff like that. So let's browse out to our app.js, and right now we are returning this information that's here. So I'm going to come in here and we're going to remove all of this, and it's not returning anything right now, so let's just do div because it has to have something in there to return. So if we look at the React app now, it's just a blank page. So as I'm doing this, you'll be able to kind of see these updates. Move my screen around a little bit so I can see better. Give me just a second. So you can't see what I'm doing, but I am moving it around so I can see what I'm doing. Alright, so now let's come in here and start adding some pages to this. So let's go ahead and remove the SVG import because we're no longer using that logo, so let's just not have it. What I want to do is create a folder structure that we're going to use. So we're going to create a folder inside of our source. It's going to be called pages, and then a new folder is going to be called components. So our components is going to be something that's used components. It's going to be something that's used like the header, the footer, and then our pages is going to be the actual page content. So inside of our pages folder, let's go ahead and create a new file. We're going to call it home.js, and this home.js is going to be the home page. So we'll eventually put our HTML in here that we're going to copy from the HTML folder, but for right now let's just go ahead and get it set up. So we're going to do import import React from React, and then let's do class home extends react dot component. And this is kind of like creating a class for this JavaScript, but we're just, there's some other things you can do. What we're going to be doing, just to kind of speed along this process a little bit, is we're just going to be doing a render. So we're going to do render, and then we're going to return, and right now I'm just going to return, let's just do like a h1, and then test. Okay, so then at the bottom of this page we need to export this class. So we're going to do export default, and then we called it home. Now we switch back over to our app.js file, and we need to import home. So let's try to keep all of our stuff together. So we're going to add a section up here for our pages. So we're going to do import home from pages/home. And now we have our home file, or home.js, being imported into this so that we can use it. So what I want to do is we are going to just create a section that allows us to display home. Essentially that's going to be inside of this div. We're going to do home and then slash, and that should return our HTML. Let me click over there. There we go. So we have our header test. So right now, if we, anything basically that we pop in is, the home is there, but if we go to like something like about, it's going to display home too, because the only thing that it's currently returning is our home. So inside of our home, let me go ahead and copy over some HTML from our HTML for the index.html. So I'm going to leave the footer, and basically everything inside of this main is what I want to keep, because whenever you're doing React, you have to have a starting point and an end point. In this case, it's the h1. So in our other cases, it's going to be the main. Now we have some errors here because there's not a proper closing tag and an opening tag, and that is because you have to, let me decrease that, you have to put your in slashes for your input types and stuff like that in order to make it where it'll, because React is looking for that. So you can kind of scroll through and see if there's any errors that are present. Right now it looks like there's no errors, but we have errors here. So let's refresh the screen, and home, nothing was returned for render. Okay, so now let's see what we got to add here. So I have my return. I don't know why I erased that, but we need to have that inside of our parentheses. So let me go back down and get rid of that. There. Okay. So now we have this HTML that's being rendered, and we have everything in our main tag is wrapped inside of this return, so it's returning everything on the HTML side. So if we switch over to here, you can kind of see that you got the same field HTML stuff that this one has. It's just there's no styling on it. So I want to add some styling to it, so I want to import our style sheet. So let's see, I need to open this up, and we're going to go inside of app.css. Alright, so we don't need any of this stuff that's currently in the app CSS. We're going to open up our CSS here, and I'm going to just copy over, let's say, the style.css. You can copy over either one of them, but I'm just going to copy over this in case we need to edit anything later. And as you can see over here, it is now showing our React app kind of looks like our other site over here. We still don't have the header and the footer because we did not add those, so let's go ahead and add our header and footer. So those are going to go inside of our components folders. So let's see, components, and I'm going to create a new file, and it's going to be called header.js, and I spelled that wrong, so let me rename header.js. Okay, so inside of this header.js, we're going to again kind of create a class. So we're going to do import React from React, and then we're going to do class header extends, and let me make sure that this is uppercase. So class header extends react.component, and then we are going to do the render again, and then we're going to return, and again you have to have something to start and finish it. So inside of this return, I'm just going to do a header, and because we're going to eventually end up copying over that code. Then go down here and we're going to do export default header. So back in our app.js, we're going to come back over here and we're going to add another section. So let's add a few more lines, and we're going to do import header from components. So components/header. And now we have our div home here, so we want to have our header come above it. So we're going to do header and close that tag out. So now we have our header, components header. So what did I do wrong there? Oh, I forgot the period. Okay, there we go. So let's refresh that. All right, so now we have our, right now it doesn't contain anything, but we have a header that's coming over here. So what I want to do is inside of, let me close that, and we're going to reopen our index.html, and everything inside of this header we want to copy down to our header.js. So we are going to, instead of just rendering header as it is right there, we are going to sure, I don't know why my VS Code is removing some things, but we need to have those open and close parentheses. And now we're going to save that again. Again, you need to come in here and check for any kind of errors. You can see there's no corresponding closing tag, so we just need to go in there and add that slash. And now we have our header over here, which if we click on any of these, obviously it's not going to show anything because we're linking to that index, our index home.js. Okay, so now let's do the same thing we did for the header for the footer. So I'm just going to copy this over and change this around. So we got our footer here, and then inside of this components, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called footer.js. And we want to have the exact same information in here, so we're going to do import. So import React from React, and then we're going to do class footer extends React.component, and then inside of this we're going to do again the render, and we're going to return something. Which we can copy over from our index.html. So we scroll down so we can find the footer. Alright, so we have our footer here. Now we want to add this inside of our return. And everything looks good there. There's no issues. Alright, so now we have that. And now we just need to export it. So we're going to do export default footer. And then inside of our app.js, we just have to come over here and add our footer. There we go. So now we should have our footer down at the bottom. Again, the other pages don't work. So what we wanted to do now is to add these additional pages, and in order to do that we have to install a React DOM. I think it's what it's called. So I'm going to do that down here. And I'm actually going to stop the server just so it doesn't cause any conflicts. I'm going to open it back up. We're going to cd react html, and inside of this I want to run a command called npm install react router DOM, and then we're just going to save it. So while this is installing, it's probably going to take a few seconds. I'm going to go ahead and pause the video again so you don't have to watch, but then I'll get it started whenever it gets started.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
Alright, so if everything went fine, you should be at the position that I'm in right now. and we're going to import the router in order for us to be able to use it. So let's I'm actually going to put this above the CSS. So we're going to do import browser router as router, and then we're going to also import our route and switch. This is going to allow us to why did I do that? It's not open parentheses, it's curly brackets. We are going to use this to create a router switch here. So let me finish it off. So we're importing this from the React router DOM, and that is going to give us the ability to add some routes here. So inside of our div, we're going to use router, and we're going to wrap all of our header, footer, everything inside of that. And then inside of our header, we're going to do a switch. So switch here, and then we're going to do our home in the middle of that switch. So the first thing I want to do is take away this, and so essentially using that displays the page, but again, unless you're using like a single app, it's not really beneficial because you can't change pages. So what I want to do is give it a route path. So we're going to remove this home, and we're going to do route exact path, because we want it to be, if it's on the slash, we want it to use the component home. So we're going to do component equals home, and then we close that out. So if we're on this single page over here and refresh, oh, I got to start it up again. So we're going to do npm start to get our server started again, which should open it up in a new tab for us. There we go. Okay, so while we wait for this to load, okay, so now we're on our home page. So if we click over and do something like about, it's going to show nothing inside of the content because we don't have a path set up for that yet. And we use the exact path on this because it's using the slash. We want to make sure that the slash or a blank will show the home page. The other ones won't have to use the exact. So let's say we want to, I'm going to copy this, and we are going to remove exact, and we're just going to put path about. So right now it's linking to the home. We're going to do about, which should break it because we're not actually importing anything. There we go, so it is broken. So now let's come over here, and inside of our pages we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it about.js. So inside of this about.js, it's pretty much the same thing that we did for the home page. So let me close that again. Let's do import React from React, and then we're going to do class about extends React.component, and then inside of this we're going to do render, and then we're going to return something inside of this. So we're going to do main again, and then at the very end of this we have, let me go ahead and put this on a separate line so we kind of keep it concise with what we're doing. So now at the end of it we're just going to export default about. Alright, so then we need to call that page the same way we called our home, and now this home is going to change to about, and this reference is also going to change to about. So there we go. So right now it has nothing in it, but if I come over to this about.js and I add hi to it, now you can see hi is added. So what I want to do is I'm going to come into my about HTML, skip past the header, we're going to go to the main, and we're going to just copy all of this inside of this. Now again, we need to look through, obviously we have an error at the top, so let's scroll back up and we can see your image is not being closed appropriately, and now it is. So now we have the about page. Let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. So we have the about page, in the home page, but we still can't get to it by accessing this because it's HTML. So we'll get to that part, changing that in just a moment. But for right now, you can kind of see that we have these two pages. So let's go ahead and do the same thing that we just did for About Us. We're going to create a new one, and we're going to call it contact.js. And then inside of this, I'm just going to copy this and change it a little bit. So we're going to do contact extends React component, and then inside of here we're going to do render and return, and right now I'm just going to do main. Okay, and then we need to come down here to export default contact. Alright, there we go. So over here we need to make sure that page is added, and let's do contact. Okay, and then we need to add another route here that we're going to change to contact, and then we're going to use that class contact. Okay, so now if we go to /contact, there's nothing in it because it's blank. So let's go over to our contact.html, find our main tag, and we're just going to copy that into this. Okay, so we're using form elements on our contact. This isn't working anymore. Okay, so let me close out of that. So we have form elements inside of this, so we need to go up and look. So we have our placeholders here. Just add a / to each one of them. So I'm sorry, we have our input. We're going to add a / to each one of them. Okay, and then up a little bit further, we have a BR that needs a / as well. All right, there we go. So now we have our contact page, we have our about page, and we have our home page. So the 3 pages that we need are created. The footer and the header is created. So now let's go and modify these links. So I'm going to get out of these pages because I do not need them anymore. And home.js. So inside of our header, we need to make these links actually link to where we want them to go. So we need to add an import here. So we're going to do, so we added the React Router DOM, and a part of that is navlink and link. So we're going to import navlink and link from React Router DOM. And that's going to give us the ability to add some navigation links down here. So instead of using an ahref, we're going to do navlink, because this is a navlink. You would do the link to do like a regular link, but for right now these are in the navigation, so we want to make sure that they have active abilities and stuff like that. So we also need to remove the / here, or the href, and it's going to be 2. And that should link off to our home page. So let's do the same thing here. So we're going to change this to navlink, and this one's going to go 2, and we're going to remove the HTML from it. Let's go ahead and remove the HTML from this one and change this to a navlink and our href to a 2. So now if we click on these, it brings us to our React pages. But one thing you can notice is whenever I click on a page, the active link, because I copied the header from the home page, it has class active on it. What I want to do is make it where whenever you click on about, it not only highlights the about, but it also removes the highlight from the active. So we're going to remove our class active here, and then we are going to add a function to it. So we want to make sure that this one again is exact. So if it's on the / page, it'll also do this. So we're going to do active. So active class name equals active. And then I'm just going to copy this. We don't need the exact on the other links. We just need the exact on the home page because it has that / in it. So we copy that. Then we copy that. Okay, and as you can see over here, now it's only updating and highlighting the page that we're on. And if we inspect here, let me pull that so you can see it, remove that. We can come over here and see that our about has the current page and the class is active. If we switch over to our contact, you can again see current page, class active, where it's no longer on the about. Okay, so that kind of puts us where we have our pages created, but one thing that we haven't taken into account is the fact that React app shows for everything. So we don't want it to show for, actually, you know what? Before we get to that, the website itself should be responsive. So I'm going to pull this out. Actually, I'm going to switch over to this first so you can see how I did it. And then I'm going to pull this to another section so that I can just minimize it. And let's take this and 100%. So right now we have this menu that doesn't do anything because we have inside of our folders over here, inside of this JavaScript, we have this initialize.js, which essentially opens and closes this menu so you can see the navigation. So what we need to do is take this, and we're going to add this code to our app.js. Not our app.js. Where is it at? Index.js. Index.js. So let's go ahead and we can keep most of this. We're not using index.css anymore. We're using app.css. And then let's just keep the report web vitals. You know, you don't necessarily need it, but I'm just going to keep it in there. All of this code right here is basically what's rendering it, so we're not going to mess with that. So right below report web vitals, I'm going to paste that code that I just added to it, and everything looks good. There's no issues here. Let me go ahead and add. Let's see if it works. Let's refresh. There we go. So now our JavaScript that we're using to open and close this menu it now works, and we can go to other pages. So I need to add something to the JavaScript to make it where it closes. So let's go ahead and do that right now. In the about, let's just say we're on the about page. I need to add something else. So we're going to do nav.add event listener, and we're going to do click. Then we're going to do the shortcode function. And then inside of this, we want to do menu.enter HTML equals menu, and nav.class list .remove visible, because that's the class that we're adding up here. So let's refresh this, and now whenever we click on a page, it should close the menu. There we go. That's what I was wanting it to do. Okay. All right. So as far as, like, you know, it's responsive, so you can use my CSS. I mean, it's just basic CSS. And then again, we're using vanilla.js here, so there's no need to import Java, jQuery or anything like that. If you want to use Bootstrap, you can. If you want to use jQuery, you can. Just for this tutorial, I didn't, to kind of simplify everything. So let's go to one of these pages. Now, at the top over here, it says React app. I want to change that. But in order to change that, we have to install React Helmet. So I'm going to, again, close out of our server. I'm going to open up the tab. We're going to cd into our React HTML. And normally you wouldn't have to cd every single time you get it. You need to do this. It's just because I have the HTML folder in the same place. Usually whenever I open up the terminal, it would open up directly into this. But so you wouldn't normally have to do that unless you're doing this exactly the same way that I am. So just keep that in mind. So then over here, we're going to do npm install React Helmet. And then again, we're going to save. Now, this one also takes a little bit to install, so I'm going to pause the video again, and I'll get back to it.
Moments later.
Alright, so that one was a little bit quicker. Whenever we installed the router DOM, I think it took longer to do that than it did to actually install React. So it took a little while to get there. Okay, so let me see. I need to. Oh yeah, we're modifying the title information. So there's some things that we need to do. I'm going to go ahead and close out of this, close out of that, close out of that, close out of this, and this. So inside of our app.js, I want to create a configuration file that we're going to try to reference. So I'm going to let's close these because we don't need those anymore either. Actually, let's clean this up a little bit. So we're using app.css. That's our HTML. App.js is required. So let's get rid of this test that's here, this index CSS. We're not using that. The index.js, we need that. We don't need this logo anymore. And I guess we can keep the setup tests, so I'll just keep those in there. So kind of make it a little bit easier for us to navigate through. Okay, so before I do anything, let me do npm start. Make sure that the browser is started. There we go. Alright, so now that that's starting, let me close out of this. I'm going to create a new file inside of our source, and this new file is going to be called config.js. No, not config.js, JSON. Config.json. So this is where we're going to hold some configuration values. You can do it in like a environment file. I'm just trying to make it easy for you to be able to kind of see how you can add some metadata and stuff like that. So we're going to hard code some information about the app that we're building inside of this JSON file, something that doesn't ever change. So the first one is going to be site title, and actually I need to open the JSON part of it, and then let me close the JSON. Okay, so site title, and we're just going to call our site sample React app. So sample React app, and then the site domain, I'm going to use that. Nope, don't need to do that. Yeah, I do. Okay. So we're going to do site domain, and I'm going to show you why these are important in just a minute. So https example.com. We're basically going to use that as a meta link so that Google knows where to hit certain pages at, and that way we don't have to rewrite it every single time. Okay, so we have our config JSON done. So now I'm going to open up our home page. So let's open up our home.js, and we're going to scroll all the way up to the top. And inside of this, underneath the import React, we are going to do import config from config.json. Okay, so now we have this configuration file that is available to us. And since we have React Helmet, let's go ahead and do import helmet from React Helmet. And we're going to use that to create some variables. If we want to see that our configuration is loading, you can do something like console log config, and that should bring it where we can actually see it. Source config JSON. Oh, I gotta make it uppercase, not lowercase. Okay, there we go. Let's refresh that. Alright, so I'm going to inspect again, bring this back over so you can see it. So let me get out of the mobile view and bring that back down to the top bottom. So now we're going to look in here, and we're exporting this object, site name, site title, so they become available to us in this page. And now you can also see, invalid DOM property class. Did you mean class name? They're just talking about here React uses class name instead of class, but you can update all of those whenever you go to build your React app. It works how it is right now. I wouldn't keep it like that. I would add it actually as a class name, just so you're not having any kind of warnings or anything appear. But you're good there. So you don't need to necessarily do that. So we can see that our object is being created. So let's continue on, and we're going to remove this console log, and I want to do a constant title, and this is going to be equal to the title of this page. So we're going to do home, and then this is where that config.site title comes in. So that way we don't have to, if we want to change the title of our company or whatever, you would just go and change it in your config rather than having to change it in every single file. And then let's do a const description equals, and I'm just going to put something in here for this. So create a React app from an HTML website. And then finally, let's using the site domain, we're going to do a const canonical. I think it's canonical. Canonical. I don't even know how to say that, but it's this. It's basically the link that tells Google which page that's on, so it indexes it properly. For this sample, we don't necessarily need this, but if you're building out a real world website, just because of the way React kind of handles the way pages are generated, it may be in your best interest to make sure that you have this inside of your meta. So we're going to do config.site domain, and we're just going to do a slash because we're on the home page. Okay, so the way that we actually use this helmet to produce it, so let me see if I can inspect this. We're going to go to the head right now, and we have our title is down here. So title React app. What we're fixing to do is modify that. So whenever you get inside of your return, you have to put it inside your main, because you have to have your first HTML and your closing HTML have to match. So we're going to have our helmet inside of this. So we're going to do helmet, and then we want to change the title, and this is going to be equal to our title. And then we also want to let me just make sure that it updated. So we go back up here. So title, now it says home sample React app. So we also want to do the same thing to our canonical link. Somebody please tell me how to say that. Link rel equals that word, and then href equals the constant variable that we created for that word. And let's close it out properly. Okay, and then let's create a meta tag. So meta name equals description, content equals, and we don't need to have the quotes around it. We're going to do description, and then close it out appropriately as well. So now if we come back over here, we can see our titles there, the description that we added. It's adding a theme color, so I want to modify that theme color as well. So inside of our config.js, we're going to create another variable, theme underscore color, and let's just make it, I don't know, let's just do a black. So 6, there we go. Alright, so and then inside of our home.js, we are just going to add that to it. So let's do meta name equals theme color, content equals config dot theme color, and then we close out that tag, and then we can see it over here where now our theme color is equal to black. So we're able to modify the meta descriptions and the title. So if we click over to our about, it's using that exact same title because that's the only one that we currently have configured. And it's basically, it's not replacing it on the other pages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over this helmet, and inside of our about.js, we are going to paste that down inside of the main, and then we're also going to do the same thing for our contact. And now we need to come up here and we're going to copy these variables because currently it's going to error out saying that it's not defined. So actually I need to also copy over the helmet and the config. So we got our helmet and config, so we're going to do about, and then I'm just going to put in some dummy text here. So sample page about me. And then we're going to take this again, we're going to copy over to our contact page. This is going to be contact me, sample page to contact me. Okay, so now if we look at the description, let me refresh. Inside of our head, title, description, sample page to contact me. Let's go down. So it's adding it here, but it's not removing it in the other place, and our canonical is not working at all. Oh, that's because you don't need to put them in quotes. So let's fix that on all of these. Okay. Alright, so let's go back up. And we have, let's refresh. Go to our head. Meta description, canonical, mechanical, and our theme colors down here. So I believe there's probably a way to remove these. I'm not familiar enough with React to be able to tell you how to do it, but I'm sure there's some ways to either replace what's already there or remove them altogether so that it just uses ours. But for right now, I'm not going to worry about that just because I don't know how to do it yet. Okay, so let's see. In our about.js, we are forgetting something. We need to alt. We need to add an alt here. So we're going to do alt equals about me. And obviously that's not me. That's yeah, that's not me. That's a picture I found on Unsplash. Okay, so our index.js, and let's go in there and fix that. So that it's showing us some errors that we have in our code. So if we open up our index.js, and this needs to be there. Link is defined, never used. Image elements must have an alt property, and that's in the header.js. Okay, so the header.js, we are defining link, so I need to remove that. We actually need to put that in our home.js. So let me open up our components, header.js, and we're going to remove that from here because we don't need that to be there. But in our home.js, we do have a link. So if I click over here, this contact goes to contact HTML. So I want to make sure that it goes where it needs to go, and that's where we're going to use that link at. So let me see. Let's come over to, where's our home? Okay, we're in it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so let me do import link from React router DOM, and then we can use this link to link out to this, where's it at? Here. So we're going to, again, instead of doing nav link, we're going to do link, and then it's still going to be to, and change that to contact. Wait, are we using link in here? Failed to compile. What is it saying? Cannot resolve RE pages. I don't think I did anything that would break that. All right, let me see what did I do. Oh, that's because I'm in there. Let's see. Let me go back and remove this again because that was not causing the issue. I was looking in the wrong file. Module cannot be found. Pages. Link to contact. Closing link. Link is defined. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, well, it was a non-issue. Apparently I fixed whatever it was screaming about. I just didn't refresh the page. Okay, so now the thing that you can see is the title at the top is changing with the page as we're changing it. So that means that the description and all that kind of stuff is also changing per page. So that'll be better for your SEO. Then we should be able to click on that and go to our contact page. So we still have in our footer that these are not working. We don't necessarily need those to match where it has the bold highlight on it. So we're just going to use the regular link for these. So we're going to come down here and we're going to do link to, and go ahead and get rid of that because we don't need it. Exact. Link is not defined. Okay, so I need to add the same thing I did in the home. I need to import link into the footer, and that should resolve that issue. So there we go. All right. Let me take this down a little bit, and we can do the rest of these. So link to about. Let's remove that as well, and link to. Okay. So now if we click on contact, it brings us to the contact page, about, home. Okay. So that is all working. Click there, goes there. Let me check my documentation to see where I am. And actually, let's look at some of these error outputs. So I'm going to stop the server, and I'm going to open it up again, and cd react html npm start, and I'm going to see if I can get those errors to appear so we can resolve the errors that are happening. Okay, so in our header.js, the image does not have an alt. So we're going to go over here. I'm assuming that's a logo. Yes, it is. So we're going to do alt the dev drawer logo. And everything is compiled successfully now. So we are good. No errors. All right. I think, let me review my documentation, but I believe that that is everything that needs to be added. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's it. So essentially what we have from this is we have a, let me see, close all these out. So we've created a HTML website that was previously created. We basically imported it into a React project and then modified it to work with React the way that React kind of expects it to. Again, my knowledge on React is kind of limited. I'm kind of in the learning phase, but I know how to do this part for the most part. You know, obviously there's some things that I don't know how to do yet, so I'm going to continue to try to learn it a little bit more, but this should be able to kind of get you started if you have the question of how do you convert a HTML website to a React app. This should solve the majority of those issues that you may be having. One thing that we did extra was we created this configuration file. Again, you can do this in the environment file, but I did it in the configuration just to kind of show you how you can import a JSON file and be able to use those variables as well. We added our initialize.js from our HTML folder into our index.js. We also added our CSS into our app CSS, created our pages, and created our components for the header and the footer. And basically that is how you would convert an HTML website into a React app. So hopefully this will be able to get you started. If you enjoyed the tutorial and you want to see more like this, make sure you subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you have subscribed, thank you very much. But I think that's going to do it for this tutorial. Hope you enjoyed, and good luck with building it. I'll talk to you later.
Number 6. Swagger and Authentication Full Series.
Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be doing probably the final compilation of 2020, And this was recorded prior to January the 1st, 2021. So Happy New Year's. If you're seeing this after New Year's Day, it'll probably go live after New Year's Day, but it was recorded prior to doing that. So I wanted to go ahead and, because I didn't know what my recording schedule was going to be like with the holidays, I wanted to go ahead and get something set up for you guys so I can just push it out. But if it is past New Year's, and I hope you had a happy and safe New Year's. So today we're going to be going over a compilation of the Swagger documentation videos that we did, as well as setting up tokenization using JWT and Ajax, as well as Swagger. So we're going to be kind of going over those videos again, and I guess let's go ahead and get started with it. So first thing that we want to do is kind of figure out how we want to go, what direction we want to go with the API documentation. Personally, I like using Swagger. If you've never heard of Swagger, there's a lot of really cool resources that you can find on it. Sometimes their documentation may be a little bit lacking, especially if you're moving from version 2 to version 3, which switches over from the Swagger calls to the Open API calls. In this video, we're actually going to be using version 3, and we're going to be using those Open API calls because that is the more modern version of Swagger. But whenever you're working with Swagger, it doesn't work well with PHP. So we're going to install another tool created by Zercoat. I believe I pronounced that correctly. If I didn't, I apologize. But there's actually a file that you can, or something that you can get from GitHub that would allow you to take your PHP and convert those functions and methods and everything that we've created previously into the documentation that Swagger UI would use. So first thing I'm going to do is, let me switch from Postman to Chrome here, and we're going to go to GitHub and download something from for PHP Swagger from Zercoat. So let me go over here and let's do GitHub, and then I'm just going to search for Zercoat, Zircote, and then Swagger PHP. And the first one that appears is the one that we want to go with. So whenever you're looking at this, it's pretty self-explanatory as to how you would get it on your website. But there's a few things that we want to do differently. Like, we don't want it to be API / the actual file that the documentation is pulling. We're actually going to create a new folder called documentation, so whenever you want to reference the documentation, everything will be compiled inside of that folder. So let's go ahead and we're going to install Zercoat in our main directory. So over here, I'm going to open up a new terminal window, and I'm going to make sure that we are in our live API. So let's do cd live/API, and now we're in this folder right here. So let me go ahead and minimize everything else so it's less confusing. So let's take all this. Alright, so now we're inside of our API folder. What we want to do is take this composer requirement, and we're going to paste that in here, and we're not going to add it to a folder right now. We're actually going to use this part of it inside of our main API folder, and then we will take the actual Swagger itself and throw it inside the documentation folder. So for right now, let's just go ahead and run this code that you can pull from the composer, or the GitHub for this framework. So while we're waiting on it to pull over, let's kind of recap what we've done previously. So we ended up creating a CRUD system that uses an API rather than the standard PHP CRUD operations that we did in my first few videos. This uses the API to do your create, to read, to do the single, to do your updates as well as your deletes. And it makes it a lot easier to manage your code because on the front end you don't have to use PHP. Like in this project, we're not actually using PHP. Everything is being done through these pages and this JavaScript. So if you want to reference how we did this, there's a few videos that we've done previously where we actually used Sammy.js to create this application. And the reason that we're doing it this way is because in the future, if we ever wanted to build a web app, we could take this code and just essentially copy it into something like Cordova and build out a web app without having to worry about the PHP conversions, because all the PHP is handled through the API, which will be on its own separate server. Okay, so we have the API, and we have our vendor, we have Zercode, and then we have the PHP Swagger PHP installed here. So now what we want to do is, if you read down a little bit further, it'll tell you what you can do with all of your, basically you add this to your methods, your controllers, however you want to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and open up our controllers to the only page that we have, which is pages.php, which we're already on. Let me minimize this a little bit so you can see better. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we're going to copy over this, and we're just going to paste it in there. This is essentially going to tell the API what your version is, what the name of it is. There's a lot of other stuff that you can add here, and if you read through Open API, which is what this stands for, OA, Open API, you can get more of the titles, information variables that you can use, so you can push over support links, contact information about, stuff like that. You can add that to your API. So I'm going to change this, and since this is our live server, we're going to say API live test, and we're just going to make it version 1.0. And then we're going to grab this, and we're going to throw it on top of our read function. So our read is a get. Whenever you're using an API, you have different post types that you can send over, or different types that you can send over. You have get, put, post, and delete. They're all kind of similar. However, they do different things. So this get doesn't expect any variables to be passed with it, or it would be using something inside of the URL, which would be like question mark, this variable equals this. You can use get for that. Post is whenever you post something from a form. Put is whenever you are updating something. So for example, we're going to show you how to do the update in the, I think the next tutorial. And that's going to be where it'll, the put just updates with something that already exists, and then delete is self-explanatory. So for right now, let's just format this the way that we want it. And I'm going to, where's this at? Look at my previous documentation just to make sure I'm following it correctly. Good. Okay. All right. Let's clean this up a little bit so it's a little bit easier for you guys to read at home. And we're just going to make it a little bit more simple to read. One thing that you can notice is your responses that you're able to get. You have different kind of responses that you need to pass. Like for example, this one is going to have a response of 200, which that essentially means it's a success. And then you can also have another response that's 404, which essentially means that it doesn't exist. So right now, that's going to be the two responses that we send back. So we have a success response and a not found response. We're going to change this path because we're not using API resources. We're actually going to change this to the API of this read function. So for our case, it's API/v1/pages and then read. And then we're also going to tag it so that it groups them together on the actual documentation. We're going to tag it. So tags equals pages. And this is essentially going to tell it that it needs to group all of these underneath pages, and then you would change that for the different type of controller that you have. And I think, nope, I need to do this. So this needs to be a star and a space. Let me turn off word wrapping for a second. There we go. Let's take that and push it down, and then this goes like this. Okay, then we're going to put a comma, and let's just copy this one again. I copied the wrong one because it didn't have the OA response. So then we're going to do 404, and again put it as not found. There we go. And that should be it for our read functionality. And I'll show you how to actually view this. If we go to it right now, there's not going to be anything there because we don't have our documentation, because there's another step that you need to do. Whenever you are generating this JSON file. Right now it's XAML, but we're going to be running it in the JSON format. So whenever you're creating that format or this file, it's basically going to read inside of our controllers, and then it's going to push that content as a JSON file, which then the Swagger UI would use. So let me go ahead and copy this. And then inside of our API, we're going to create a new folder called documentation. And then inside of that documentation folder, we're going to create a file called api.php, which is essentially going to turn into our JSON file. So let's do new file api.json, or not api.json, api.php, because it's going to convert automatically to a JSON file for us. And I'll show you how to do that in just a second. Okay, so typically they want you to run XAML. XAML doesn't really work well on my server. I don't know if it's a setting that I need to turn on. I've just never really used XAML before, so if you have any experience with XAML, this might be a different situation for you. But for me, I actually want to run it as a JSON file, so I'm going to change this from XAML to JSON. And then here, instead of to YAML, I'm going to do to JSON. And then up here, this is where you're telling it that you want to scan for your methods, your controllers, your functions. So we're going to copy, let me see, in one of our, let's say our read page. I always use the document root just because it's easier to point it to exactly where I want it to go. So we're going to take this, we're just going to delete this, and then we're going to put in /API/controllers, because that is where our functions and our methods and classes and everything reside right here. So now, if we go to our API/documentation/API, then it should produce the JSON file that we want. So let me make sure that y'all can see the screen. All right, so let's go over here, and we're going to do /API/documentation, and oh, I forgot to do this same thing over here. So the vendor auto reload is inside of the root as well. So let's just go ahead and copy this over and save this. Vendor, so API, let me see where it's going. So it's in live vendor autoload.php. Live API. Why is it no? There we go. Live API. There we go. All right. So now this is it's actually JSON code, and it has all the information. So the API live test 1.0, and then it grabs the read, tags it as pages, and then operation ID equals read, and then the responses. So this is essentially producing the JSON code that our Swagger UI is going to use. Okay, now that we've installed everything, we're going to switch over to the Swagger part of it. So I'm going to go over here to just Google Swagger, and we're going to be using the Swagger UI. However, we're only going to be using the distribution folder from Swagger UI. So let's go over here to download Swagger UI, and then we're just going to open up the GitHub. And essentially what we're going to do is just copy this, and then we're going to run that in our terminal underneath the API folder, because we want the entire thing to be downloaded. So let me minimize these so they're kind of closed. Inside of the API folder, we're just going to download it in here, and then we're going to make a copy of the distribution folder and label it as Swagger inside of our documentation. So let's go here to git clone, and then we're going to paste in that URL, and it's going to be cloning Swagger UI into this folder here. So let's just give it a second to pass through it. And while we're waiting, Swagger also has an online version of it, so let me open up that real quick. Let's go back a few to here. If we go to their home page, you have your Swagger editor, And what's pretty cool about this is you can actually see the Swagger JSON as it's created and then what it creates on this side of it. There we go. Resize it a little bit so you can see better. But basically this is the JSON script that we're going to be dynamically generating from our methods and controllers and all this kind of stuff in order to get these links. And then we're going to have a page very similar to this one without all the JSON code on it. So now that it's downloaded, let's the next thing we need to do is move the distribution package, which would be this folder here. We want to move it to our documentation. So we're going to use the command line for that. And let's do mv, and I think it's, let's see, we're currently in the API folder, API, so let's do that. And no, let's switch over to the Swagger folder. So let's do cd Swagger UI, not CS, cd Swagger UI, and then we're going to do move, and then we're going to point it back one. So it references the distribution folder inside of this. I think we need that. So let's see, let's try to do it this way. Move distribution folder to whatever path you want it to go to. For us, it's going to be / documentation, and then we're going to call it Swagger. Let's see if that runs. Failed. Positional parameter cannot be found. Hold on, let me see what it did. Move distribution Swagger. Actually, I think we can just do it this way. Documentation Swagger. Okay, there we go. I just had to, I don't know why I was using Composer type here. So let's go here. Now we have our Swagger folder, which has all of the files that we want it to have in it, which has the JavaScript, the CSS for Swagger. So if we open up our browser again, let me make sure that y'all can see that window. Okay. Then we're going to go over here to Swagger index.html. It has a demo, basically what you saw on the demo for the actual Swagger website. That is what you're seeing here. So you can reference it in your code. You can always go back to see how they're doing it on their side of it as well. So what we want to do right now is take this index.html, and we're just going to highlight all of this. Let me close out of the terminal. We're going to copy this, get out of the Swagger folder, go straight into our documentation, and we're going to do new file, and we're going to call it index.php. And then we're just going to paste that in here. So if you look through this, it's essentially just formatting how the look of the page is going to be. So we're going to save that, and we're going to go back one to the documentation. And right now it's blank because we haven't set up the variable to point to where we need it to go. So on our, let me pull it up here. On ours, we're actually going to type in the full URL, which whenever you actually publish this live, it would be the full URL of your API. So we're going to come over here, and we're going to type in HTTP, and we're going to grab this from here to paste in here. I think I can copy the HTTP. Okay, there we go. So we got the live API.local/API, and then we're going to do /documentation/API.php. And that should produce us with that simplistic result that we have in our pages where it's showing just this one section. Let's go over here and refresh. And where am I not pointing it to? Let me see. Inspect console. Okay, so it's not pointing to the, oh, okay. So it's got to do, we're currently in the documentation folder. We need it to go into Swagger. So I believe the only thing we need to do here is just type in Swagger / let's go ahead and copy and paste that there. Same thing with our style sheet. Paste that there. and our favicons. We don't really need them for this tutorial, but let's just go ahead and put them in there anyway. And then everything else should be correct. So let's do a refresh. There we go. Alright, so that doesn't matter for us. And you may see the invalid call here. Right now we are not too worried about this part because the code works. So if we run this and we try it out, it should pull back all of the pages. The same thing that we would have saw in our Postman, which I can show you by switching back to Postman. So we have home, about us, contact us, services, and that's because it's hitting the same URL that our documentation is now hitting. So let's get rid of Postman again. And what's cool about this is that you can control, obviously you see it has API live test version 1. It's getting this page, and they're going to be grouped together by pages. So let's say if we wanted to go over here to this, and I know this isn't going to be the correct way to do it. I'm just going to show you real simple how it is to add different functionality into it. So we're going to do, instead of doing read, we're going to do single, and it's going to be tagged under pages. And if we save it and then refresh, now we have a single, which is currently a get value, but we're not going to do get, it's going to be a post. So first thing, we're going to not pass a get, we're actually going to be passing a post. And on the documentation side of it, you'll see the difference between get and post because it's a different color. And then we're going to pass that URL that goes to our single. We're going to tag it as a page so that it's grouped together with this API response up here. But over here, instead of just going straight to the responses, we are going to pass some other variables to go with it. So the first variable is going to be @OA, and we're sending this over as a request body. But you can also do, I think it's get, not this part. But here, there's actually like in the string, the URL of it, you can pass variables that way. But for us, for what we actually want it to do, let me show you what the result is in Postman. So let's switch over to Postman real quick, and we're going to change this from single or read to single, and then inside of the body, we're going to pass this form data slug. And the value is going to be about, and then we're going to send it, and then you can see that it produces the content. So we need to be able to pass this and give the people that are reading the documentation the ability to enter in this slug. So let's switch back over to our browser and then our code, and inside of this request body, because that's how it's being pushed through, we are going to add a media type. And you have to be kind of careful with your text here. It all has to be commented out so it doesn't run during the code time. But this is what that Swagger PHP does. It actually converts this into the JSON file. We just have to put in the information that we want it to have. So we're going to do another declaration type of OA media type, and I forgot my star here. Okay, so OA media type, and we're going to pass in that we're looking for a media type of form data. So let's do our star, and we're going to do media type equals multi-part / form - data. And that's essentially the same thing that you would have in your form declaration whenever you're going to pass the information to it. It's a multi-part form data, and it's just going to be passing a string for us. So let's go down one more, and we're going to actually create that schema that Open API is going to be looking for. So let's do @OA / schema, and then we're going to, because you have to pass a variable, we have to do it as required variables. So the first part of this is going to be required equals slug, because that's the only variable that we're passing right now, but it does need to be required. And let me go ahead and format this out so that it works when we go to run it, and it looks a little cleaner. And then we're going to do, we're going to send a property to it as well. So we're going to do OA / property, and then we're going to pass the property equals slug, and then we're going to say that it is a string. And I believe, let's just go ahead and put this on the same line. It's wrapping really weird again. Talk about that. Okay, so I'm going to scroll over a little bit, and actually let's get rid of the sidebar because we don't need that right now. So just to kind of show you what it looks like total, so we're passing a post variable to the single. It's going to be passing a form data request body that has a required item of slug, and then that slug is a string. You can also do an integer, and I'll show you, some of that a little bit later when we get into those parts of it. And then since this is a request body, we are going to put a comma here, and let's go ahead and tab these over as well so that it kind of lines up with our everything that we're trying to do. We don't need to have a comma here. Okay. All right. So now if we go back to our browser over here and refresh, now we see that there is a post here, and it's also requiring a slug be entered. And it's passing it as a multi-part form data with our success and not found. So if we click on try it out this time, it gives us the ability to type in something. So if we type in about, then we hit execute, it is now bringing back the same information that was displayed inside of our Postman window. So about us, this is the about us page. But now it's coming from our own API. So let's close out of those. And now let's worry about the, I got my window down. There we go, so y'all can see. The next part we're going to have to do is the create. And as you can see from our code here, we have slug, order ID, title, and content all need to be sent to it. So we're going to have a somewhat a variation of this code. So let's copy this code and paste down into our create. And we're going to change this to create. And it's still going to be tagged under pages, so it's grouped together. But let me show you what happens if you don't tag it under pages. Let's say we want to tag it under, I don't know, functions. Function. If we refresh the page, now we have two sections. So that's essentially what that tag does. You can group your structure together. So we're going to put it back under pages. And then this time, if you look at the code, where'd it go? Here. If you look at the code, we are sending over v1 and the create. We're sending over a JSON to code, meaning that we're sending over a JSON string to it. It's not a form that's being sent over like the read is. It's more of like a it's just a JSON string that's being sent over that has all of this information in it. So let's go back to our, close that, pages, and we're going to change this up a little bit because it's no longer going to be a media type multi-part form data. It's actually going to be a media type JSON. And then the schema is going to be kind of sort of the same, but instead of just requiring one thing, we're going to require the slug, the title, the content, and the order ID. And just so you can see this a little bit better, I'm going to put it on a new line. There we go, right here. And we're going to be able to copy this for the most part. So let's do a comma here. Actually, let me copy this entire thing. We're going to be passing over 4 variables. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And one more for the order ID. Alright, so the slug, the title, and the content can be passed over as a string, so we don't need to worry about those. But on this one, the order ID, we're going to be passing over an integer. Okay? So now that we have, I mean, that's essentially the only changes that you really need to make. It's very similar to what's up here. It's just it's not the form data. It's actually a JSON that's being passed. Let's look at our response over here. And that's one thing you have to look out for. If you see that, it means the comma is not in the right place or something like that. So let me verify this code. Oh, okay, that's because I'm trying to group everything together because it was all on one line. It's all grouped together like this. We just need to add a new ending parentheses there. Okay, so I just had it where up here you can see that the property and the requirement and everything, it's all on one line underneath this parentheses. What I was doing with the double quotes was essentially closing out this schema every time. So now if we refresh, we have our pages create, and you can see here that it's actually showing you what you need to create. So if you hit try it out, you would just modify this. But we also want to kind of give them, if you enter in just a string here, we're expecting HTML based on the website itself. So we're going to show them what they need to input there by putting in an example of what they need to do. So behind the string, we're going to do example equals HTML only. And then this will give them an example of what they're looking for. And then the other ones are pretty much self-explanatory, so we don't need to do anything with those. Let's refresh, and now it says that you can put in HTML. So let's create one and see what it does. But first, I'm going to switch over to Postman, and we're going to do pages read send, so we can see all the pages. We currently have 4 in there. We're going to use this to create a 5th. So let's try it out, and let's put in test, and then test page, and then here we're just going to type in this is a test page, and we have 4 other pages, so let's do order ID of 5. So now if we execute this, we can see that it was successfully created. Well, y'all can't see that because Postman is still up. So I just typed in this information and then hit execute, and it shows page successfully created. Now if I switch over to Postman, you can see if we refresh this, so let's send it again, back over here, and now we have 5 pages with the test page being created here. So that's how we would edit or insert a new page. But what I want to do is show you how to edit a page as well. So we know this one has an order ID of 6, test page, so I want to go in there and fix it where it doesn't have test as lowercase. So Postman's in the way again. Let's go back over here, go to our code, and we're going to edit this test where it has an uppercase for the page name. And how you do that is essentially the same thing that you did in create, because our functions are very simplistic, very simple functions. Everything is very much the same. We're not using any specifics outside of like grabbing an ID or something like that. So it's very easy just to copy and paste what we have. We're going to do the same thing that we did here, but we're going to change this to the update parameters. And if you remember, we don't give them the ability to update the slug, so we're going to change this to ID because we do need to pass that ID in order to do a post to the update of the inside of the database. Sorry, my throat is very dry right now, so I'm kind of hammering through it a little bit, but very dry. Okay, so let's do integer. And then we're also going to send over an example for this one and just say like, we're going to make all of them have examples. So let's say example equals 5. Now let's see, what was the ID that was created on this one? 6. Let's just say we're going to have a 6 in there. Better yet, let's do a 2 because we know we're always going to have that about us page for now. So we're going to do an example of 2. And then we're going to change this from slug to ID, so it's requiring that ID be entered. The title can be the same. We're going to add in an example equals about us, and then the integer for the order ID, I think the about us was 2, so we're going to do just a sample of 2 is there as well. So example equals 2. I think that is it, but we're not using post here. This is actually a put because it exists, whereas a post does not. So we're going to do the put response instead of the post response. And now if we switch back over to here, now we have our put for pages update with our examples in here. So, but I don't want to change the about us. I want to change our test page. So order ID or ID of 6. So we're going to try this out. We're going to change this to a 6, and we're going to fix this test page, and this is a test page. Now normally all of this will be handled through your forms on your website, so this is just something that's for you to test with, not for anybody else, just for your developers, for you to be able to understand the code that they're looking at and be able to see it happen in real time. So right now we're going to come over here and execute this, and we see that the page was updated successfully. And if we go back to our Postman window and we rerun this, we can see that the test page now has the proper case as it should. And we don't have to keep switching to Postman because we created that first function way up here at the top to read, and if we try it out, it displays the exact same thing. So we don't have to keep switching back and forth if you don't want to. I'm just trying to show you all different ways to look at the same endpoints. Alright, so we've got the read, we got the single, we got the create, we got the update, so now we have to handle the delete, which the delete is very easy as well. Let's go up here and we're just going to copy this one again, and now we're going to paste it right above the delete function. I'm going to change this to delete, keep the pages the same. It's still going to be getting passed over as a media type, and we don't need to require anything on this except for the ID, so we can get rid of all of these. And I think that is it. Let's not give them an example. And now let's switch back, do a refresh, and now we have a delete, but it's not the correct type. This is actually going to be a delete type because we want it to be a delete in our documentation, so it gives us that red delete. And our ID for the new page is 6. So let's come over here, we're going to try it out, and we're going to pass the ID of 6, execute it, and it says this page was deleted successfully. So if we come over here and we read it again, we should only have 4 results. So now we have 4. So essentially we took that API that we created previously and we gave it a sort of a rudimentary GUI. This is for the documentation. And what's really cool about using Swagger is that right now we're doing it through the HTTP method, but you can also do it as HTTPS. You can have another section up here that grabs tokens. It passes those tokens for your authorization and all this kind of stuff. We don't really have any of that going on with our current API, so we don't need any of those, but you do have the ability to create tokenization, which I can show you real quick. So if we go back to Swagger, let's just go to the main search. And if we go into the editor, let's try the live demo. And as you can see here, you have this authorize button using HTTPS schema, as well as some other information that you can include inside of it. So if we click on authorize, it'll give you the ability to do your client ID, you know, what the scope is, all this kind of stuff, and then you can actually have where your API has an API key that's authorized that you can push every time you go to do something on it. So it's pretty cool how you can do that, but we don't have that functionality built into our system, so I can't show you this without building it out, which is not going to be part of this tutorial. Right now I just wanted to kind of show you how you can create your own documentation using Swagger. It's pretty easy. You just have to kind of really do your research on these open API tags. They have documentation out there for them. I think if you go to their website and see resources, open API specification, and we're currently using OAS 3.0. You can look through how they are currently doing it. So if you go to the documentation, you can see the basic structure of it, you know, what you can add into it. This is just a sample and it's already kind of built out in the YAML format. But if you wanted to, you could see how yours looks in JSON and code it into your code. They have tons of documentation for Swagger 2.0, 3.0. Just depends on how far you want to go with it. There may be some things that you can find in my code that are not done correctly, but you know, I'm also using just the very small portion of what Swagger could actually do just to kind of show you to get started. I don't know if you remember from one of the previous videos that we did where this is being created automatically because it's reading from the database. However, in our file system over here, we have these templates, and whenever we create a new page in the database using the API, we have to go in there and create a template to match it. So what I want to do today is make it where whenever you create something using the API, it actually goes in here and creates this template for you, which is a very simple template. There's not that much that's going on here. It's just a page, the content. It replaces the H1 with whatever's inside of the database, and then grabs the script for this, which automatically comes in here to the get pages script and essentially just reaches out to this pages folder to grab the template. So that's essentially what we're going to be doing today, is kind of taking some of the functionality that we did with the create and the delete in our API and making it where the PHP code will go in there and create these templates for us, so it becomes more of a I guess more of like a CRUD system. It's still not 100% a CRUD because there's not really a front-end interface for this. We're still going to be using this interface in order to create this code. But before we get started, if you haven't liked the channel yet, or if you haven't subscribed to the channel, there's plenty of videos out there that I do that are just like this. So if you have an interest in this type of thing, definitely subscribe. If you like this video, like it, comment on it. I've been getting a lot more comments and likes lately, and it's very much appreciated. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, I have all kinds of tutorials that I've been doing. I think I got about 30 or 35 of them so far. And just some news coming up, I'm actually going to be doing a 2-hour-long tutorial video with Freed Code Camp on YouTube. So that's a pretty big thing for me. So be looking out for that on Freed Code Camp, where DevDrawer is actually going to be focused on building a WordPress website and building out a WordPress template from scratch, and even going all the way out to how to publish it within like one video. So be looking out for that in the next few weeks. But for now, let's go ahead and get started on building this. So if you look in the PHP that we've created for our API, you can see that we have our read function, our single function, create function, update function, and delete function. What I want to do here is make it where whenever you create a new page, I want it to pass the slug that's being created, so it'll go in here and create this template. So in order to do that, one of the first things that we need to do is create a new function within inside of this class. So let's go down to the bottom, and we don't have to do anything with Swagger for this, just because it's a function that's going to be used within the API. It's not really a function you can call outside of this specific call to the create function inside of the API. So we don't have to create any documentation for it. So let's go ahead and create our function, and let's call it create page HTML. And then we're going to be passing a slug and a title, because both of those are required whenever you create that template. All right, so now we know what we want to hit, but there's a few things I'm going to turn off temporarily in order for us to see how it works inside of this create function here. Because right now, if we run it, it'll actually create the page in the database, but it won't create it on the front end. So I don't want to run the function yet. So we're going to come back up here to our create function. Where's it at? Here. And let's just go ahead and comment out this code for now. And then we'll turn it back on whenever we get done testing our functions. So we are grabbing the slug here and the title here. So what we're going to do is be passing that slug and that title to that function that we just created. So let's come down here and say this, what was it, create page HTML, and then we're going to be passing in this slug, and then we're also going to be passing in this title. So that'll give us the two variables that we need to pass in, and with everything else being disabled, it's essentially just going to run this and then it's going to display something. So I want to make sure that it's grabbing the correct slug and the correct title whenever it's created. So I'm going to go over, let me take away this for now, and we're going to go to the create page, and again I'm just going to disable the return because I'm not looking for this return right now. We'll get to that whenever we actually get it pushed out, but what I want to do is just make sure that it's grabbing the correct information whenever we go to submit it. So we're going to do echo JSON encode, and then let's say we're going to pass the title. Now let's pass the slug first because that's where the actual file is going to be created. So now if we come back over here, and I don't think we have to refresh it, but let's go ahead and try it out, and we're going to change this to test. We're going to make it say that it's a test page, and then let's give it an order ID of something like 10 because I know we haven't hit that many pages yet. So if we hit execute on it right now, it's oh, that's because we don't have a return true or return false on it right now. So let's go over here and just after it happens, let's just say return true, so we can actually see that response. There we go. Alright, so now we can see that it's grabbing the slug. So let's come in down here and also make sure that it's grabbing the title. And if it is, then we can move with the actual PHP code to create those pages. So alright, so it's grabbing our title and it's grabbing our slug. So that's exactly what we need. So inside of this, we're going to essentially use this function to get out of the folder that's the API. It's going to come down to this pages folder, and then it's going to create the template file, and then within that template file it's going to add the content, which is going to be reflective of this. So let's come in here, and I got that. Let's see, let's go to our create page again, and I always use this. Now you may have issues with this code if you're not running it on the same server. Currently the API and the file system itself is being run on the same server. If you have it split up, you may have to create another AJAX call that goes in there and call something here. But for now, just to keep it kind of simple, we're going to keep our API and our application on the same file structure so that we can just use this in order to go back to that server, the document root, which would be just our live folder, and then we're going to pass the variable. So we're going to do pages because that's the folder that we want it to go into, and then we're going to kind of style it the same way we have here. So this is the slug.template. So we're going to pass in the slug, and then we're going to pass template. That way it's going to create that slug template. Now we need to create a variable that we can pass, so we're just going to call it file and then have it equal out to that. So we can go ahead and get rid of this part because we do not need this, and then we need to pass the content of the file, because if we just create it the way it is right now, it's essentially just going to create a blank template. So I'm going to use this about template as like a structure because I think all of the pages they're kind of the same. The only thing that really changes is the slug is passed here, which tells it which JavaScript to run. So let's create another variable called content, and I'm just going to paste in what I got from the about page, and then we're just going to change a few variables in it. So right here, obviously we need to make it where we can actually pass the single quotes, because that is part of the script that's on that page, so we need to keep that there. But we also need to pass in our slug variable. So we got our file, we got the content that we want it to say, which is again very simplistic. You can change this however you want it to be, but for our purposes this is going to do exactly what it needs to do. And then finally the last part of this would be file put contents, and then we're going to be passing in that file variable that we created, and then we're going to be passing in the content variable that we created. So essentially it's going to use a PHP function file put contents, and it's going to create the file, and then it's going to pass in the content that we created here. Now I'm wondering why this is red. I don't think that that's an issue. I think that it's just telling me something. I have no idea what that something is. It might be because the slashes and the single quotes, but I don't think that's going to affect anything. But let me just check it real quick. I think that's yep, that's good. Alright, so now what I want to do is turn back on the create functionality. We're still going to use the create functionality the way that we did before. So what we're going to do is right here is if it creates it inside the database, it's going to return true. So we want to take what we created here, and we're going to cut it from there, and we're going to paste it in here, because it's still going to use that return true, but it's also going to run this function prior to it doing it. And then we can go back to our create, and let's go ahead and uncomment this part out and save. And now if we run our API again, it should tell us we got a success. And if we switch over here, we see now that we have a test page, and over here we see that we have a test.template. So if we click on test page, we actually have the test page title as well as the HTML only that we added in here. We can also switch over to our database, do a refresh, so we got everything added here, and essentially it works. So that's exactly what I was hoping it would do. So yay, no issue so far. But we got all of these pages now, and this is being loaded in real time. So if we wanted to come over here and add another page, we can change this to, let's say, test 2, and then test 2 page, and then let's even go in there and change this to this is a second test page, and let's change the order ID to 11, and then we execute it. And now if we go back to our site, we have test page 2, we click on it, and test page 2 is there with this is a second test page. So right now we're using our API to create a page in the database, but we're also using it to create that template that we need down here. As you can see here, test and test 2 template. So now that that part's done, we're going to do the kind of sort of the same thing that we did there, but we're going to do it in the delete. So let's go back to our pages and go down to the bottom, and we're going to create another function, and we're going to create function delete page HTML, and what are we going to pass here? So in order for the delete functionality to run in the API, it needs to pass a ID. So currently we're getting we're not gathering that ID, so we need to pass the ID here, but we also need to pass a slug, because that slug is what is named here. It's not ID 10 or 11 or whichever one was just created .template. It's actually the slug of that page. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and we're going to pass the variable called slug, and then we're going to come back to this. So let's get out of this, and let's get out of this, because those are no longer needed. So we're going to open up the delete.php, and then inside of our delete we're going to do the same thing that we did previously. We're just going to test it for right now. So we don't want it to return any kind of response code. We actually want it to show us the ID or the slug that's being deleted. So let's go back up here, and I'm going to go ahead and just copy this function because we're going to need it. So we have our delete here, and let's go ahead and comment this out because we don't want to delete the page yet. We just want to make sure that it's grabbing the correct information. So we have our delete page here, and then so let's say instead of doing the slug right now, let's do the ID because that's what we're gathering. So if we do the ID, and then again we're going to have to do return true just so it doesn't error out and think that there's something wrong. We're going to do here, let's do echo JSON encode, and then we're just going to pass that ID. So right now we see up here that we are getting the ID when we go to do delete. So we're going to take this and do this ID, and now if we run this, it should give us the ID of the page we're trying to delete. So let's go to our database and see, let's refresh this, and we got currently an ID of 8. So if we type in, try it out, ID of 8, and then execute that code, it's going to not do what we want it to do. Call to undefined function. Oh, okay, that's because I got to run, it's included in the class, so it's got to be this, the function. There we go. Alright, so it's passing along the ID of 8. But again, we can't use the ID to delete the template. So we have to go in there and grab that slug, which means that inside of this statement, we need to do a select statement first. So let's come up here to our delete, and we're going to create another query, and it's going to be equal to select slug from, and then I can just copy this and this. So let's take this and paste it in. So now we're selecting the slug from the database table where the ID equals the ID. And okay, so now we got to process the statement. So let's do statement equals this. We got to pass over the connection and then do our prepare, and then we got to pass the query that we created above. And then finally we got to bind the parameters. So statement equals, nope, statement bind param, and then we're going to do the same thing. Actually, you know what, let's just go ahead and copy this because it's the exact same that we're doing up there. Okay, and then we're going to execute that statement. So statement execute. So now what's going to be different is we don't want it to delete the page if the slug doesn't exist. So essentially we're going to take it where it doesn't do this if it doesn't exist. So let's come in here and say if statement row count, and if it does have a row count, we're going to run it. Else we're going to return false. Then we're going to end our if. So now we need to take this and we're going to paste it inside of this. Now again, this is just testing it out. We're actually going to use this functionality and essentially paste it here, but for right now we're still just trying to make sure that it's grabbing the right information. Okay, so now that we have our row count, we're going to run our while statement. So while row equals statement, and then we're going to use the fetch. And if you don't know how to do this part, if you look at the top where it's like the single statement, you can kind of see how I did it. It would actually be inside of the single.php. So essentially I'm just taking this where it's grabbing all of the information and I'm just putting it inside of this call down here by itself. So if you don't know how to do the fetch PDO, there's a lot of tutorials out there for it, or you can look at how we did it in our previous tutorial. So let's just go ahead and pass PDO fetch assoc, and then we're going to close our while statement, and then finally we're going to pass or create this variable called slug, and it's going to be equal to row slug because that's what we're pulling from up here, and close that off. So now we should be able to pass slug to this delete page HTML and be able to run our API again and see that it's now passing the slug value of test rather than the ID of 8 or whichever one it was. So let's pass slug, and then let's just go ahead and change this to make it more concise. So we're going to be passing slug, and then we're going to encode that slug. So now if we go back over here and we hit execute again, it's giving us test. If we change this ID to 9, it should be test 2. So good, it's working. This usually it's not this smooth. I usually have a few issues I have to deal with, but this is actually working out pretty good. Okay, so now we have we know that it's grabbing the slug that we want, so we need to run the PHP function in order to unlink that file. So let's go ahead and delete that, and we're going to create a variable called file again, and essentially let's just copy this over because it's the same thing. So we got our document root, pages, slug, template, and we're passing that slug now, and then we're just going to do unlink file. So in theory that should work. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is come back up here and make it where it actually does the delete functionality like it's supposed to. So we can take this entire statement, and after the end while, we're going to call the delete page because it needs to delete the template prior to deleting from the database. So we're going to delete the page, and then we're going to paste our query into that. So let me there we go. And we can get rid of this return true because it is not needed anymore either, because it's going to be calling it here and then basically just going through the delete functionality that we already had there, and then it's going to return true or false on whether or not it can delete it. So inside this function, it's going to select to see if the row exists inside the database. If it does, then we're going to grab the slug from it, delete the page, and then delete the database record. And then if it fails, it's going to return false for all of it. If it doesn't fail, it's going to return true. So if we go back to our delete, let's just uncomment this out, and we should be able to run that and see that it deletes it from here in real time, as well as on the website in real time. So let's delete the last one first. So we're going to delete ID 9, and we're going to hit execute. It says it was successfully deleted. It deleted the file here, and if we go back to our site, the test page 2 is now gone. Alright, so let's come in here and delete 8. Execute it. The test template is gone, and now that page is gone. So now if we try to access test, brings up nothing because the page doesn't exist. So I think that's pretty much what I wanted to show today. So basically just taking what we've done on the previous tutorials and expanding upon it a little bit to make it where it's you don't have to go back and forth in order to create the page template and then create the page inside the database. Essentially what this thing does is it just goes in there and does it all for you. So you can actually take this and expand upon it and make it into like a full CRUD system. I might be able to do that in a future tutorial where we take our API and turn it into our CRUD application that then runs the front end of the application. But for now, you can use the API functionality and you can run all of this stuff inside of Postman, or you can use the Swagger template files that we've created, and you can run it from here. One of the things that you might notice with Swagger is there is no place to create this authorization. So we need to create a API route that handles the authorization, and it's a pretty simple, easy thing to do. So let me go ahead and close out of, get that out of the way, go ahead and close out of these pages. Those pages, we're not going to be updating those right now. But let's go ahead and we're going to create a new route inside of our version 1. Let's see, go over here to version 1, and we're going to create a new page in here. We're just going to call it authorization. So let's create a new file and call it auth.php, And then inside of this auth.php, I'm essentially going to take what we have in some of the other pages, like for example, let's do the read for now. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to remove all the stuff that we're not going to be using. So first, we don't need to have any of this for now, and we can keep the 404 there, so let's change this to, if it's failed, let's just say something like could not create the token for this API. Please contact your administrator. Alright, so that should be enough to kind of get us started. And we don't need the row count because we're not returning a row count for this one. And we're just going to call our variable token so that we can kind of keep it together. That's not even what I'm going to do. Let's go here. We're going to call this token. And we're going to be in the new pages. That's fine. Past that. So now we're going to do token, and then we're going to create a function, and let's go ahead and we're going to call it auth as well. So this is basically the same thing as a regular get. I mean, we're not using it as a get right now. We're actually going to be, I guess we are kind of using it as a get. We're going to be just accessing this page to generate that token for us, and we're actually going to use JWT to create that token for us, and I'll show you how to download those scripts in just a second, but I'm going to go ahead and get this part set up. So first thing we want to do is we're going to create a function called auth inside of our pages.php. So go over here and let's take it and put it right above the read. So let's do public function auth, and then inside of this we're going to utilize JWT. So let's go ahead and add that to our API. And if you Google PHP JWT, let me put that over here. So PHP JWT, that'll bring you to Firebase on GitHub. That's the one that we want to use. So we have some calls that we need to make. So since we're already using Composer, we're going to go ahead and open up a new terminal. And in here, we're going to cd to the API directory, because that's where we want it to reside. We want it to be inside of this folder, which is inside of our API folder. And then we're just going to copy and paste what they have here. So Composer require Firebase PHP-JWT, and then we're going to run it. So while that's running, it'll take a little bit, but you'll be able to see that this folder is fixing to be updated with the Firebase folder right here, and it's done, so that's good. So now what we need to do is call the autoload inside of our pages.php, and right above this we're just going to type out something, and again I like to use this variable just because it makes sure that I know exactly where everything is. So server, and then we're going to do document underscore root, and then /API /vendor, and then autoload.php, and basically this is just pointing to this vendor autoload.php file, and that's what's going to grab our autoload in order for us to import or use the Firebase JWT class and then the JWT functionality. Not user, use. There we go. And you can also refer down. You can see that this is where I kind of got that at. So use Firebase JWT JWT. Because of the way we have it currently loaded, that's why I'm using this to grab the autoload, because I don't think I'm calling the autoload anywhere else inside of this. I think the autoload currently is being used by the documentation part of it for this. So currently this isn't being called anywhere, and where we have it at right now is just, you would have like an initialize.php page where you would call all of this stuff, but since this is the only class that we have for our pages, this is where we're going to add it to. Now they also give you some examples of what you can type in, and we're not going to be using the OpenSSL. We're going to be using the default example, and I'll explain a little bit of what these values are as I'm typing them in. So we're going to create a variable for the IAT. The IAT is the time when this JWT was issued. It's just you can kind of create the sessions that match with what you want people to be able to access the API using. So for example, we can create the issue date and the expiration date, and then have it where the expiration date is 60 seconds after it was issued, or 60 minutes, or 2 days, or whatever it is. But for right now, we're just going to do IAT equals time, and then we're going to create another variable called EXP for expiration, and then that's basically going to be IAT plus 60 seconds. And I'm going to go ahead and just give it a long time right now, just so we can test it. So we're going to do time 60. So that should give it, math is not working with me right now, but basically the time that it currently is plus 60 seconds times 60. So that's a lot of time. My math for how that actually would look is going to be off, but you get the point of it. You can change that to whatever you want to. And then we're going to send over a variable called payload, and this is going to be an array. And again, this is something that you can take directly off of this section over here. Basically, what you're going to be passing along is the issuer, the audience, the IAT that we created, and then the expiration that we've created. So let's go ahead and do issuer, which is going to be our API. Live, no, what is it? What is our URL for this? Live API.local. Okay, live API.local, and then /API. So this is going to be our issuer, and then down here we're going to do our audience, which currently we only have one audience, so it's kind of easy. We don't even need to do anything with this. It's just going to be the main site that's calling it. We're going to do live test.local. And then we're going to be passing in our IAT, and that's just going to be the variable that we've created. And then we're going to be passing in the expiration, which again is going to be the variable that we created. So let's I'm going to put a comment here just so you know what they are. So this is the issuer, this is the audience, this is the issue. Let's do time JWT was issued, and then finally time JWT expires. Okay, and then let's go ahead and close this off. So for our authentication, this is the variables we're going to be sending over to our JWT functionality. And again, you can refer back over to this page over here to see how to actually pass it. They're missing something over here, which I'm going to add in hours, just because I want to pass over the HS2 or HS512, which let me see, HS512. I can't remember exactly what it stands for, but we're going to do HS512 and see if I can describe to you what it actually is. Okay, well, that's not helping at all. Here we go. HMAC SHA-512. So you can do, there's a few different ones that you can do. I believe they give you a link somewhere on their page here for how you can, where you can go. So this right here, this will kind of give you the algorithms that you can choose from. So we're going to use HS512 for hours, whereas 256 is essentially the same thing as HS512. It's just using a the encoding for it is SHA-256 instead of SHA-512. So it just kind of depends on what you're wanting to do. But for hours, we're going to be using the HS512. A lot of numbers going on here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that. So we're going to create a variable called JWT, and it's going to equal to JWT encode, and then we're going to pass that payload, and then we're going to have to create a key. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to put in this key for now, and then we'll create this key in just a second. And then we're going to pass in HS512. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, there we go. Okay, so up here, let's go right below our connection. We're going to create a private variable, and it's going to be called key. And you can call this whatever you want to make it more secure. I'm just going to add in the words private key, but definitely make that something that's encrypted. But for this purpose, we don't really need to have a high level of encryption on this demo that we're doing. But yours would be, you know, create a SHA-512 encryption key right here, paste it in, and that'll be your key that it has to validate against. Okay, so now we've created the JWT. It's going to use the Firebase JWT in order to encode it with the information that we're passing to it. It's going to use our key that we've established, and then it's going to encrypt it. So what we want to do is now return an array, and inside of this array we're going to pass a token, which is going to be the JWT. And then we're also going to pass an expires, just in case we want to use that for the front end as well. But again, this isn't something that we're focusing on right now. Then let's close that. So now we should have a authentication function that if they go to the authentication page, then they would be able to, it would run that authentication to grab that code for us. So let's come in here, and we need to return. So we're going to echo our JSON encode, and then we're going to pass the token off. So it's basically just going to return that response here, where it's going to return this array to us, and then it's going to pass it to the front end of the API so it can be used however it needs to be used. Right now it's just going to be used inside of our inside of our Swagger, where we're just going to create another file up here that's going to be auth, and then when we click on it, it's going to generate that code, and that's where you're going to be able to use it for the rest of the other functionality here. So in order to make this appear, we need to, inside of our pages.php, we need to basically, let's copy this, and we're going to add it here. We're going to change this to auth instead of read, and then that's about it, I believe. So if I refresh the page, we should have an auth here, and if we click on it, we try it out, we execute it, it's going to give us our token and the expiration date. So I'm going to go ahead and close out Firebase and this other tab here because we're not using it anymore. Once you got this far with it, you're done with it. Go ahead and close out the terminal as well. So we're going to be using this token in order to create, in order to read, single, create, update, and delete. For right now, there is no authentication, no security method on our API. So let's go ahead and change that. And the way that you do that is by going up here where we have the information about it. We're going to create a new line. And let's go ahead and just push it in one. We're going to do @OA/security scheme, and then we're going to pass what that security scheme is going to be expecting. So inside of this, we're going to pass, and I actually read a comment about the documentation for Swagger and open authentication and stuff like this, and I know that it's if you don't know what you're doing already, it's kind of difficult to kind of understand their documentation. It's one of the things that I really don't like about Swagger is that their documentation is more high level than it is for entry level. So in order to find information that I'm doing right now, I mean, maybe you can Google OA security scheme. You can Google OA information. There's things that you can Google that may be able to help you, but I can't do anything about their documentation. There's not really a place that I can point you guys to that would help you understand it a little bit better. You just got to kind of do it, and then if it doesn't work, try something else. And then you also are going to run into the issue where you're looking at the 3.0 versus the 2.0. So the documentation is a little bit lacking for Swagger. But once you kind of start doing it, it's very repetitive. You just have to kind of figure out what that first point is for you. So you can follow along with this one as closely as possible, and it'll work. If you want to change something else, maybe instead of using a bearer token, you want to use an API key, there's a way that you can do that. So you can switch out some of the things that I'm doing in order to make it work with an API key instead of a bearer token like we're going to do. So just keep in mind that while we're doing this, that I already kind of know what I'm typing here, so it makes it a little bit easier for me to do. And if you have issues, Google is your friend at this point. Okay, so I'm doing a lot of talking, typing's not working. Okay, so right now we are on an insecure server because it is a local server for us. What we're going to do, it's only going to have HTTP encryption, so there's no HTTPS on it. If you were doing this on a live server, you'd want to change that to HTTPS or HTTPS, so you can use both of them. But ours for now is just going to be HTTP. All right, so let's add in our description for what our security is going to be, and then we're just going to put in something, use/auth to get the JWT token. And then let's also we're going to name this, so name equals authorization, because that's what we're going to be looking for whenever we go to grab the variable from the session headers. And it's going to be passed in the header. And we're also going to be using the scheme bearer. If you're not familiar with that, it's basically just an encrypted variable that gets sent over through the header. So bearer, and then we're going to be passing the bearer format, which is going to be JWT, because that's what we are currently using. So bearer format equals JWT. And then finally, we're going to be passing over the security scheme, and we're going to make that equal to bearer auth. And I believe that is all that we would need to do here in order to get this to show authorization. So let's refresh. And now we have this new button that's called Authorize. If you click on it, it's going to give you a place where you can enter in this authorization token that is going to be generated through here. So in the real world, whenever someone logs in, this route right here would actually be ran automatically. So they would be able to get that bearer token that they need. It's going to be stored as a session variable, and it's going to be pushed out to the API every time they go to use it. For right now, we're doing it the manual way, but I think in the next video, I'll show you how to take what we have on the front end of the website and actually pass it through the AJAX calls. But for now, we're going to have to essentially try it out, copy it, and do this, so forth and so on. But in order to use the token that's being sent over inside of the functions that we currently have here, we are going to have to add another variable to them, and this is going to be security equals, and then open curly bracket, and then we're going to be passing the bearer auth, which is what we called it up there, and then it's going to be blank for now. So it's just going to not contain anything. But this bearer auth is what we called it here. So now, if we refresh the page again, let me go ahead and minimize this. Currently there's nothing over here, but whenever you have authentication and security added to these routes, there will be a lock over here. So if we refresh, we now see that there is a lock on the read. Obviously, you don't want to have a lock on your authentication because you can't do the authentication route until you get the authentication, or you can't use the authentication until you get it. So for this one, it's going to be completely unlocked. It's going to be just used to generate it. But what I want to show you now is if we hit try it out, it's still going to work because we don't have any of the code inside of our pages that tells it not to work if it doesn't see that that authentication being pushed through. But what we're going to do is add that code that will basically make it when we go to run this again, it's going to give us an error message. So let's go ahead and add that code inside of our read function. And in here, it's a pretty easy code to be able to add it. So if you're using Apache like I am, then this should work for you, but there may be other ways for you to request a header on your own server, but this is the way that I would do it since I'm using Apache. So I'm going to create a variable called headers, and then I'm going to use the PHP function Apache request headers, and then that's going to grab, that's not what I want to do, Apache underscore request headers. That's going to grab all the headers that are being sent over. And then we want to see what's being sent over to us. So let's go ahead and we're going to create a variable called token, and it's going to equal to header authorization. So I wonder if I can show you, actually let's, before we break that out, let me do a print our headers so I can show you what's currently being sent over. So that's probably going to break this. It is. Okay. So right now, because nothing's being saved in our headers, nothing's being sent over. But if we come over here to our authorization, we try it out, and it's going to give us this token. So we're going to copy the token from here, and then we're going to use the authorize button to authorize this. So currently it says that we're logged into the API. So now if we execute this again, we now have an authorization token, which has bearer and then the authorization or the token that was sent over to it. So what we need to do inside of our headers, we need to grab that authorization. So let's come over here and let's create this variable token. Did it again. Token, and then we're going to make it equal to the headers and the authorization key. Okay. So right now, if we echo out token and we refresh our browser, or not refresh it, but we execute it again, you can see that it's passing the word bearer and a space with it before you get to that token. So what we want to do on this headers is remove that, and we're just going to use a simple function called string replace, and we're going to remove bearer space, and we're just going to replace it with nothing. That way that we can actually get the correct authorization token. So it's just another encryption method that's on there to make sure that it's doing what we want it to do. Alright, so now that that's removed, that's what we want to see, is that it's actually pushing over that token. So now we need to do a try, because if you don't do a try statement, it's essentially going to try to process that, and if the token doesn't exist, it's going to give you an error message instead of giving you the correct return that you're looking for. So on this side of it, we're going to do try, and then we're going to have all of this is going to eventually be inside of our try. So we're going to try this token, so token, and then we're going to equal to JWT decode, and then we're going to pass in that information. And if you can't remember what, I'll already close it out, but if you do, let's see, Firebase JWT, if you look on their GitHub page, you'll see that they have a decode function right here. So this is essentially what we're writing right now, the decode. So that's just going to verify that that token is actually something that has been encrypted on our server and it's being used, so it's something that we can actually pull from in order to get the information. One thing that I didn't tell y'all about is up here you actually have the ability to send data. So if we go back over here, actually I don't think that they have it here. So we have inside of our payload, we can send over username, an encrypted password, their account level, all this other kind of stuff can be encrypted inside of that JWT token. Right now we're not doing that because we're essentially just reading from a page, but if you had someone that was logging into your system, you could give them that information and have it encrypted inside that token, and then whenever it gets decoded over here, you could use that information for them to be able to look up certain things based on their level without giving away what their level is inside of the browser. Okay, so back to the code. So we're going to do try, and let's go ahead and just fix this so it doesn't break it anymore. So catch, we're going to do exception E, and then we're going to end that. We're just going to return false if it doesn't decode the way we want it to. So the variables that we need to pass over here is first the token, which is here, and then we're going to pass again this key, which will grab our key from up here so that it knows that this is the one it needs to decode. And then we're also going to be passing in the encryption method that we used, which is the HS512. So that should be able to decrypt our token. So we're going to take this, we're going to cut it from here, and we're going to paste it in here. And there. Nope. There. Okay, so now it's going to try to decrypt our token that's being sent over. If it fails, it's going to return false. If it passes, it's going to run the code that we want it to. So now if we come over to our UI, I'm just going to refresh the page so it gets rid of the authorization that we've done. And now if we come over here and we hit try it out, execute, it's currently we don't have the front end of the read page that actually displays anything if there is a if there's an error in it. It just displays the HTML code, which we'll fix this in just a second. One other thing that I just thought of is that if you can see in the error message here, it says undefined index authorization. That's because we didn't send in anything over. So right now it's checking to see if the token is valid, but currently there is no token. So before we hit our try statement over here, we need to check to see if the header's authorization is there, and if it's not, return false again. So let's do if is set, and then header's authorization, and then we can bring all of this inside of that, and then do an else, return false, and then end if. So with this, we should be able to run this again, and it's no longer displaying the error that it can't find the authorization, but it's still displaying the error because it's looking for a row count. So if we go to our read, this is where it's currently erroring out at. It's trying to get that row count, even though it technically doesn't exist. So I'm going to come over here, and what we need to do here is we're pushing back a false, and if it's true, we want to run it. If it's false, we want it to do something else. So over here, we can do if statement, and then have all of this contained inside of that if statement, else, end if. So essentially what this is going to do, if it's returning false, it's going to not do any of this, and it's going to actually come down here, and we're going to put a response here, and it said, let's just say it's going to do your token did not match the expected token. Please contact an administrator. I think that should be all that we need here. Okay, so now if we rerun this code, it should give us our error message. There we go. It says your token did not match the expected token. So, and you can change that message. You can say that your token hasn't been set. Whatever you want to say. But for right now, let's try to authorize it with a inaccurate code. So let's do 1 through 3, 4, and close that, and let's hit execute. And it's still failing because inside of our code over here, that if it even though it's being set now, if it doesn't work inside of our try statement, it's going to return false. So it's currently returning false. But if we come over here to our authorize and try it out, we're going to be gathering this token, and we're going to authorize it. So let's log that one out, put a new one in, close it, get rid of that, and now if we hit execute, it reads the pages as it should. So just in case you're wondering what's happening to the front end of our website right now, well, without that token, the front end is not displaying the menu. Or here, let's do this. Okay, so resize it so y'all can see it a little bit better. But currently it is not displaying the menu because this read is what gathers the menu items for us. So on the next tutorial, I'll show you how to bring that where the AJAX actually passes over the authorization token. But for now, we're going to not worry about the front end because we want to manage the back end primarily. All right, so we got this one working, and let's go ahead and bring this back up to where it was. Let's cancel this and refresh so we're completely unlocked. So now we want to do the same thing with all of our other functions. We want to have them all use this bearer authentication. So underneath your responses for each one of them, for your error codes, we're just going to paste in the security methods. So now if we refresh this page, wait, what did I do? Security, comma, put a comma before it. Refresh it. So now we have both of those that are going to be looking for that bearer authorization. All right, so let's do comma, do that one again, and do it again down here. And again, you wouldn't necessarily do this for each one of your pages in your API. For example, the read and the single don't have to be locked behind an API. The create, update, and delete should be, but it would be better if you had it inside of an administrative API rather than a front-end API. So just keep that in mind. We're just going to be adding it to all of our functions just to prove a proof of concept here. And then we don't need it for that. So if we refresh this, all of our routes now have a lock on them. And the good news is that whenever you authorize one of them, it authorizes all of them. So we can come over here and get rid of that. Let's authorize it. And now each one of these show the locks that are currently locked because you are authorized inside of it. And we need to create the functionality for the other ones. But again, this one still works because it's got the correct information being displayed. The create it's still going to work right now because we're not actually passing anything to it. But what we want to do is code the other functions to do the exact same thing that we did for our read. So let's scroll back up to our read here. And essentially what we need to do to make this as easy as possible is just go in here and add this code for each one of them and then just change out what it's expecting. So for the read, we're going to come over here, we're just going to copy it, and let's just go ahead and I'm going to paste it here, put a little space between so I know which one I'm looking at. I'm going to paste it here, a little space between, then I'm going to paste it here with a space between, and then here with the space between. So now that we have that pasted, so this is the one we pasted it from, we're going to take this and we're just going to throw it in where the functionality is. So let's get rid of the spaces now, and we keep the token because that's definitely what we need, but everything else can be replaced with the code that's actually supposed to be there. Alright, so that looks good. Now scroll down, we got our spacing, so let's copy this. Get rid of the spacing, and then from here to the token, we're going to it uncopied what I copied. Okay, so let's copy that again and go back to this and paste it in, move it over so it's pretty. Okay, now let's do the same thing with this one. Okay, here, and then underneath the token all the way to where the return is, I'm going to paste it in. And then I think this is going to be our last one we have to do. So we copy that code again, and from the return, it's right below the token, paste it in, make it pretty, and now all of our functions are currently using the same functionality that our read had. So if we refresh this again, and let's go to single, let's try it out, and one of the slugs is about. We hit execute. Again, this is one of those issues where the front end of it needs to be coded the same way as here because it's looking for this row count. So we're going to go to single, and we're going to do if statement, and then we're going to do our else statement, which I'm just going to copy from the read page. So our else statement is going to be here, and we're just going to paste that down. So now if we rerun this, now it says that our token did not match, but if we come over here and we grab a token, execute, copy that, let's paste it inside of our authorize, and now if we try to read it again, it gives us the correct information because it's passing over that token and it's looking for it. Now with the update and the delete and the create, we already have a response code that if the page isn't updated for whatever reason, it's just going to return an unsuccessful. So we don't really have to add that code that we did for the single where it's, you know, looking at the statement to see if it's returning anything, because technically we don't care about it at this point because we already have an error message that says that if it's been updated or not. And then that's going to be based on this pages where it's actually returning what it needs to. So if it returns false, it's automatically going to show this error message that it was not successfully updated anyway, so we don't have to worry about the front end part of that display. So if we come over here to the update and let's try it out. Let me log into the database real quick to make sure. So live pages, the about page is ID2. So let's do, let's first try it without anything happening, which it should fail. Nope, updated successfully. That's because I just added the HTML to it. That's fine. So let's refresh this, and now that changes, which that's fine. We can update that at a later time. But if we try to run it again without changing anything, it's going to say that it's failed. And then let's go ahead and just to test it out, refresh the page, try to update it without any authorization, and it's going to give us that page was not updated successfully. That's because we're not passing anything. And then I don't have to do the rest of them because the other pages are going to be the exact same. So you got your update, delete, and your create. They're all going to be displaying the error messages. So as long as we have it coded over here correctly, then it'll still update where it needs to on this side of it. So I think, let me check my time. 40 minutes. This is a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. So I think for now, we are done with this tutorial. Basically what I wanted to show you was how to create the session and the tokens and everything in order to be able to pass it along and prevent people from being able to run this code without having previously been authorized. So that's going to do it for this tutorial. I think the next tutorial I'm actually going to show you the front end of this. So it's going to be live api.local, and what I'm going to show you on this one is how to generate this menu, which currently there's nothing there. Also how to get to the pages using the API, using Ajax in order to kind of generate this this authorization URL, store it as a session variable, and then use that as part of your Ajax to be able to push it out to be able to view everything else. So the first thing I want to show you is we currently have these things that are working with authorization token. So if we click over here and we try it out, it generates this token for us. And if we paste this token into our authorized field, it opens up all of these other ones now that we can come in here and actually be able to read it. So what we want to do is take this exact same functionality and apply it to here. So let's zoom out of this a little bit, and there we go. So currently there's no navigation, because if you remember from one of my past videos, I have it all being generated dynamically. So the template, the page titles, the names, the descriptions, the links, everything's being generated from our API. So what I want to do now is make it where this information actually gets displayed. So let's jump into the code. I'm going to take away all of this stuff for now. And we are going to, let's close down the API. We're going to open up our app.js. And inside of this, we need to create a function that hits our authorization URL. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this list pages just because it's be easier than having to rewrite the whole thing. And over here, I'm just going to title this function auth. And then before we call the list pages, I want to make sure it calls the auth in order to grab that, that token for us. So we don't need to run anything inside of this because there's nothing going to be returned except for a token and a date for when it expires. So let's change this to our URL for the authorization, which, if you will remember on this, it is API v1 pages auth. So API v1 pages auth, and that's where we want to go. So we're not going to be sending anything over to it. If you were using this as part of a login, you'd be sending a username and password to it. But for right now, we're not worrying about any of this. We're just displaying the data and grabbing that token. So once we post to the authorization, we want to see what it's returning. So I'm going to do console.log, and then I'm just going to log out everything that's being pushed over through this call. So let me open up this, and I'm going to open up the inspector. Let's go to our console and refresh it. So currently, let's take this away because we don't want it doing that right now. Do a hard refresh, and as you can see here, it's gathering the token. That's exactly what is produced on this side of it. So if we try this out and we execute it, you can see that it's passing over the token and the expires, which is what we are seeing here. So expires and token. That is what we want to see inside of this. And let me just make sure that y'all can see that. Okay, just verifying that that was there. All right, so now we know that we want to store this token somewhere. And the easiest way to do that would be to set it as a local storage, I guess a session for the local storage. So what we're going to do here is using jQuery, local storage dot set item, and then we're going to set the variable token, and we're going to pass data dot token because that's what's coming back from our data. So now if we come back over here and we go to our application, local storage, API local, let's do a refresh, we can see that that token is now being set with the value that's being gathered. So now that we have that value, we want to pass it as part of the headers for the other functionality that we have down here. So we're going to add a new variable called headers, and inside of this we're going to pass a JSON string that is going to be called authorization, because if you remember back whenever we created that part of it, the authorization was the token that we were looking for. So we're going to pass authorization, and it's just going to be local storage dot get item, and then it's going to be token because that's what we called it at the top, and then put a comma after that. So now if we go back to our browser, let's do a hard refresh, and oh, that's because I forgot to call list pages. Let's uncomment that back out. Now we do a hard refresh, you can see that our navigation is here. The content of the pages are still not there, so we need to also take the part that we're doing the content, and we need to add this one line to it, and that would be done inside of our initialize.js. And let's pass it right before the success. Do a hard refresh again. Let's see what's going on here. Console. So it's not being found. Okay, well, I tried out a few things, and it wasn't actually anything wrong with the code. It was just not loading the initialize.js. So the way that I fixed that was I opened up a new window, /js/initialize.js, and now it's pulling over what we wanted it to with the authorization headers. So I don't know why. Sometimes it does that way where even if I do a hard refresh, it still doesn't load it properly. So just browsing out to the initialize.js and then refreshing the page made it grab the information that it needed to. But as you can see over here, it's now pulling the information from the pages. So we're going to go over here into our Swagger UI, and we are going to update this right here, because part of our test last week we actually changed it where it says HTML only. So we're going to change this to this is the About Us page, and let's capitalize this, execute it, make sure everything was updated. So now if we refresh, now it changes. So it's currently hitting the API correctly based on the local storage of it grabbing that token that we needed to. So essentially that's what I wanted to show y'all in this video. I know this was kind of a short video, but this was probably the easier part of setting up the tokenization from last week. Last week it took about 40 minutes to record that video. So this one's probably going to be a lot shorter than that, maybe 15 minutes or so. But essentially we just add in the script to create the authorization, or go to the authorization route. We grab the information, we set it as a local storage item, and then we use that as part of our headers for the list pages to display the list up here, as well as the individual pages to display the content for each page. So that's about it. Let me think. So like I said in the previous video, this video you wouldn't necessarily use it for the front-end access of the website. The front-end access of the website would be using this functionality, or the read or the single without the authorization involved in it. The only thing that you would need authorization for is to be able to log into an administration panel to modify the create, the update, or the delete function. So for right now, I have it all kind of combined into one, but just keep that in mind whenever you're developing it, because right now we're generating this authorization code without anything actually being input into it, which isn't the most secure way to do it, but I was just kind of showing you how to do it. The way that you would actually do it with an actual CRUD application would be where you pass the username and the password whenever they go to submit a form. Then it'll run this route here. It'll gather the information for the token, and then as part of the token, whenever you're passing that token back to the system, you can create an encrypted version of their email address, their user ID, the level that they are inside of the system. There's a lot of stuff that you can do and you can pass as part of that encrypted token. But for right now, I'm just showing you how to actually use it on the front end and the back end. But again, this isn't the normal way that you would do it, but this is kind of just taking what we've already done and building onto it. Well, I think that's going to do it for this compilation tutorial. I know this set of videos that I've done are some of the most popular videos that I have on my channel. So hopefully seeing them all together kind of helps you get a really broad understanding of how to use Swagger and how to set up JWT and how to use that through Ajax and create sessions and stuff like that. So hopefully it helped out for some of the people that needed it to. But I think that's about it. So if you like this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed to the channel. I got plenty more videos like this, and I plan on having a lot more coming out in 2021. So this will probably be the last compilation video that I do for a while. But just look out for the next ones. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you later.
Number 5, Vanilla.js single page routes.
Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be building out a SPA router using JavaScript. So SPA is a single page application. You may be familiar with it, you may not be familiar with it. Basically, it's using JavaScript to create like dynamic URL router. And there's two ways to do it. One is to do it using, we're going to be using Vanilla.js. There's multiple ways to do it, but what we're actually doing is Vanilla.js. There's frameworks out there for it. But You can use like the hash routes, or you can use the page routes. And I'll show you how to do both of them in this tutorial. Basically, it's going to, they have pros and cons for both of them, and I'll get into those as we're doing them. So let's go ahead and get started. The first thing I'm going to do is just get our HTML set up. So I'm just going to use that, and let's just title this, let's say JS SPA routing. Okay, so we should be able to see all of this in real time as we're doing it. I'm not going to be very visually heavy on this, so that's the reason why I got such a small browser window compared to the large development window, because pretty much everything's going to be in code. But in order to get started, we need to first create a few things. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to create, we're going to do, let's go ahead and add Bootstrap into it. So I'm going to copy over some Bootstrap. Not that we're going to be using it right now, but just so whenever I get ready to use it, we're actually going to be able to kind of segment the content from the navigation links. So let's do div container, and then inside of this we want to have div main, and then I think we can go ahead and just proceed from there. So first, let's set up the navigation, and we're going to be doing the URL routes. So whenever you're using the URL routes, it'll work for the most part, but you need to configure your web server to serve the index.html as the main file for the SPA route paths. This is better for SEO, and it's more user friendly. However, if you're going along with this tutorial, or you're trying to do it locally, unless you are, right now I'm just using the live server in VS Code. So unless you're using an actual server that has your htaccess file that's pointing everything to your index.html, it's not going to work if you click on the links directly. So just keep that in mind while you're working with it. The hash version of it works differently, so it actually can manipulate that a little bit better. But the first part we're going to do is using just the URLs inside of the router, and I'll show you what I mean by it not working sometimes, because I don't have the ability inside of live server in VS Code to write an htaccess file that it actually recognizes. So you need to have something in place to configure the web server to serve this index.html as the main page in order for it to work. So let's go ahead and get started with this, and I'm just going to do a nav, and then inside of this I'm just going to add 3 links. So we're going to do, and let's just have this one be just a regular slash. That's going to be our home link, and then we can do another one, and this one is going to be our about page. So let's do about us, and then another one is going to be, let's just say contact, and we can do contact us. Okay, so now we have the main navigation that we want, but we need to also have it where it actually displays the content. So we're going to create another div, and we're just going to give it an ID of content. We're not going to put anything inside of it because we don't need to. Everything's going to be dynamically populated. So let's create a script reference. So we're going to do script source equals, and I'm just going to name these according to what they are. So this is going to be JS URL router.js, and I'll create that file now. So let's go ahead and create a new folder. It's going to be called JS, and then inside of this we're going to create a new file called URL router.js. So inside of this file, this is going to be what controls the URL routing. Normally you wouldn't call it URL router, you would just call it like router.js, but I'm actually going to have a router for the URL and a router for the hash, and I'm going to use them at the same time, so I don't want anything overriding. Okay, so first let's create a document listener that's going to basically listen for any link clicks inside of our nav. So let's do document dot add event listener, and it's going to be click. And then we're going to pass E so that we can do the prevent default. And then we're just going to write some functionality for it. So let's do constant variable target, that's not what I wanted to do, curly brackets, so target equals E. So we're pulling in the click information. So then we're going to do if target does not match nav A, and this is basically going to be saying that if there's a click outside of nav A, we don't necessarily want it to return this functionality. Depending on how you're writing the application, you may want it to return this functionality if you're going to have your entire site be dynamic. But for right now, we're doing, if it's not inside of our nav, we're just going to return it and not continue the function. And then we're going to do our prevent default so that it doesn't do the default action of the link. And then we're going to create a function. We're going to call it URL route. And again, these function names and everything is very specific to the URL router. I mean, you would just do something like route. But for this, we're going to be setting up our own routing in two different places at the same time. So I'm trying to keep the naming structure different. Okay, so let's do, I want to create a constant function. So we're going to do constant URL route, and this is going to be equal to the event that's being passed to it, and then we're just going to create that function. So basically this creates a function that washes the URL, and then it's going to call another function that we're going to create called URL handler event, or URL location handler. So let's do a constant URL location handler, and then we'll get into actually building out the functions. So async, and then we want it to be async in order for it to listen actively for it. So this is just going to be creating a function that handles the URL location, and we're going to call that function inside of here. So inside of here, we want to do event equals event or window dot event, and essentially what this is doing is it's getting the window event if the argument for the event has not been passed to it, and that's just basically telling it that something's been clicked on and this is where it's trying to go. Okay, and then we want to do event prevent default just to prevent it from doing any additional code. We just want it to do what we're telling it to do here. So let's do window dot history, and this is basically for being able to tell the browser which state it's in. So if you want to go back, this will allow you to go back without breaking that too much. So the push state, you can see here it says data any unused string, then the URL, and then return or void as the return. Basically data is, we're going to be passing an array because it's the state that's being passed to it. We don't really care. We just want to, you could leave this null, or you can put in a blank. And over here on this unused string part, it's basically unused now. So it's something that you don't have to put anything in there. You can use a blank there too. And then the actual target link, we want to do event.target.href, and that's going to be pointing to the href of the link that we're passing. And then we finally want to call our URL location handler. Okay, so now going down inside of here, this is where it actually grabs the responses that we're trying to push out. So before we come into here, I want to create another constant variable up here that's going to be our not a variable, an array of objects, and this is going to be what the actual routes are. So we're going to create an object that maps the URL to the template, and then we're also going to add the title and description so that it's a little more SEO friendly. So let's do constant URL routes. This is going to be equal to an object, and then we want to have first a 404, because that 404, if it doesn't find what it's looking for, it's just going to default to whatever template we have set up for the 404. So let's do first our template, and then we're just going to do create a folder called templates, and it's going to be 404.html. Okay, and then we're also going to add in, we'll add this in later, but we're going to do title, we'll just have it blank right now, and then description, So that way we control the metadata, and you can put whatever you want to in here. Just right now I'm doing it this way to kind of simplify it. So now let's go ahead and create a new folder. We're going to call it templates, and inside of this we're going to create a new file called 404.html, and then let's just say something like h1 page missing. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. And let's create another route that is going to be the main, the home page. So we have our slash is our home page because that's how we defined it in the navigation. So I'm just going to copy this over, and then we can change this as we go. So let's do templates, and we're just going to do index.html, and then let's create another route, and this one's going to be /about. And you can add as many pages as you want here. All the functionality, as long as the page exists in the templates file, then you're good. And then finally, let's do contact, and let's create those pages. So contact, HTML, about, and index. So new file, let's do index.html, and let's do home page, create a new file, we're just going to be about.html, and this one's going to be about us, and then a new file, contact.html, and contact us. Okay, so we don't need these templates anymore because we're not doing anything else with them. Okay, so now we have these routes, and then we'll add in the title and description once we get to that part, but for right now, let's go ahead and finish out our URL handler. So again, we're just creating a function that's going to handle the URL location, and first thing, in order to do that, we need to get the URL path. So we're going to do const location equals window.location path name, and then if the path of the location is 0, we want it to set to the primary route. So we're going to do if location.length equals 0, we want the location to equal this slash, so we know that we're on the home page. So basically, if it gets on the site and there is nothing that comes after the slash, then it's going to default to this, and it's going to pull this route here. Okay, so let's go down, and so now we're going to get the route object from the URL routes object. So let's do const route equals await, so await fetch, no, not on that part yet. So we're going to pull the URL routes, which is this constant variable, this object array that we've created up here. So the URL routes is going to equal to the location. So the location is going to be defined here either using a slash, or it's going to be /about, /contact, or it's going to be something that doesn't exist and it's going to hit the 404. So if it doesn't exist, then we want it to display the 404. So we're going to do URL routes, and then we're just going to pass in 404. Okay, so now we come down and do the await. So we're going to do constant HTML equals await fetch, and we're going to be fetching that route template. So route template, and then we're going to be actually pushing out the response as text. So then response, this is going to push out to the response.text, and close that out because it's a function. Okay. All right, so now we want to, so we have our HTML defined, and it's basically it's grabbing the template. If it has a response, then it's going to be taking the text from that response and pushing it into our constant HTML variable. So now we want to take document.getElementById, and we created a content div that was going to hold our inner HTML. and this is just going to equal the HTML that we've done above. So now if we go over here, this should technically work. So we got about us, contact us, homepage. And if you notice, whenever this thing first loads, it doesn't actually run the route because it's not, there's nothing on, like, it's not being set immediately. So what we need to do in order for it to be set immediately is we need to do URL location handler, and we just run that function as soon as the page loads. And now you can see that it's actually changing to this. So there's a few more things that we need to add in this. So we need to add a event listener to the window that watches for URL changes. So we're going to do window dot on pop state. So on pop state is going to be equal to the URL location handler. And then finally, window dot route is going to be equal to URL route. So essentially, this right here, this window pop state, is going to add an event listener to the window that watches for the URL changes. And then this window.route is going to call the URL function to handle the initial URL, which is essentially the same thing that this one does. So that's pretty much it for, okay, so this is what I was telling you about. If you don't have your index.html set up and you go to access these URLs directly, they won't work. The only way it's going to work is if it loads the JavaScript first, which is on your index.html, and then it'll work. So if we go back to our main over here and we click on contact us, of course it works because it's loading it via HTML rather than trying to access this URL itself. So the way you get around this, like I said before, is modify your htaccess to make sure that your index.html is the main file for your server, that it's being served as the server file, and then that'll get around it. I can't do that in this tutorial because I'm using live server on VS Code and it doesn't have that kind of functionality built into it. But you know, you don't really need that in this case. And then once we start using the hashtags, you won't need that at all. But for right now, you know, this works the way that we want it to, so it's displaying the content that we want. Okay, so actually, you know what? I'm going to come back over here and I'm going to label these so that we know which ones we're using. So let me go ahead and create, we're using Bootstrap for the layout. So let me create the layout over here because we're fixing to add some more stuff in here. Okay, so let's do div row, and then I want to do div column. I want to have 2 columns, and the second column, let's just do so medium 8. Okay, and then I'm going to separate the navigation, so I'm going to do div.card, div.card body, and then inside of this I'm going to add this navigation over here, just so I can kind of show you what they are separated. So whenever I go to put in the hash the hash changes, you'll be able to kind of tell the difference between the two. Okay, so now we have this. It's not pretty, but it kind of serves the purpose. So I'm going to put over here that this is using URLs. Okay, so that way we can kind of differentiate between the two. Actually, let me go ahead and take this and do a 6 just to make it stretch out. What can I do here? Let me just add a break tag. There we go. Okay, so this is using URLs, and this is the content that's being passed, so that's what we're wanting. Okay, so now, as you can see over here, when we click on About Us, the JS SPA routing doesn't change, and if I inspect this, where's my inspect at? Let's see, developer tools. That's weird, it's not showing up. Okay, the reason why it wasn't showing up because I had to update Chrome. So now if I go to inspect, it shows up. So I'm going to expand the head out. You can see here, you know, it doesn't have a description in it. The title is hard coded. So what I want to do is I want to change that. So in order to make that work, I'm going to come back over to my URL router, and I'm going to create a constant variable called constant URL page title equals a string, and I'm just going to take this HTML from here, and I'm going to paste it in here because I'm going to be using that to set up the titles. So the first one, let's go ahead and do something like 404 and then pass a pipe symbol, and then we're going to be passing in the URL page title. Okay, so I can kind of copy this for all of them. So let's take, let's see, I think it's Alt, away, there. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to change this one to home, this one to about us, and then this one to contact us. Okay, and then the description for this is just going to be page not found. Let's say this is the home page. This is the about us page. And then this is the contact us page. Okay, so now we have our titles, descriptions, all that stuff. So now we need to add that inside of here. So currently it's just producing the content. So I want to make it where it produces the content, and then it's going to also add the title. So we're going to do document.title, and it's going to be equal to the route.title. So we got the route template here, and it's parsing it out. So then we have another variable that we created called route title, and then finally we want to do document.query selector, and this is going to be searching for a meta name equals description, and then we're going to do set attribute, and then we're just going to pass the content of that to match the route.description. Okay, so now if we go back to here, we can see now it says home, then this one says about us, this one says contact us. So if we go back over here, we can also see that, well, it's not adding the description. Why is it not adding the description? So we got document, query selector, meta name, description, set attribute, content, route description. I think I might need to add the description. Yeah. So we need to have a, because it's not finding it right now, so we need to do meta name equals description, and the content, we're just going to have it blank. Okay, there we go. So now if we expand this out, we have the description. This is the home page, about us, contact us. Okay, and right now if I type in contact to, it's going to break it because I'm trying to access that URL manually. But if you had your index.html set up, this would actually display the 404 information or the 404 page. So right now can't show you that because don't have it set up that way. But now we have home, about us, contact us, everything's changing the way it should, so that's great. Now again, one of the benefits of using this way is that it's usually better for SEO, because SEO, they kind of expect links, pages themselves, and it's also more user-friendly because that's also what your individual users would also expect. So the way that I'm going to show you how to do it is using hashes as well. So the hashes, they're not the best route for SEO, and it's also unusable from some users. So I wouldn't really use it on a website. So for this one, I would say like the use case of it would be for websites. This one that I'm fixing to add, however, is going to be, I would say, for like apps or simple landing pages, stuff like that that you want to, it's not necessarily that you need to have everything indexed. And there is also frameworks out there that kind of handle that using the hash routing. you know, it's for them, they manipulate the code in a way where it is good for SEO. But again, you're dealing with something that, you know, your users may not be necessarily friendly with. It might not be something that you're used to. So, you know, I would kind of pick and choose which one you want to use. So with the using the hashes, again, it's going to be where I recommend using on apps or simple landing pages. Using the URLs, recommend it being on, you know, websites themselves. So basically the difference between these are going to be, so our home is going to stay the same, so we're not too worried about that. But like if we wanted to do this, we're going to do something like about, so that it's not linking out to a new URL, it's linking out to a hashed version of the URL. So if we come back over here right now, if we go to click on this, it's not going to do anything, but you can see how it changes the URL. We come over here, you know, it changes the URL like this without the hash on it. So let's go back home, and then we need to do the code that that sets this up. So let's create a new file, and we're going to call it hashrouter.js. And I'm actually going to copy some of the code from here because a lot of it's the same, but the way that the URLs are handled is a bit different. And then also I'm going to go ahead and add this in here as well. So we're going to do hash router. Okay, so for our hash router, I'm going to copy over, we can keep the constant page title, and then I'm also going to copy over our URL routes constant variable, but we're going to change the name because you can't have the same, we're calling both of them at the same time, so we don't want to have them the same. So all of this can stay the same except for this. So we're going to change this to about, and we're going to change this to just contact, and then all of that's still good, so we're still good there. Let's see, so the URL location handler, I'm going to copy this because the function is very similar to what we did, but I'll show you the changes. So we can't use the same function name, so we're just going to call this one location handler, and then our location is going to change. So instead of doing window.location.pathname, we're going to change this to hash, and we also want to do a replace on it. So we want to replace the hash because we're not using the hashes up here. So if we wanted to, we can come in here and do something like that in double quotes, and it would work, but I don't want it to be like that. I want it to actually make it a little bit more fluid. So we're going to replace the hash in our URL. Okay, so we're still needing to check for the length. If it doesn't have a length, then we want it to pull the home route. So we're still doing this one. We called it differently. We called it routes. So let's get rid of the URL routes, and we're just going to be passing the route to it. So now we have our location, and then if it's not, we want it to pass 404. And this is pretty much the same as well, all the way down. So this part should be good. It's actually a little bit simpler to create it this way, just because it's a little more concise. So let's do window dot add event listener, and we're going to be listening for a hash change. So a hash change, and then basically we're creating a function that is watching the hash and then calls this function that we have up here. And then we want to pass location handler. So it's just waiting for a hash change, and then it's going to call the function that actually runs the code. And then again, we want it to do it on page load, so we're going to do location handler, and we're just going to call that function. And that's pretty much it. Everything else should be the same. So we're still getting the title, we're still producing the content. So let's see how that works. So if we come over here and we hit home, okay, so home's not working yet. About us is working, contact us. Home is not. So home is not working there either. URL page title has already been defined. Let's see, that's in URL router. So Oh, okay, well I gotta change this. So it's not URL page title. Let's just change it to something like page title. Okay, then let's just change all of that. All right, so that should get rid of that. So home page now. Okay, hash writer line 29. Assignment to constant variable. Where did I define this at? Constant variable. Okay, so that was another thing. Constant variable won't let you change it, so we're going to change this to just a var, so we can change it in real time. There we go. So now if we hit about us, well, that's working. Why isn't this working? Okay, let me see. So this, it's like the down here is overriding it. Let me look at the code real quick. So, oh, okay. So we're not supposed to be calling the nav here because the nav is used in our URL router, and it's basically anything that you touch that matches that is returning this information, but that information doesn't exist. So now that should work. So if we switch over to this, there we go, about us, contact us, home, and then we can also switch to the URL version of it. Perfect. Okay, so now that is essentially how you create either a hash router or a URL router in Vanilla.js. I mean, there is frameworks out there that you can use to do this. If you're using React or something like that, they have built-in modules that'll handle this kind of thing. But if you're wanting to do just a simple landing page or something like that, or you're wanting to build an app from scratch, these two are the ones that I would go with. You just basically can circumnavigate having to create something using a framework. So hope you enjoyed this. Hope you learned something from it. This is pretty cool to know if you're doing JavaScript development or just doing front-end development in general. So I appreciate you watching. If you liked it, give me a thumbs up. If you have not subscribed and you like these kind of videos, I try to do them at least once a week. So hit the subscribe button for me and the bell notification so you can see when next time I'm doing one. But I think that'll be it for now. Thanks for watching. I'll talk to you later.
Number 4, login validation and authentication.
Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be building out a login authentication system, just a simplified version. Use Vanilla.js, HTML, and Sass. So in the previous tutorials, I've kind of showed you how to build out like a fully functional CRUD application using PHP. This one won't involve any PHP, but it may be something where in the future we could kind of add on to it and maybe add an API call that's built in PHP or something like that. But this tutorial is essentially going to be going over how to do login validation using vanilla JavaScript without using jQuery or frameworks or any kind of plugins for jQuery, just straight Vanilla.js, and how we can actually build it out using application sessions, stuff like that. So before I do get started, if you like this kind of tutorial or you're interested in other kind of tutorials that are PHP based or WordPress based or server based, I have a few of them. I think I have 70 something videos on my channel now where it kind of goes over a wide variety of topics. So if you're interested in that, definitely hit the subscribe, hit the bell notification so you can hear about new videos that I push out. Try to push them out once a week. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. So first thing I'm going to do is just create the structure that I need. So I've already created our index.html page, and I'm also going to be building out the CSS. So I'm going to create a Sass folder, and then inside of this I'm going to create a, let's say, login.js. And let's also create a initialize.js. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take this login.js. I'm going to put it in a new folder, and this is going to be our JS folder. So let's go ahead and move that to there. Okay, so now we kind of have our folder structure set up the way that we want it to be. so let's go ahead and start working on building out the HTML so that whenever we get to the point where we need to do the JavaScript, it won't be too difficult. So I'm just going to add an HTML5, and let's title this, let's do login, and I'm going to reference the Sass that's going to be built here. So let me go ahead and create that file, and we're just going to say style.scss, and then I'm going to watch the Sass. So it's being generated here, so we have our CSS and our min.css. So we don't really need this right now, so I'm going to go ahead and get out of that, but I do want to add a reference to that style sheet. So we're going to do link rel equals style sheet, and let's do href equals css style.min.css. So right now there's nothing in it, so it's not going to do anything, so that's fine. Let's also add a script reference. So we're going to do script defer source, and this is going to be js login.js. Okay, so that should kind of get us started. Let me go ahead and push this to the live server just so we have something on there. Let's start adding our script. So for this, we're going to have a specific CSS style that's just for the login page. So we're going to just set this as the body class to be login, and inside of that we're going to create our own container. So again, this isn't using Bootstrap, but we will be able to control this in the Sass whenever we get to that part. Alright, so let's do h2, and we're going to do class equals text center. This is going to be a login screen. Okay, and then let's add a break tag. So I'm just going to be adding a form with a username, a password, and then a login button. So let me do that real quick. So we're going to do form action. I'm going to make this redirect on success to dashboard.html, and let's do login form as the class. There we go, and let me close this so it stops wrapping. Alright, so let's create div input group and input group. Then inside of this I want to do label, class label, and this is going to be for the username, and let's just pass a username. Then let's do input, and let's do class input, and it's going to be text. The ID, we're just going to do username as well. And then finally, let's put a span that is going to be our error message. Okay, now I'm going to take this and I'm going to copy it and paste it here. So for instead of username, this is now going to become password, and I'm just going to put this in a few different places that it needs. So password, and then the type of field is also going to be password. Alright, so, and let's change this to password. Alright, so I think that's all we need for the login. So now I'm just going to add in a break tag below that, and then we're going to do input type equals submit class, and we're just going to create a button class, and the value is going to be login. Actually, why am I doing input here? Button I forgot. Button class button, and let's see, type equals submit. Then we're just going to have this as login and close the button. Okay. So now we have our generic screen. So what I want to do is inside of this login.js, I'm going to create a class that has some functions that we can call from the initialize.js. So let's do class login, and let's build our constructor for it. So we're going to do construct, so constructor, and then we're going to pass the form and the fields, so that way the script knows what it needs to run it against. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the initialize.js just so we can actually, you know what, we're gonna add that in the bottom under here. So inside of the login, we want to create this variable for the form. So we're going to do const form equals document dot query selector, and I think we called it login form, and that has to be, or it needs to be a class. Okay, so now we have this constant form. So if the form is if it is set, then we want to pass these two fields for it. So we're going to do const fields equals an array, and the first one is going to be username. So username and then password. So that's going to be our const field. So it's basically we're passing these two fields, or these two variables. So also while I'm in here, let's go ahead and do const validator equals new login, and then we're going to pass form fields. Okay, so now this will hit this for us. Now we just need to make this do something. Okay, so let's go ahead and create some variables. So we're going to do this form equals form. That way we can pass it between the functions. This fields equals fields. And then I want to create a function here that whenever it is submitted, it runs this function. So let's do validate on submit. And then that's just going to be a function. So I need to take this function and we're going to call it whenever this script is called. So this validate on submit. Okay, so inside of here, let's go ahead and add a, let's do let self equals this, not left, let self equals this. And then this dot form, and then we're going to add an event listener. So add event listener, and it's going to be looking for the submit event, and then we're just going to use the shortcode for the function. Alright, so inside of this, let's go ahead and do e prevent default just so it doesn't submit the form. So e prevent default, and then I want to do a console.log just so we can see what we're getting from this form. So I want to do a console.log, and let's see, what did we name them again? Let's see, ID password. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing the console log this way and trying to pull it individually, what I'm going to do is we're going to do self, because we've already declared self. So self dot fields for each. So basically the fields that were sent over, we're going to loop through those into a for each statement, and then we're going to pull and make it do what we want it to do from inside of this for each statement. So we're going to say for each field, no, for each, yeah, so our what is it called, our result is going to be a field from the fields array. Okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking as I'm doing it. Kind of hard to do this in real time. Okay, so for each fields, produce a field that we can interact with. All right, so let's do const input equals document.query selector, and then we are going to pass that field to this. So we're going to do hashtag $field, and that should allow us to define this input for each one of these fields that we are passing here. So username and password, it should be get passed to hashtag username, hashtag password, which is essentially what I was going to do in the console log. Okay, so let's do input dot. All right, let's try input dot value, and I want to do a console dot log so we can see what that value is. So in this screen, I'm going to do inspect. So open up the console, and if I put in admin password, click login, we have admin password. Okay, so our JavaScript is grabbing what we want it to based on this array that we're creating. So that's good. All right. So now that we have that, we need to do some stuff with it. So the first part is, let's create another function. So underneath this validate on submit, we're going to create a function called validate fields, and then we're going to pass a field to it. And each one of these is going to be put through a basically whatever requirements we want to put on it. So in this case, we just want to make sure that they're not blank, so that way we can say that, you know, it is required. So let's go ahead and take this validate field here, and I want to, instead of my console log, I want to do if self dot validate fields, and then we're going to pass the input here, and if this is equal to false, we're going to create a number that increments, which is going to be our error. So if there's an error, then it's going to give us the ability to flag it. So we also need to define this up here. So we're going to do var error error equals 0. Okay, so now if it doesn't validate, we're going to say that it's going to increase this error, and then increasing that error is going to prevent us from displaying something. So let's go ahead and do like if error equals 0, and then let's just say console log success. So right now there is no validation that goes on, so it should technically validate just because it's not doing anything at all right now. But let's make it do something. So we have this here. So let's do if field dot value dot trim is not equal to blank. We want to run this. Now what is that? Yeah, that's equal to blank. Double equal. I'll think about this in a second. Let me write down what I want it to do. So if it is blank, we want it to display something. What do we want it to display? Let's do this dot set status, and I'm going to create this function to go along with it, and it's just going to pass a message. So we're going to do the field, what the message needs to be. So we're going to do $field, so it uses that field, the field input, and it's going to use the label that's associated with it. So we're going to do previous element sibling dot inner text, and this is going to say cannot be blank. That's going to be our error message, and then we're just going to notate it as an error. Let's go ahead and make this double quotes so we stay concise with it. And then we're just going to return false. Okay, so now let's create this set status function. So let's come down here and do set status, and we're going to pass the field first, and then the message, and then the status. Alright, so let's create a query selector constant variables. So we're going to do const error message equals field dot parent element dot query selector, and then in the beginning we put error message as the error message class. Okay, so now we have our error message defined. Scroll down a little bit, and let's say if we have a if let's do if status equals error, then we want it to show an error message. So we're going to do field dot parent element dot query selector again. Actually, you know what? I have this constant variable here. I'll have to rewrite that again. So let's do error message. So we got error message dot inner text is going to be equal to message, and then we're going to do field dot, we're going to add a class to it, so class list dot add, and it's going to be input error. So we are going to not only show an error message, but we're also going to show a where it's like the box is red around it, so you know which specific text box is showing an error. Okay, so all right, I think that would be good. So let's test it. So if I do login right now, cannot read undefined reading inner text, login 30. Let's see, what did I do here? So it cannot be blank, field dot previous element sibling, not sibling. Okay, now let's try it again. Okay, now that works. I just misspelled sibling. So if we also inspect these, we can see that now it has an input error, and then the error message is showing this information here. So what happens if we add something here, and then we go to hit? Okay, well, we don't have any validation where it's a success, so it wouldn't do anything anyway. But we can see that it is adding what we wanted to add here. So let's add in some other stuff. So right now we're checking to see if it is blank. So let's also check to see if it's not blank. We are going to run something for the password. So if the field dot type equals password, so if it equals to a password, we want to make sure that password has X amount of variables. Let me get rid of this so you can see that better. Okay, so if it is a password, then we want to check to see if it has a certain amount of variables. So let's do if field dot value dot length is, let's say, less than 8. We want it to show an error message. So I'm going to copy this entire block, and we're just going to rewrite that error message. So this dot set status, pretty much everything stays the same over here, but what we need to put here is must be at least 8 characters. 8 characters. And this is an error, and it's going to return false. If it is over 8 characters, let's run an else statement, and we're going to do this dot set status and then field, and then we're just going to pass a null message, but it's going to be labeled as success. All right, so let's scroll down so you can see that, and then we're going to return. Let's see, return true. And we also need to close this one off. So if it's not the password type, but it's it has a value in it, we want to go ahead and do else, and we're going to basically just return this same status because it is successful. Okay, so now let's test that out. So if we come over here and we do a login, so the password cannot be blank, so this one's no longer showing that error message. So if we do here, now it says password must be 8 characters. So if we do this, okay, I gotta make it count the actual characters. All right, let's see what is going on here. So if it's password, if it's field type password, if it has less than 8 characters, then we set the status, return false. Otherwise, we set the status, field null success, that's correct. Set status, return true. Set status, return true. All right, well, let's try this. Let's come down here, and since we're passing a success status, let's add one here. So if status equals success, then we want it to, let's say if error message, then we're going to have error message dot, okay, so this should remove if there's like a leftover error message inside of it. And then we're also going to come over here and say field dot class list dot remove, and then we're going to remove this input error. Where did I put that at? Input error message class that we put in. We're going to remove that. Okay, so let's try this again. So if we come over here and we do this, click login. Now we get 4 characters, so that's 8 characters. All right, so now it removes itself. Okay, so now we have this. Let me just look through and see if there's anything else that we need to do. So it's going to show an error here if it's successful. If it's successful, let's go ahead and do this. We're going to do this dot form dot submit. And I guess I should have been looking at the console log to see if it was actually sending over this success message. But let's try this. So let's add something here. There's 4, 8. We hit login. It brings us to our dashboard. All right, so that's working. So now if we try to hit login, let's refresh. And we hit login. It won't let us do anything here because it's not letting us. Okay, well, that's an issue that I need to take a look at. All right, so let's look at the code. So for each error. Oh, okay. So what's happening is this error actually needs to be outside of the for each loop, because what it was doing is basically this one, if you put in the username, it was going to validate true, which would, as soon as the error equals 0. So starts off at 0, if it validates true, hits 0, exits out, comes down here. So what it was doing is, before it was able to exit out of the username being true, it was submitting the form because it didn't see any errors because it was inside of that loop. Now that it's outside of the loop, we should be able to see it actually work here. So if we hit login now, there we go. So now this can't be blank. Must be at least 8 characters. Once you have 8 characters, then it submits it. Okay. All right. So that's good to know. Yeah, I just had it in the wrong place. I think for the the login class, I think that's all we need to do there. So let's come over here and start styling this to make it look a little prettier. So let's go into our style.sass, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to speed run through this. So basically I'm going to create it how I want to create it. You'll be able to see it in the code that I have attached to the tutorial, but I'm not going to sit here and make you wait for me to create these styles the way that I want them to be created. So just watch as the magic of video editing happens. Okay, so through the magic of editing, the Sass is done, and basically we should be able to see all of our changes. Now it highlights it in red. Password cannot be blank, username cannot be blank. So if we change this, it goes away. Let's come over here, and I'm going to add a break tag in between these just to split them up a little bit. And if we do this and this, password must be at least 8 characters. There we go. Okay, so now we have our login screen done. Let's do some stuff with it. So whenever they go to log in, not only do we want to submit the form, but also want to potentially, this is where you would add in your login API information. So let's do login API here. Basically, once you get to this point and everything's validated out the way that you want it to be, then you can essentially just pass the username and password to your API script, get your tokens, whatever you need to do, and then if everything according to plan, you would do if whatever you need, and then submit the form, and then it passes that form to it. So whenever it does that, we also want to do local storage.setItem, and we're going to pass a auth variable of 1. And essentially what that's going to do is it's going to store a application variable. So let's get rid of that. So let me just fill this out here, and we hit login. Now we're authenticated. That way we can use this authentication on this page too. So if you're not authenticated, it won't let you see this page. It'll redirect you back to the login screen, or if you want to log out, you would click a button and it would remove this application variable here. So having said that, what you would do with your API is that you would take kind of the same approach. Maybe you would save first name or last name or username, email address. Don't save the password obviously, but save the username, save the user ID, whatever's coming back to you from that API, and then you would set it inside of these items however you want to set it so they can be used throughout the rest of your site. So speaking of the rest of our site, I'm going to now create a dashboard.html page. So we're going to do a new file. We're going to say dashboard.html, and I'm going to copy all of this over. We're going to remove this form, and we're going to also remove this body class here. And let's go ahead and change this. We're just going to say dashboard. So right now you're able to hit this page. What we want to actually do is control that a little bit better. So we have our login.js. I'm going to create another file, and this is going to be auth.js. This is going to be a very, very simple script. Basically it's going to say that if you're authenticated, great. If you're not, kick you out. So in order to hit that, I want to also be able to do something to this initialize. So in the dashboard, instead of doing login.js, we are going to do auth.js, because we don't need that login script anymore. So let's do auth.js, and then let's also just do our initialization script as well, because that initialization script is going to be what controls this. So let's go ahead and add some text in here. So let's do h1 class equals text center, and then welcome to the dashboard. And let's just go ahead and do p class equals text center. Then we're going to do href goes nowhere. The class is going to be logout, because this is going to be a logout link that we will again destroy this authentication application or storage variable. Okay, so let's go over to our auth.js and write some simple script for it. So let's do class auth. Let's do our constructor. We don't need to pass anything to this constructor. So what we do need to do is create a validation script. So let's do const auth equals local storage dot get item, and then we named it auth. So now we have this constant variable that's getting brought in from our local storage. So let's do this validate auth, then we're just going to pass this. So we need to create a function called validate auth, and we need to pass in whether that is a 1 or it doesn't exist. So we're going to do if auth is not equal to 1, then we want to do window.location, so location.replace, and it's just going to basically redirect them back to the main screen, which is our login screen. Else we're going to do something here. Let's also go ahead and create the logout. So let's do logout, and we're going to do local storage. I'm just going to change this, and instead of being get item, it's going to be remove item. And then again, we want to do window location replace to make them go back to the main screen. So if I click on logout now, it's not going to do anything, but if I do go over here and remove this and refresh the page, still not going to do anything because it's not actually being called yet. So inside of this initialize.js, this is where we're going to have that magic work. So we're going to do const auth equals new auth, and this does not need to be proper case. So const auth new auth, and you see it just redirect because now it's doing exactly what it needs to do. So if we try to access that dashboard, so slash dashboard.html, you see it just kind of redirects us back to the home screen because this variable doesn't exist. But if we come in here and do auth1, and then we try to access the dashboard now, it'll let us in. So now that we know that's working, let's come in here and create something for the logout. So we're going to do document.querySelector, and we called it logout, and then we're going to add an event listener to this. So add event listener, and we're going to listen for a click, and then we're going to pass e. I don't think we'll actually use it, but let's just pass it just in case. And then we're going to do auth.logout, and that should give us the ability to come over here and click this, and it logs us out. It removes that variable. Okay, so close to being done, not quite. Just, you know, number one, we don't have anything that's validating again, so you can log in with whatever as long as it matches our criteria. But there is something that I have noticed in some of the testing that I've done for systems like this, is that even though you're not logged in, if you try to go to /dashboard, okay, well, it didn't show it there, but sometimes there's like a small glimpse of the page that you're trying to hit, which we don't want. Okay, well, it's not going to show it on this one just because I'm recording the video, but there is a way to fix it so that you don't have to worry about that in the future. So inside of our constructor, I'm going to create a document.querySelector, and I chose the right one that time. And on the body, we're going to do style.display equals none. And this will just make it where if that page does show up for a microsecond, it basically, there's nothing there. It won't be able to see anything. And it gets run before any of the other authentication stuff gets run. So it's kind of ensuring that once that page is hit, if they do see anything, it's just going to be a white flash while it's replacing it and removing it. So having said that, we now have the body style turned off. So if we log in and it's successful, it's a blank page because we don't have it turned on. So what I want to do is, if it is authenticated, we come down here and we put this display to block. So now if it's authenticated, it shows you that actual screen, which is what we want it to do. So now if we log out, goes back to the page that we started with. If we enter in any information here, it logs us in. If we don't enter information, it shows us these error messages, and you can show different error messages based on the input. There's also a way that you can do these on blur so that while you're typing, it shows you an error message. However, in the logon script, because of the error validation, the way I have it set up right here, if we did it on blur, this would be kind of doing the same thing that for each did earlier, where it's going to show it as a true when it's not supposed to. So right now, that's why I have it only on validate on submit. But you can write a blur on there and then just not worry about this error message that's coming here, and just make it to where it just shows these, and then have it actually run on the submit where it actually submits the form. So you can do all that kind of stuff, but I'm not going to get into that. So I think that's going to do it for this tutorial, but I think I want to expand on this a little bit more and maybe either build an API or use one of the APIs I've already built that has user authentication that we can utilize to be able to log in and out of this system based on an external API that's PHP driven. So for now, I think that's going to do it. If you like this kind of tutorial, hit the thumbs up for me, hit the like for me, leave a comment if you want to see other things that are like this. But it's a fun project, and it kind of gives you a well-rounded solution to be able to do some validation and authentication and storage and stuff like that using vanilla JS. So there's no Bootstrap, no jQuery, no kind of plugins or frameworks that you have to deal with. This is just pure CSS, pure JavaScript, and pure HTML. So again, I hope you liked it. That's it for now. So I guess I will talk to you later.
Number 3. Directives you need to know in htaccess.
Before I get too far into it, if you have not already done so and you like this kind of content, subscribe to the channel. I try to push out a new video at least once a week. If you are subscribed to the channel, thank you very much. My subscription numbers have been going up dramatically lately, and I do appreciate everything. So it's a good channel. Browse through some of the videos. If you like the kind of content that I do, subscribe to it, hit the bell notification so you're aware of next time I do a video, and give me a thumbs up in the videos. Alright, so just in case you're unaware of what an htaccess file is, it's basically a server directive file, and it's primarily used if you're on a shared host. If you have access to the hosting files themselves, then you don't really necessarily need an htaccess file, but most sites probably aren't using their own server. If they are, then you probably have a server administrator that can handle these kind of requests for you by editing the specific server directive files. An htaccess file is kind of like a catch-all file that you can use to kind of prime your website a little bit whenever you don't have access to those files directly. For example, if you've ever installed WordPress, you can see that they all use an htaccess file in order to handle routing all pages through the index.php, which then passes on functionality. I kind of did something like this, similar to this, in a previous video, I think maybe last week or the week before, where basically we used an htaccess file in order to make it where everything was rerouted through our index.php file so that we can control it using PHP functionality rather than having to create individual pages for every bit of the content that we wanted. I'll go over that a little bit more in this tutorial. But in order to get started, first thing we need to do is create an htaccess file. So the way that you create that is it's a hidden file, so it may already exist on your server, but just in case it doesn't, it is .htaccess. So again, this file is primarily used if you're on a shared hosting server. And in that shared hosting server, you may want to do some things that your server isn't currently set up for. So I'm going to go ahead and create, let's do like an index.php file. And then I'm just going to refresh this so it shows this blank screen. Actually, let's go ahead and add some content. Let's do, let's say homepage, just so we know where we're at. So if we refresh this again, you can see that it says homepage now. So let's say if I wanted to create a another file, let's about.php or something like that, and I didn't want the PHP extension to be on that file. I can come over here to my htaccess file, and just FYI, if you're using something like GoDaddy hosting, there is some limitations that some hosting providers add, especially GoDaddy, just because this is something that I know from personal experience that they do, is they don't necessarily let you rewrite your remove the .html or .php extensions using the code that you normally would. So I'm going to add the directive for GoDaddy. It doesn't affect the rest of the stuff that we're going to do. It basically just makes sure that whenever you get it loaded on GoDaddy, it works. So in order to make it work on GoDaddy and some other similar sites, hosting sites, that we're going to do options, and then we're going to do plus multi-views, and this will, or multi-view with the capital V, this will open up that door for us. So let's come down a little bit more, and this is where we actually are going to rewrite the code in order to remove that .php extension. So on your index.php, obviously, as you can see here, it's not even referencing the page just because that is the primary file in our website. If we created the about.php, we would have to access it directly using the .php, and we couldn't just do /about, or else it would break and show that site didn't, that page didn't actually exist. So let's start on working with this. So we're going to do rewrite. So rewrite engine, and we're going to turn it on, and then we're going to add a rewrite condition. So we're going to do rewrite, CWRITE COND, and then we're going to do %request file name, or not, percent curly brackets request file name, and then exclamation -f. And this actually needs to go, the curly brackets need to go at the end of request file name. So that's going to essentially take the condition that it's going to request the file name for us, and then it's going to use this rule that we're going to add using rewrite rule. And then we're just going to add some code. I know I've said this before. This is something I've always added in there. Essentially what this is going to be doing is anything within these parentheses, it's going to be looking for to replace in order to remove it completely. So we're going to be doing, let's see, square bracket, arrow, period, plus. Okay, so that should cover most of it. And then we close out this regular expression, and then we want to replace it with .php. We're going to do ncl, and these the ending of this is basically just telling it that this is where we want this to end at. So now, if we come over here and create a new file, we're going to call it about.php. Then we go to our browser. We can access it by either going to about.php. Let me add some content here. So h1 about page, just so we can tell that it's coming here. So we can either go there, or we can remove the PHP extension, and you can see that now it also loads the about without the extension. However, this is again something that we don't necessarily want it to do, or we don't want this to be accessible anymore at all. So we want it to actually redirect from the .php to the -php. So let me leave that open for now, and I'm going to go back into our htaccess file. And if you aren't using PHP for this, you're using HTML extensions, essentially you would just replace the .php with the .html. It'll work the same way. So now let's go down and I want to make it where it doesn't do the .php, it automatically redirects to the non.php version of it. So we're going to do rewrite condition, and then we're going to do the parentheses, the request, and then we're going to write our regular expression in order to take it and tell it what we're trying to do with it. So we're going to do s/period plus, and this is again just a regular expression. You can Google these regular expressions and they can show you what they mean, but basically it's just looking for certain things and then it's quantifying what the results are going to be. So now we want to make sure that the rewrite condition includes the .php, and then we're going to add an NC at the end of it, and then we want our rewrite rule now to say just go to what it is without the .php, and then we want to make sure that we're doing a redirect that's a 301, and just add our final variables to it. Okay, so now if we come over here and we refresh this, it's redirecting us to our home page. Let me see, what did I do to make it redirect to the home page? Okay, so one thing whenever you're working with your server directive files, you either need to, sometimes the changes that you make need to be reflected in a server reload or in a new session. So I went ahead and just opened up the page in a incognito mode just to make this part a little bit easier to work with. So that's the reason why the information up here looks different, just because we're in incognito mode. And I also noticed that this isn't supposed to be a $sign, it's supposed to be a %sign. So now if I save this and I go back to our about, that should still work, and if I type in about.php, it now redirects us to about instead of the home page. So opening up incognito mode kind of fixed that for me after I realized that it was supposed to be a % there instead of a $sign. And also, some of these other things that you need to worry about, like this L means that anything after this rewrite rule for this specific condition, it basically exits out. This means that it's going to be case sensitive, and this NE means no escape. This is particularly helpful if the URL is ending in a question mark or an ampersand. Okay, let's go ahead and continue with what we are working on. Let's see, so let me label these so that they make more sense. So we're going to do hashtag flag for GoDaddy. Then let's come over here and we're going to do, this one's going to be remove extensions. Remove extensions, and then redirect from extensions to non-extensions. Okay, so now we have the two biggest ones out of the way. So now we have our about page that can be accessed whenever it tries to be accessed using the .php, it redirects here. So what we can do now is take it a step further. I can't show you these specifically, so I'm going to put these as server only, just because it doesn't work on the local environment, because obviously I don't have an SSL or anything like that installed on it. So I'm just going to show you these so you have them to be able to reference. So the first one we want to do is do a redirect from www to non-www. This one is probably the most commonly used one outside of like the HTTPS. And essentially what we need to do is do a rewrite condition, and that rewrite condition again is going to be using the request. So the request, not inside of parentheses but inside of curly brackets, and And then we are going to pass in, no, not the request. This is going to be, sorry, getting my documentation mixed up. HTTP host, and then we're going to say that if it has a www, so we're going to be looking for the www and then slash period. Just because you can't do www period, it's going to be www slash in order for the htaccess file to read it, and then pretty much anything that comes after that slash, or that, I'm sorry, that period. Then NC. So that is the condition that we want, and the rewrite rule that we want to have is to have it point to just the HTTP or HTTPS version of your site. So we're going to do this again, star. Pretty much everything goes to either HTTP or HTTPS, and then ://%1/$1. So that way you'll kind of pick up any of your primary domain as well as any files that you have on that domain as well. And these have to be done in a certain order because you can't have it where it's trying to redirect to your www and then it runs through the PHP code that we have up here, just because this is the way that the htaccess file looks at it. I mean, you theoretically can do it, but the way that it looks at it, it's basically going in an order of operations. So you want to make sure your order of operations is redirecting it how you want to. Okay, so this is how we redirect it from the www to the non-www, but we can also do it the reverse. So non-www to www. And in order to do that, we have to set up another condition, and then that condition is pretty much the same as what we had before, but we're not going to be looking for the www because it doesn't exist if you don't have it on there. So we're going to do your domain, and then let's do /.com. So whatever your domain is, you put that in there. And then we want to have it where it redirects using pretty much the exact same information, but now it's going to be going to either HTTP or HTTPS, and then instead of these two here, we're going to be doing the www version of your domain.com/$1. And then let's reverse these here. So we're going to do L301. Okay, so that should cover whether you want to go to a redirect from a www to a non-www or from a non-www to a www. Now, the other thing that is most common with htaccess files is the HTTPS. So in order to do this, we need to first make sure our rewrite engine is on. I'm just going to add it here. So let's do SSL. So SSL redirect. So, and I'm also going to add the rewrite engine here. So we're going to do rewrite engine on. And I'm only doing this just because if you wanted to copy this code over, you would copy the whole thing over. But for right now, I'm not going to be, we're not going to be using any of these individually because they are based on this rewrite engine up here. And I actually need to go ahead and do the hash symbol for all of these as well, just because if I try to run them right now, it's going to break my local server, because I do not want that to happen. Alright, so we got our rewrite engine on, and then we're going to do our rewrite condition is going to be the HTTPS. We have to check to see if it's on or not. So we're going to do %HTTPS, and if it's not on, we want to write the rule. Alright, so let's do, let's see, rewrite rule, and then we want it to basically say that everything needs to be rewritten to the HTTPS version of the site. So now we do %, and we're just going to pass the HTTP host, and then we're going to do %, and we're going to pass the request URI, and that'll basically take it where if it's HTTPS is not turned on for that specific page, it'll redirect it to that page and that domain automatically. So those are the three that are most used. These up here are more or less used if you're writing your own PHP page and you just don't want to have the extension just because they're better for SEO. So let's get into some other ones that may be of interest to some people. Like, for example, let's create our own error pages. So we're going to do create error pages. So let me go to the browser, and let's say if we went to contact, because contact doesn't exist, it's going to show this not found, the default information that you would see for an Apache server in this case. So what I wanted to do is actually display a page that I can control. So we're going to create our error documents. So error document, and then we want to say that if it's a 404, we're going to pass in a folder called errors/404.html. And then on my directory, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it errors. And then I'm going to create a new file, call it 404.html. And I'm just going to add in h1 404 not found. And then if we go back to our browser and refresh, now we have our 404 not found. And you can do this for a wide amount of other error pages. So let's say we got our 404. Another common one would be a 500 error. So let's do our 500 error. And let's see another one. Let's do a 403. So we got 403.html. And basically those are going to be, if we open this one, we're going to change this to 500 server error. And then this 403 is going to be a forbidden error. So forbidden, and I think 403 forbidden, server error not found. Okay. And let's go ahead and add in one more. So we're going to do a 401 because we're going to be using that one in a second. So let's do a 401, and this is going to be a 401 unauthorized. Unauthorized. Okay, so we have our error pages in our htaccess file. We just need to create references to those pages. And I'm going to leave the 401 off of it for now. So let's do the 403 is going to go to a 403, and then the 500 is going to go to a 500. So now if any of those errors are hit, it'll display the HTML that we want it to rather than the generic server page that you may see in a lot of servers. So you can actually customize those a little bit more. Okay, so let's say if we didn't want to do it this way, we didn't want to have the possibility for a 404 error to happen. This is what I used in my previous tutorial, and basically it's like it allows you to create a simple MVC, kind of the way that WordPress does it. So we already have the code up there to rewrite our URLs to make it where they're actually functional without the .php in it. So now we're going to take it a step further, and we're going to redirect non-existing pages to index.php. So this is useful because you can basically create your index.php and then pull all of your other pages off of a database, using JavaScript or using PHP code, but you can only, it makes it where you can only create one page, but it can turn into an entire website the same way that WordPress does it. So in order to do this, we need to turn on an option. So we need to do options, and then we need to add symlinks. That's a capital L. So symlinks if owner match. This will make it where that it's going to check to see if the symbolic links for our server matches the server that it's coming from. And then we want to make sure our rewrite engine is on, which it already is, but we're going to just turn it on again anyway. And then we need to do our rewrite condition. And if it doesn't find a real link, we want it to process the file and then just send whatever that it's looking for, the URL, to be reflective on the index.php. So we're going to do request file name exclamation -f, and then we want to do another rewrite condition, and it's going to be the request file name again. So request file name, and then it's going to be exclamation -d, and then we're going to do our rewrite rule, and this is just going to be index.php, and that's it. So now if we go back to our site and they got this contact, if we refresh it, now it's still showing the URL here as contact, but it's reflecting the content that we currently have in our index.php. So this is where you could go and create, views, and if you've ever used Laravel or any of the PHP frameworks, this is kind of what they do. They take what you are looking for, and instead of having to create these pages manually like we did with this about.php, they would just create a reference to about that would be either hitting a database or hitting a JSON file, or using JavaScript, but all of the functionality would be contained inside of this index.php, whether it links out to a controller or a class or a function, or it just displays information on this page itself. Now, this doesn't affect the other pages. It only looks for the pages that doesn't exist. So we can have our about page that still references our about information that we've added to the about.php. But if this page didn't exist, it would display the information from the index.php, and then we would just control what it's displaying based on whatever this reference to the URL is. And like I said previously, you can check out a video that I've done, I think it was last week or the week before, where I kind of utilized this a little bit in order to help display some of the information that I was currently building. But this is pretty useful how we currently have it. And for the most part, that is what you're going to be getting out of htaccess, but there is a few more things that you can do. Let me go ahead and close down some of these things so that they're not open any longer, and we can kind of move on to another part that's pretty cool. So I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to be called secret, because now I want to have it where you can't access this specific folder unless you put in a password, and you can control that through htaccess as well, and it's fairly secured. I mean, you can hash your passwords. You can also have open text passwords, which is not recommended, but you can hash your passwords and make it where, if you have a specific secret folder that you only want certain people to be able to use, you can give them a username and a password associated with that folder. So inside of this folder, we're going to create another htaccess. And the reason why you have to create another htaccess file is that htaccess files basically inherit from the parent. So if we don't have an htaccess file, any of the directives that we added to the htaccess file here will inherit and will be usable inside of our secret folder, which we don't want to happen. So the secret folder needs to have its own directives and its own abilities. So in here, we're going to once again turn on our rewrite engine. We're going to make sure it's on, and then we're going to rewrite our base. So we're going to do rewrite base, and we're going to do /secret. So now this htaccess file knows that it's only pulling directives from this one folder. And you can even take this a step further and take this rewrite base, and you can put it into the top of your file over here and just do it as a / so that this htaccess file knows that it's interacting with anything and everything on this server unless another htaccess file tells it not to, like this one does. So if we go over to the the secret folder, so secret, and we're inside that folder, right now it's going to show nothing because nothing's there. If it was using the other htaccess file, it would have showed us the index.php content, but we don't want that to happen, so that's why we added this in here and gave it its own htaccess file. So the way that you create a htaccess file that controls a password is you have to have an associated file, htapassword, that you can use to store username, login, and information. So username and password combinations. So I'm going to go ahead and do it two ways. First way is going to be we're going to protect a file. So I want to protect a single file here, and in order to do this, you need to add files, and then let's just say admin.php, because that's going to be our secret file that we don't want anybody to see unless they have a password. So we're going to do auth name, and you can name this whatever you want. I'm just going to say access to admin file, and then we're going to do auth type basic, and then we need to create this ht password file. So let's go in here and we're going to do a new file. It's going to be .htpasswd. So inside of this file is where we're going to store our username and password. So we need to reference that file. So we're going to do auth user file, and I need to actually find that file URL, so bear with me just a second. So we have this secret here. Okay, so yours would be different. Right now, again, I'm on a local, so it's going to be a local file, but yours would be actually pointing to the not the URL, but the actual directories of where this file is located. So we called it htapasswd. Okay, so that is our auth file that is being stored inside of this folder that can be used for passwords. And then the last thing we're going to do is require valid user. Okay, so now we have this ht password, and in the ht password you can store information. Like, for example, we can do the dev drawer, and then our password can be password. Obviously that is not very secure, so we're not going to keep it like that, but I'm going to show you how it works. So if we refresh this, our directory access is still the same. So I'm going to create a new file, index.php, and this one I'm just going to say secret directory. So if I refresh over here, we can see that our secret directory is it's working because we didn't block off the secret directory. What we did was we blocked off a new file called admin.php. So I'm going to change this to admin okay, so admin Now if we refresh this and we try to go to admin.php, because again, remember, we don't have the extension removed from this htaccess, so if we try to do just /admin, it wouldn't work. But if we try to do it now, you can see that there is a pop-up that's asking us to sign in. So if we do the dev drawer and then put our password as password, we can sign in and we can now see the admin file. And if we go back to our secret, of course that still works. It's just that wasn't actually tied off. So now we can make it where this file is actually being protected as well. So I'm going to copy this entire thing, and we're going to do protect a directory. And basically the only thing we need to do is remove the files calls. So it's not calling a specific file, it's calling pretty much anything that's accessible inside of this secret folder. It will it'll pass it along. So once you authenticate, you won't have to authenticate again. So I'm pretty sure by adding this, if I go to refresh the home page of this directory, it's not going to ask me for the password again because it's already been validated based on that one ht password. So let's see, we're going to do access to admin directory. And now if we refresh this, of course it's not going to do anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this URL and I'm going to open up another incognito mode to see if we can get it to work, and I can show you what happens if you decline it. Okay, so now I reloaded the browser just because I wanted to clear out the password that we have previously entered. So if I go to secret now, it'll show me a pop-up saying that I need to put in a password. If I cancel out of this, it's going to show me this unauthorized. I also want to be able to control that, and that's where we created this 401. So we need to do the same thing that we did for the other error files. We need to also do that here. So let's go down here, and we're going to do error page for unauthorized. And then I'm just going to move over to my other htaccess. I'm just going to copy what I have because it's essentially the same thing. Go over here. Then we're going to open up our htaccess. We're going to paste this here, and instead of being a 500 error, it's going to be a 401 and 401. So now if we come back to our browser and we refresh and we cancel this, now we have this 401 unauthorized because we can no longer access anything inside of this folder. So if we refresh it again and we signed in, it would then show us access. But again, I don't want to leave my password as password, so there is a website that you can go to. I just found this one. It helps you generate this information, so I'm going to open it over here. I'll have it in a link below in the description, but basically it's hostingcanada.org HT password generator. And what it does here is you put in your username, so the DevDrawer password, I'm just going to say password again, and then I'm going to use bcrypt to encrypt it, just because you can see here insecure but common, and then bcrypt is it's better than SHA-1 or MD5. So we're going to create that HT password file, and it's basically going to give us the same thing that we put inside of our DevDrawer password, but the password is now encrypted. So we're just going to copy that over and paste it in. Now if we refresh again and we go to log in, the DevDrawer, and then our password again is password, but now it's encrypted, we go to hit sign in, we can still access this directory. So let me see if there's anything else I can think of with htaccess. No, I think that's about it. So in this tutorial we learned how to, let me correct this, we learned how to remove the extensions, redirect the extension version of the URL to the non-extension version of the URL, and then we also learned how to, didn't see it, but we learned how to do it, redirect from www to non-www or non-www to www. And we also saw how to redirect all pages to an SSL version of it, how to create our error pages, and you can create whatever kind of error pages you want here. They don't have to be HTML, they can be PHP as well. And then we also found a way to not utilize the 404 here and redirect the existing or non-existing pages to the index.php to kind of create your own kind of MVC. And then lastly, inside of this secret folder, we learned how to add an htaccess file to a subdirectory and have that htaccess file reference that subdirectory, as well as be able to protect a file and be able to protect your directory, and then create another error document for our unauthorized users inside of this directory. So I think that pretty much covers any of the good stuff that you would need to know about htaccess. There's a lot of other stuff you can learn about it, but this is the ones in my history I've come across that I've had to use at least once or twice somewhere. Actually, there is something else I can show you. So I didn't go over how to create, in order for this to work, I'm going to have to get rid of these. I'm going to show you how to redirect from a specific page to another specific page. I completely forgot about that one. Let's go ahead and do that one real quick. And we're going to do a redirect to a different page. So let's say you have an old page, you want to go to a new page. So we're going to do redirect to a URL on the same domain or host. The way that you do this is you're going to do redirect, and we're going to pass 301, and let's just say we have test 1 that we want to redirect to test 2. So if we go to our browser and we try to go to test 1, it's going to redirect us to test 2, and obviously it's not found because we didn't create this file and it's not using the index. And I can probably actually now that I think about it, I could probably use this anyway, and I don't think it will affect the redirect that I need to do. So reload that, and we go back to test 1. Yeah, it doesn't affect it. So we can keep both of those active. Alright, and the last thing is how to redirect from a specific page to an entirely different domain. So let's do redirect to a different domain. And this is essentially the exact same as it is up here, except instead of doing a slash to the URL you're wanting, or the page you're wanting to go, you would type in http:// or https, whichever one you have, and then I'm just going to use example.com. So if we type in test1 now, it's actually going to redirect us to example.com. So let's do test1, and it's still redirecting us. It's probably because I'm going to have to open up a new browser. But essentially you can see what's happening. Let me actually change this so yeah, I can actually show it to you. So instead of doing test1, let's try another page we haven't hit, which will be service. So let's do service, which redirects us to example.com. Okay, so I think that about covers it for the htaccess server directives. If you have any questions, hit me up down below. If you like this kind of video, I have other PHP-based videos, server-based videos on my channel, so give them a look over. If you did like this video, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. It does help with the growth of the channel. So I guess that's going to do it for now, and thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you later.
Number 2, install Swagger UI documentation for your API.
Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be going over how to work with our API that we've been working on for the past few weeks. And basically we're going to add some documentation to it. Whenever you have an API, it's very important that you have documentation added to your API so that you can always reference it without having to open up Postman or something like that. In the last tutorial, we actually went over Postman, so that's what you can see on the screen right now, is kind of a way that Postman displays everything, so we can access our API using Postman, using the URLs that the jQuery would use, the AJAX responses would use. So with this tutorial, we're actually going to be going over how to integrate your own documentation into it, which kind of replicates what you would see inside of Postman. But before we get too far into it, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. And if you like this video, definitely like it, leave a comment on it. I'm more than open to suggestions. So I think right now, let's go ahead and get started. So first thing that we want to do is kind of figure out how we want to go, what direction we want to go with the API documentation. Personally, I like using Swagger. If you've never heard of Swagger, there's a lot of really cool resources that you can find on it. Sometimes their documentation may be a little bit lacking, especially if you're moving from version 2 to version 3, which switches over from the Swagger calls to the Open API calls. In this video, we're actually going to be using version 3, and we're going to be using those Open API calls because that is the more modern version of Swagger. But whenever you're working with Swagger, it doesn't work well with PHP. So we're going to install another tool created by Zercoat. I believe I pronounced that correctly. If I didn't, I apologize. But there's actually a file that you can, or something that you can get from GitHub that would allow you to take your PHP and convert those functions and methods and everything that we've created previously into the documentation that Swagger UI would use. So first thing I'm going to do is let me switch from Postman to Chrome here, and we're going to go to GitHub and download something from for PHP Swagger from Zercoat. So let me go over here and let's do GitHub, and then I'm just going to search for Zercoat, Z-I-R-C-O-T-E, and then Swagger PHP. And the first one that appears is the one that we want to go with. So whenever you're looking at this, it's pretty self-explanatory as to how you would get it on your website. But there's a few things that we want to do differently. Like we don't want it to be API / the actual file that the documentation is pulling. We're actually going to create a new folder called documentation, so whenever you want to reference the documentation, everything will be compiled inside of that folder. So let's go ahead and we're going to install Zercode in our main directory. So over here, I'm going to open up a new terminal window, and I'm going to make sure that we are in our live API. So let's do cd live/API, and now we're in this folder right here. So let me go ahead and minimize everything else so it's less confusing. So let's take all this. All right, so now we're inside of our API folder. What we want to do is take this composer requirement, and we're going to paste that in here, and we're not going to add it to a folder right now. We're actually going to use this part of it inside of our main API folder, and then we will take the actual Swagger itself and throw it inside the documentation folder. So for right now, let's just go ahead and run this code that you can pull from the composer or the GitHub for this framework. So while we're waiting on it to pull over, let's kind of recap what we've done previously. So we ended up creating a CRUD system that uses an API rather than the standard PHP CRUD operations that we did in my first few videos. This uses the API to do your create, to read, to do the single, to do your updates as well as your deletes. And it makes it a lot easier to manage your code because on the front end, you don't have to use PHP. Like in this project, we're not actually using PHP. Everything is being done through these pages and this JavaScript. So if you want to reference how we did this, there's a few videos that we've done previously where we actually used Sammy.js to create this application. And the reason that we're doing it this way is because in the future, if we ever wanted to build a web app, we could take this code and just essentially copy it into something like Cordova and build out a web app without having to worry about the PHP conversions, because all the PHP is handled through the API, which will be on its own separate server. Okay, so we have the API, and we have our vendor, we have Zercode, and then we have the PHP Swagger PHP installed here. So now what we want to do is, if you read down a little bit further, it'll tell you what you can do with all of your, basically you add this to your methods, your controllers, however you want to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and open up our controllers to the only page that we have, which is pages.php, which we're already on. Let me minimize this a little bit so you can see better. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we're going to copy over this, and we're just going to paste it in there. This is essentially going to tell the API what your version is, what the name of it is. There's a lot of other stuff that you can add here, and if you read through Open API, which is what this stands for, OA, Open API, you can get more of the titles, information variables that you can use, so you can push over support links, contact information about, stuff like that. You can add that to your API. So I'm going to change this, and since this is our live server, we're going to say API live test, and we're just going to make it version 1.0. And then we're going to grab this, and we're going to throw it on top of our read function. So our read is a get. Whenever you're using an API, you have different post types that you can send over, or different types that you can send over. You have get, put, post, and delete. They're all kind of similar. However, they do different things. So this get doesn't expect any variables to be passed with it, or it would be using something inside of the URL, which would be like question mark, this variable equals this. You can use get for that. Post is whenever you post something from a form. Put is whenever you are updating something. So for example, we're going to show you how to do the update in the, I think the next tutorial. And that's going to be where it'll, the put just updates with something that already exists, and then delete is self-explanatory. So for right now, let's just format this the way that we want it. And I'm going to, where's this at? Look at my previous documentation just to make sure I'm following it correctly. Good. Okay. All right. Let's clean this up a little bit so it's a little bit easier for you guys to read at home. And we're just going to make it a little bit more simple to read. One thing that you can notice is your responses that you're able to get. You have different kind of responses that you need to pass. Like for example, this one is going to have a response of 200, which that essentially means it's a success. And then you can also have another response that's 404, which essentially means that it doesn't exist. So right now, that's going to be the two responses that we send back. So we have a success response and a not found response. We're going to change this path because we're not using API resources. We're actually going to change this to the API of this read function. So for our case, it's API/v1/pages and then read. And then we're also going to tag it so that it groups them together on the actual documentation. We're going to tag it. So tags equals pages. And this is essentially going to tell it that it needs to group all of these underneath pages, and then you would change that for the different type of controller that you have. And I think, nope, I need to do this. So this needs to be a star and a space. Let me turn off word wrapping for a second. There we go. Let's take that and push it down, and then this goes like this. Okay, then we're going to put a comma, and let's just copy this one again. I copied the wrong one because it didn't have the OA response. So then we're going to do 404, and again put it as not found. There we go. And that should be it for our read functionality. And I'll show you how to actually view this. If we go to it right now, there's not going to be anything there because we don't have our documentation, because there's another step that you need to do. Whenever you are generating this JSON file, or right now it's XAML, but we're going to be running it in the JSON format. So whenever you're creating that format or this file, it's basically going to read inside of our controllers, and then it's going to push that content as a JSON file, which then the Swagger UI would use. So let me go ahead and copy this, and then inside of our API we're going to create a new folder called documentation, and then inside of that documentation folder we're going to create a file called api.php, which is essentially going to turn into our JSON file. So let's do new file api.json, or not api.json, api.php, because it's going to convert automatically to a JSON file for us. And I'll show you how to do that in just a second. Okay, so typically they want you to run XAML. XAML doesn't really work well on my server. I don't know if it's a setting that I need to turn on. I've just never really used XAML before, so if you have any experience with XAML, this might be a different situation for you. But for me, I actually want to run it as a JSON file, so I'm going to change this from xXAML to JSON. And then here, instead of to YAML, I'm going to do to JSON. And then up here, this is where you're telling it that you want to scan for your methods, your controllers, your functions. So we're going to copy, let me see, in one of our, let's say our read page. I always use the document root just because it's easier to point it to exactly where I want it to go. So we're going to take this, we're just going to delete this, and then we're going to put in /API/controllers, because that is where our functions and our methods and classes and everything reside right here. So now if we go to our API/documentation/API, then it should produce the JSON file that we want. So let me make sure that y'all can see the screen. Alright, so let's go over here and we're going to do /API/documentation, and oh, I forgot to do this same thing over here. So the vendor auto reload is inside of the root as well. So let's just go ahead and copy this over and save this. Vendor, so API, let me see where it's going. So it's in live vendor autoload.php, Live API. Why is it no? There we go. Live API. There we go. All right. So now this is it's actually JSON code, and it has all the information. So the API live test 1.0, and then it grabs the read, tags it as pages, and then operation ID equals read, and then the responses. So this is essentially producing the JSON code that our Swagger UI is going to use. Okay, now that we've installed everything, we're going to switch over to the Swagger part of it. So I'm going to go over here to just Google Swagger, and we're going to be using the Swagger UI. However, we're only going to be using the distribution folder from Swagger UI. So let's go over here to download Swagger UI, and then we're just going to open up the GitHub. And essentially what we're going to do is just copy this, and then we're going to run that in our terminal underneath the API folder, because we want the entire thing to be downloaded. So let me minimize these so they're kind of closed. Inside of the API folder, we're just going to download it in here, and then we're going to make a copy of the distribution folder and label it as Swagger inside of our documentation. So let's go here to git clone, and then we're going to paste in that URL, and it's going to be cloning Swagger UI into this folder here. So let's just give it a second to pass through it. And while we're waiting, Swagger also has an online version of it, so let me open up that real quick. Let's go back a few to here. If we go to their homepage, you have your Swagger editor, and what's pretty cool about this is you can actually see the Swagger JSON as it's created, and then what it creates on this side of it. There we go, resize it a little bit so you can see better. But basically this is the JSON script that we're going to be dynamically generating from our methods and controllers and all this kind of stuff in order to get these links, and then we're going to have a page very similar to this one without all the JSON code on it. So now that it's downloaded, let's the next thing we need to do is move the distribution package, which would be this folder here. We want to move it to our documentation, so we're going to use the command line for that. And let's do mv, and I think it's let's see, we're currently in the API folder, API, so let's do that. And no, let's switch over to the Swagger folder. So let's do cd Swagger UI, not CS, cd Swagger UI, and then we're going to do move, and then we're going to point it back one, so it references the distribution folder inside of this. I think we need that, so let's try to do it this way. Move distribution folder to whatever path you want it to go to. For us, it's going to be /documentation, and then we're going to call it Swagger. Let's see if that runs. Failed. Positional parameter cannot be found. Hold on, let me see what it did. Move distribution Swagger. Actually, I think we can just do it this way. Documentation Swagger. Okay, there we go. I just had I don't know why I was using Composer type here. So let's go here. Now we have our Swagger folder, which has all of the files that we want it to have in it, which has the JavaScript, the CSS for Swagger. So if we open up our browser again, let me make sure that y'all can see that window. Okay. Then we're going to go over here to Swagger index.html. It has a demo, basically what you saw on the demo for the actual Swagger website. That is what you're seeing here. So you can reference it in your code. You can always go back to see how they're doing it on their side of it as well. So what we want to do right now is take this index.html, and we're just going to highlight all of this. Let me close out of the terminal. We're going to copy this, get out of the Swagger folder, go straight into our documentation, and we're going to do new file, and we're going to call it index.php. And then we're just going to paste that in here. So if you look through this, it's essentially just formatting how the look of the page is going to be. So we're going to save that, and we're going to go back one to the documentation. And right now it's blank because we haven't set up the variable to point to where we need it to go. So on our, let me pull it up here. On ours, we're actually going to type in the full URL, which whenever you actually publish this live, it will be the full URL of your API. So we're going to come over here, and we're going to type in HTTP, and we're going to grab this from here to paste in here. I think I can copy the HTTP. Okay, there we go. So we got the live API.local/API, and then we're going to do /documentation/API.php. And that should produce us with that simplistic result that we have in our pages where it's showing just this one section. Let's go over here and refresh. And where am I not pointing it to? Let me see. Inspect console. Okay, so it's not pointing to the, oh, okay. So it's got to do, we're currently in the documentation folder. We need it to go into Swagger. So I believe the only thing we need to do here is just type in Swagger /. Let's go ahead and copy and paste that there. Same thing with our style sheet. Paste that there. And our favicons, we don't really need them for this tutorial, but let's just go ahead and put them in there anyway. And then everything else should be correct. So let's do a refresh. There we go. Alright, so that doesn't matter for us. And you may see the invalid call here. Right now we are not too worried about this part because the code works. So if we run this and we try it out, it should pull back all of the pages. The same thing that we would have saw in our Postman, which I can show you by switching back to Postman. So we have home, about us, contact us, services, and that's because it's hitting this, the same URL that our documentation is now hitting. So let's get rid of Postman again. And what's cool about this is that you can control, obviously you see it has API live test version 1, it's getting this page, and they're going to be grouped together by pages. So let's say if we wanted to go over here to this, and I know this isn't going to be the correct way to do it, I'm just going to show you real simple how it is to add different functionality into it. So we're going to do, instead of doing read, we're going to do single, and it's going to be tagged under pages. And if we save it and then refresh, now we have a single, which is currently a get value, but we're not going to do get, it's going to be a post. So for right now, I think I'm going to end this video here. I just wanted to show you how to get Swagger installed and how to actually kind of go through their documentation and how to have a visual version of your API that you can reference and go back to. In the next video, I want to kind of show you how to build this API documentation using the functions that we have and show you what type of different information you need to put into your, there's different things that you need to do. Like for example, we're gathering a slug here. We need to be able to pass that slug to the response in order to be able to have it where you can type it in over here and then try it out. This one is just a simple get one that if you try it out, it just goes out there and grabs this, which there is no functionality that's being passed to it. In our JavaScript that is pulling these APIs, we do have some functionality that's being passed to the other ones. So I think in the next video, I'm going to get into that. But I think it's a lot to take in whenever you're starting to get started with Swagger. I know it was a lot for me because their documentation is kind of iffy, and I kind of started researching it and getting into it whenever they were switching from 2.0 to 3.0, so it made it even more difficult because this entire section over here was different. It was at Swagger or SWG, and now it's at OA because they switched over to Open API again. And I think that setting up these variables needs to be a tutorial all on its own, because there is a lot of stuff that you can do, there's a lot of stuff that you need to do, and especially if you've ever used Swagger in the past where you had 2.0, the responses, the text that you need to put here is different. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and end it. If you like this video, stay tuned for the next version of it, which is going to be detailing how to set up these different sections so we can do our entire CRUD system through our API documentation. But for right now, if you like the video, like it, and leave me a comment. Let me know what you think of it. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. My subscriber numbers are going up every day, so thank you very much for that. And I will talk to you later.
And number 1, add security and JWT tokenization to your API.
Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be going over how to take what we've previously done with the Swagger documentation and the API that we've created, and we're going to create some authorization for it. So I know I've been putting this off for a little while because it is kind of in depth, and if you've never done it before, it's kind of difficult. So I'm going to show you how to do that. I'm going to show you how to create the tokenization that you need in order to access these pages. And for the most part, you wouldn't really need, for what we currently use in this project for, you wouldn't really need authorization for it unless you wanted to create your own backend for the create, the update, and the delete part of the API. But for right now, everything is just kind of, there is no administration for it. So normally you would have a user and a password field that they would log into, and then that would create the token. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show you how to generate the token using this Swagger documentation. And then eventually I'll get to where we'll integrate that into the front end of the site, where you won't be able to read the pages or view any of the pages without having this authorization token. Now again, this isn't something that you would normally do, but because of the way our project is currently set up, it's the easiest way for me to show you how to do it. Just keep that in mind as you're watching this tutorial, that this would actually be probably part of the administrative side of it rather than the front end side of it like we're going to be using it. So before I get started into it, I've noticed a lot of new likes, a lot of comments that are happening on the videos, and I do appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do. My subscription numbers are going up every day, and it's something that keeps driving me to create these videos for you guys. So I know that you like it, and I'm hoping that it's helping you as much as it's helped me in the past whenever I saw videos like this. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. One of the things that you might notice with Swagger is there is no place to create this authorization. So we need to create a API route that handles the authorization, and it's a pretty simple, easy thing to do. So let me go ahead and close out of, get that out of the way, go ahead and close out of these pages. Those pages, we're not going to be updating those right now. But let's go ahead and we're going to create a new route inside of our version 1. Let's see, go over here to version 1, and we're going to create a new page in here. We're just going to call it authorization. So let's create a new file and call it auth.php. And then inside of this auth.php, I'm essentially going to take what we have in some of the other pages, like for example, let's do the read for now. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to remove all the stuff that we're not going to be using. So first, we don't need to have any of this for now, and we can keep the 404 there, so let's change this to, if it's failed, let's just say something like could not create the token for this API. Please contact your administrator. Alright, so that should be enough to kind of get us started. And we don't need the row count because we're not returning a row count for this one. And we're just going to call our variable token so that we can kind of keep it together. That's not even what I'm going to do. Let's go here. We're going to call this token. And we're going to be in the new pages. That's fine. Past that. So now we're going to do token, and then we're going to create a function, and let's go ahead and we're going to call it auth as well. So this is basically the same thing as a regular Git. I mean, we're not using it as a Git right now. We're actually going to be, I guess we are kind of using it as a Git. We're going to be just accessing this page to generate that token for us, and we're actually going to use JWT to create that token for us, and I'll show you how to download those scripts in just a second, but I'm going to go ahead and get this part set up. So first thing we want to do is we're going to create a function called auth inside of our pages.php. So go over here and let's take it and put it right above the read. So let's do public function auth, and then inside of this we're going to utilize JWT. So let's go ahead and add that to our API. And if you Google PHP JWT, let me put that over here. So PHP JWT, that'll bring you to Firebase on GitHub. That's the one that we want to use. So we have some calls that we need to make. So since we're already using Composer, we're going to go ahead and open up a new terminal. And in here, we're going to cd to the API directory, because that's where we want it to reside. We want it to be inside of this folder, which is inside of our API folder. And then we're just going to copy and paste what they have here. So Composer require Firebase PHP-JWT, and then we're going to run it. So while that's running, it'll take a little bit, but you'll be able to see that this folder is fixing to be updated with the Firebase folder right here, and it's done, so that's good. So now what we need to do is call the autoload inside of our pages.php, and right above this we're just going to type out something. And again, I like to use this variable just because it makes sure that I know exactly where everything is. So server, and then we're going to do document underscore root, and then /API /vendor, and then autoload.php. And basically this is just pointing to this vendor autoload.php file, and that's what's going to grab our autoload in order for us to import or use the Firebase JWT class and then the JWT functionality. Not user, use. There we go. And you can also refer down. You can see that this is where I kind of got that at. So use Firebase JWT JWT. Because of the way we have it currently loaded, that's why I'm using this to grab the autoload, because I don't think I'm calling the autoload anywhere else inside of this. I think the autoload currently is being used by the documentation part of it for this. So currently this isn't being called anywhere, and where we have it at right now is just, you would have like an initialize.php page where you would call all of this stuff, but since this is the only class that we have for our pages, this is where we're going to add it to. Now they also give you some examples of what you can type in, and we're not going to be using the OpenSSL, we're going to be using the default example, and I'll explain a little bit of what these values are as I'm typing them in. So we're going to create a variable for the IAT. The IAT is the time when this JWT was issued. It's just so that you can kind of create the sessions that match with what you want people to be able to access the API using. So for example, we can create the issue date and the expiration date, and then have it where the expiration date is 60 seconds after it was issued, or 60 minutes, or 2 days, or whatever it is. But for right now, we're just going to do IAT equals time, and then we're going to create another variable called EXP for expiration, and then that's basically going to be IAT plus 60 seconds. And I'm going to go ahead and just give it a long time right now just so we can test it. So we're going to do times 60. So that should give it, math is not working with me right now, but basically the time that it currently is plus 60 seconds times 60. So that's a lot of time. my math for how that actually would look is going to be off, but you get the point of it. You can change that to whatever you want to. And then we're going to send over a variable called payload, and this is going to be an array. And again, this is something that you can take directly off of this section over here. Basically, what you're going to be passing along is the issuer, the audience, the IAT that we created, and then the expiration that we've created. So let's go ahead and do issuer, which is going to be our API. Live, no, what is it? What is our URL for this? Live API.local. Okay, live API.local and then /API. So this is going to be our issuer, and then down here we're going to do our audience, which currently we only have one audience, so it's kind of easy. We don't even need to do anything with this. It's just going to be the main site that's calling it. We're going to do live test.local, and then we're going to be passing in our IAT, and that's just going to be the variable that we've created. And then we're going to be passing in the expiration, which again is going to be the variable that we created. So let's I'm going to put a comment here just so you know what they are. So this is the issuer, this is the audience, this is the issue, let's do time JWT was issued, and then finally time JWT expires. Okay, and then let's go ahead and close this off. So for our authentication, this is the variables we're going to be sending over to our JWT functionality. And again, you can refer back over to this page over here to see how to actually pass it. They're missing something over here, which I'm going to add in hours, just because I want to pass over the HS2 or HS512, which let me see, HS512. I can't remember exactly what it stands for, but we're going to do HS512 and see if I can describe to you what it actually is. Okay, well, that's not helping at all. Here we go. HMAC SHA-512. So you can do, there's a few different ones that you can do. I believe they give you a link somewhere on their page here for how you can, where you can go. So this right here, this will kind of give you the algorithms that you can choose from. So we're going to use HS512 for hours, whereas 256 is essentially the same thing as HS512. It's just using a the encoding for it is SHA-256 instead of SHA-512. So it just kind of depends on what you're wanting to do. But for hours, we're going to be using the HS512. A lot of numbers going on here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that. So we're going to create a variable called JWT, and it's going to equal to JWT encode, and then we're going to pass that payload, and then we're going to have to create a key. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to put in this key for now, and then we'll create this key in just a second. And then we're going to pass in HS512. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, there we go. Okay, so up here, let's go right below our connection. We're going to create a private variable, and it's going to be called key. And you can call this whatever you want to make it more secure. I'm just going to add in the words private key, but definitely make that something that's encrypted. But for this purpose, we don't really need to have a high level of encryption on this demo that we're doing, but yours would be, you know, create a SHA-512 encryption key right here, paste it in, and that'll be your key that it has to validate against. Okay, so now we've created the JWT. It's going to use the Firebase JWT in order to encode it with the information that we're passing to it. It's going to use our key that we've established, and then it's going to encrypt it. So what we want to do is now return an array, and inside of this array we're going to pass a token, which is going to be the JWT, and then we're also going to pass an expires, just in case we want to use that for the front end as well. But again, this isn't something that we're focusing on right now. Then let's close that. So now we should have a authentication function that if they go to the authentication page, then they would be able to, it would run that authentication to grab that code for us. So let's come in here and we need to return. So we're going to echo our JSON encode, and then we're going to pass the token off. So it's basically just going to return that response here, where it's going to return this array to us, and then it's going to pass it to the front end of the API so it can be used however it needs to be used. Right now it's just going to be used inside of our inside of our Swagger, where we're just going to create another file up here that's going to be auth, and then whenever you click on it, it's going to generate that code, and that's where you're going to be able to use it for the rest of the other functionality here. So in order to make this appear, we need to, inside of our pages.php, we need to basically, let's copy this, and we're going to add it here. We're going to change this to auth instead of read, and then that's about it, I believe. So if I refresh the page, we should have an auth here, and if we click on it, we try it out, we execute it, it's going to give us our token and the expiration date. So I'm going to go ahead and close out Firebase and this other tab here because we're not using it anymore. Once you got this far with it, you're done with it. Go ahead and close out the terminal as well. So we're going to be using this token in order to create, in order to read, single, create, update, and delete. For right now, there is no authentication, no security method on our API. So let's go ahead and change that. And the way that you do that is by going up here where we have the information about it. We're going to create a new line. And let's go ahead and just push it in one. We're going to do @OA/security scheme, and then we're going to pass what that security scheme is going to be expecting. So inside of this, we're going to pass, and I actually read a comment about the documentation for Swagger and open authentication and stuff like this, and I know that it's if you don't know what you're doing already, it's kind of difficult to kind of understand their documentation. That's one of the things that I really don't like about Swagger, is that their documentation is more high level than it is for entry level. So in order to find information that I'm doing right now, I mean, maybe you can Google OA security scheme. You can Google OA information. There's things that you can Google that may be able to help you, but I can't do anything about their documentation. There's not really a place that I can point you guys to that would help you understand it a little bit better. You just got to kind of do it, and then if it doesn't work, try something else. And then you also are going to run into the issue where you're looking at the 3.0 versus the 2.0. So the documentation is a little bit lacking for Swagger. But once you kind of start doing it, it's very repetitive. You just have to kind of figure out what that first point is for you. So you can follow along with this one as closely as possible, and it'll work. If you want to change something else, maybe instead of using a bearer token, you want to use an API key, there's a way that you can do that. So you can switch out some of the things that I'm doing in order to make it work with an API key instead of a bearer token like we're going to do. So just keep in mind that while we're doing this, that I already kind of know what I'm typing here, so it makes it a little bit easier for me to do. And if you have issues, Google is your friend at this point. Okay, so I'm doing a lot of talking, typing's not working. Okay, so right now we are on an insecure server. because it is a local server for us. But we're going to do, it's only going to have HTTP encryption, so there's no HTTPS on it. If you were doing this on a live server, you'd want to change that to HTTPS or comma HTTPS, so you can use both of them. But ours for now is just going to be HTTP. All right, so let's add in our description for what our security is going to be, and then we're just going to put in something, use /auth to get the JWT token. And then let's also, we're going to name this, so name equals authorization, because that's what we're going to be looking for whenever we go to grab the variable from the session headers. And it's going to be passed in the header. And we're also going to be using the scheme bearer. If you're not familiar with that, it's basically just an encrypted variable that gets sent over through the header. So bearer, and then we're going to be passing the bearer format, which is going to be JWT, because that's what we are currently using. So bearer format equals JWT. And then finally, we're going to be passing over the security scheme, and we're going to make that equal to bearer auth. And I believe that is all that we would need to do here in order to get this to show authorization. So let's refresh. And now we have this new button that's called Authorize. If you click on it, it's going to give you a place where you can enter in this authorization token that is going to be generated through here. So in the real world, whenever someone logs in, this route right here would actually be ran automatically. So they would be able to get that bearer token that they need. It's going to be stored as a session variable, and it's going to be pushed out to the API every time they go to use it. For right now, we're doing it the manual way, but I think in the next video, I'll show you how to take what we have on the front end of the website and actually pass it through the AJAX calls. But for now, we're going to have to essentially try it out, copy it, and do this, so forth and so on. But in order to use the token that's being sent over inside of the functions that we currently have here, we are going to have to add another variable to them, and this is going to be security equals, and then open curly bracket, and then we're going to be passing the bearer auth, which is what we called it up there, and then it's going to be blank for now. So it's just going to not contain anything. But this bearer auth is what we called it here. So now, if we refresh the page again, let me go ahead and minimize this. Currently there's nothing over here, but whenever you have authentication and security added to these routes, there will be a lock over here. So if we refresh, we now see that there is a lock on the read. Obviously, you don't want to have a lock on your authentication because you can't do the authentication route until you get the authentication, or you can't use the authentication until you get it. So for this one, it's going to be completely unlocked. It's going to be just used to generate it. But what I want to show you now is if we hit try it out, it's still going to work because we don't have any of the code inside of our pages that tells it not to work if it doesn't see that that authentication being pushed through. But what we're going to do is add that code that will basically make it when we go to run this again, it's going to give us an error message. So let's go ahead and add that code inside of our read function. And in here, it's a pretty easy code to be able to add it. So if you're using Apache like I am, then this should work for you, but there may be other ways for you to request a header on your own server, but this is the way that I would do it since I'm using Apache. So I'm going to create a variable called headers, and then I'm going to use the PHP function Apache request headers, and then that's going to grab, that's not what I want to do, Apache underscore request headers. That's going to grab all the headers that are being sent over. And then we want to see what's being sent over to us. So let's go ahead and we're going to create a variable called token, and it's going to equal to header authorization. So I wonder if I can show you. Actually, before we break that out, let me do a print our headers so I can show you what's currently being sent over. So that's probably going to break this. It is. Okay. So right now, because nothing's being saved in our headers, nothing's being sent over. But if we come over here to our authorization, we try it out, and it's going to give us this token. So we're going to copy the token from here, and then we're going to use the authorize button to authorize this. So currently it says that we're logged into the API. So now if we execute this again, we now have an authorization token, which has bearer and then the authorization or the token that was sent over to it. So what we need to do inside of our headers, we need to grab that authorization. So let's come over here and let's create this variable token. Did it again. Token, and then we're going to make it equal to the headers and the authorization key. Authorization. Okay. So right now, if we echo out token and we refresh our browser, or not refresh it, but we execute it again, you can see that it's passing the word bearer in a space with it before you get to that token. So what we want to do on this headers is remove that. And we're just going to use a simple function called string replace, and we're going to remove bearer space, and we're just going to replace it with nothing. That way that we can actually get the correct authorization token. So it's just another encryption method that's on there to make sure that it's doing what we want it to do. Alright, so now that that's removed, that's what we want to see, is that it's actually pushing over that token. So now we need to do a try, because if you don't do a try statement, it's essentially going to try to process that, and if the token doesn't exist, it's going to give you an error message instead of giving you the correct return that you're looking for. So on this side of it, we're going to do try, and then we're going to have all of this is going to eventually be inside of our try. So we're going to try this token, so token, and then we're going to equal to JWT decode, and then we're going to pass in that information. And if you can't remember what, I'll already close it out, but if you do, let's see, Firebase JWT, if you look on their GitHub page, you'll see that they have a decode function right here. So this is essentially what we're writing right now, the decode. So that's just going to verify that that token is actually something that has been encrypted on our server and it's being used, so it's something that we can actually pull from in order to get the information. One thing that I didn't tell y'all about is up here you actually have the ability to send data. So if we go back over here, actually I don't think that they have it here. So we have inside of our payload, we can send over username, an encrypted password, their account level, all this other kind of stuff can be encrypted inside of that JWT token. Right now we're not doing that because we're essentially just reading from a page, but if you had someone that was logging into your system, you could give them that information and have it encrypted inside that token, and then whenever it gets decoded over here, you could use that information for them to be able to look up certain things based on their level without giving away what their level is inside of the browser. Okay, so back to the code. So we're going to do try, and let's go ahead and just fix this so it doesn't break it anymore. So catch, we're going to do exception E, and then we're going to end that. We're just going to return false if it doesn't decode the way we want it to. So the variables that we need to pass over here is first the token, which is here. And then we're going to pass again this key, which will grab our key from up here so that it knows that this is the one it needs to decode. And then we're also going to be passing in the encryption method that we used, which is the HS512. So that should be able to decrypt our token. So we're going to take this, we're going to cut it from here, and we're going to paste it in here. And there. Nope. There. Okay, so now it's going to try to decrypt our token that's being sent over. If it fails, it's going to return false. If it passes, it's going to run the code that we want it to. So now if we come over to our UI, I'm just going to refresh the page so it gets rid of the authorization that we've done. And now if we come over here and we hit try it out, execute, it's currently we don't have the front end of the read page that actually displays anything if there is a if there's an error in it. It just displays the HTML code, which we'll fix this in just a second. One other thing that I just thought of is that if you can see in the error message here, it says undefined index authorization. That's because we didn't send in anything over. So right now it's checking to see if the token is valid, but currently there is no token. So before we hit our try statement over here, we need to check to see if the header's authorization is there, and if it's not, return false again. So let's do if is set and then header's authorization, and then we can bring all of this inside of that and then do an else, return false, and then end if. So with this, we should be able to run this again, and it's no longer displaying the error that it can't find the authorization, but it's still displaying the error because it's looking for a row count. So if we go to our read, this is where it's currently erroring out at. It's trying to get that row count, even though it technically doesn't exist. So I'm going to come over here, and what we need to do here is we're pushing back a false, and if it's true, we want to run it. If it's false, we want it to do something else. So over here, we can do if statement, and then have all of this contained inside of that if statement, else, end if. So essentially what this is going to do, if it's returning false, it's going to not do any of this, and it's going to actually come down here, and we're going to put a response here, and it said, let's just say it's going to do your token did not match the expected token. Please contact an administrator. I think that should be all that we need here. Okay, so now if we rerun this code, it should give us our error message. There we go. It says your token did not match the expected token. So, and you can change that message. You can say that your token hasn't been set, whatever you want to say. But for right now, let's try to authorize it with a inaccurate code. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, and close that, and let's hit execute. And it's still failing because inside of our code over here, that if it, even though it's being set now, if it doesn't work inside of our try statement, it's going to return false. So it's currently returning false. But if we come over here to our authorize and try it out, we're going to be gathering this token, and we're going to authorize it. So let's log that one out, put a new one in, close it, get rid of that, and now if we hit execute, it reads the pages as it should. So just in case you're wondering what's happening to the front end of our website right now, well, without that token, the front end is not displaying the menu. Or here, let's do this. Okay, so resize it so y'all can see it a little bit better. But currently it is not displaying the menu because this read is what gathers the menu items for us. So on the next tutorial, I'll show you how to bring that where the AJAX actually passes over the authorization token. But for now, we're going to not worry about the front end because we want to manage the back end primarily. Alright, so we got this one working, and let's go ahead and bring this back up to where it was. Let's cancel this and refresh so we're completely unlocked. So now we want to do the same thing with all of our other functions. We want to have them all use this bearer authentication. So underneath your responses for each one of them, for your error codes, we're just going to paste in the security methods. So now if we refresh this page, wait, what did I do? Security, comma, put a comma before it. Refresh it. So now we have both of those that are going to be looking for that bearer authorization. Alright, so let's do comma, do that one again, and do it again down here. And again, you wouldn't necessarily do this for each one of your pages in your API. For example, the read and the single don't have to be locked behind an API. The create, update, and delete should be, but it would be better if you had it inside of an administrative API rather than a front-end API. So just keep that in mind. We're just going to be adding it to all of our functions just to prove a proof of concept here. And then we don't need it for that. So if we refresh this, all of our routes now have a lock on them. And the good news is that whenever you authorize one of them, it authorizes all of them. So we can come over here and get rid of that. Let's authorize it. And now each one of these show the locks that are currently locked because you are authorized inside of it. And we need to create the functionality for the other ones. But again, this one still works because it's got the correct information being displayed. The create it's still going to work right now because we're not actually passing anything to it. But what we want to do is code the other functions to do the exact same thing that we did for our read. So let's scroll back up to our read here. And essentially what we need to do to make this as easy as possible is just go in here and add this code for each one of them and then just change out what it's expecting. So for the read, we're going to come over here, we're just going to copy it, and let's just go ahead and I'm going to paste it here, put a little space between so I know which one I'm looking at. I'm going to paste it here, a little space between, then I'm going to paste it here with a space between, and then here with the space between. So now that we have that pasted, so this is the one we pasted it from, we're going to take this and we're just going to throw it in where the functionality is. So let's get rid of the spaces now, and we keep the token because that's definitely what we need, but everything else can be replaced with the code that's actually supposed to be there. Alright, so that looks good. Now scroll down, we got our spacing, so let's copy this. Get rid of the spacing, and then from here to the token, we're going to, it uncopied what I copied. Okay, so let's copy that again, and go back to this, and paste it in, move it over so it's pretty. Okay, now let's do the same thing with this one. Okay, here, and then underneath the token, all the way to where the return is, I'm going to paste it in. And then I think this is going to be our last one we have to do. So we copy that code again, and from the return to right below the token, paste it in, make it pretty, and now all of our functions are currently using the same functionality that our read had. So we refresh this again, and let's go to single, let's try it out, and one of the slugs is about, we hit execute. Again, this is one of those issues where the front end of it needs to be coded the same way as here because it's looking for this row count. So we're going to go to single, and we're going to do if statement, and then we're going to do our else statement, which I'm just going to copy from the read page. So our else statement is going to be here, and we're just going to paste that down. So now if we rerun this, now it says that our token did not match. But if we come over here and we grab a token, execute, copy that, let's paste it inside of our authorize, and now if we try to read it again, it gives us the correct information because it's passing over that token and it's looking for it. Now with the update and the delete and the create, we already have a response code that if the page isn't updated for whatever reason, it's just going to return an unsuccessful. So we don't really have to add that code that we did for the single where it's, you know, looking at the statement to see if it's returning anything, because technically we don't care about it at this point because we already have an error message that says that if it's been updated or not. And then that's going to be based on this pages where it's actually returning what it needs to. So if it returns false, it's automatically going to show this error message that it was not successfully updated anyway, so we don't have to worry about the front end part of that display. So if we come over here to the update and let's try it out. Let me log into the database real quick to make sure. So live pages, the about page is ID2, so let's do, let's first try it without anything happening, which it should fail. Nope, updated successfully. That's because I just added the HTML to it. That's fine. So let's refresh this, and now that changes, which that's fine. We can update that at a later time. But if we try to run it again without changing anything, it's going to say that it's failed. And then let's go ahead and, just to test it out, refresh the page, try to update it without any authorization, and it's going to give us that page was not updated successfully. That's because we're not passing anything. And then I don't have to do the rest of them because the other pages are going to be the exact same. So you got your update, delete, and your create. They're all going to be displaying the error messages. So as long as we have it coded over here correctly, then it'll still update where it needs to on this side of it. So I think, let me check my time. 40 minutes. This is a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. So I think for now, we are done with this tutorial. Basically what I wanted to show you was how to create the session and the tokens and everything in order to be able to pass it along and prevent people from being able to run this code without having previously been authorized. So that's going to do it for this tutorial. I think the next tutorial I'm actually going to show you the front end of this. So it's going to be live api.local. And what I'm going to show you on this one is how to generate this menu, which currently there's nothing there. Also how to get to the pages using the API, using Ajax in order to kind of generate this this authorization URL, store it as a session variable, and then use that as part of your Ajax to be able to push it out to be able to view everything else. But that's going to be another tutorial that I do, so stay on the lookout for that maybe next week. But if you liked this video and you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. It does, you know, I like seeing the numbers go up. I like seeing the comments that are happening. If there's anything else that you want me to take a look at, that you want me to try to work on, if you want me to expand upon this a little bit more, you know, let me know in the comments and I'll try to do what I can, and hopefully you learn something. So if you haven't already, smash the thumbs up for me and let me know that you like this video. If you didn't like the video, tell me why you didn't like it in the comments and I'll try to make it better next time. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and call this one, and I will talk to you later.
Thank you again for all of your support. I hope you enjoyed these videos, and I look forward to continuing to produce more tutorials for you. Thank you again, and I'll talk to you later.